Jiang Feng, you conspired with the demonic sect with the intent to annihilate my celestial sect. Now, even if my 6 factions must sacrifice our lives, we shall eliminate you here. You are the one who killed my master and summoned the demonic forces. You vile scoundrel. Your concealment is profound. Surrender willingly, thief. There is no escape for you. Listen well, disciples. Though this rogue possesses the cultivation of the 10 directions, he is gravely wounded. United in purpose, we shall surely eliminate him. Atop the peak of the myriad realms, the 6 factions established a grand formation. Hundreds of cultivators positioned at various array points, encircling a young man clad in white robes at the core. The winds howled fiercely, and thunder rumbled ominously. Jiang Feng, his hair disheveled, bore a pair of starry eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. Blood continuously dripped from the corner of his mouth, his white robe tattered beyond recognition, countless sword wounds marring his body. I repelled the demonic sect for the Celestial Gate, and this is how you repay me? His desolate laughter was accompanied by a violent cough, as he spewed a mouthful of blood, the injuries he sustained rendering his celestial body at the brink of collapse. Among the celestial cultivators, Su Jiyun, the leader of the Lingxiu sect, soared forth, her brows furrowed as she exclaimed, Jiang Feng, you scoundrel. Do not attempt to distort the truth. The leaders among us see clearly that the demonic sect feigned retreat. Under your command, they sought to breach the myriad realms peak, but upon seeing our united front, they were filled with fear. You took this opportunity to feign obstruction, all the while knowing the demonic sect was in decline, secretly instructing them to withdraw and plan a future attack on our celestial gate. Is that not so? Upon hearing the sharp words of the foremost female celestial, the assembled cultivators echoed in agreement, their doubts swiftly dispelled. After all, Su Jiyun was the leader of the foremost sect, a practitioner of the Nine Suns realm, and her reputation for righteousness was unblemished. No one dared to question her words. Jiang Feng, filled with rage, retorted, Leader Su, how can you so readily accuse me of colluding with the demonic sect? If I truly conspired with them, why would I not strike at you directly with my cultivation of the 10 directions? Ai Hongru, the leader of the Deek sect, stepped forth, stroking his beard as he declared, Thief, do not employ your cunning words. What of your 10 directions cultivation? We leaders are all practitioners of the Nine Suns realm united. We have no reason to fear you. At these words, Jiang Feng could not contain his fury, shouting, You slanderers! Brothers and sisters of the Qingyun sect, do you truly believe the words of these outsiders? I, Jiang Feng, grew up in the Qingyun sect, you know my character. Why then, do you ensnare me in this grand formation? Had I not arrived in time today, would you not question your own survival? The cultivators of the Qingyun sect exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions, yet due to Jiang Feng's long absence from the sect, they hesitated to draw conclusions. Jiang Feng, this time you have miscalculated. Your accusers are indeed your own sect members. Su Xian's voice was icy, her words shocking. Jiang Feng, still bewildered, watched as 2 women from the Qingyun sect soared forth. One was clad in green, the other in yellow, both possessing beauty that could rival the most exquisite flowers and the most radiant moons. Yet at this moment, their expressions were cold as they regarded Jiang Feng. Senior sister, junior sister, at last you've arrived. Where's master? Trapped within the formation and gravely injured, Jiang Feng was overjoyed to see his 2 senior sisters. However, to his astonishment, they regarded him as if he were a stranger. The one in green, Luo Ningxiang, glared at him with fury, her voice sharp. Jiang Feng, you scoundrel! The evidence of your collusion with the demonic sect is irrefutable. What face do you have to call me senior sister? Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. At this juncture, the one in yellow, Shinra, coldly added, Indeed, junior brother Qin has informed us of the truth. Jiang Feng, you committed a grave error and were expelled from the sect, yet you harbored resentment and aligned with the demonic sect. How can you repay master's nurturing? When did I ever align with the demonic sect? Jiang Feng could not help but roar in anger. Seeing his astonished fury, a flicker of guilt crossed Shenryu's eyes, and Luo Ningxiang's expression also shifted, though neither spoke further. Just then, from behind the Qingyun sect cultivators, a man and woman approached slowly. The woman was clad in a flowing moon-white robe, her long hair, cascading like a waterfall. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, her star-like eyes exuding an unruffled calm. With her arrival, a gentle aura enveloped the peak, her breathtaking beauty evoking awe among the cultivators, the surrounding hostility seemingly dissipating in her presence. Master. Upon seeing her, Jiang Feng's eyes brimmed with tears, a sigh escaping him as he felt at last he had someone who would believe him. Yet, upon noticing the black-clad man beside her, boundless animosity surged within him. It was precisely Qin Yin who had slandered him within the sect, leaving him unable to defend himself until he was expelled. Now, this person appeared alongside his master, likely harboring some sinister scheme. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng called out to the serene beauty in white, "Master, they do not believe me. I only hope you will save me." Lu Chuyin surveyed the assembly of cultivators, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing as she gazed at Jiang Feng trapped within the formation. Letting out a distant sigh, "Fenger, given the circumstances, you must concede." In an instant, Jiang Feng's hopeful eyes darkened, disbelief filling his voice as he trembled. "Master, if they do not believe me, that is one thing. But do you not believe me either?" Lu Qian's expression remained calm, her starry eyes devoid of any fluctuation as she gracefully flew before Jiang Feng, gently caressing his face with her delicate hand. "Fenger, your actions have been thoroughly investigated by Junior Brother Qin. At this juncture, I can no longer protect you. I regret not having guided you better." Gazing into Lu Qian's eyes, filled with remorse and reluctance, Jiang Feng felt as if struck by lightning, his handsome visage marred by a complex expression as he despondently uttered, "Master, you would rather believe that scoundrel Qin Yin than me, would you not?" Hearing this, Qin Yin furrowed his brow and retorted, "Jiang Shixiao, even now you wish to bite back. Do you not know I have already presented your incriminating evidence to the leaders?" Lu Chuyin shook her head slightly, her brow furrowing. "Fenger, it is not that I do not believe you. It is simply that the evidence is irrefutable." Jiang Feng gazed deeply at her, suddenly realizing how foreign this woman appeared to him. Her beauty was unparalleled, always adorned with an expression of compassion, as if a saint had descended. Yet now, in Jiang Feng's eyes, she bore no difference from those hypocritical celestial cultivators. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! He suddenly erupted into laughter, a sound both piercing and sorrowful, akin to the roar of a wounded beast before its demise. His maniacal laughter, sharp as a blade, cleaved through the sanctity and compassion Lu Chuyin had brought. "I understand now. So this is how it is. Because I am a cultivator of the 10 directions. You all fear me, desire my death." Jiang Feng surveyed the surroundings, and at the sight of several leaders' changed expressions, Luo Ningxiang and Shenmue appeared awkward, unable to meet his gaze. Only Qin Yin bore a sinister smile, clearly reveling in his triumph. "Fenger, regardless of the circumstances, you must perish here. The world cannot harbor a cultivator of the 10 directions, lest chaos ensue. The leaders cannot gamble the lives of 6 sect disciples on whether you have allied with the demonic sect. Master seeks what is best for the world. I hope you can understand." Lu Qian's exquisite face was tinged with compassion as an icy spiritual sword gradually materialized in her hand. "Ha!" Jiang Feng coldly chuckled, the righteous gleam in his eyes dimming, replaced by burgeoning hatred as he surveyed the multitude of cultivators before him, eventually fixing his gaze upon the stunning woman. "Master, no, Lu Chuyin. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Spare me the rhetoric of saving the world, for it would only provoke a laugh from me. At last, I comprehend that in the realm of cultivation, there exists no distinction between righteousness and malevolence. What sets you hypocritical immortals apart from the 6 sects of demonic cultivation?" "Ha! Ha ha ha!" His laughter echoed with desolation and disdain, as if an invisible force rendered the gathered cultivators pale and speechless. "This scoundrel has lost his mind. To prevent him from regaining his spiritual energy, we must strike him down at once." "Indeed, Lu Zhongmin, act swiftly. That rascal Jiang Feng dares to spread his heretical words. Our immortal sect shall not be sullied by your slander." The assembly of cultivators erupted in furious outcries. Lu Chuyin sighed deeply, her eyes filled with compassion. Appearing resolute, she slowly raised her sword and pierced it into Jiang Feng's heart. "I am sorry. Fenger, if you must harbor hatred, Let it be directed at your master. As the sanctified body of the Ten Directions realm was destroyed, Jiang Feng's consciousness began to dissolve into the void. In a daze, he heard the uproarious laughter and cheers of the immortals, piercing as the thunder of midnight. Chapter 2. The Phoenix's rebirth. The spring rain, precious as oil, nourished the lush greenery atop Wudong Mountain. Amid the gentle patter of raindrops, all creatures lay dormant, and the birds nestled in their nests, enveloped in a serene tranquility. At the foot of the mountain, a quaint village sheltered merely a few dozen households. At this moment, however, the yard of Old Man Lin was bustling with villagers, each peering through the door, eager to catch a glimpse inside. Within, Old Man Lin handed a bowl of medicinal soup to his daughter, Lin Jiaxiu. Gracefully, she approached the bedside where a youth lay unconscious. The boy appeared no older than 15 or 16, his countenance strikingly handsome, yet his disheveled hair and pallid complexion betrayed a state of frailty. Seated beside him, Lin Jiaxiu carefully cooled a spoonful of the soup, then gently fed it to the youth. As the liquid slipped past his lips, he instinctively frowned and parted his mouth slightly, allowing the broth to flow down his throat. Her heart lifted at this sign of life, and she exclaimed, "Father, he can swallow the medicine." Old Man Lin nodded, a smile gracing his face. He turned to the villagers lingering at the door and urged, "You all should head home now. It's merely a matter of saving a life. There is nothing more to see." A modestly dressed youth at the threshold inquired, "Lin Bo, where did you find this young man?" Old Man Lin gestured toward the mountain. "He was lying in the woods when Jiaxiu and I went to gather firewood today. I carried him down." A woman peered inside, her curiosity piqued. "He looks quite fair. Doesn't he seem like a child of poor origins? Could he be from a prominent family?" Old Man Lin chuckled. "Who cares where he is from? Once he awakens, he may go wherever he pleases. Now, everyone, please return home and let him rest." As the villagers murmured amongst themselves and departed, Old Man Lin turned to see his daughter gazing intently at the youth, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Jiaxiu, don't stare. He needs his rest," he chided gently. Startled, Lin Jiaxiu blushed, unable to suppress her feelings. "Father, he is truly handsome, like someone out of a painting. Do you fancy him, Jiaxiu?" Old Man Lin teased, eliciting a shy response from her as she pouted. "Father, don't say such things. It's embarrassing." With a light-hearted laugh, Old Man Lin led Jiaxiu out, closing the door behind them. "Jiaxiu, that lad is too refined, likely of noble birth. Once he wakes, he will probably leave." Back in the main room, Old Man Lin settled into a chair, his expression turning contemplative. "My dear, your elder brother left us too soon. And I am not getting any younger. I worry about you. If you could find a good husband, someone who can take care of you, I would rest easy." Lin Jiaxiu poured her father a cup of tea, her demeanor obedient. "Don't worry, father, I can take care of myself." Old Man Lin gazed at his daughter fondly, shaking his head with a smile. Yet, a hint of melancholy clouded his thoughts. He had lost a son to an unfortunate fall from the cliffs, and after years had welcomed a daughter, only to lose his wife during childbirth, leaving him with his sole child. At just 15, Lin Jiaxiu blossomed into a graceful young woman, admired by many in the village who sought her hand for their sons. However, Old Man Lin remained anxious, unable to commit to a decision. As the night breeze whispered and the sounds of insects filled the air, a sudden gasp escaped Jiang Feng as he opened his eyes wide, sitting up in alarm, breathless and trembling. "Wasn't I destroyed by Lu Qiuyan?" He pondered, bewildered. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a small wooden cabin. His attire was a loose gray garment, and he lay on a simple wooden bed, covered with a patched old quilt. Perplexed, he found no injuries on his body, yet he felt considerably weaker. What is happening? Suddenly, a cacophony of buzzing filled his mind, growing ever louder, and he clutched his head in agony. "Ah, young one, how do you feel? You received my legacy and ascended to the Shifang realm. I advised you to stand on your own, yet you refused, prioritizing righteousness and the welfare of the people. And now? You aided the celestial sect in repelling the demonic forces, yet what fate have you met?" A voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed within Jiang Feng's mind, striking at his very core and causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. "Chaos demon, do not speak." Recalling Lu Qiuyan's merciless strike, he found himself at a loss for words, only able to voice his hatred. The voice belonged to a remnant of a demonic soul that had invaded his being during the celestial demonic conflict. After he had discovered a hidden treasure and absorbed its divine aura, propelling his cultivation beyond that of many celestial beings. Fortunately, this remnant posed no true threat, albeit its presence disturbed his peace of mind. "Are you still obstinate? You have saved the celestial sect and vanquished the demons, preserving countless lives. But what of your own? Did you not see the truth before your demise? Those celestial cultivators fear your Shifang prowess. They would not allow anyone to challenge their power and status. They struck you down while you were vulnerable. A pity, isn't it? You fought for the celestial sect and the world, yet they treated you this way. Even I, a demon, cannot overlook such hypocrisy." The voice dripped with sarcasm. "Silence!" Jiang Feng roared, his body trembling with rage. "Why direct your anger at me? It is those hypocritical celestial cultivators you should despise. And your beloved master and senior sisters, how kind they were to you. Haha. The mocking laughter echoed relentlessly, igniting fury within Jiang Feng, his eyes shimmering with a hint of red, as the demonic essence threatened to overwhelm his spirit. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly snapped back to reality, gasping for breath in an attempt to regain his composure. What is going on? Why am I still alive? His expression was icy, questioning both the demonic soul and himself. The voice scoffed. Do you recall the Phoenix technique from the Hidden Treasure? It is a method I left behind before my ascension. Practicing it preserves a fragment of the soul, allowing one to reconstruct the body and alter their innate talents. Alas, I never used it. Instead, it has fallen to you. Reconstruct the body and alter talents? Have I truly come back to life? Jiang Feng was engulfed in disbelief. Indeed. However, while you have been reborn, your Shifang cultivation is utterly destroyed. You are now but a mere mortal. What say you? Do you desire revenge? With your current potential, you may cultivate even more powerfully than before. Revenge. Upon hearing the words of the demonic soul, Jiang Feng fell into a profound silence, his clear eyes gradually turning colder. Recalling the triumphant laughter of the celestial cultivators, he gazed ahead, as if his vision penetrated the walls of the room. Reaching the distant Chaoan Peak, Lu Qiuyan, Luo Ningxuan, Shenru Yue, and the 6 sects of the Celestial Gate await your reckoning. His eyes brimmed with boundless hatred, the youthful visage of the boy belied a depth of resentment and malevolence that was incongruous with his tender age. Chapter 3. Feng Chou. As dawn broke, Lin Jiaoxiu carried a bowl of thin porridge, humming a little tune as she approached the door of the inner room. Before she could knock, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Feng, who stood there with a calm expression, his deep-set eyes quietly gazing at her. You're awake? Lin Jiaoxiu stammered, her heart racing as she took in the boy's pale yet handsome visage. She extended the bowl towards him, lowering her head and softly murmuring, "Please have some." Jiang Feng accepted the bowl, his demeanor softening slightly as he inquired, "Where is this place, and why am I here?" Lin Jiaoxiu quickly explained, "This is Wudong Village. My father and I were gathering firewood in the mountains when we found you collapsed. We brought you back." Jiang Feng appeared contemplative upon hearing her words. It seemed that, as the old demon had said, the Phoenix art had preserved a remnant of his soul, which had drifted here to reform his body. Otherwise, he would not have regained such youth. Coming back to the present, Jiang Feng nodded and expressed, "Thank you for saving me." "Not at all. The porridge is best enjoyed while it's hot." Lin Jiaoxiu found it difficult to meet Jiang Feng's gaze, her cheeks flushing after just a couple of exchanges. Growing up in this village, she had never encountered a youth as fair and handsome as him. Jiang Feng noticed her embarrassment, but chose not to comment further, simply stating, "All right, I shall drink it now." He nodded at her before closing the door. Standing outside, Lin Jiaoxiu remained dazed for a moment, a smile blossoming on her face as she ran to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Father, he is awake. You would believe it. He looks even more handsome now." Lin Laoan, scooping porridge with a spoon, shook his head with a chuckle. "Being handsome won't fill your belly, girl. Don't let yourself get lost in fantasies." "I'm not," Lin Jiaoxiu quickly retorted, feeling shy. "I'll ask him where he is from and see if we can help him return home." Lin Laohan handed the porridge to his daughter, speaking leisurely. Lin Jiaoxiu nodded. Right. His family must be worried about him. Meanwhile, inside the room, Jiang Feng took a sip of the warm porridge, feeling a comforting warmth spread through his body. Unable to resist, he lifted the bowl and consumed the entire contents. "Although you are now immortal, your current physique is far from ordinary. Surely, you don't wish to remain here, living as a mortal for the rest of your life?" The demon soul in his mind suddenly queried. Setting the bowl down on the table, Jiang Feng chuckled. "What is this? You seem quite eager for me to cultivate? By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Since the Phoenix art can aid a remnant soul in reforming a body, why don't you seize this opportunity to take over this one? Do you think I don't want to?" The demon's soul replied with a hint of resentment. "It's just that your body has been reformed into a pure young physique, which is contrary to my demonic arts. If I were to usurp your body, I would suffer a more severe backlash. I have waited for thousands of years for a chance to re-emerge. I am not willing to take such risks. I do wish for your cultivation, for I genuinely need your assistance in finding a compatible body." Jiang Feng couldn't help but scoff. "Why should I help you?" The demon soul paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "It seems you've changed significantly after experiencing death. The former Jiang Feng would have surely repaid my kindness if he had received my inheritance. Now, you dare question why you should assist me? Do not mention the past. The former Jiang Feng is already dead." Jiang Feng's gaze turned icy, his voice tinged with regret and anger. As a disciple of the Qingyan sect, he had always obeyed his master, Lu Qiuyan, treating her teachings as sacred. He diligently cultivated, performing righteous deeds for the sect and the people, earning a stellar reputation among the 6 sections. He treated his 2 senior sisters and fellow disciples with kindness, and even after being framed and expelled from the sect, he still cared for it. After obtaining a secret inheritance, he rushed to the battlefield to vanquish demons. Yet, now he was regarded as a despised traitor, personally killed by his beloved master. When Lu Qiuyan's frosty jade sword pierced his heart, Jiang Feng knew distinctly that he was wrong. He should not have taken that vile woman's words as truth, nor should he have regarded the hypocritical sect as the righteous path. He should never have suffered such slander and met his demise for the sake of some so-called justice or the welfare of the world. All right. Let us not dwell on the past. Allow me to provide you with a reason to assist me. The demon soul chuckled, continuing. There exists a remnant of inheritance akin to the chaotic divine realm. If you were to obtain it, what would prevent you from reaching the Shifeng realm once more? At that point, wouldn't it be effortless for you to seek revenge? Upon hearing the demon soul's words, a fleeting flicker of hope ignited in Jiang Feng's heart, but he quickly regained his composure. Why would this demon soul, claiming to be the chaotic old demon, be so benevolent as to assist him? Moreover, why was this old demon trapped in the chaotic divine realm? Senior, if I truly obtain that inheritance, I will certainly assist you in finding a suitable body. However, at present, I am but a powerless mortal. These matters are best left for another time. Jiang Feng provided a non-committal answer. The demon soul was not in a hurry, merely responding with a smile. Very well, time is on our side. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Child, may I come in? Lin Laohan's voice radiated warmth. Jiang Feng steadied himself, saying, Please, come in. The door creaked open, and Lin Laohan stepped inside, closing it behind him. He first cast a cheerful glance at Jiang Feng, then turned his attention to the empty bowl on the table. Child, are you still hungry? There is more in the pot. Jiang Feng rose and replied, Thank you, sir, but I am no longer hungry. Lin Laohan took a seat on a stool, kindly saying, Please, sit, child. In this humble village, we have no need for formalities. Jiang Feng sat back down on the bed. Lin Laohan chuckled, My surname is Lin, and I have just one little daughter. You've met her already, haven't you? Jiang Feng nodded. Yes, I have. Lin Laohan continued with concern, Child, what is your name, and where are you from? How did you end up unconscious on Wudong Mountain? Please tell me, so I can help you find a way to return home. Jiang Feng hesitated, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly a thought struck him. Having been reborn through the Phoenix Art on Wudong Mountain, and with a heart full of unfulfilled vengeance, he could not continue using the name Jiang Feng if he were to pursue the path of immortality. With a hint of sorrow, he said, Uncle Lin. My name is Feng Cho. My parents took me to a different place for business, but we encountered bandits along the way. They died. And the bandits intended to sell me. I managed to escape when they were unguarded. Bandits. No wonder your clothes have been torn apart. How tragic. Lin Laohan lamented, unable to suppress a sigh. Jiang Feng glanced at the coarse garment he wore but remained silent. After his rebirth through the Phoenix Art, he had undoubtedly been left without clothing. This rough attire must belong to the Lin family. Child, do you have any plans? Do you have relatives in Baiguan City? Would you like me to help you report to the authorities? Lin Laohan asked, his concern re-emerging. Baiguan City was a northern border town of the Great Jin Kingdom, 1,000 miles from the North Sea. In mortal legends, crossing the vast ocean would lead one to the realm of immortals. Yet no one had ever truly found such beings. Feigning sorrow, Jiang Feng replied, I have no relatives in the city. My parents are dead. And I do not know what to do. Even if I report to the authorities, those bandits wore masks during their attack, making it difficult to identify them. For now, I seek only a meal to stave off hunger. I wonder if Uncle Lin might assist me. Seeing the boy's plight, Lin Laohan did not hesitate and said, If that is the case, child, you may stay with us. It's no trouble to add one more mouth to feed, though I fear you may not be accustomed to our simple fare. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately rose and bowed his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lin Bo. Suddenly, a startled exclamation pierced the air as the door swung open, revealing Lin Jiaoxiu sprawled on the floor. Noticing the gazes of the old man Lin and Jiang Feng upon her, she hurriedly got to her feet, brushing off the dust from her clothes with an air of embarrassment. Old man Lin shook his head in resignation, remarking, Child, why are you eavesdropping? Lin Jiaoxiu, at a loss for words, was about to stammer out an explanation when Jiang Feng interjected with a smile. Lin Bo, she must have come to fetch a bowl. Exactly. I wasn't eavesdropping at all. Lin Jiaoxiu retorted with a huff, stepping forward to smile at Jiang Feng. Are you called Feng Cho? What a lovely name. I am Lin Jiaoxiu. You may call me Xiu. Old man Lin, without a hint of tact, pointedly remarked, If you weren't eavesdropping, how would you know his name is Feng Cho? Lin Jiaoxiu found herself at a loss for a coherent response, stuttering as she struggled to find the right words. Observing this, both Jiang Feng and old man Lin burst into laughter. Chapter 4. Your intentions in the blink of an eye. 3 months have swiftly passed. The villagers of Wudong Village have found a topic for conversation over tea and meals. Lin Laohan has taken in a charming son-in-law. This young man, named Feng Cho, lost his parents to banditry and, with no relatives to turn to, was taken in by Lin Laohan. Not only is Feng Cho fair and handsome, but he is also literate. He often assists the villagers by writing letters and teaching the local children. His gentle demeanor and extraordinary eloquence make him a favored companion among all households. Moreover, he possesses remarkable skills in hunting, gathering firewood, and fetching water. Each time he returns home, he bears an impressive haul, his seemingly frail body concealing immense strength. Some villagers have even witnessed him descending the mountain with a large bundle of firewood, appearing unfazed. Others have seen him single-handedly slay a leopard, showcasing his formidable prowess. The villagers cannot help but lament why they did not bring Feng Cho home themselves. For families without sons, he could serve as a son. For those without sons-in-law, he would make an ideal addition. How has such a talented and handsome young man ended up with the fortunate Lin Laohan? Look, Feng Qiu is back. A few villagers were chatting along the village path when they spotted the striking youth descending from the mountain trail. His tall, slender figure remained untouched by the sun. And although his gray robe was worn, it could not conceal his grace and charm. In one hand, he held a hemp rope tied to a sizable bundle of firewood, while the other hand carried a deceased wolf. An axe was tucked into his waistband, yet he walked with an ease that suggested the burdens he bore were weightless. The villagers gazed at the young man, their fascination undiminished despite having seen such scenes before. As he approached, a woman hurriedly greeted him, Feng Qiu. It isn't even autumn yet, and you've gathered so much firewood. Surely your yard cannot contain it all. Feng Qiu paused, chuckling softly, Aunt Lu. It's wise to stock up now. Winter will be here before we know it. A young boy, captivated by the wolf's body, curiously asked, Brother Feng Qiu, how did you kill the wolf? Teach me, please. The youth smiled at the child and replied, Xiao Chuan, if you eat well and work hard to help your parents, you too will be able to hunt wolves when you grow up. Be good, and come to Lin Bo's house later for some wolf meat. Xiao Chuan and Appo's eyes widened with delight, and he exclaimed, Okay. Thank you, Brother Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu nodded to the villagers and made his way towards Lin Laohan and Appo's home. Ah, look at this. The Lin family must be blessed to have found such a capable boy, handsome and hardworking, remarked a villager. Lin Bo lost his son, but now he's taken in such a son-in-law. It seems heaven is looking out for him. That lad is incredibly skilled. He appears so frail yet possesses such strength. The villagers gazed in awe at Feng Qiu's retreating figure, filled with envy for Lin Laohan. Only one young man, feeling disgruntled, remarked, he should do his part. Lin Bo saved him. What's wrong with him working harder? The others shook their heads in silence, while Aunt Lu advised, Zhuzi, you like Xiu Xiu. But you shouldn't hold a grudge against Feng Qiu for this. He is simply repaying the kindness of the Lin family. Cheer up. I will introduce you to another girl soon. Feng Ge. Before Feng Qiu reached the door, Lin Jiaxiu spotted him from the yard and quickly opened the door. Reaching out to take the items from his hands, Feng Qiu shook his head with a smile. No need. You won't be able to carry it. Just fetch me a bowl of water. Lin Jiaxiu nodded eagerly. All right. While she fetched water, Feng Qiu quickly unloaded the large bundle of firewood into the shelter in the yard, and then hurried to the kitchen to grab a knife, beginning to skin the wolf. Feng Ge, here is the water, Lin Jiaxiu said, beaming as she stood before him with a bowl in hand. Feng Qiu glanced at his bloodied hands and chuckled helplessly. Thank you, Xiu Xiu. You're welcome, she replied with a light laugh, offering him the bowl. Feng Qiu drank eagerly, his throat moving as he gulped down the water. Lin Jiaxiu gazed at his fair, handsome face, her heart swelling with happiness, feeling as though she were living in a dream. Not only was Feng Qiu good-looking, but he was also industrious and skilled at hunting. Over the past 3 months, their home had accumulated so much firewood that they could hardly store it all, necessitating the construction of a shelter in the yard. Their kitchen overflowed with wolf, rabbit, wild chicken, and leopard meat, often requiring them to share with neighbors. Furthermore, Feng Qiu was well educated, capable of teaching at a private school. Such an exceptional person was living with her, like family. After drinking, Feng Qiu asked Lin Jiaxiu to prepare for dinner, suggesting they have wolf meat that evening. She agreed and hurried to the kitchen while he continued skinning the wolf. His technique was deft. He swiftly separated the meat from the hide, and soon the complete wolf pelt was laid aside. After cleaning the wolf meat, he brought it to the kitchen for Lin Jiaxiu to handle. Before long, Lin Laohan returned, carrying a basket of wild vegetables. Upon entering, he saw Feng Qiu washing the wolf hide. Ah Qiu, you work too hard. Take a break. This firewood will last us 3 to 5 years. Lin Laohan exclaimed. Feng Qiu laughed as he washed the hide. It's nothing, Lin Bo. I'm not tired. Lin Laohan shook his head with a smile. It's strange. When I first rescued you, you were so weak, yet now your strength seems to grow. We started off eating wild vegetable porridge, and I thought you, a young master from a wealthy family, would only be able to help with planting vegetables. Who would have thought one cannot judge a person by their appearance? Feng Qiu hung the wolf hide on the wall and washed his hands. Who knows? Perhaps there's some magical herb in those wild vegetables you gave me? Haha. I feel stronger every day. Even so, you shouldn't overwork yourself. Listen to me. Take a break tomorrow. After eating meat for months, I've grown as plump as a landowner, and Xiu Xiu is worried you'll dislike her if she gains weight. Although Lin Laohan spoke jestingly, he carefully observed Feng Qiu's reaction. Feng Qiu, aware of the underlying intent behind Lin Laohan's words, merely smiled and changed the subject. Tonight, we feast on wolf meat. Tomorrow we shall eat vegetables. Lin Laohan nodded, though he remained puzzled about Feng Qiu's true intentions. A young man like Feng Qiu would be a desirable match for Lin Jiaxiu. If Feng Qiu wished to marry her, Lin Laohan would wholeheartedly approve. However, his probing seemed to yield no clear response. That evening, Lin Laohan's home simmered with the aroma of wolf meat, enticing villagers to visit. Aside from Lin Laohan and Xiu Xiu, Feng Qiu hardly ate, as the remainder was shared among the villagers. After the guests departed, Xiu Xiu began clearing the dishes, her concern evident. Feng Ge, you ate so little. I'll make you something else later. There's no need, absolutely not. After all your hard work. How can you only eat so little? Xiao Xiao insisted before turning back to the kitchen, with only Lin Laohan and Feng Qiu remaining in the room. Lin Laohan seized the opportunity to inquire, Qiu, what do you think of Xiao Xiao? Feng Qiu smiled as he responded, Xiao Xiao is wonderful, beautiful, and considerate. Lin Laohan's face brightened with a smile as he continued, she is of age now, and I am quite worried about her future. He was now straightforward, eager to discern Feng Qiu's feelings towards Xiao Xiao. To his surprise, Feng Qiu nodded and said, you are right. Xiao Xiao should indeed find someone suitable. I wonder if there is anyone in the village who catches your eye? Lin Laohan, intrigued and somewhat anxious, inquired, Qiu, do you have no feelings for Xiao Xiao? Feng Qiu shook his head, interrupting, Uncle Lin, I am grateful for the life-saving kindness you and your daughter have shown me. But I regard Xiao Xiao merely as a sister. As he spoke, he gazed out at the night sky, his words light and devoid of any lingering attachment. Lin Laohan was momentarily stunned, staring at the youth, rendered speechless for a long while. Yet, in the boy's eyes, he discerned a haughty disdain for the world and a profound yearning for the vast unknown. I understand now, Lin Laohan said with a bittersweet smile. Shaking his head, yet feeling a sense of relief within, he realized that Feng Qiu was no ordinary person. His presence was merely temporary, and when the time came, he would undoubtedly depart. Chapter 5. The elusive sword. In 10th, the night was as dark as ink, and Wudong village lay in tranquil silence. Occasionally, a few barks from dogs startled the night birds perched in the treetops, sending them flying away. In the ear room of the Lin family courtyard, Jiang Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes tightly closed. A faint white glow emanated from his body, forming a sphere the size of a bowl that gently floated at his dantian. After about an hour, the sphere gradually sank into his dantian, and Jiang Feng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, furrowing his brow slightly. It was still not working. For 3 months, he had been practicing the Qing and formula again, reaching the peak of the Qi gathering stage, just a step away from the Hunyuan realm. In the realm of celestial cultivation, power is divided into 10 stages: Hunyuan realm, Liui realm, Senkai realm, Xixiang realm, Wuxing realm, Luhe realm, Qixing realm, Bagua mirror, Zhouyang realm, and Shifang realm. Achieving the Hunyuan realm signifies the initial entry into the path of immortality, where one is free from hunger and fatigue, possesses a healthy and light body, transcends the mundane, and can live up to 200 years. The lifespans of those in the Liui realm and Senkai realm remain unchanged, but their internal spiritual energy becomes more abundant, allowing the use of low-level spells and artifacts. Those in the Xixiang, Wuxing, and Luhe realms can enjoy lifespans of 500 years and can wield flying artifacts and perform intermediate-level divine techniques, making them the backbone of various sections. As for those in the Qixing, Bagua mirror, and Zhouyang realms, they possess lifespans of 1,000 years and can directly manipulate spiritual energy to traverse the world like true immortals. Only those in the Shifang realm far surpass other cultivators, living for 2,000 years, and if they advance further, they may even ascend to higher realms and attain immortality. However, between the perception of spiritual energy by mortals and the achievement of the Hunyuan realm, there are 3 minor stages: Qi refinement, Qi transformation, and Qi gathering. After reconstructing his body, Jiang Feng, with his pure young physique and exceptional talent, quickly reached the Qi gathering stage due to his prior cultivation experience. Yet, despite his efforts, he found it impossible to break through the shackles of the Hunyuan realm. I have the Xiantian demon art to impart to you. Why do you not utilize it and insist on practicing that worthless Qing and formula? If you had listened to me, you would have at least attained the Sankai realm by now. The demonic soul in his mind spoke with displeasure. Jiang Feng remained calm and replied coldly, did you not say that the pure young body contradicts your demonic art? If I were to cultivate it, would I not be seeking my own demise? He certainly could not heed all the words of the chaos demon. After all, a demon is a demon, and they are inherently treacherous. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the demonic soul immediately mocked. If you had such vigilance against those celestial sect cultivators, how could you have lost your life and forfeited your Shifang realm cultivation? Haha. At this, Jiang Feng felt an inner anger, but merely replied with a cold smile, Senior, there is no need to provoke me. My knowledge is limited, and I naturally choose the Qing and formula as my foundational technique. If you wish for my assistance in locating a physical body, you should help me rather than insult me. Oh, are you threatening me, or are you pleading with me? The demonic soul retorted with a mocking tone. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with cold light as he stated, both. If I can never reach the Hunyuan realm, will you not be forced to remain in this village with me for a lifetime? The demonic soul paused before coldly responding. You need not say more, I will assist you. Do you know why, despite possessing a pure young body, you have yet to break through to the Hunyuan realm? Please enlighten me, Senior, Jiang Feng replied, his expression calm. The demonic soul snorted, speaking with jealousy. You, my young friend, have struck it rich. This reborn body is not only a pure young body, but also a naturally born sword body, possessing sword bones, sword souls, and sword veins. Do you know what this signifies? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He ultimately could not escape the path of the sword. Lu Qiuyan was a Zhou-Yang realm sword immortal, and the disciples of the Qingyun sect were all sword cultivators. Under her tutelage, Jiang Feng's sword techniques became exquisite, making him stand out among his peers. However, at that time, Jiang Feng had an ordinary constitution and could only attain the Luhe realm through diligent practice. He never expected that he would now have reshaped his body into a naturally born sword body. The sword path is one of slaughter, esteemed above all in the realm of immortality. Sword cultivators differ from body cultivators, as they must temper and purify their bodies with spiritual energy, and unlike law cultivators, they do not require numerous complex treasures. A single person with a sword can traverse the universe, but sword cultivation demands high innate aptitude. Those who inherently possess a trace of sword intent are far stronger than ordinary sword cultivators. If one has a natural sword soul, sword bone, or sword vein, they are even more formidable. A naturally born sword body that combines sword intent, sword soul, sword bone, and sword vein is the best constitution for cultivating the sword path. Would you not agree that you are fortunate? The reason you have struggled to break through to the Hunyuan realm for so long is that this naturally born sword body is too powerful, requiring a different path for cultivation. With a tone of pride, the demonic soul imparted this wisdom. After hearing this, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow in thought, recalling the circumstances during his time at the Qingyun sect. The sect was filled with sword cultivators, yet their strengths varied widely. Some cultivators could take on 3 opponents of the same rank, while others could only match their counterparts in body or law cultivation. At that time, he understood that some individuals were suited to sword cultivation while others were not, but he did not grasp the reason behind it. Now he realized that it was due to their constitutions. It was no wonder that the disciples of the Qingyun sect were fewer than those of other celestial sects, and their selection process was always rigorous. Coming back to the present, Jiang Feng asked, since you understand the prowess of this naturally born sword body, you must also know how to assist me in breaking through the Hunyuan realm, right? Of course, the demonic soul replied with a sense of pride. Jiang Feng spoke indifferently. I kindly request your assistance. You really have a thick skin. You did not heed my words before, yet now you want me to help you? The demonic soul responded with displeasure. If you do not wish to help, you need not do so. I can cultivate on my own, Jiang Feng stated bluntly, not giving the demonic soul any face. The demonic soul scoffed. To have the fortune of encountering a naturally born sword body, even if you did not ask. I would want to witness how this body grows. Listen closely, young one. A naturally born sword body contains sword intent, sword soul, sword bone, and sword vein, all imbued with formidable power. When you cultivate, you must keep your spiritual platform clear and nourish the sword intent with spiritual energy, allowing the sword intent to be sustained and nurtured within your sword veins and sword bones until it reaches your spiritual platform. This will enable you to expand your meridians and break through your bottleneck. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng could not help but express his confusion. What is sword intent? I am truly unable to perceive it. The demonic soul chuckled coldly. The sword path is one of slaughter. Sword intent? Huh. It all boils down to a single word. Kill. With that word ringing in his mind, Jiang Feng felt as if he had been awakened. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes, and a swirling mass of spiritual energy began to envelop him. The energy spun like a whirlwind, and before long, it manifested into delicate spiritual swords that circled around Jiang Feng. Kill. Jiang Feng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, pushing the word kill onto his spiritual platform. Instantly, the previously clear spiritual platform became chaotic, and a murderous aura surged from his body, creating a gust of wind. Young one, do not be overly hasty. If you cannot withstand the demonic heart and fall into madness, do not blame me for not warning you. The demonic soul spoke with a note of concern. If Jiang Feng were to succumb to madness and become a demon, the situation would become even more complicated. Even the chaos demon, now merely a remnant soul, did not wish for Jiang Feng to be controlled by the demonic heart. Ignoring the warning, Jiang Feng remained silent, seemingly not having heard. He harnessed that killing intent to condense the spiritual energy within him, expanding his meridians. As the luminous energy in his dantian gradually coalesced into a fist-sized orb, his aura underwent a tremendous transformation. With a whoosh, the fluctuation of spiritual energy overturned the furniture in the room, creating a fierce gale that tousled Jiang Feng's hair. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a hint of joy evident on his face. At last, the Hunyuan realm. Chapter 6. The Green Rock Python as dawn broke. Jiang Feng adjusted his attire and stepped out of the side room. He inhaled deeply the fresh morning air while gazing at the distant mountains, a sardonic smile suddenly appearing on his face. He had once believed that the Qingyun sect was his home, that his master and senior sister were akin to family. Yet now, it seemed that the sect was devoid of affection, and the kindness of 2 mere mortals outweighed theirs. The door to the main house creaked open, and old Lin emerged. In just one night, the wrinkles on his face had deepened, and his white hair appeared denser. Qiu, why are you awake so early again? He sighed, observing Jiang Feng in the courtyard. Ever since he learned the previous evening that Feng Qiu did not harbor feelings for Lin Jiaxiu, old Lin had been plagued by worry. His daughter remained oblivious to this cruel truth, unaware that Feng Qiu would eventually depart. Nothing much, Uncle Lin. I need to head up the mountain again, so there's no need for breakfast, Feng Qiu replied, already turning toward the gate. Now a practitioner at the mixed element stage. He had mastered the art of fasting and was free from the need for sleep. Old Lin watched the young man's retreating figure, unable to suppress a faint shake of his head. Moments later, Lin Jiaoxiu emerged from the main house, rubbing her eyes. Father, I overheard you talking. Did Feng Ge go up the mountain again? Old Lin nodded, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Yes. This child is no ordinary person who can simply take a break. Noticing her father's sorrowful demeanor, Lin Jiaoxiu inquired, Father, what's wrong? Old Lin regarded his daughter for a while before resolutely saying, My dear, we need to talk. Outside a dense forest on Wudong Mountain, Jiang Feng tore a venomous snake in half and discarded its remains on the ground, his expression unperturbed as he approached a clear pond ahead. Hey, kid. Though you now possess mixed element cultivation, you are unarmed. Do not take unnecessary risks. That pond harbors a green rock python, a formidable beast, not just an ordinary snake. The demonic spirit could not help but caution. Jiang Feng remained unfazed, slowly responding, for the sake of the century-old spiritual mushroom by the pond, it is worth the risk. Over the past 3 months, since he restored his health and began cultivating, he had often ventured up the mountain to hunt. Without entering the mixed element stage or possessing elixirs, the flesh of wild beasts was the best nourishment for his body. As Jiang Feng progressed in his cultivation, reaching the phases of qi transformation and qi gathering, his physique had been nurtured by spiritual energy far surpassing that of an ordinary person, granting him enhanced strength and heightened senses. Each time he ascended the mountain, armed only with farming tools for self-defense, his formidable senses allowed him to outsmart the beasts, effortlessly slaying them upon discovery. However, he would spend the entire day on Wudong Mountain, not for any particular reason, but because the spiritual energy in the mountains was far denser than below. During this time, he found a cave where, after securing his prey and gathering firewood, he would block the entrance with stones and meditate until dusk before descending. Over time, the beasts on Wudong Mountain dwindled, making his hunts increasingly challenging. Yet the villagers warned him against venturing deep into the mountain, recounting tales of villagers who had wandered too far and never returned. Jiang Feng paid little heed to such warnings. Having explored nearly every inch of Wudong Mountain, he suddenly discovered a serene valley outside the forest, home to a crystal-clear pond. This pond, fed by a spring, boasted flourishing flora, including a rare century-old spiritual mushroom that Jiang Feng, with his background as a disciple of Qing sect, immediately recognized. However, to his astonishment, a green rock python, as thick as a bowl, lay concealed within the pond, camouflaged as a boulder. Had it not been for Jiang Feng's heightened senses, he would have fallen prey to this massive serpent. Such occurrences were not surprising. Places rich in spiritual treasures often attracted formidable beasts. This spiritual mushroom was merely a century old. Were it a millennium old, it would likely be guarded by a mid-tier beast of at least level 4. Nonetheless, now that he had achieved mixed element cultivation, his physical strength and speed had significantly increased. Even without a sword, he believed he could escape the python's jaws. And the spiritual mushroom was vital for solidifying his foundation at this new stage. Seeing Jiang Feng's fearless demeanor, the demonic spirit chuckled, You're becoming more to my liking. Indeed, why should a cultivator hesitate? Seize the benefits and flee from danger. It's no big deal. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the spirit's words, as he had already reached the edge of the clear pond. Fixing his gaze on the century-old spiritual mushroom, he steadied his resolve, remaining vigilant of the water's surface. The pond was shallow and calm, with no signs of movement. Not a single fish swam within, and the stones at the bottom lay still. Without hesitation, he grasped the spiritual mushroom and yanked it free. With a soft pop, the mushroom, resembling a black mushroom, was now in his possession. Without a moment's delay, Jiang Feng retreated along the path he had come. As he moved swiftly, he contemplated, this pond must serve as the python's lair, and it should be absent at this moment. Just then, the demonic spirit suddenly shouted in his mind, Dodge back. Jiang Feng had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he halted and leaped backward. A resounding crash echoed as a massive python lunged past him, its head colliding with a small tree, snapping it in two. Having narrowly escaped, Jiang Feng was utterly astonished. The python's scales shimmered a deep green, resembling the rocks of the mountain. If it lay flat against the ground, one might not notice it. After missing its target, the serpent seemed momentarily dazed, its head awkwardly propped up by its body, its black eyes fixed on Jiang Feng, its tongue flickering with a hissing sound. Kid, I'm curious to see how you will handle this, the demonic spirit began. But Jiang Feng had already turned and sprinted in another direction. Familiar with the paths of Wudong Mountain, he fled with the speed of a hare, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Good. You learn quickly, the spirit praised. Jiang Feng had no time to respond to the spirit, for the sound of rustling foliage behind him signaled that the green rock python was still in hot pursuit. Hey, kid, you've taken its spiritual mushroom. You won't shake it off unless you defeat it. It will follow you to the ends of the earth. The spirit relished in his misfortune. Yet Jiang Feng remained undeterred by the spirit's words. He continued to evade, confirming his path as he went. Biting down on the spiritual mushroom, He clung to branches like a monkey and leaped over rocks like a tiger, traversing several miles through the mountainous terrain. However, the python clung to him like a stubborn shadow. Before him lay a thicket of dense branches, yet instead of pressing forward, Jiang Feng leapt atop a rock. The green rock python closed in, coiling its formidable body and launching itself with a sudden burst toward Jiang Feng. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng sidestepped, allowing the python to narrowly miss him as it crashed into the thick underbrush. Listening intently, he soon heard the thunderous sound of a massive creature crashing to the ground. Cautiously, he approached the foliage, parting the leaves to reveal a towering cliff, several dozen feet high. Peering over the edge, Jiang Feng saw a large pool of green blood at the bottom. The green rock python had vanished without a trace. You possess considerable intelligence. Yet this approach will not vanquish the beast. It has already memorized your scent, and should it recover from its injuries, it will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. With the absence of the spiritual mushrooms to provide vital energy, this creature may descend the mountain to prey upon mortals, the demon spirit cautioned. Jiang Feng remained silent, his countenance icy as he grasped the spiritual mushroom in his hand, embarking on the search for a path down the mountain. Chapter 7. The portrait. The bandits have arrived. Run for your lives. Oh, esteemed elders, spare us. Flames erupted throughout Wudong village as the villagers were forced to gather, their cries echoing in the air. A group of marauders encircled them, and one burly leader barked, "Enough with the wailing." Instantly, the villagers fell silent in fear. Old Lin clutched his daughter tightly, concealing her in his embrace, terrified that the bandits would spot her. Lin Jiaxiu trembled in fear, yet she continuously peered outward when no one was watching, seemingly searching for someone. The other villagers were equally terrified. Some clung to their wives, others shielded their children, and a few discreetly stuffed their meager coins into their shoes. Listen closely. The marauder chief brandished a large blade, his eyes wide with menace. We are not thieves. We are here on the orders of the imperial envoy to find someone. Have you seen a young nobleman, perhaps in his teens? Upon hearing this, the villagers could not suppress their murmurs, their gazes shifting toward old Lin. The marauder chief, noticing their attention, pointed his knife threateningly at Lin. Old man, have you seen him? Startled, Lin quickly shielded his daughter behind him and, trembling, asked, May I inquire, noble sir, what is the identity of this young man? What business do you have with him? The marauder chief scoffed. This individual is the son of the capital's governor, Shi Kongxian. His father has committed treason, and his crimes are unforgivable. This boy has fled the capital with unknown aid. If you have seen him, disclose his whereabouts quickly. Otherwise, your lives are forfeit. The sheer terror in Lin's legs prompted him to disclose everything he knew about Feng Qiu, but Lin Jiaxiu grasped her father's hand and whispered urgently, Father, we cannot say. Brother Feng will die. The marauder chief's gaze fell upon Lin Jiaxiu, and he smirked at her youthful beauty. I didn't expect such delicate flowers to bloom in this desolate place. Lin immediately positioned himself protectively in front of his daughter, bowing deeply. Noble sir, I have not seen the person you seek. At this, the marauder chief's eyes narrowed, his blade gleaming ominously. You refuse to speak? It seems I must raze your pathetic village to the ground before you cooperate. With that, he swung his sword, striking down a farmer's ox. Ahuang. The farmer cried out, rushing to the fallen beast. This ox had labored alongside their family for a decade, and now it lay slain by the marauder's hand. The farmer's parents hurried to restrain him, fearing for his life. They turned to Lin, lamenting, Lin Tianren, will you endanger our entire village for the sake of your son-in-law? Upon hearing this, the villagers turned their ire toward old Lin. Linbo, you cannot let one outsider bring us to ruin. Speak up now. Otherwise, we shall perish. They had long forgotten how Feng Qiu had helped them, taught their children, and shared his hunts. In this moment of peril, their desperation overshadowed all else. The young farmer wiped his tears, not blaming the marauders for the ox's death, but instead feeling resentment toward Feng Qiu. He glanced at Lin Jiaxiu and boldly declared to the marauder chief, Sir, that man you seek must have gone up the mountain. He hunts there every day and will return shortly. Lin Jiaxiu gaped in disbelief at Zhuzi's betrayal. She had heard the villagers' accusations but never expected Zhuzi, usually so honest, would turn on Feng Qiu. Anger surged within her, and she longed to confront him, but old Lin held her back. Oh, when did this person arrive in your village? What does he look like? The marauder chief's interest was piqued. They were mere mountain thieves, and this task had been commissioned by the imperial envoy to capture the criminal's remaining accomplices. The prospect of a reward intrigued them, and they had unwittingly stumbled upon their target. Zhuzi, feeling guilty, glanced at Lin Jiaxiu before confessing. He calls himself Feng Qiu. Lin Bo saved him 3 months ago. He appears well-fed, not like a commoner. He even claimed his parents were killed by bandits. At this revelation, the marauder chief's eyes sparkled with excitement. 3 months. That aligns perfectly. This must be the fugitive. The other bandits erupted into laughter. Brother, we've struck gold. 5,000 taels. Enough for us to live lavishly for a time. The chief raised a hand, silencing their revelry. Do not celebrate too soon. We have yet to capture him. Just then, a one-eyed bandit approached, asking, Boss, that brat can't escape. What shall we do with these villagers? Kill them or spare them? The marauder chief's cold gaze swept over the frightened villagers, finally landing on the pale-faced Lin Jiaxiu. A cunning thought struck him. If these villagers protect the criminal, we must eliminate them. Thus, we can claim their wealth and women without consequence. As he reveled in his malicious scheme, his attention was drawn to a figure descending the distant mountain path. The setting sun cast a crimson hue upon a young man's fair face. His demeanor calm amid the chaos. He approached steadily, unfazed by the surrounding flames or the menacing bandits. Empty-handed, he strolled forward. Unlike the usual days when he returned laden with spoils, the villagers stared at him in stunned silence. Old Lin's eyes widened in surprise, sensing that Feng Qiu seemed changed. Lin Jiaoxiu was momentarily speechless, and just as she was about to urge him to flee, he had already reached them. Feng Qiu, you have returned. You have brought us such suffering. You are a fugitive. Why did you come to our village? You must leave with those soldiers. Do not implicate us. The villagers' fear morphed into resentment, and they directed their anger toward the young man. In their desperate bid for safety, they were eager to shift blame. Unperturbed by their accusations, the young man approached old Lin and inquired, Lin Bo, what is happening here? Before Lin could respond, Lin Jiaoxiu trembled as she explained, Brother Feng. They say you are a fugitive from the capital, and they are here to capture you. Feng Qiu surveyed the accusing eyes of the villagers and turned to the marauder chief, unperturbed. Why do you seek me? What crime have I committed? Do you possess any evidence? The marauder chief sneered, as the son of a criminal, you shall face the consequences. Bring forth the wanted poster. A one-eyed bandit produced a wanted poster and handed it to the chief. The marauder chief held it aloft, declaring, do you dare deny it? Upon seeing the man depicted, the villagers were taken aback, for the likeness bore no resemblance to Feng Qiu. This, noble sir, there must be a mistake. Old Lin was the first to speak up, with Lin Jiaoxiu summoning her courage to assert, you have made an error. The figure depicted above is certainly not Feng Ge. The villagers, however, remained silent. Some cast remorseful glances at Feng Qiu, while others averted their eyes, lost in their own thoughts. Leader, what should we do? It seems he truly is not the one, murmured the one-eyed bandit. The bandit chief could not suppress a frown as he scrutinized the portrait, only to realize that the youth before him was not the individual depicted. They were merely uneducated brigands, who, upon receiving the government's orders to capture criminals, had resorted to rampant pillaging under the pretense of hunting fugitives, never truly concerning themselves with the actual appearance of the person in the likeness. Now that they had erred, what course of action should they take? Chapter 8. The killing intent. The leader of the bandits clenched his teeth, devising a nefarious plan. A mistake had been made, but having robbed several villages, he could afford to lose this one. With this thought, he flung the wanted poster aside and bellowed, dare you deny it? Seize this man. Anyone who resists shall be executed without mercy. At his command, two bandits dismounted and advanced towards Feng Qiu with knives drawn. Old Lin's eyes filled with terror as he attempted to plead for mercy, only to be kicked to the ground by one of the armed bandits. Father! Lin Jiaoxiu rushed to help her father, and the bandit, taken aback by her striking beauty, hesitated momentarily before raising his steel blade against them. Feng Qiu regarded the approaching bandits with an increasingly frigid expression. What are you waiting for, boy? Do you still heed the teachings of your master? That cultivators must not harm mortals? Do these mortals deserve pity? Are the ignorant villagers or these ruthless bandits worthy of compassion? The voice of the demonic soul echoed like a seductive whisper from the abyss, igniting a murderous intent within Jiang Feng, his spiritual essence emanating a crimson glow. This is something you need not teach me, he murmured softly, suddenly seizing one of the bandits' knives. With two swift flashes of cold light, the two bandits before him were instantly decapitated. Feng Qiu is killed. The villagers gasped in horror, some collapsing in fright. The bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, you audacious thief. Brothers, surround him. Kill him. Yes. Several bandits, no longer bothering to dismount, charged towards Jiang Feng on horseback, their blades gleaming menacingly. Jiang Feng remained unperturbed, gripping his 3-foot steel blade tightly, advancing rather than retreating. The bandits perceived this youth as swift as a wolf and fierce as a tiger, their steeds startled, whinnying in alarm. In mere moments, several horses galloped away in terror, their riders having been reduced to mere remnants, blood flowing like a stream. The villagers stared at the armed youth in stunned silence. The bandit leader's expression turned pallid, a surge of dread coursing through him. Spare me, he cried, turning his horse to flee, but the remaining bandits, paralyzed by fear, dared not approach. Yet, while they hesitated, the youth's slaughter continued unabated. Jiang Feng, fueled by his murderous intent, channeled spiritual energy into his limbs, moving with the ferocity and power of a seasoned martial artist. He leaped forward, cleaving a bandit in half, his bloody remains falling from the horse, sending the remaining bandits into a panicked retreat. The bandit leader urged his horse to gallop faster, the air filled with the agonized cries of his comrades behind him. Sweat poured down his forehead as his hands trembled on the reins, an overwhelming sense of survival flooding his mind. What manner of monster is this boy? He thought, wiping his cold sweat, uncertain of where to flee without his men. At that moment, a chilling breeze brushed against his neck. Unable to resist, he turned to look and saw a flash of white light racing towards him. Suddenly, his vision spun, and he glimpsed a headless corpse riding a horse. Jiang Feng flicked his wrist, satisfied with the force of his throw. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that no bandits had escaped. A feeling of exhilaration washed over him. So this is the intoxicating sensation of unrestrained slaughter? Those who insult me must perish. Those who harm me must perish. Those who wish to kill me must also perish. The thrill of excitement coursed through him. Jiang Feng closed his eyes slightly. Allowing the murderous intent to gradually subside, the spiritual energy in his dantian diminishing, the crimson glow around him fading. How does it feel to unleash such carnage, boy? The voice of the demonic soul brimmed with delight, as if Jiang Feng's actions pleased him greatly. Taking a deep breath to imprint the feeling of slaughter in his memory, he slowly opened his eyes, turning to face the villagers before him. They had all retreated to a distance, their expressions filled with terror. Avoiding his gaze for fear of retribution, only Old Lin and Lin Jiaoxiu remained nearby. Old Lin gazed at the youth, confusion and shock evident in his aged eyes. When he first found Feng Qiu, the boy was unconscious, frail and naked, teetering between life and death. Little did he expect that in just 3 months, Feng Qiu would transform into an entirely different person, killing without a flicker of hesitation, warmth replaced by coldness, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Brother Feng. Lin Jiaoxiu's voice quivered with a hint of unfamiliarity, tears brimming in her eyes as she nervously called out. Why not? Kill them all. To solidify. To solidify the path of the sword? The demonic soul suggested, pausing as if to entice or seek Jiang Feng's consent. With an icy demeanor, Jiang Feng silently observed the crowd before him. After a lengthy silence, he sighed and turned away, not out of gratitude or pity, but simply because he was weary and wished to refrain from further violence. To him, these mortals were no different from ants. As long as they did not obstruct his path, there was no need to crush them. Brother Feng. Lin Jiaoxiu wept profusely, wanting to reach out and grasp the youth's arm as she had before, but old Lin firmly pulled her back, refusing to let his daughter approach. Jiang Feng continued on, his tall figure gradually disappearing like a solitary tree standing against the dust and wind. Brother Feng. Lin Jiaoxiu murmured, her strength dissipating as she collapsed to the ground in despair. Tears streamed from her eyes, her lips trembling as she wept silently. Child, Qiu is not an ordinary person. He will leave sooner or later. Please, don't be like this. Old Lin's heart ached, witnessing his daughter's sorrow. How often had he felt the same? He had believed he gained a good son-in-law, thinking that he and his daughter would have support in their later years. Little did he know that it was merely a fleeting dream, and awakening from it brought profound pain. Gazing at the corpses strewn about, Old Lin sighed. Everyone. We cannot linger here. We must escape to another place. Upon hearing Old Lin's words, the villagers seemed to awaken from their stupor. With so many dead and the involvement of a wanted criminal, they feared that if another group arrived to capture the fugitive, none would survive. Some began to gather their belongings. Zhu Zi stared blankly at Lin Jiaoxiu, wanting to approach her, but his parents silently pulled him away. As the villagers scattered, Old Lin helped his daughter to her feet, murmuring comfortingly, Child, we too must prepare to leave. If we linger, we may invite disaster. Lin Jiaoxiu's heart was heavy, her mind filled with the image of the youth fading into the distance. She stifled her tears and weakly nodded. All right. The father and daughter returned to their home, Old Lin gathering their essentials while Lin Jiaoxiu packed clothes and provisions. When Feng Qiu was present, they had hunted many beasts, consuming or distributing the meat while selling the pelts to passing merchants, leaving them with a decent sum of money sufficient for half a year's expenses. Yet, with no kin to turn to, Old Lin was uncertain where to seek refuge. But staying was undoubtedly a path to destruction. Unlike Old Lin's anxieties, Lin Jiaoxiu, after packing her things, ventured into the room where Feng Qiu had once resided. The room was starkly simple, furnished only with a table, chairs, and a bed, devoid of any superfluous decorations. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded, as if it had never been unfolded. On the table lay pens, ink, and paper, with a thick stack of drawing paper held down by a stone, exuding a bitter fragrance of ink. Lin Jiaoxiu stepped forward to remove the stone and picked up the stack of paper, leafing through it page by page. Upon reaching the last sheet, her expression suddenly changed. Chapter 9. A cycle of kill, kill, yet again, kill. The entire sheet of paper was filled with the word kill, each character more brutal and fierce than the last. Those words seemed to exude a terrifying power, causing Lin Jiaoxiu's knees to buckle, nearly sending her crashing to the ground. Brother Feng, she murmured, the youthful and handsome visage of the boy gradually materializing before her. Yet this time, his face bore no warmth like the radiant sun. Instead, he gazed at her with an icy coldness. Startled, Lin Jiaoxiu shook herself from her reverie, shivering involuntarily. At that moment, Old Lin had finished packing his belongings and stood at the door of the side room, urging, Child, it is time to leave. Oh, all right. Lin Jiaoxiu crumpled the paper in her hand, silently tucking it into her sleeve. After following her father out of the courtyard, she clenched her fist repeatedly, ultimately casting the crumpled paper into the still smoldering fire. 3 days later, in a lush and verdant forest, Jiang Feng concealed himself within a hollow tree trunk, its entrance blocked by a massive stone to deter wild beasts. Sitting cross-legged, he held a century-old Ganoderma in his hands. Young one, it appears you still have not comprehended the truth. In this world, mortals are akin to ants. Even if you refrain from killing them, they are unlikely to last long. Just consider that injured Qingyan python. Without the Ganoderma, it will certainly descend the mountain to wreak havoc, and a single village will not suffice to satiate its hunger. Had you acted then, they would have met a swifter demise, and you could have solidified your swordsmanship. Would that not be a perfect solution? The voice of the demonic soul was tinged with frustration, seemingly believing Jiang Feng to be overly obstinate. Jiang Feng offered no rebuttal, instead observing the Ganoderma in his hand and casually remarking, "Elder, what you have imparted to me is not the true path of the sword, is it?" The demonic soul paused, then chuckled, "Pray, enlighten me, what constitutes the true path of the sword? Is it as you have been, lacking in killing intent and indecisive?" Jiang Feng tightly wrapped the century-old Ganoderma with both hands, pressing down forcefully until it was reduced to a soft pulp. He placed a piece into his mouth and continued. "Although Lu Qiuyan has wronged me, the Qingyan formula she taught me is indeed a top-tier sword technique. While the path of the sword may be one of slaughter, it is not solely about the intent to kill. The sword is a gentleman's tool, embodying righteousness and sharpness. It can both kill and intimidate. The Qingyan formula adheres to the righteous path, deterring wickedness without excessive bloodlust. What you have taught me, though I know not its origin, is steeped in too much killing intent. While slaughter may be exhilarating, it is difficult to maintain one's composure. Should I continue down this path of excessive killing, I will inevitably be ensnared by the demonic heart." Upon hearing Jiang Feng and Apos' words, the demonic soul burst into hearty laughter. "You are quite astute. But fret not. With me here, you shall never fall into madness. After all, I am the demon, and I am but a remnant of a soul. Should you also become a demon, you would devour me without a second thought, and I would suffer greatly. You speak the truth. The path of the sword encompasses both benevolence and tyranny, each distinctly different. The righteous path instills fear in others, governing with kindness, where the sword does not prioritize killing, but self-discipline and diligent cultivation lead to a clear sword heart. Tyranny is far simpler. Kill those who oppose my will. Slay those who obstruct my path. Eliminate those who bear a grudge against me. Even those who evoke my emotions shall be slain. Apart from oneself, none are beyond the reach of death. The more one kills, the more tyranny manifests." Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he calmly questioned, "Is that not akin to a demon?" "Haraha. So what if it is? This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Wolves are born to prey on sheep. Does that make them evil? Little do they realize that the grass consumed by the sheep is also a life. The cultivation world is no different, as you have witnessed. Those sect leaders, driven by their own power and interests, mercilessly besieged you, the very hero who vanquished demons. Tell me, how are they different from demons?" Jiang Feng exhaled a deep breath and replied, "Elder, I do not perceive demons as inherently evil. In my eyes, there is no longer a clear distinction between good and evil. I am merely weighing the feasibility of tyranny. The battle at Wanjie Peak had imparted a lesson from Lu Qiuyan and those sect leaders. What is celestial cultivation? Seizing opportunities, competing for fate, and soaring to ascendance. The reason those leaders sought to eliminate him was due to their fear of competition against him in the Shifang realm. The ultimate outcome is ascendance. If one can achieve it, does the method truly matter? Young one, since you have come to this conclusion, allow me to speak candidly. I suggest you pursue tyranny and abandon that worthless Qingyan formula. The more you kill, the heavier your demonic heart becomes. I can assist you in dispelling the demonic energy. In this way, you need not rely on many elixirs or spirit stones to progress swiftly." The demonic soul's words grew increasingly fervent, clearly indicating that he had once been a being of considerable bloodlust. Jiang Feng was silent for a long while. Eventually, he swallowed the remnants of the Ganoderma and began to cultivate in silence. Rare treasures can attract spiritual energy, concentrating it in a specific area, which is why beasts nest near medicinal herbs. The century-old Ganoderma contained a wealth of spiritual energy. Upon entering his body, it transformed into a warm current that coursed through Jiang Feng's limbs. Nurtured by the Ganoderma, the white radiance in Jiang Feng's dantian became increasingly dazzling, akin to a massive luminous pearl illuminating the hollow tree trunk. Once the effects of the Ganoderma were fully expended, Jiang Feng's cultivation naturally stabilized at the initial stage of the Hunyuan realm. A gentle breeze wafted through the crevices around the stone, refreshing Jiang Feng. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. It was already deep into the night. The sounds of insects chirping filled the air, while the occasional flight of a night bird startled dry branches to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng resumed his practice of the Qingyan formula. "Hey, young one, did you not decide to pursue tyranny? Why are you still practicing that inferior technique?" The demonic soul questioned, exasperated. Jiang Feng said little, continuing to operate the Qingyan formula, nourishing his meridians and reshaping his sword heart. He would not heed the demonic soul blindly. After all, it was a true demon. If he followed its every word, he might find himself betrayed before he even realized it. Moreover, he was merely at the Hunyuan realm. How could he possibly enter the realm of tyranny through killing? Killing too many mortals would draw the attention of the mundane authorities, and attracting the gaze of the celestial sects would spell trouble. With his current cultivation, he could not recklessly slay celestial cultivators. More importantly, he would not leave any openings for the demonic soul to exploit. The Qingyun formula effectively countered demonic energy during his practice. Jiang Feng could clearly feel his spiritual platform becoming much clearer. The nascent killing intent could not hinder the operation of the Qingyun formula. This was the plan he had devised after much contemplation, to cultivate both the righteous and tyrannical paths. The Qingyun formula emphasized diligent cultivation, resulting in slow progress. Furthermore, Jiang Feng's natural physique was that of a sword body, making it difficult to break through the constraints with the Qingyun formula alone. Thus, he sought a thread of killing intent to surge towards his spiritual platform. Now that he had reached the Hunyuan realm, the first level of the Qingyun formula had seamlessly bypassed its constraints, solidifying his foundation. At this point, Jiang Feng had fully stepped into the initial stage of Hunyuan realm celestial cultivation. Chapter 10. The Immortal on a clear and sunny day, with skies unblemished by clouds. The tavern in Baiguan City bustled with patrons, the aroma of food wafting through the air. The northern region, devoid of enemy nations and bordered by the sea, was rumored to be a realm of immortals, thus lacking heavy military defenses. However, due to its coastal location, it was frequented by fishermen and treasure hunters. Consequently, the tavern's menu predominantly featured seafood. Within the establishment, various guests could be seen, a haughty nobleman, well-dressed merchants enjoying a prosperous business. Yet, despite the lively atmosphere, both patrons and staff discreetly observed a particular table at the center. Seated there were 3 individuals, all clad in pristine white garments, exuding an otherworldly aura. Among them was a middle-aged man whose countenance resembled jade, with a 3-inch gray beard and eyes cast downward, radiating an air of calm. His name was Han Jingxiu, the leader of the Biluo sect. Apart from the 6 prominent sects in the realm of cultivation, numerous smaller sects existed, varying in strength, with Biluo sect categorized as a mid-tier sect. After suffering significant losses in the recent war between immortals and demons, it had diminished to a mere small sect. The other 2 were a young man and woman, both in their 20s. The young man, Li Chengkong, was a disciple of Han Jingxiu, possessing striking features and an admirable presence. The young woman, Han Qianer, had a beautiful face, rosy lips, and a lithe figure, proud and disdainful of mortals. Her captivating gaze often held a hint of contempt as she surveyed her surroundings. Although the table was set with food, the trio remained uninterested, engaging in soft conversation over tea. "Father, look at these mortals. They've been staring at us since we entered. It's quite annoying," Han Qianer remarked to Han Jingxiu, her tone playful yet tinged with a sense of pride, relishing the attention. Han Jingxiu sighed. "Qianer, you remain too impulsive. Refrain from speaking excessively and calm your mind." Pouting, Han Qianer fell silent. Li Chengkong glanced around, murmuring, "Master, we have searched throughout Baiguan City and found no promising mortals. Should we continue our journey to the Central Plains or?" After a moment of contemplation, Han Jingxiu shook his head. In the aftermath of the war, all major sects have suffered greatly and are already recruiting disciples. Even if we reach the Central Plains, it is unlikely we would have the opportunity to recruit. This journey is merely a gamble. As they conversed, the surrounding diners continued to steal glances, whispers of speculation circulating among them. Those 3, could they be immortals? I recall hearing about immortals descending to recruit disciples, and they appeared just as ethereal. If they truly are immortals, what fortune it would be for us. After confirming their suspicions, one diner declared, "If they are indeed immortals, I must seek to become their disciple." Amidst the excitement of the patrons, a youth clad in plain garb sat in a corner, engrossed in his drink, seemingly unfazed. "I truly cannot comprehend you, lad. Cultivating both the path of slaughter and the path of kings. Beware of overreaching," muttered the demon soul. Jiang Feng remained silent, feigning to drink while feeling a subtle unease. He had not expected to encounter cultivators after days of travel, stopping only briefly before leaving Baiguan City. The demon soul, sensing Jiang Feng's apprehension, continued. "That old man is at the pinnacle of the 4 symbols realm, the young man is at the 3 talents realm, and the woman is at the pinnacle of the 2 instruments realm. They bear no demonic energy, they must be of the righteous path. Yes?" Jiang Feng remained silent, communicating with the demon soul in his mind. "Elder, can you maintain your composure? If they sense the demonic energy within me and discover your presence, do you believe you would have another chance at life?" Unfazed, the demon soul sneered. "Fear not, lad, though I am but a remnant of my former self. I possess the means to conceal myself. Even if they were to dissect you, they would never uncover my essence." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng fell into deep contemplation. Among the diners, a well-dressed young master stepped forth, flanked by attendants, approaching the trio with a beaming smile and a formal bow. "I am Yan Fan, honored to meet the 3 immortals," he greeted. Han Jingxiu, stroking his beard in silence, chose to ignore him. For cultivators regarded mortals as insignificant unless they exhibited potential worthy of recruitment. Clearly, Yan Fan did not meet his standards. Seeing his master dismiss the young master, Li Chengkong's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke gravely. "My master cherishes tranquility. I kindly request you not to disturb us. How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner?" An attendant retorted, rolling up his sleeves to advance, only to be repelled by an invisible force. crashing against a pillar, rendered unconscious. Will you not withdraw? Li Chengkong's voice was icy. Yan Fan's expression shifted, awkwardly retorting, in that case, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, his gaze lingered longingly on Han Qian'er's alluring figure before he reluctantly departed. Yan has finally met his match. Always relying on his family's power to bully others, today he has truly encountered a formidable opponent, murmured the diners, excitement palpable in the air. Yan Fan, hearing their remarks, shot them a furious glance before storming out of the tavern. Master, that Yan fellow's gaze was unsettling. He seems to have designs on junior sister. Should I pursue him at? Li Chengkong suggested, his hand mimicking a slicing motion across his throat. Han Jingxiu shook his head, stroking his beard. Chengkong, do not harbor such murderous intent. He is but a mortal. Why pay him any heed? Beside him, Han Qian'er chimed in playfully, indeed, senior brother. You have dealt with many who have gazed at me along our journey, yet they all met their fate at your hands. While our Biluo sect may not rival the 6 esteemed sects, we are still a righteous sect. Your actions are rather reckless. They brought it upon themselves. How dare a mere mortal covet my junior sister? Li Chengkong replied, offering a charming smile to Han Qian'er. She smirked, her full lips parting slightly. Yet you cannot slay indiscriminately. They are merely unable to contain themselves. We must exercise more tolerance towards mortals. Observing the triviality of their conversation, Han Jingxiu sighed. When will you both gain insight? Father, even if we do not find any promising candidates, there is no need for such a gloomy demeanor. Consider this a leisurely excursion. Han Qian'er replied cheerfully, refilling Han Jingxiu's empty teacup. Just as Han Jingxiu lifted his cup to drink, his eyes widened suddenly, and he stood, scanning the room. He turned his attention to a corner table, where sat a youth clad in plain clothing. In that instant, a flicker of uncontainable joy sparkled in his eyes. And disregarding his daughter and disciple, he strode towards the boy in the corner. Chapter 11. Ancestry. Once again, he found himself the center of attention. Noticing the middle-aged man standing before him with a smile, Jiang Feng sighed inwardly, while feigning a look of trepidation. Uncle, is there something you need? Han Jingxiu scrutinized Jiang Feng's features and noted his extraordinary handsomeness, appearing merely 15 or 16, yet exuding an aura that hinted at his attainment of the primordial realm. He could not help but exclaim, what remarkable talent! May I ask, to which sect do you belong? As he spoke, Li Chengkong and Han Qian'er had already approached. Li Chengkong regarded Jiang Feng with suspicion, while Han Qian'er wore an expression of curiosity. For Jiang Feng was the most striking young man she had encountered since entering the world. I do not belong to any sect. But I do wish to find a master and join one, Jiang Feng replied, adopting an innocent demeanor that, coupled with his youthful charm, raised no suspicions. Han Jingxiu was somewhat taken aback, pondering whether Jiang Feng had cultivated himself to the primordial realm without a sect. If that were the case, he would indeed be an unparalleled genius. Suppressing his excitement, he responded with a warm smile, young friend, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Would you accompany me elsewhere to speak? Jiang Feng contemplated this. The man had no reason to harm him, if he truly intended to act. He would not concern himself with the mortals present. Given the middle-aged man's amiable demeanor, he sensed no immediate danger. However, if he declined, it might provoke the man's ire. Drawing on his experience as a cultivator, Jiang Feng quickly discerned the man's intentions. With that thought in mind, he nodded. Very well, I would be grateful for your guidance. Uncle. Han Jingxiu stroked his beard and laughed heartily, clearly pleased. After Jiang Feng stood, they departed the tavern together, heading toward the northern city gate. Li Chengkong and Han Qian'er remained silent, yet both exchanged glances that conveyed their mutual uncertainty. Until the four departed, no one dared to approach for payment, leaving the tavern keeper to suffer in silence, relieved to see the ominous presence leave. On the way to the city gate, Han Jingxiu gestured around them, conjuring a soundproof barrier composed of spiritual energy that enveloped the four. Observing such a spell, Jiang Feng feigned curiosity. Uncle, you truly are an immortal? Han Jingxiu was quite pleased with Jiang Feng's reaction, nodding with a smile. Indeed, those who traverse the northern sea are all cultivators. I am Han Jingxiu, the sect leader of the Bailuo sect. This is my eldest disciple, Li Chengkong, and my daughter, Han Qian'er. Jiang Feng's expression lit up with excitement as he hurriedly greeted them. I am honored to meet you, Senior Han. Greetings, brotherly. Sister Han. Li Chengkong merely nodded dismissively at the humble youth's greeting, while Han Qian'er replied with a smile, no need for formality. What is your name? Taken aback by her radiant smile, Jiang Feng stared wide-eyed for a moment before stammering, I am Feng Qiu. Han Qian'er was delighted by the boy's reaction and beamed. Your name is quite lovely. Why do you keep looking at me? At her teasing, Feng Qiu quickly lowered his gaze, muttering, Sister, you are just too beautiful. Han Qian'er smiled silently, feeling a sense of pride, convinced that no man could resist her beauty. However, Li Chengkong frowned at the boy, unable to conceal his disdain. Hiki. Instead of reprimanding his daughter for the flirtation, Han Jingxiu encouraged, Feng Qiu, if you have no sect, would you be willing to return with me to the Bailuo sect? If you join my tutelage, you will become the junior brother of Chengkong and Qian'er. Stealing a glance at Han Qian'er, Feng Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I would be honored. Excellent. Truly excellent. Han Jingxiu clapped his hands in joy before adding, however, you must first tell me about your background. My sect adheres to the righteous path and does not accept villains. Feng Qiu's demeanor dimmed slightly as he lowered his head, exhaling, alas. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Han Jingxiu discreetly signaled to his daughter. Han Qian'er understood and stepped forward, gently resting her hand on Feng Qiu's shoulder, her encouraging gaze softening. Feng Qiu, you can share. If you have any difficulties, my father will assist you. Captivated by her gentle expression, Feng Qiu nodded vacantly and began. I originally lived in Wudong village outside the city, but a few days ago, bandits raided the village and slaughtered everyone. I had no choice but to wander. Han Jingxiu narrowed his eyes and continued, young friend, surely there is more to your tale? You must speak truthfully. Especially regarding how you came to possess such cultivation in the primordial realm and how you managed to escape the bandits' massacre. Resolute, Feng Qiu took a deep breath and confessed. I cannot hide it from you. When the bandits invaded, I was hunting in the mountains, which is why I escaped. As for my cultivation, I am uncertain. But while hunting, I once consumed a spirit mushroom, which angered a giant python and nearly cost me my life. Oh, where did you find this spirit mushroom? How large was the python, and what did it look like? Han Jingxiu inquired, intrigued. The mushroom grew by a clear pool in the mountains. And the python was several zhang long, its scales resembling rock, terrifying to behold. Feng Qiu recounted, fear still evident on his handsome face. Han Jingxiu nodded thoughtfully before asking, Feng Qiu, please tell me the precise location of Wudong village. Feng Qiu promptly provided directions. Chengkong, Qian'er. You two should hurry to Wudong village and ascertain the situation, Han Jingxiu commanded. Understood. Li Chengkong and Han Qian'er nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. Though they walked, their speed was like that of a gale, disappearing from sight in an instant. Indeed, the Bailuo sect is not to be underestimated. Jiang Feng mused to himself, observing their peculiar methods of travel. Han Jingxiu reassured him, Feng Qiu, if your story holds true, I shall accept you as my disciple, guiding you on the path of immortality and helping you transcend the mundane. Let us exit the city first. Please follow me. With a flick of his finger, a mirror-like disc flew from his sleeve, expanding to over a zhang in diameter and settling smoothly onto the ground. As a cultivator of the Four Symbols realm, Han Jingxiu could easily manipulate such artifacts. Jiang Feng feigned curiosity, his expression one of wonder, how marvelous. Han Jingxiu chuckled, stroking his beard, step aboard. But be cautious. Jiang Feng nodded obediently, standing upon the disc. Han Jingxiu joined him, activating the disc with spiritual energy, and it gradually ascended into the sky. An immortal, truly an immortal, Jiang Feng exclaimed, lamenting another missed opportunity for enlightenment. Might the immortal linger for a moment, allowing us to behold your grandeur? As the disc soared into the heavens, onlookers in the city knelt beside the streets, praying for the immortal's benevolence, yet the disc continued its ascent without pausing. Chapter 12, Taking a Disciple. What are your sentiments, young friend Feng Qiu? Han Jingxiu said with a proud smile, standing at the forefront of the disc. Jiang Feng felt nothing in his heart, but feigned excitement. Senior, to travel in the heavens like this, it truly feels as though one has become an immortal. Seeing the youth's reaction, Han Jingxiu imparted a profound lesson. If you are willing to cultivate diligently, you will eventually be able to achieve this through your own power. Senior, I beg you to accept me as your disciple. Jiang Feng immediately knelt and kowtowed. Aha. No need to rush. We'll discuss it after your senior brothers and sisters return. I have yet to ascertain the veracity of your words. Seeing that the youth had taken the bait, Han Jingxiu was no longer in a hurry to accept the disciple, carried by the disc-shaped artifact. The two had already flown out of North Pass City. Outside the city, dozens of miles of yellow sand stretched out, with many fishermen and travelers frequently looking up, pointing and exclaiming at the immortals. Han Jingxiu paid them no heed, while Jiang Feng wore an excited expression, looking every bit like someone newly initiated into the path of immortality. Unbeknownst to them, as the gale rustled, night had already fallen. Han Jingxiu landed the disc on a hilltop and stroked his beard, saying, Young friend, do you feel tired or hungry? Senior Han, I am neither tired nor hungry. It must be due to your immortal aura, Jiang Feng said obsequiously. Seeing the youth's innocent appearance, Han Jingxiu did not suspect anything, simply laughing. It must be because the spiritual mushroom you consumed was of considerable age, which helped you elevate from mortal flesh to the primordial realm. However, your aura, indeed, it is quite extraordinary. As he spoke, he suddenly seized Jiang Feng's wrist. Jiang Feng was startled but feigned curiosity. Senior, what are you doing? I am examining your aptitude. Han Jingxiu, holding Jiang Feng's wrist, probed his body's meridians with spiritual energy, slowly investigating. Jiang Feng felt that his meridians were not sealed, but he dared not act rashly. Facing a cultivator at the peak of the Four Realm, he was no match for them. A hasty resistance would only arouse the other party's suspicion. Kid, don't worry, a mere Four-Realm cultivator won't be able to detect my existence. By the way, I've helped you conceal the Azure Cloud Art technique. He can only see the foundation of spiritual energy in your Dantian. Of course, if someone is knowledgeable, they will be able to discern the uniqueness of your constitution, which will only benefit you. However, he probably won't be able to detect the innate sword physique. These secrets are only known to high-level cultivators. The demon soul's voice sounded from his mind at the right time, calming Jiang Feng slightly. At this moment, the chaos old demon should not deceive him, for if he were killed, the old demon would not be able to survive either. This is... Han Jingxiu released Jiang Feng's wrist, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, but he said calmly, "Young friend. Although I cannot discern what kind of aptitude this is, considering that you are lonely and without kin, I, Han Jingxiu, will accept you as my disciple." Jiang Feng's heart stirred. He thought that Han Jingxiu must have seen his aptitude, or he would not have suddenly changed his mind. Earlier, he had said that he wanted to ascertain the truth, but now he did not even care about the truth. This shows how sought-after disciples with good aptitude are in the world of cultivation. "Thank you, Senior Han." Jiang Feng did not ask any further questions and immediately kowtowed and bowed. Han Jingxiu took out an ancient book from his storage bag, smilingly saying, "This is the basic cultivation technique, Primordial Power. If you can read, you can take a look at it first. After returning to the sect, I will teach you the method of breathing and spiritual energy." Jiang Feng received it as if it were a treasure, joyfully saying, "Thank you, Senior." "No. Thank you, Master." Han Jingxiu laughed, a promising child. After receiving the ancient book, Jiang Feng was like a child who had received a toy, flipping through it incessantly with fascination, occasionally asking Han Jingxiu a few questions, which Han Jingxiu answered one by one. They waited on the hilltop for 3 days, finally awaiting the arrival of Li Chengkong and Han Qianer. Li Chengkong's face was gloomy, and his gaze towards Jiang Feng became increasingly cold. Han Qianer, however, had a calm expression, saying to Han Jingxiu, "Father, my senior brother and I arrived at Wudong village. It had already been mostly burned down by a fire, and there were many charred corpses. Upon investigation, we discovered a green rock python still in the mountains, in a state of inexplicable rage. Senior brother killed it, and found many unrecognizable corpses in the beast's belly. Presumably, those corpses are the bandits that young friend Feng Cho spoke of. Haha, there is no need to say more about this matter. I have already accepted him as my disciple. Feng Cho will be your junior brother from now on." Han Jingxiu directly skipped over this matter. "Master, you must reconsider. This boy's background is unclear. We haven't investigated it yet." Li Chengkong immediately said unwillingly. Han Jingxiu glanced at him, saying somewhat displeasedly, "Disciple, there is no need to say more. Even if he had done things involving killing in the past, those were merely mundane matters. Now that he has entered my sect, he is considered newly initiated into the path of immortality. I will discipline him well. By the way, you must also take good care of this new junior brother." Hearing Han Jingxiu defend him in such a way, Jiang Feng quickly pretended to be grateful and moved to tears, excitedly kneeling and bowing. "Master, I will definitely cultivate diligently and never betray your expectations." Han Jingxiu nodded, saying with satisfaction, "That is good." Li Chengkong wanted to say something, but Han Qianer tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Senior brother, my father will not change his mind once he has made a decision. Don't make him angry." Li Chengkong hesitated and nodded, but his gaze still carried dissatisfaction. He did not know why, but he hated this boy named Feng Cho from the bottom of his heart. "Humph. If this boy dares to make a move on junior sister Qianer, I will destroy him no matter what." Thinking this, Li Chengkong forcibly suppressed the aversion in his heart. "Chengkong is my eldest disciple, and Qianer, although my daughter, is also considered my second disciple. Although you entered later, you are quite intelligent. I will accept you as my third inner disciple. Have you not met your senior brothers and sisters yet?" Han Jingxiu said with a smile to Jiang Feng. Inner disciples are the disciples of the sect leader, while the disciples of the various elders in the sect are collectively known as outer disciples. Jiang Feng nodded, stepping forward with a joyful expression and cupping his hands. "Feng Cho greets senior brother, greets senior sister." At Han Jingxiu's prompting gaze, Han Qianer quickly stepped forward to help Jiang Feng up, laughing, "Junior brother, there is no need to be so polite. We are all family from now on." Seeing that this boy had physical contact with his junior sister again, Li Chengkong immediately said with displeasure, "Feng Cho, right? You are a Bai Luo sect disciple now. You must be upright and honorable in your actions. Look at you, looking so weak and timid. What kind of demeanor is that?" Hearing such a reprimand, Jiang Feng sneered coldly in his heart but cupped his hands with a smile. "Senior brother is right. I will change in the future." "Humph, then I will see how you change." Li Chengkong glanced at Jiang Feng coldly, saying no more. "Haha. You too, you are all fellow disciples from now on. Stop talking so much. We should return," Han Jingxiu said, instructing the others to stand on the disc. He then activated his spiritual energy again, and the disc rose into the air. Jiang Feng simply acted like a timid newcomer, ignoring Li Chengkong and standing next to Han Qianer, asking with a smile, "Second senior sister, what is the treasure beneath our feet? It can actually carry people so high." Han Qianer smiled faintly, first looking at her father standing in front of the disc, then whispering, "This is called the Flowing Cloud Shuttle. It is a mid-grade artifact. Only cultivators above the 4 realm can activate an artifact to fly through the air." Jiang Feng nodded in ignorance, asking, "Then what realm is Master in? What realm are senior sister and senior brother in?" Chapter 13. Discernment of Constitution. I am at the pinnacle of the two extremes realm, while eldest brother is in the three talents realm. As for my father. Here, Han Qian'er sighed softly. Is master's cultivation not to be revealed? Jiang Feng inquired, feigning ignorance. It's not that. Han Qian'er shook her head and continued. My father was originally at the five elements realm, but he failed to break through to the six harmonies realm and regressed to the peak of the four symbols realm. Before Jiang Feng could respond, Li Chengkong interjected with displeasure. Junior sister, why are you telling him all this? Master's affairs. It's all right, Chengkong. Feng Chou is already my disciple, and my affairs are hardly a secret. Alas, cultivation is like this. No one can expect smooth sailing, Han Jingxiu said with a genial smile, not turning around. Jiang Feng promptly added, that's indeed regrettable. Hiki. Feng Chou, you're still young, so you must strive harder. Qian'er, since we have some time, why don't you instruct your third junior brother on how to inhale and exhale spiritual energy during cultivation? Han Jingxiu suggested casually. Very well. Han Qian'er agreed and began conversing with Jiang Feng, starting from the Dantian and moving to the spiritual platform, clearly explaining the methods of circulating qi through the various meridians of the body. As she spoke, she meticulously guided Jiang Feng on how to sit in meditation and circulate spiritual energy within his body. Junior brother, your hand should be placed here, otherwise it will obstruct the meridians. Also, relax your legs. As Han Qian'er spoke, she made frequent physical contact with her new junior brother, observing the young man's slightly flushed cheeks. A sense of pride stemming from her own beauty arose within her. Thank you, senior sister. Stealing a glance at the two jade peaks within close proximity, Jiang Feng inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance emanating from the woman's delicate form, before closing his eyes and attempting to circulate qi. Despicable. Li Chengkong fumed inwardly. If Han Jingxiu were not present, he might have killed the young man outright. Han Qian'er gave him a reassuring look before approaching Han Jingxiu and whispering with some displeasure. Father, why did you ask me to be deliberately intimate with this little rascal? In her eyes, Feng Chou was nothing more than a child. While he might serve as a testament to her allure, she preferred the company of mature men and was not particularly fond of such impressionable youths. Han Jingxiu glanced at Li Chengkong, who was sulking nearby, then turned to his daughter and created a soundproof barrier with a wave of his hand. He sighed, Qian'er, since my cultivation level declined, there has been increasing discontent towards me within the sect. Although I am the sect leader, I must rely on strength to intimidate the other elders. However, I lost my cultivation level at a crucial juncture, which means it will be difficult for me to break through to the 7 stars realm. This is a great misfortune for cultivators. Therefore, I can only cultivate a powerful disciple to consolidate my position. Although Chengkong cultivates diligently, his talent is mediocre. You, on the other hand, have good aptitude, but you are, after all, a woman and need support. So, that's why you brought us out to search for talented mortals? Han Qian'er realized. Han Jingxiu nodded. Indeed, if I left you in the sect, I fear you would be harmed in secret. Moreover, I had already decided that if this trip yielded nothing, I would resign from the position of sect leader upon returning to the sect and preserve myself. Then what do you mean now? Han Qian'er asked, pointing to the meditating youth with a puzzled expression. Hee, our luck is not bad this time. This Feng Chou has extraordinary talent. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses the extremely rare 5-yang body. Of course, I need to consult ancient texts back in the sect to confirm this. Han Jingxiu's face lit up with joy before turning serious. His knowledge was insufficient to discern Jiang Feng's Purian body. But even the 5-yang body was a rarity in the world. If the 6 great immortal sects were to encounter such a physique, they would undoubtedly treasure it. 5-yang body? Han Qian'er was momentarily stunned, her rosy cherry mouth slightly agape. As the daughter of the sect leader, though her cultivation was not profound, she had read about the classification of cultivation physiques in ancient texts. Among mortals, the majority are duds incapable of sensing spiritual energy. Only those who can sense spiritual energy can become cultivators. However, there are also differences among cultivators. Ordinary cultivators who can sense spiritual energy merely have open meridians and are called mundane bodies. Subsequently, based on gender, they are further divided into clear yang body, turbidine body, 3-yang body, 3-yin body, 5-yang body, 5-yin body, and the most powerful pure yang body and purine body. A cultivator with a clear yang body is far superior to a mundane body in cultivation. Usually, after sensing spiritual energy, they can reach the 3 talents realm within 20 years and have the potential to break through to the 4 symbols realm, becoming a mid-level cultivator. A 3-yang body can enter the 3 talents realm within 10 years, and with diligent cultivation, they also have the opportunity to reach the 6 harmonies realm. A 5-yang body does not cultivate faster in the early stages, also taking less than 10 years to enter the 3 talents realm. However, this type of physique has immense potential. As long as they cultivate diligently, stepping into the 7 stars realm and becoming a high-level cultivator is without question. As for the pure yang body and pure yin body, the ancient texts did not provide detailed records, only stating that these physiques far surpassed the 5-yang body and had limitless potential, but no one had ever seen them. If a cultivator can cultivate to the 7 stars realm, they would be a renowned figure in the cultivation world. Even if they joined one of the 6 great immortal sects, they could become an elder and would not have to worry about cultivation resources. As a small sect, the Bailuo sect's leader, Han Jingxiu, was once at the Five Elements realm and had hopes of breaking through to the Six Harmonies realm. However, he failed to break through and lost his cultivation level. The sect only had 3 Five Elements realm elders and some 3 Talents realm and 2 Extremes realm disciples. In such a sect, if a disciple could cultivate to the 7 Stars realm, he could naturally consolidate his position in the sect based on the disciple's strength. Father, I understand. You want me to be nicer to Feng Cho so that after his cultivation improves, we can use him to secure the position of sect leader? Han Qian'er said, pouting her red lips slightly, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied with her father's exploitation. Han Jingxiu said earnestly, Qian'er, I have no choice. Moreover, I am not just thinking about my own position. I have lost my cultivation level and will not be able to improve it in the future. Chen Kong is also unreliable. If something untoward happens to me in the future, who will protect you? You are the apple of my eye. Upon hearing this, Han Qian'er immediately became worried and said, Father, don't talk nonsense. You are a 4 symbols realm cultivator and have a lifespan of 500 years. How could anything untoward happen? Alas, how can cultivators not have enemies? If I hadn't fought for cultivation resources, how could I have broken through to the 4 symbols realm and become a mid-level cultivator? Now that the news of my cultivation level decline has spread, my former enemies will come seeking revenge sooner or later. My daughter, strength is paramount in the cultivation world. You must remember that. After instructing her, Han Jingxiu continued. Even if Feng Cho is not a 5-young body, he is extraordinary. He accidentally consumed a spiritual mushroom and is already at the mixed origin realm at such a young age. His future cultivation is limitless and at least stronger than Chen Kong. You should be more intimate with him, and if he truly achieves success in cultivation in the future, you can rely on him. All right, I understand, Han Qian'er said, biting her lip lightly and nodding slightly. Li Chengkong, outside the soundproof barrier, did not pay attention to the conversation between his master and junior sister. He merely glanced at the meditating youth from time to time, his loathing evident in his eyes. Hee, kid, you're quite something, leading them around by the nose. The demon soul's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chapter 14, A Fortuitous Encounter. Senior, do you have any guidance? Jiang Feng inquired, his eyes closed, his mind stirring. Hee. Would you like to know what Han Jingxiu and his daughter are discussing? The demon soul said triumphantly. The senior could choose to speak or remain silent. Jiang Feng remained unfazed. The demon soul, not one to keep secrets, replied with glee. The soundproof barrier of the 4 symbols realm is as fragile as paper. It would be difficult for me not to overhear their conversation. Han Jingxiu knows that you possess an extraordinary physique and wishes for his daughter to befriend you. Once you achieve success in your cultivation, he aims to leverage your strength to solidify his sect's position. I see. However, senior, there is one thing I do not understand. What is it? I perished at Wanjia Peak and was reborn through the Phoenix technique. Yet, why did my soul drift across the vast northern sea and arrive in the Great Chain? The conditions for rebirth through the Phoenix technique are exceedingly stringent. I have never undergone rebirth through this method and do not have complete clarity. Perhaps it is related to the cosmic energies of heaven and earth. Understood. Jiang Feng ceased his communication with the demon soul and began to practice the breathing techniques taught by Han Qian'er, repeatedly attempting to cultivate spiritual energy. Though he appeared clumsy, failing time and again, his diligence mirrored that of a passionate mortal just stepping onto the path of immortality. This relentless effort drew praise from Han Jingxiu. Chen Kong, Qian'er, look at how diligently Feng Cho practices at such a young age. You both must strive harder lest he surpass you. With the soundproof barrier lifted, Han Jingxiu said with a smile. Master overestimates him. He will never surpass me. Li Chengkong scoffed upon witnessing the youth's repeated failures in cultivation. Han Qian'er, however, with a twinkle in her eye, remarked, Feng Cho is remarkably intelligent and diligent. Such qualities are rare. At her words, Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, stood up, scratched his head, and humbly said, Senior sister, you flatter me. I have yet to master the art of energy manipulation. It was evident to Han Jingxiu that a bond of friendship had formed between the youth and his daughter. The youth is indeed the first hurdle. Qian'er, endowed with beauty akin to her mother, could use her charm to capture this lad's heart, rendering him useful to me. Han Jingxiu squinted, watching with amusement as his daughter conversed with the young man, making no effort to intervene. Unbeknownst to them, the flowing cloud-flying shuttle had traversed the skies for 3 days. Below, the endless expanse of yellow sand had transformed into a boundless ocean. Senior sister, look over there. There are demon beasts in the sea. Jiang Feng exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a certain area below. In just 3 days, the relationship between him and Han Qian'er had rapidly progressed. His affections were evident, and she responded in kind, though the authenticity of their feelings remained to be seen. Han Qian'er glanced down and indeed spotted several orca whales spouting water from the ocean's surface. She smiled softly and reached for Jiang Feng's hand, saying, Be careful. Junior brother, do not fall. Jiang Feng's cheeks flushed slightly, as if summoning all his courage. Trembling, he grasped Han Qian'er's delicate hand in return. Ah, she gasped lightly but did not pull away, her face blooming with a rosy hue as she gazed affectionately at Jiang Feng. Seeing the boldness of their interaction, Han Jingxiu merely smiled in silence, while Li Chengkong seethed with jealousy, wishing to eliminate this boy named Feng Cho. Master, this audacious brat dares to. Han Jingxiu promptly erected a soundproof barrier, his expression serious as he interrupted. Qinkong, do not forget that you are a cultivator. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Master, Li Qinkong, filled with jealousy, frequently glanced toward the barrier, anxious that his junior sister might be taken advantage of by that insufferable boy. Han Jingxiu sighed and shook his head. If you continue in this manner, you will never have a chance with Qian'er. Momentarily stunned, Li Qinkong quickly protested, Master, my feelings for junior sister are sincere. You have seen how I have treated her over the years. This brat, with his unknown origins, dares to take liberties with her. Qinkong, do you not understand? Qian'er is merely curious about Fengqiu at present. However, if Fengqiu surpasses you in cultivation in the future, you will truly have no opportunity. Han Jingxiu frowned. Li Qinkong gasped in alarm, hastily replying, that will not happen, Master. He has just begun his journey. His cultivation cannot exceed mine. Junior sister likes me. Han Jingxiu shook his head, his tone indifferent. Focus on your cultivation. If you can break through to the Four Symbols realm, I shall take it upon myself to arrange for you to marry Qian'er. Really? Li Qinkong felt a surge of joy, but his confidence waned as he lowered his gaze. Having reached the peak of the Three Talents realm for 5 years, he had not yet touched the Four Symbols realm, let alone attained its pinnacle. It is indeed true, but you must understand. Should Fengqiu reach the Four Symbols realm before you, I will no longer have the authority to decide. Han Jingxiu said sternly before lowering the soundproof barrier and turning away. Li Qinkong gazed at his master's retreating figure, feeling an unfamiliar sense of distance. Yet, he quickly suppressed his tumultuous emotions, repeating to himself, at all costs, I must cultivate to the Four Symbols realm and then unite with junior sister Qian'er. He cast a glance at Fengqiu, silently stifling his resentment. You lucky brat, that you have consumed spiritual herbs and reached the primordial realm. You will never surpass me. Do not even think of stealing junior sister from me. He clenched his fists, vowing silently. At that moment, a sudden surge of spiritual energy emanated from behind the flowing cloud-flying shuttle, startling the passengers aboard. A colossal flying vessel surged through the clouds, akin to a kunpeng soaring through the sky. Its dragon-shaped prow and fish-like tail were enveloped in a radiant array of runes, with a dozen cultivators aboard. The weakest among them at the Three Talents realm. The two leading women were youthful, possessing cultivations at the Five Elements and Six Harmonies realm, their talents truly extraordinary. Han Jingxiu, a Four Symbols realm master, quickly maneuvered the flying shuttle to the side, leading his disciples in a respectful salute toward the approaching vessel. The flying vessel slowed its speed, aligning parallel to the flowing cloud-flying shuttle, which seemed like an ant in comparison. Master Han of the Biluo sect. Greetings to all friends from the Qingyan sect. Han Jingxiu said, his demeanor grave as he performed a courteous bow. Regardless of his status as a sect leader or his age, if his cultivation was inferior to theirs, he must show proper respect. Otherwise, should they choose to exploit the situation, it could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the Divine Wind Vessel was exclusive to the Qingyan sect, the foremost among the 6 great sects, making it only proper to pay respects to such a significant sect. Ah, so it is Master Han. There is no need for excessive formalities. The azure-clad woman at the ship's bow nodded slightly, her clear, cold eyes reminiscent of a deep, icy pond. Her powerful aura striking fear in the hearts of those present. Her ethereal grace and stunning beauty captivated all, while the woman in yellow was equally enchanting, with willow leaf brows, peach blossom eyes, and a proud figure that drew the admiration of many men. Upon encountering these two women, not only was Li Qinkong entranced, but even Han Qian'er felt an overwhelming pressure in their presence. Master Han, are you here to recruit disciples for the Great Jin? The woman in yellow asked with a charming smile. At her smile, Li Qinkong was utterly captivated, while Han Jingxiu hastily lowered his head, cautiously responding, indeed. Unfortunately, fortune has not favored us, and we have not found many disciples. Oh, then there must be some gains? The yellow-clad woman inquired with a playful smile. Han Jingxiu slightly turned, gesturing towards Jiang Feng as he introduced, this is my newly accepted disciple, named Fengqiu. Greetings to the esteemed immortals. Jiang Feng feigned an expression of trepidation, furtively glancing at the individuals gathered at the bow of the ship before bowing his head in reverence. The woman in the yellow dress gracefully waved her delicate hand, her smile radiant as she said, there is no need for excessive courtesy, lift your head. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, Jiang Feng raised his gaze and spoke softly, Sister Fairy, what is it that you seek? Chapter 15, Palihum? The maiden in the yellow dress brightened, then exclaimed with a hint of awe, a handsome young lad indeed. Jiang Feng replied with a touch of awkwardness, thank you. Fairy sister. Anxious to prevent his disciple's aptitude from being scrutinized, Han Jingxiu swiftly changed the subject. Have the two fairies garnered any disciples during your sojourn from the sect? The maiden in the yellow dress nodded, indeed. I had anticipated a longer sojourn, but the recruitment of disciples transpired with such alacrity that it proved rather anticlimactic. Sister, we must depart. The maiden in azure cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Feng, refraining from further comment, and merely urged the maiden in yellow to depart. Very well. Let us be on our way, the maiden in yellow acquiesced. After exchanging farewells, the Divine Wind skiff swiftly vanished into the distance, leaving only the flying shuttle suspended in the air, and the four individuals above, each lost in their own reveries. Observed from such close proximity, the two fairies were undeniably more exquisite than his junior sister. Li Qinkong mused, his heart stirred. One wonders who shall be fortunate enough to unite with them in matrimony. Han Qian'er, on the other hand, gazed at the departing skiff, her heart a tempest of envy and resentment. What is so remarkable about them? If fortune smiles upon me and I gain entry into one of the 6 great immortal sects, I shall undoubtedly surpass their cultivation. Han Jingxiu, however, merely felt a sense of relief, having narrowly averted a crisis. Fortunately, the cultivators from the Azure Cloud sect were exceedingly haughty and did not meticulously examine Feng Chao's talent. Had this newly acquired disciple, blessed with exceptional talent, been snatched away, all his hopes would have been dashed. Jiang Feng, too, watched the receding skiff. His gaze tinged with longing, yet his heart remained consumed by boundless hatred. Luoning, Shenruyu, I did not anticipate encountering you so soon. Await my coming. For those 2 maidens were none other than his former senior sisters, the very ones he had treated as sisters, only to be falsely accused of betraying the immortal sect by those perfidious vixens. Master, we encountered those 2 fairies previously. Who exactly are they within the Azure Cloud sect? Li Qinkong inquired, his heart pounding with anticipation. Why are you so agitated? What concern is it of yours who they are? Han Qian'er retorted with displeasure. Li Qinkong remained silent, his expectant gaze fixed on Han Jingxiu. Jiang Feng feigned curiosity, indeed. Master, who are they? They certainly exude an air of grandeur. Is the Azure Cloud sect truly so formidable? Han Jingxiu nodded, indeed. The Azure Cloud sect stands as the foremost among the 6 great immortal sects, possessing formidable strength. As you witnessed, the skiff they rode upon, known as the Divine Wind skiff, is a high-grade magical artifact. As for the 2 maidens, the one who spoke first is named Luoning, known as the Frost Fairy, possessing a 6 Harmonies realm cultivation. The more loquacious one is named Shenruyu, known as the Rose Fairy, possessing a 5 Elements realm cultivation. Their cultivation surpasses even Master's. Jiang Feng feigned surprise. That is merely due to their birth in a major sect, with access to abundant cultivation resources. Han Qian'er retorted, displeased that her father was being overshadowed by 2 young women. Han Jingxiu, however, shook his head and candidly admitted, while it is true that they have access to abundant cultivation resources, the 2 fairies also possess exceptional aptitudes. I am no match for them. Alas, let us not dwell on this matter. We should hasten on our journey. With those words, he urged the flowing cloud shuttle onward, the mid-grade magical artifact emitting a mystical radiance as it soared into the distance. Throughout the journey, Han Qian'er continued to lavish care upon Jiang Feng, while Jiang Feng vowed to master cultivation as swiftly as possible, promptly assuming a cross-legged posture upon the flowing cloud shuttle, attempting to inhale and exhale spiritual energy. After approximately 2 days, he astonishingly managed to execute the correct steps for inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, commencing his initial cultivation. Observing the faint glimmer of spiritual light emanating from the young man, Han Jingxiu stroked his beard and praised, "My newly acquired disciple has indeed not disappointed me." To master the method of circulating qi in a mere few days, aptitude is indeed the most crucial attribute for a cultivator. Amidst Han Jingxiu's accolades, Li Qinkong seemed unable to restrain himself any longer. He ceased his idle chatter and began to cultivate in a cross-legged posture. Despite the scarcity of spiritual energy in the air above the flowing cloud shuttle, he vaguely sensed a sliver of pressure. He suddenly experienced an inexplicable premonition that this lad named Feng Chou might surpass him in short order, given his swift mastery of circulating qi. The shuttle continued its voyage across the sea, its speed far inferior to that of the Divine Wind skiff. After several more days, Jiang Feng brazenly commenced the smooth circulation of qi, his initial cultivation in the primordial unity realm poised to erupt. So this is the pure young body. The circulation of qi is indeed exceptionally smooth. Were it not for the fact that we are currently en route, with a scarcity of spiritual energy, I would have likely broken through to the middle stage of the primordial unity realm within these few days. Jiang Feng marveled inwardly, astonished that he had inadvertently reaped such benefits after his demise, a veritable blessing in disguise. Although he had previously obtained the secret legacy of the Chaos Old Devil, fortuitously breaking through to the 10 Directions realm, that was due to the infusion of immortal spiritual energy, which had little to do with his own aptitude. Had he been forced to cultivate diligently with his original body, he might not have been able to reach the 10 Directions realm. However, the pure young body bestowed upon him a vastly different sensation. Jiang Feng was confident that, even without the secret legacy, he would undoubtedly become a high-level cultivator in due course. After approximately 20 days, the shuttle finally traversed the vast ocean, arriving at a verdant grassland teeming with vitality. The vegetation upon the grassland was far larger than usual, with numerous bizarre spiritual beasts galloping about, and colossal birds soaring through the air, ascending to the heavens and roaming the clouds. In ancient times, the ancient gods cleaved the heavens and earth, employing extraordinary divine powers to create countless realms. The Scarlet Firmament continent was one such realm, according to ancient texts, though the truth remains known only to ascended cultivators. However, it is indeed true that crossing the northern sea leads to the realm of cultivators. The region beyond the sea is known as Palai, named by the 6 immortal sections. Each year, numerous mortals venture across the sea in search of immortality, but only a handful manage to find a sect to settle in. The remainder either perish in the sea or fall prey to demonic beasts. The shuttle did not halt, but continued its flight across the vast grassland. Along the way, Han Jingxiu imparted some common knowledge about the realm of cultivators to his disciples. Jiang Feng was already familiar with these matters, but he merely feigned curiosity, his mind preoccupied with other concerns. Are there sufficient cultivation resources within the Azure Mist sect? What level of cultivation must he attain before seeking out the other secret legacy promised by the Chaos Old Devil? The regions inhabited by mortals are vast, encompassing numerous nations such as the Great Jane, the State of Yu, and the Barren Lands. Whenever the immortal sects suffer excessive losses of disciples, they will dispatch individuals into the mortal world to recruit disciples. Like the cultivators from the Azure Cloud sect we encountered previously, they were on a mission to recruit disciples. As Han Jingxiu spoke, a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. The 6 great immortal sects could easily recruit disciples, but his Azure Mist sect, a minor sect, might fade from the realm of cultivators due to a lack of disciples. Han Qian'er promptly interjected with curiosity. By the way, Father, what exactly transpired during the Immortal Demon War? Did you not participate? You always tell us only half the story. Tell us the whole story this time. Upon hearing about the Immortal Demon War, Li Qinkong's eyes lit up as well. Jiang Feng feigned curiosity. Alas, it was a harrowing sight. Recalling the scenes of the Immortal Demon War, Han Jingxiu could not help but shake his head slightly. Chapter 16. The Law of the Jungle, the Celestial and Demonic Battle. Led by the 6 sects of the Celestial Gate alongside numerous smaller sects, unfolded as an extraordinary clash against the 6 schools of demonic path. Though the Celestial Gate boasted immense power, the 6 schools of demonic path were not to be underestimated either. The fierce confrontation saw both sides fighting for survival, with the sun and moon dimmed by the chaos. Ultimately, however, it was the Celestial Gate that emerged victorious. Li Qinkong, filled with excitement, expressed a sense of collective pride as a member of the Celestial Gate. Han Jingxiu nodded in agreement, but remarked, indeed, yet the journey was fraught with twists and turns. A traitorous inner disciple of the Qingyun sect sought to lead the demonic path to annihilate our Celestial Gate. Fortunately, several sect leaders acted decisively, surrounding and killing the traitor at Wanjia Peak. Had they not intervened, the outcome might have favored the demonic path. Upon hearing this, both Li Qinkong and Han Qian'er felt a surge of anxiety. That disciple is truly shameless, Li Qinkong scoffed. Having received the Celestial Gate's nurturing, he dared to turn against us. Han Qian'er echoed his sentiment, her heart still racing. Indeed, how despicable. What was his name? Han Jingxiu, with a profound gaze fixed on the boundless grasslands ahead, replied, his name is Jiang Feng. It is said that he was notorious within the Qingyun sect for harming his fellow disciples and manipulating others. Eventually, he was expelled from the sect. However, he fortuitously stumbled upon the legacy of an ancient practitioner, assimilating the teachings and reaching the Shifeng realm. The Shifeng realm. Han Qian'er gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. It is a legendary realm, a pinnacle every cultivator yearns to attain. It is said that a practitioner in the Shifeng realm, with just one more step, can enter an entirely new realm and ascend to immortality. Li Qinkong, his expression one of skepticism, queried, if he has attained the Shifeng realm and has allied with the demonic path, why has he not obliterated the Celestial Gate? This matter remains unclear even to me. Han Jingxiu replied contemplatively, all I know is that the sect leaders united their strengths to set up a formation, barely managing to surround and kill him. The finer details, I fear, are known only to those few leaders who participated, harboring resentment after being expelled from the sect and colluding with the demonic path. Such a person is akin to a demon himself. What does the Shifeng realm matter? His demise is well-deserved, Li Qinkong declared with an air of superiority, momentarily forgetting his own actions against mortals who coveted Han Qian'er during their journey. In his view, both righteous and demonic paths could justify the slaughter of mortals. Ha. I find it utterly amusing. Look at you, once self-proclaimed as righteous, having reduced the 6 schools of demonic path to ruins, only to have your achievement snatched away by the Celestial Gate, leading to your demise. I wonder, do you regret it? The voice of the demon's soul echoed in Jiang Feng's mind, crashing through his thoughts as if invading his very spirit. Jiang Feng endured silently, bloodshot eyes betraying his inner turmoil. Yet, having lived a second life, he had cultivated enough restraint to remain outwardly composed. To say he felt no regret would be a lie, but now he saw an opportunity before him, the chance to send those hypocritical celestial cultivators into the cycle of reincarnation. Jiang Feng quelled the restless stirrings of his demonic heart, his resolve solidifying. The distinction between righteous and demonic paths would no longer concern him. His only aim was vengeance and to ascend to the pinnacle of celestial cultivation, achieving immortality. It dawned on him that his past self had been profoundly misguided. Cultivators sought the essence of longevity, while heaven and earth remained indifferent, treating all living beings as mere fodder. The sages, too, were unkind, viewing the populace as mere pawns. If even the celestial principles were thus, What compassion could a cultivator afford to the common folk? Recalling the teachings of Lu Qiuyan, his former mentor, a smile inexplicably crept across Jiang Feng's face. His once eloquent mentor, who spoke so sweetly, had, in a moment of fear towards his Shifeng realm prowess, made a lethal decision. The Penglai realm is vast, even larger than the realms inhabited by mortals. Its spiritual energy surpasses that of the mortal realm, giving rise to colossal flora and fauna, thus facilitating the emergence of various demonic beasts. After several days traversing the expansive grasslands aboard a flying vessel, the group arrived at an ancient city situated on a plain. The city's walls were formidable, adorned with shimmering ruins, indicating a robust defensive formation. The formation featured a Wenzhong-wide entrance, bustling with activity. Han Jingxiu descended from the flying vessel, leading his 3 disciples toward the ancient city. For centuries, numerous mortals who crossed the sea had been assessed by the Celestial Gate, only to find themselves lacking in cultivation potential. Yet, the arduous journey to seek the Celestial Path dissuaded them from returning home. After deliberation among the 6 sects of the Celestial Gate, they permitted these mortals to establish a city for habitation within the Penglai realm, dispatching numerous mid-tier practitioners and 2 high-tier cultivators to maintain order. These mortals, under the guidance of sect practitioners, would occasionally venture out to hunt low-tier demonic beasts or mine for spiritual stones. Those fortunate enough might even acquire longevity-enhancing elixirs. Some mortals, unable to cultivate, chose to focus solely on martial arts, and with the aid of elixirs, they could spar against practitioners of the 2 instruments realm. But that was the extent of their capability. As Han Jingxiu spoke of matters concerning the Penglai realm, Jiang Feng listened with keen interest. Before long, the 4 arrived at the formation surrounding the ancient city. The formation was guarded by 2 young men, both at the Sankai realm. Upon seeing Han Jingxiu, one of the young men clad in a black robe hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior Han, what brings you back so soon after recruiting disciples?" Han Jingxiu replied with a smile, "Fortune was not on my side. I did not wish to linger in the mortal realm. However, I did not return empty-handed. I have acquired a disciple." At this, Jiang Feng stepped forward, cupping his hands. Feng Qiu greets both senior brothers. "Junior brother Feng, no need for formalities." The 2 men dismissed, their gazes lingering more on Han Qianer than on Jiang Feng. Although she was not as striking as the celestial maidens of the larger sects, her beauty and grace were evident. Faced with the 2 Sankai cultivators, Han Qianer could only respond with a smile, while Li Chengkong's expression darkened, unable to voice his discontent. Should you find yourselves free in the future, do visit my Biluozong. Traveling with several disciples has drained quite a bit of spiritual energy. Han Jingxiu interjected, shielding his daughter from their gaze. The 2 cultivators, snapping back to attention, one of them replied with a bow, "Master Han is too kind. Please enter the formation." With that, they stepped aside, and Han Jingxiu nodded, leading his 3 disciples into the formation and onward into the ancient city. Once they were out of earshot, Li Chengkong expressed his anger. "Master, did you see those lecherous fellows?" Their eyes nearly flew onto junior sister. Han Qianer remained silent, though she felt unsettled by the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 cultivators. Among mortals, she could sense admiration and praise, but in the eyes of those 2 Sankai cultivators, she felt as if she were merely an object of appraisal, leaving her deeply uncomfortable. Yet, her keen intellect kept her from voicing her discomfort in her father's presence. "Oh, why did you not admonish them?" Han Jingxiu chuckled lightly. They are both at the Sankai realm, of equal rank to me. If a conflict arose, I would certainly be at a disadvantage," Li Chengkong responded with indignation. Han Jingxiu nodded, "Since you recognize this, it is all the more reason to devote yourself to your cultivation. Otherwise, when you encounter higher-tier practitioners in the future, you may find that not only your treasures, but even your very life could be swiftly taken from you." "Of course, I understand your words, Master. But why did you not personally reprimand them earlier?" Li Chengkong voiced his grievances. Han Jingxiu paused, casting a glance at the bustling crowd within the ancient city. He then spoke in a grave tone, "This ancient city is the territory of the 6 sects of the Immortals. We are merely resting here for the time being. The city is rife with mid-tier cultivators, and offending the 6 sects is ill-advised. You see that I, at the 4-symbol stage, can suppress the 2 of them at the 3-talent stage, yet you fail to consider the realm of their master. If I were to humiliate them, and they report us to a cultivator of the 5 elements or 6 harmony stage, how shall we extricate ourselves from such a predicament?" With that, Han Jingxiu let out a sigh. He had once reached the pinnacle of the 5 elements stage, and had great hopes of ascending to the 6 harmony stage. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Not only did he fail to elevate his realm, but he also fell to the 4-symbol stage. Sensing the gloom on Han Jingxiu's face, Jiang Feng hurriedly clasped his hands in respect and said, "Master, do not worry. Should I succeed in my cultivation in the future, I will surely vindicate you. Our Bailuo sect will undoubtedly grow stronger than the 6 sects of the Immortals." Observing the earnest determination in the young man's demeanor, Han Jingxiu's anxiety transformed into joy, and he suddenly smiled, saying, "Feng Qiu, with your words, I find solace." Chapter 17. Jade displayed venison humph. "Empty boasts," scoffed Li Chengkong, making no attempt to conceal his derision. Han Qian'er, having heard of her new junior brother's potential from her father, offered an encouraging smile. Junior brother Feng, I believe in you. If you achieve great cultivation, you must help our Bai Luo sect become renowned throughout the world. Rest assured, senior sister. Jiang Feng replied with a hearty laugh. The group sought out in and within the ancient city. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, though immortal, showed no timidity towards cultivators, suggesting a powerful backing. Esteemed cultivators, are you seeking lodging? The proprietor inquired amiably. Han Jingxiu nodded. Indeed. We require 4 superior rooms. Very well, please wait a moment. The proprietor responded with a smile. He beckoned a young server and instructed, escort these 4 esteemed cultivators to the premium suites. The server, a boy of 13 or 14 clad in coarse cloth, with a missing front tooth that caused a whistle in his speech, offered a fawning smile. Esteemed cultivators, this way. Please. Han Jingxiu nodded and led his 3 disciples, following the server upstairs. Ascending to the 2nd floor, the server, while guiding them, remarked, Esteemed cultivators. Our humble establishment has recently added a new delicacy to its menu, jade displayed venison. Would the esteemed cultivators care to partake? That won't be necessary, Han Jingxiu declined. Having reached the Hunyuan realm, he could subsist without food. In the Punlai realm, where every expenditure required spirit stones, he was loath to be wasteful. Esteemed cultivator. You are mistaken. This venison is no ordinary meat. It is the flesh of a 3rd-level cloud deer demon beast. Once cooked, its fragrance permeates the entire establishment. The server's expression was exaggerated, and he swallowed audibly, his manner quite comical. Cloud deer meat? Han Qian'er, lacking experience, had her appetite piqued by the server's words upon hearing that it was a dish made from a 3rd-level demon beast. Father, have you ever tasted cloud deer meat? Perhaps we should try some? Her eyes sparkled as she spoke playfully. Li Chengkong remained silent, though a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. I am still only at the Hunyuan realm. The meat of a 3rd-level demon beast would be greatly beneficial to me. Besides, I won't be the one paying for it, and I don't have any spirit stones anyway. With this thought, Jiang Feng chimed in, Master. I have never tasted demon beast meat either. I wonder if it's delicious, tender, or tough. Seeing his 3 disciples eager to sample cloud deer meat, Han Jingxiu relented and instructed the server, Very well, bring us 1 order of jade displayed venison, and some wine and other dishes. Right away. The server acknowledged the order and led them to adjacent rooms. He then turned to Han Jingxiu and inquired, Esteemed cultivator, to which room shall I deliver the wine and dishes? Just bring them to my room, Han Jingxiu replied with a wave. After the server descended the stairs, he invited his 3 disciples into his room for tea and conversation. Li Chengkong and Han Qian'er seated themselves at the table, conversing amongst themselves, while Jiang Feng remained obediently at Han Jingxiu's side. Seeing this, Han Jingxiu stroked his beard and smiled, feeling gratified. A disciple of such talent, who also respects his elders, he will be someone I can rely on in the future. Before long, the server knocked on the door, carrying a tray laden with wine and dishes. In addition to several ordinary dishes, there was a plate of venison, its flesh a translucent white tinged with red. Its aroma filling the room, stimulating the appetite. Not only were Han Qian'er and Li Chengkong tempted, but Han Jingxiu himself also felt a desire to partake. Feng Chou, come. Sit and eat with us, Han Jingxiu invited. Jiang Feng nodded, feigning delight as he took a seat and picked up his chopsticks. In truth, he did not particularly enjoy cloud deer meat, but he was presently thinking only of his cultivation. In the Qingyan sect, he had tasted the meat of not only 3rd-level demon beasts, but even 5th-level ones. In short order, the plate of jade displayed venison was emptied. Han Jingxiu had merely sampled a few bites. Han Qian'er and Li Chengkong had eaten some as well, but the majority had been devoured by Jiang Feng. His ravenous manner provoked some dissatisfaction from Li Chengkong and Han Qian'er, but Han Jingxiu was pleased and encouraged him to eat more. Cloud deer is a 3rd-level demon beast, and its meat is highly nourishing for cultivators. You may experience some unusual sensations after eating it. If you feel unwell, come and find your teacher. Han Jingxiu reminded him with a smile, his gaze fixed on Jiang Feng, revealing his fondness for this disciple. Yes, the 3 replied. Han Jingxiu raised his palm, and a gray storage pouch appeared from his sleeve. Handing the pouch to Jiang Feng, he continued, Feng Chou, this is a storage pouch. Now that you understand qi circulation, you can control your spiritual energy to retrieve items from within. Try it and show me. Very well. Jiang Feng clutched the storage pouch excitedly, then laboriously inhaled and exhaled, expelling a wisp of spiritual energy from his mouth, and successfully retrieved a spirit stone from the pouch. Excellent. Clever. You learn quickly. Han Jingxiu praised, stroking his beard. This disciple is not only talented, but also intelligent. How could I not be pleased? Senior sister taught me well, Jiang Feng said shyly, casting an affectionate glance at Han Qian'er. This immediately drew a scornful look from Li Chengkong. All right, you may return to your rest. Feng Chou, this storage pouch is yours. You may store any personal items that you have no other place to keep. Remember, you cannot store living creatures inside. Han Jingxiu waved his hand, dismissing his daughter and senior disciple, then turned to Jiang Feng with a benevolent expression. I understand, master, Jiang Feng replied, clutching the storage pouch as if it were a treasure, and happily left the room, heading towards his own. Sycophant, you're so happy to receive a storage pouch from Master. Li Chengkong sneered, standing outside his room, making no attempt to conceal his sarcasm. Han Qian'er, still outside her room, mindful of her father's words. Knowing the potential of this new junior brother, frowned and said, Senior brother, do not bully junior brother. Li Chengkong snorted and entered his room. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Feng said with a smile, nodding slightly to Han Qian'er. Han Qian'er returned the smile and said, Rest early, junior brother. With that, she entered her own room. After returning to his room, Jiang Feng massaged his stiff cheeks and walked towards the tidy bed. Pretending to be an ignorant youth every day must be tiring, isn't it? The demon soul mocked with a chuckle. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged, holding the spirit stone he had just retrieved from the storage pouch, absorbing its spiritual energy. But watching you act is quite amusing. I must say, I am somewhat looking forward to your future days. When do you plan to seek out my other secret treasure? Jiang Feng closed his eyes and cultivated, his thoughts stirring. Originally, I was worried about how to cross the northern sea, but unexpectedly, I have become a disciple of the Bailuo sect. I will use this sect as a temporary refuge for now. At the very least, I must cultivate to the Four Symbols realm before I can travel freely in the Palai realm. The Four Symbols realm marked the threshold of intermediate cultivators, who could wield magical artifacts to fly through the air, making movement more convenient. Hiki, is that all? As long as you kill a few more people, your cultivation will naturally increase. Chapter 18. The wise new disciple. The voice of the demonic soul was imbued with temptation, stirring Jiang Feng's desire for bloodshed. Kill? With my current cultivation, it would be a stroke of luck to avoid being killed myself. Senior, please refrain from such nonsense. Unmoved, Jiang Feng harnessed the spiritual energy of the spirit stone, gradually nurturing the Qi Si within his Dantian. His cultivation at the initial stage of the Hunyuan realm progressed visibly. Though even the rapid advancement of his pure yang physique could not elevate him to the mid-stage solely through a single spirit stone. In less than an hour, the stone in his hand had transformed into an ordinary rock, its spiritual energy evidently depleted. Taking out the storage bag gifted by Han Jingxiu, Jiang Feng examined it with his feeble spiritual consciousness, discovering only a few spirit stones within, with nothing else of significance. Spiritual consciousness, a mental force that cultivators can manipulate, serves as an alternative to sight. Even with closed eyes, one can discern their surroundings. The stronger the cultivation, the more powerful the spiritual consciousness. However, cultivating spiritual consciousness is exceedingly difficult and not attainable merely at the Hunyuan realm. Yet, Jiang Feng, drawing from his own experience, had already condensed his spiritual consciousness. Though he chose to feign ignorance in front of Han Jingxiu, until he possessed sufficient strength to safeguard his life, he would not reveal any of his information. Glancing at the storage bag in his hand, Jiang Feng ultimately abandoned the idea of extracting the spirit stones to continue his cultivation. If he advanced too rapidly, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Han Jingxiu might grow wary and question his true identity. The demonic soul ceased its chatter, leaving Jiang Feng's spiritual platform in serene tranquility. He settled into a cross-legged position, solidifying his initial stage cultivation in the Hunyuan realm, remaining in stillness throughout the night. The following morning, a knock echoed at the door. Jiang Feng opened his eyes silently, adjusted his voice, and then approached to open the door. Han Qian'er stood at the threshold, clad in a moon-white gown, radiating vitality. Junior brother Feng, did you rest well last night? Her gentle tone and the concern in her eyes were unmistakable. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, nodding with a smile. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I did not rest last night. Instead, I cultivated through the night and consumed an entire spirit stone. His moment of surprise was not due to Han Qian'er's beauty, but because, in his memories, that exalted fairy was eternally adorned in a flowing moon-white gown, as radiant as the moon in the sky. Yet now, he merely wished to pluck the moon from the heavens and tread upon it. Junior brother, your diligence puts me to shame, Han Qian'er remarked, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. She believed her father's words were not unfounded. This new junior brother possessed exceptional talent and such dedication that he might truly become a great cultivator in the future, providing support for both her and her father, while elevating the status of the Bailuo sect. Senior sister, you flatter me. Are we not ready to depart? Jiang Feng inquired. Indeed. My father and senior brother have already settled the bill. Let us proceed, Han Qian'er replied, glancing around the room and noting that the bedding was neatly arranged and undisturbed. She immediately believed that this new junior brother had indeed been cultivating throughout the night. The two descended the staircase, one following the other. Jiang Feng trailed Han Qian'er, half asleep, pondering the nature of the Bailuo sect and whether there were resources available to enhance his cultivation. If the resources were insufficient, he had no intention of lingering. Alas, the remnant soul can only observe but not touch. This girl, Han Qian'er, is rather delightful. Hearing the lament of the demonic soul, Jiang Feng snapped back to reality, involuntarily directing his gaze toward the woman ahead. Han Qian'er's silhouette was graceful, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, with delicate shoulders and a slender waist, embodying the essence of youthful femininity. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng communicated with the demonic soul. It seems, senior, you are quite the romantic. Detecting the sarcasm in Jiang Feng's words, The demonic soul retorted, "Brat, there is no need for wild conjecture. I indeed have an affinity for the fairer sex, but it is not for indulgence. Rather, it is for the purpose of cultivation." Jiang Feng understood at once. Surmising that this old demon likely practiced some form of yin-yang cultivation, viewing female cultivators as alchemical vessels. "What? 5 spirit stones?" Li Qinkong exclaimed at the inn's front desk. Han Jingxiu's expression darkened, but as the sect leader, he refrained from raising his voice, instead saying with mild disdain, "Innkeeper, for rooms cost only 2 spirit stones. How can last night's feast amount to 3 spirit stones?" Having frequented this ancient city multiple times, he was well aware of the inn's pricing. The innkeeper, smiling apologetically, replied, "Esteemed cultivator, the 3 spirit stones are for the dish made from the jade deer, while the rest of the meal was complimentary. You are aware that the cloud deer is a 3rd-tier magical beast, and we paid quite a sum for it. That cannot justify such exorbitance." Li Qinkong protested loudly. The surrounding diners turned their attention, whispering amongst themselves. "What's happening over there? It seems like they ordered jade deer meat but lack the funds to pay. Huh, they don't appear to be ordinary folks. Which sect could they belong to?" Most of the onlookers were cultivators dressed in various sect attire, either returning from recruiting disciples or fulfilling sect missions, taking a respite in this ancient city. Han Jingxiu, wishing to avoid any loss of face, raised his hand to silence the furious Li Qinkong, then produced 5 spirit stones from his sleeve, placing them on the counter. "Let us go." After settling the bill, he urged his 3 disciples to leave hastily. Once outside the inn, Li Qinkong grumbled, "Master, the cloud deer meat was clearly a scam. Why did we pay them spirit stones? That innkeeper was not intimidated by my 4th-tier cultivation. If a commotion had erupted, do you think we could have left unscathed?" Han Jingxiu's expression was grave as he regarded the 3 young disciples. "Dad, it's our fault for being gluttonous," Han Qianer admitted sheepishly. While 3 spirit stones were not a significant sum, the indignity of being deceived was far worse, especially knowing they had been taken advantage of yet had to swallow their anger. In this ancient city, the Biluo sect was hardly of any stature. Li Qinkong, feeling a sense of shame, added, "Master, this." Han Jingxiu remained silent, his gaze fixated on his newly accepted disciple. Jiang Feng, deep in thought, suddenly realized, "Master, you were already aware that the cloud deer meat was overpriced and that senior brother would end up arguing with the innkeeper. You understood that the Biluo sect is currently in decline and cannot afford to quarrel with anyone in this ancient city, yet you chose not to intervene. You intended for us to deeply comprehend that without sufficient cultivation, we are powerless." Upon hearing the youth's words, Han Jingxiu's eyes brightened, and he nodded approvingly. "Disciple, well said. I did not expect that your senior brother and junior sister would fail to grasp my intentions, while you, a new disciple, possess such insight. Thank you for your praise. Master." Jiang Feng smiled shyly, his youthful innocence evident on his face. Beside him, Li Qinkong and Han Qianer suddenly understood, though Li Qinkong merely frowned in silence, growing increasingly resentful of this new junior brother. Han Qianer, however, looked at Jiang Feng with delight, clapping her hands. "Junior brother, you are so clever." Her joy stemmed from her father's happiness. As her father rejoiced, so too did she, and her expectations for this new junior brother grew ever higher. Chapter 19. The Biluo sect. After departing from the ancient city, the group once again boarded the flying shuttle, gliding swiftly across the expansive plains. Han Jingxiu stood at the forefront of the shuttle, frequently glancing back at his new disciple, Feng Qiu, whose diligence and commitment were unmistakable in his eyes. As soon as the young disciple boarded, he settled into a meditative posture, tirelessly cultivating with the spirit stones in hand, demonstrating remarkable dedication. "Qinkong, Qianer, you have grown too complacent," observed Feng Qiu, so young yet resilient in the face of adversity. "He has grasped the profound truth that without sufficient cultivation, one cannot progress. You both should take a leaf out of his book," Han Jingxiu stated candidly. Li Qinkong and Han Qianer, whom he had raised, were like his own children. The former, though not biological, was treated similarly, allowing for a degree of frankness in his remarks. "Yes, my daughter will learn from junior brother Feng in the future." Han Qianer responded obediently, taking a seat beside Feng Qiu. Her father's words provided her with the perfect excuse to engage with her new companion. "Master, I too will strive diligently. Just wait and see," Li Qinkong asserted, casting a glance at the new disciple before joining in meditation on the shuttle. Han Jingxiu chuckled softly, stroking his beard in satisfaction. Not only had he acquired a disciple of exceptional talent, but he had also inadvertently motivated his eldest disciple and daughter. Could it be that the heavens were aiding the Biluo sect in its rise? Once Feng Qiu's cultivation matured, perhaps the Biluo sect could indeed ascend to the ranks of a 2nd-tier sect. The 6 sects of the Immortal Gate each had cultivators of the 9-yang realm overseeing them, undeniably classifying them as 1st-tier sections. 2nd-tier sects typically had at least 1 high-level cultivator, either at the 7 stars or 8 trigrams realm, while 3rd-tier sects were required to possess at least 10 mid-level cultivators of the 4 symbols, 5 elements, or 6 harmonies realms. The remaining sects were deemed insignificant. As for the Biluo sect, it consisted solely of Han Jingxiu, who had reached the pinnacle of the 4 symbols realm, and 3 elders at the 5 elements realm, totaling 4 mid-level cultivators, truly a minor sect by any standard. However, even a seemingly insignificant sect could hold substantial influence in the realm of mortals. Han Jingxiu pondered how to nurture his exceptionally gifted new disciple upon their return to the sect, and how to utilize his daughter to ensure this disciple remained closely tied to him. After all, should Feng Qiu's cultivation flourish, his horizons might broaden, and if he were to seek out a larger sect, he could still guide the Bailuo sect alongside the father and daughter duo. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a shift and turned sharply to observe his new disciple, who was seated in meditation with closed eyes. The youth still wore his simple robe, his unkempt hair fluttering in the wind. At that moment, he radiated a golden aura, and his energy quietly surged while the 3 spirit stones in his hand dimmed. With a sigh, the young man opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Mid-stage of the Hunyuan realm. Feeling the aura emanating from Jiang Feng, Han Jingxiu was momentarily left speechless. It had only been a short time since Han Qianer had taught him to circulate his energy, yet he had remarkably broken through to the mid-stage of the Hunyuan realm so swiftly. While this was merely a minor progression, the shock it instilled in Han Jingxiu was unparalleled. He recalled the arduous 6 months it had taken him to sense spiritual energy, and 5 years to reach the Hunyuan realm, followed by relentless efforts to attain the 5 elements realm. Even though this new disciple had achieved the Hunyuan realm due to inadvertently consuming a certain spirit herb, the speed of his cultivation was astonishing. At this rate, he might reach mid-level cultivator status within a decade, an achievement exceeding the ancient text claims of attaining the 3 talents in 10 years. With thoughts racing, Han Jingxiu gazed at the youth with fervent eyes, as if beholding a rare treasure. Feng Qiu, how do you feel? He inquired, suppressing his excitement. Jiang Feng rose respectfully and replied, Master. While cultivating, I suddenly felt warmth within my abdomen, as if a sphere of energy was expanding. Ah, that is a sign of your cultivation progressing. Well done. Continue your efforts, Han Jingxiu encouraged, retrieving 5 spirit stones from his sleeve. The spirit stones in your storage pouch were already limited. Take these. Worry not about cultivation resources. I have plenty. Thank you, Master. Jiang Feng gratefully accepted the spirit stones. Kneeling in appreciation, his eyes filled with gratitude. This was the expression one would expect from a common individual receiving special attention from someone of higher status. Go on. Han Jingxiu was evidently pleased with the new disciple's response. He sought to subtly impart small favors, deepening their master-disciple bond throughout the young disciple's development. This way, even if the disciple's cultivation soared, he would regard Han Jingxiu as a father figure. Of course, were he an ordinary mortal. Such support from a cultivator would indeed cultivate the expected response, but this youth was clearly quite different. With a chuckle, Imohan observed, this is akin to feeding buns to the hungry. Jiang Feng, undeterred, simply opened his palm, placing all 5 spirit stones within, then resumed his meditative practice. His pure young body seemed like an insatiable abyss, tirelessly absorbing the spiritual energy within the stones. In just 2 days, the 5 spirit stones had been completely consumed. Yet his mid-stage Hunyuan realm cultivation showed no signs of fluctuation, it had merely stabilized. With limited spirit stones to spare, Han Jingxiu refrained from providing more, offering only a few casual compliments. He suddenly recalled that even geniuses require resources for their cultivation. The small Bailuo sect had unresolved internal issues, and he wondered just how much more cultivation material this new disciple would necessitate. After traveling for over 10 days aboard the flying shuttle, they soared over a sprawling mountain range, arriving at a peak abundant in spiritual energy. Jiang Feng surveyed the area, but found little interest. These minor sects, emulating the 6 sects of the Immortal Gate, also preferred to establish themselves in the mountains. This mountain, aside from its scenic beauty, held little else of value. As the flying shuttle entered the mountains and navigated through the mists, they arrived at a place shrouded in clouds. Han Jingxiu halted the shuttle, and Li Chengkong promptly called out, the sect master has returned. Quickly, prepare the formation. Moments later, the swirling mist dissipated, revealing the true visage of the Bailuo sect. This small sect was situated on a large platform jutting out from a cliff, adorned with a sign bearing the name of the sect. The area featured a modest square, the sect master's hall, a conference hall, and a few disciple quarters, along with several caves above the platform. Once the formation was opened, several disciples hurried out to welcome them. A streak of azure light shot forth from the sect, and upon landing, revealed a middle-aged man without facial hair. Clad in a dark robe, he possessed a countenance akin to jade, though subtle wrinkles hinted at his age. Nevertheless, his 5 elements realm cultivation prevented him from appearing old. Welcome back, sect master, the man greeted blandly, his tone lacking respect, even carrying a hint of mockery. A surge of anger welled within Han Jingxiu, yet he concealed it beneath a veneer of politeness. Elder, your efforts in managing the sect during my absence have been commendable. As he spoke, the flying shuttle descended at the sect's entrance. Once upon a time, they had referred to each other as fellow brothers. Yet now the elder merely addressed him as sect master, omitting the title of brother. Han Jingxiu reciprocated by addressing him solely as elder, a reflection of the change in their standings due to the latter's diminished cultivation. What fruits did your journey yield, sect master? The elder inquired, glancing at the young man beside Han Jingxiu. However, without physical contact, he was unable to discern the youth's potential. The boy's mid-stage Hunyuan realm cultivation sparked his curiosity. Nothing of note, merely acquired a disciple along the way, Han Jingxiu replied openly, avoiding any mention of cultivation matters. The elder did not press further, simply nodding. While you were away, the second elder and third elder have been a constant nuisance, seeking trouble at every turn. They've even neglected to welcome you back. That's of no consequence. We have been brothers for many years. Whether they extend their greetings or not matters little, Han Jingxiu replied, maintaining his composure. Han Jingxiu spoke. Beckoning to his 3 disciples, Cheng Kong, please arrange accommodation for your junior brother Feng Chou, according to the standards for inner disciples. Qianer, go to the storeroom and fetch some Peiyuan pills and spirit stones, and deliver them to your junior brother Feng Chou shortly. Understood, the 2 replied in unison. Although Li Chengkong harbored disdain for Feng Chou, he was aware that both his master and the Grand Elder had a long-standing rivalry. Thus he refrained from causing any trouble at this moment. Follow me, junior brother, he said in a nonchalant tone, leading the new disciple towards the inner sect alongside Han Qianer. The Grand Elder, however, paid little attention to the new disciple. Instead, casting a cold smile at Han Jingxiu and inquiring, Sect Master, have you given any thought to the proposal we discussed last time? Han Jingxiu's expression darkened, momentarily leaving him speechless. Before the departure from the sect, the 3 elders had subtly urged him to relinquish his position as sect master. The mountain's mist coalesced once more, veiling the small sect nestled within. Disciples on either side bowed their heads, sensing an undercurrent of palpable menace. Suddenly, Han Jingxiu chuckled, what's there to consider? If you desire the position of sect leader, take it. My cultivation has gone awry, and my realm has diminished. I am no longer worthy. Even if the Grand Elder didn't mention it, I would have proposed it myself. However, shouldn't we inform the second and third elders? A flicker of undisguised bewilderment crossed the Grand Elder's face, yet he nodded subtly. Naturally. Very well, I haven't relinquished my position yet. Must I speak from outside the sect? Han Jingxiu scoffed, amused that the Grand Elder, his adversary for years, couldn't grasp his intent. The Grand Elder's expression soured slightly. He gestured, Sect leader, please. Jiang Feng trailed behind his senior siblings, entering the Bailuo sect. The sect's plaza was sparsely populated with a mere dozen disciples, some in meditative repose, others honing their physical prowess, and still others meticulously manipulating hand seals, attempting to commune with the magical implements in their grasp. It paled in comparison to the Azure Cloud sect. Jiang Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. A sect of this caliber likely possessed meager resources, barely sufficient for him to cultivate to the 3 talents realm, let alone break through to the 4 symbols realm. Junior brother, you're unaware. But that Grand Elder is always opposing my father. Remember, none of the elders in the sect are benevolent, Han Qianer said, her brow furrowed in distaste. Jiang Feng inwardly scoffed. In the cultivation world, benevolence was a rarity. Once, he might have considered himself virtuous. I understand, senior sister. If they dare to target master, I won't spare them. By the way, what are their names and cultivation levels? Jiang Feng feigned righteous indignation, then cautiously inquired, perhaps believing him to be somewhat conscientious. Li Chengkong interjected, the Grand Elder is named Xian Feng, a mid-stage 5 elements realm cultivator. When Master was at the high stage of the 5 elements realm, he could suppress him, but now that Master has fallen to the peak of the 4 symbols realm, he's revealed his avaricious ambitions, not wanting to be outdone. Han Qianer eagerly added, the second elder is Su Helling, an old codger, but his cultivation is at the initial stage of the 5 elements realm. As for the third elder, she's called Lu Yiyun, also at the initial stage of the 5 elements realm. Her tone lacked any semblance of respect for the 2 elders, a testament to her pampered upbringing. Jiang Feng wasn't surprised. The sect leader's daughter in her own sect was akin to a princess in the mortal realm. Lu Yiyun? Could she be a woman? Jiang Feng wondered. Indeed, a sly old vixen, Han Qianer retorted. Seeing that she wouldn't elaborate, Jiang Feng wisely refrained from further questioning. He had no interest in the feud between a low-level 2 forms realm female cultivator and an initial stage 5 elements realm female cultivator. Crossing the sect plaza, Han Qianer went to the treasury to retrieve pills and spirit stones, while Li Chengkong led Jiang Feng to a secluded dwelling not far from the main hall. Master usually resides in the main hall. This is the closest dwelling, and both my sister and I have stayed here. Only inner disciples are eligible to live in such independent residences, Li Chengkong said calmly as he unlocked the door. Along the way, Han Jingxiu had informed him about Feng Chou, and he knew that this new junior brother was exceptionally talented, a future asset for Master and his junior sister. Yet, he couldn't muster any joy. Thank you, senior brother. Despite Li Chengkong's cold demeanor, Jiang Feng showed no displeasure, but instead, great respect. Amen. Rest well. Don't wander aimlessly. You saw the illusion array outside the sect. If you trigger it haphazardly, you'll suffer, Li Chengkong said dismissively before departing. Farewell, senior brother. Jiang Feng hastily bowed in farewell. After seeing Li Chengkong off, Jiang Feng returned to his room, but didn't rush to cultivate. Han Qianer had gone to retrieve pills and spirit stones, and would undoubtedly come soon. What are your plans? Will you cultivate in this small place? The demonic soul inquired. If there are resources, I'll naturally utilize them. Do you expect me to brave the Chaos Divine Realm again with my primordial Unity Realm cultivation? Jiang Feng's gaze deepened. His 10 Directions realm cultivation had been obtained from a secret treasure within the Chaos Divine realm, but without the demonic soul's guidance, he would never have known that another inherited treasure was hidden within. You brat, you're becoming increasingly disrespectful to me, not even calling me senior anymore. But I'm growing more fond of the current you, huh? The demonic soul had entered Jiang Feng's spiritual platform with the inherited treasure. It had advised Jiang Feng not to interfere in the affairs of the immortal and demonic paths, but Jiang Feng back then was full of fervor, willing to sacrifice for the immortal path and the common people. Unable to dissuade him, it could only let him go. If he died, it would be a perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the Phoenix art. But to the demonic soul's surprise, the 10 Directions realm cultivator had actually perished. For the sake of so-called fellow disciples and a few alluring faces, he was backstabbed. Utterly foolish. Jiang Feng was unaware of how contemptible he appeared in the demonic soul's eyes, but even if he knew, he would only sneer. He sat at the table in the room, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. After a long while, he inquired mentally. Sword cultivators are divided into the paths of kingship and hegemony. Kingship progresses gradually, cultivated by the righteous path, while hegemony emphasizes slaughter, cultivated by the demonic path. I've tried it, and the two don't seem to conflict. If cultivated simultaneously, besides slow progress, what other drawbacks would there be? I beseech you, senior, to enlighten me. I haven't cultivated the path of kingship. I can only tell you that although hegemony primarily involves killing, the more you kill, the faster your cultivation improves. But with more killing, the demonic nature will intensify. If not controlled properly, becoming a demon is only a matter of time. But I see that you're balancing both paths now. Try cultivating and see what happens. If there are any mistakes, I'll point them out, the demonic soul said inscrutably. Jiang Feng didn't ask further, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Junior brother Feng. A crisp, sweet voice called out as Han Qianer pushed open the door and entered. Jiang Feng immediately stood up, a smile on his face. Senior sister Han, you've arrived. Amen. I've brought you the pills and spirit stones, and I'll also explain the effects of the essence nurturing pill. Han Qianer said as she closed the door and sat naturally opposite Jiang Feng, placing a storage bag on the table. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Sit down. Seeing that this junior brother was so reserved, Han Qianer couldn't help but feel delighted. Although he was exceptionally talented, he was still a young man. And it was normal for him to be captivated by her beauty. As long as she groomed him well, he would inevitably fall under her spell. The thought of being able to command a highly skilled person at will filled Han Qianer with even greater joy. Taking out 10 spirit stones and a white jade bottle from the storage bag, Han Qianer batted her beautiful eyes and intentionally said in a coquettish voice, Junior brother. Ordinary disciples only get 3 spirit stones each month. We're inner disciples, so we get 5. As for the other 5, your senior sister had to plead with the disciples in charge of the treasury to get them for you. Oh, how did you help me, senior sister? Jiang Feng widened his eyes, feigning curiosity. I told the senior brothers managing the treasury that you're a newly initiated disciple and should receive more care. I pleaded for a long time before they agreed to give them to me, Han Qianer said, her eyebrows dancing with delight. In reality, she had merely relied on her status as the sect leader's daughter to demand the spirit stones in an arrogant manner. Senior sister, you're so kind to me. I really don't know how to repay you, Jiang Feng sighed, looking somewhat at a loss. That's simple. Just be nicer to me in the future, won't you? Han Qianer chuckled softly, pushing the spirit stones and pill vials towards Jiang Feng, gazing at the enchanting senior sister with her alluring eyes and slightly parted crimson lips. Jiang Feng swallowed gently, his eyes reflecting his deep infatuation. Chapter 21. Cultivating 3 paths. Upon regaining his composure, Jiang Feng, with a touch of bashfulness, lowered his gaze and murmured, Senior sister, it's getting late. Perhaps you should retire for the evening. Observing the youth's slight discomfiture, Han Qianer offered a contented smile and rose to her feet. Very well. If you have any matters, junior brother, feel free to seek me out directly. I reside in the chamber behind the sect leader's hall. With that she departed, her silhouette swaying gracefully, her waist undulating with each step. Jiang Feng saw her off, then closed the door and sat in silent anticipation. The youth's countenance remained impassive, his handsome features betraying a depth and stoicism uncommon for one his age. Unbeknownst to him, the outside world had grown dim. Jiang Feng located flint and tinder, ignited a candle, and continued his vigil. As he had foreseen, a gust of night wind swept through the window, nearly extinguishing the flame, and a knock echoed upon the door. Feng Cho, are you at rest? Han Jingxiu's voice resonated with paternal affection, as though a doting father calling to his beloved son. Jiang Feng hastened to open the door, bowing respectfully. Master, as a newcomer to the sect, my mind is somewhat unsettled, and thus I have not yet retired. Han Jingxiu entered the chamber, beaming. Do not fret, disciple. Though my cultivation has waned, I am still capable of ensuring your safety within the Bailuo sect. The new disciple's reaction mirrored Han Jingxiu's expectations. How could a mortal not be awestruck upon entering the hallowed halls of a celestial sect? Even a small sect like Bailuo held itself aloof from the mundane world. Master, I overheard second senior sister mentioning a discord between you and the 3 elders? Jiang Feng invited Han Jingxiu to take a seat, standing attentively by his side. Han Jingxiu sighed, having already embraced this docile new disciple as one of his own. He spoke candidly, Feng Cho. I have imparted to you many times on our journey that the cultivation world reveres strength above all else. When I stood at the pinnacle of the five elements realm, none within the Bailuo sect dared to disrespect me. But now that my cultivation has diminished, those elders have become entirely different individuals. You witnessed it yourself today. The Grand Elder showed me no respect, his words laced with mockery. Jiang Feng nodded, feigning displeasure. No wonder I found the Grand Elder so loathsome. It seems his intentions were never pure, daring to disrespect you, master. Such is the way of strength. But enough of that. Pleased that his disciple had spoken out on his behalf, Han Jingxiu felt a surge of contentment. He retrieved 3 ancient tomes from his sleeve, placing them upon the table. During our journey, I informed you that the path of cultivation is vast. But 3 stand out as the most exceptional: the way of the sword, body cultivation, and the way of the law. Jiang Feng interjected, Indeed, master. Your memory serves you well. Han Jingxiu nodded, greatly heartened, and continued, The primal chaos manual I bestowed upon you earlier is merely a foundational technique. These 3 tomes, however, hold the key to determining your path of cultivation. Jiang Feng had already taken note of the 3 manuals. One was titled Sword Mastery, another Stone Body Art, and the last Artifact Manipulation. All 3 were exceedingly ordinary techniques, representing the way of the sword, body cultivation, and the way of the law, respectively. Without even glancing at their contents, Jiang Feng could surmise their essence. Sword Mastery would undoubtedly encompass techniques for wielding flying swords and generating sword chi. Stone Body Art would involve hardening the body to the resilience of stone. Artifact Manipulation would entail communicating with magical artifacts and employing them in combat. The Azure Cloud Manual he cultivated was also a foundational technique, but one exquisitely suited for the way of the sword. Moreover, as a technique imparted by Lu Chuyan, it naturally surpassed these inferior manuals. Han Jingxiu's Primal Chaos Manual was merely a supplementary practice, undertaken to conceal the fact that he already possessed a cultivation technique. If it pleases master, might I retain all 3 manuals for the time being? After careful consideration, I shall select one and return the remaining 2. Jiang Feng proposed after a moment of contemplation. Han Jingxiu nodded, adding sagely, Disciple, though you are intelligent, remember that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Choose only one path, and do not attempt to tread them all. Jiang Feng inwardly scoffed. Does he think I need to be told that? He merely bowed and replied, Rest assured, master, I shall bear it in mind. Han Jingxiu pondered for a moment, then continued, Upon our return today, the elders collectively pressured me to relinquish my position as sect leader. I have acquiesced, and henceforth shall be known only as an elder within the sect. Feng Chou, I shall endeavor to secure cultivation resources for you, but the rest is up to you. Upon hearing this, the youth appeared moved, his frame trembling slightly. In the candlelight, a faint flush could be discerned upon his cheeks. Have no worries, master. This disciple shall cultivate diligently. The losses you have suffered, I shall reclaim them all on your behalf. His words were impassioned, brimming with soaring ambition. Han Jingxiu nodded in satisfaction, offering further guidance on cultivation before taking his leave. In the glow of the candle, Jiang Feng picked up the 3 manuals, perusing them idly. As expected, they were nothing more than low-grade techniques, more show than substance. Obtaining potent techniques within a minor sect was akin to chasing a mirage. With the Azure Cloud Manual at his disposal, Jiang Feng found all sword techniques effortless to execute. Sword Mastery, a low-grade sword art, was no exception. Hailing from the Azure Cloud Sword sect, he possessed a profound understanding of the fundamentals of swordplay. Though his current cultivation was insufficient to unleash formidable sword techniques. What? Is mastering the Royal Sword and Hegemon Sword not enough for you? Do you also aspire to cultivate body and law techniques? The demon soul sneered. How could an ordinary mortal choose a celestial technique on the spot? If I didn't hesitate, wouldn't I appear too composed? Jiang Feng placed the 3 manuals on his bedside table, thoroughly examining the chamber before seizing an unlit white candle. Han Jingxiu already treats you as a son. Is such caution truly necessary? The demon soul inquired. Jiang Feng held the candle, channeling spiritual energy through the sword mastery incantation. Instantly, the candle trembled slightly, then with a whoosh, it hovered before him. Were anyone present, they would be astonished. A youth in the mid-stage of the primal chaos realm had so swiftly mastered the art of manipulating objects with spiritual energy. Moreover, he was controlling a fragile candle as if it were a flying sword. Times have changed. It is always wise to err on the side of caution. Jiang Feng flicked his finger, and the floating candle orbited him, like a playful fish, yet utterly obedient. This was no mere manipulation of objects. It was the application of sword mastery, treating the candle as a flying sword. To achieve such a feat required an unparalleled mastery of spiritual energy. An unlikely skill for an ordinary youth. Haha, I did not err in choosing you. Though you were once rigid, you were always intelligent. Now that you have shed that rigidity, your wit shines even brighter. The demon soul's voice was laced with undisguised delight. Jiang Feng remained silent. His swift mastery of sword mastery stemmed from his origins in a sword sect. However, this could only serve as a smokescreen. For these techniques were mere child's play in the eyes of high-level cultivators. His heart yearned for the sword techniques of the Azure Cloud sect, but his cultivation was insufficient. With this thought, he retrieved the 10 spirit stones, swallowed a chi cultivation pill, and commenced cultivation without delay. The Qi cultivation pill was a supplementary elixir that fortified the foundation and augmented the absorption of spiritual energy. However, it was not particularly valuable and was only effective for cultivators in the primal chaos realm. It was a common elixir provided to all novice disciples. The night passed without slumber. The candle had long since burned out, and the morning light streamed through the latticed window, bathing the youth's handsome face in its glow. Junior Brother Feng, a melodious voice, carried on the morning breeze, reached Jiang Feng's ears. He opened his eyes, placed the 5 depleted spirit stones upon the table, and went to open the door. Senior Sister Han. The youth's face was radiant with a sunny smile as he opened the door, gazing upon the youth's fair, jade-like countenance. Han Qian'er was momentarily stunned, a flicker of joy in her eyes. Observing Feng Chou, she found his countenance increasingly comely. Composing herself, she conveyed in dulcet tones reminiscent of a nightingale, "The esteemed elders request your presence. My father has thus dispatched me to escort you." Chapter 22. The audience quoted Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, "Very well, let us proceed. After you, senior sister." He felt quite confident in his disguise. The identity of Jiang Feng from the Qingyan sect was not easily discernible by outsiders. The summons from the elders must surely be trouble stemming from his status as a direct disciple of the sect leader. The residence was already in close proximity to the sect leader's hall. The two did not walk far before arriving at the entrance. Jiang Feng looked up to see that the lofty stone steps were paved with blue stone. The eaves were adorned with clean tiles, and a few peculiar stone beasts stood guard, creating an impressively grand sight. As they ascended the steps, 2 disciples stationed outside the hall noticed Han Qian'er accompanying someone and did not impede their entry, merely nodding slightly. Jiang Feng greeted the 2 disciples, but Han Qian'er disregarded them completely, stepping into the hall first. Sensing the presence of mid-tier cultivators within, Jiang Feng steadied his mind and slowly entered. Inside the sect leader's hall, 4 mid-tier cultivators sat side by side, without regard for rank. In addition to Han Jingxiu and the Grand Elder, there was a gray-clad elder with graying hair and a middle-aged woman in a simple dress, whose countenance was strikingly gentle. "Father, Junior Brother Feng Chou has arrived," Han Qian'er announced, bypassing formalities with the other 3 elders as she approached Han Jingxiu. Jiang Feng was the first to bow to Han Jingxiu, saying, "I have seen my master." Upon seeing this new disciple, Han Jingxiu could hardly contain his joy and replied with a hearty smile, "Feng Chou, these 3 are the pillars of our Biluo sect, Grand Elder Xie Feng, Second Elder Su Heling, and Third Elder Lui Yun. All are cultivators of the 5 elements realm. Have you not yet greeted the 3 elders?" "Yes, master," Jiang Feng respectfully acknowledged, then turned to the other 3, bowing again. Grand Elder Xian Feng shot a disdainful glance at the youth, but remained silent. He had seen him yesterday and found him lacking in merit aside from a pleasant appearance and his mixed element cultivation. Moreover, Han Jingxiu had explicitly informed them that this new disciple's cultivation stemmed from the accidental consumption of a long-forgotten spirit herb. Su Heling, squinting his murky old eyes, chuckled and nodded, acknowledging the youth's greeting. Third Elder Lui Yun smiled warmly, though she appeared to be a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her gentle gaze was imbued with an irresistible kindness. "Indeed, the new disciple of the sect leader is truly a remarkable figure," she remarked with a soft smile. "Such praise is misplaced, for I, Han Jingxiu, have already vowed to step down from the position of sect leader. Henceforth, you may simply address me as elder," Han Jingxiu declared nonchalantly, surprising the 3 elders. However, Lui Yun responded with a smile, saying, "While that may be true, our Biluo sect cannot remain without a leader for even a day. Until a new sect leader is chosen, you shall remain in that role." At this moment, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow slightly, as words echoed within his mind. "Hiss. This elder Lu possesses an innate allure. Though no longer a youthful maiden, her charm is still quite captivating. Those alluring features, that delicate waist and those curves. TSK, it is quite tempting for me. Senior, if you continue to affect me thus, I may unwittingly expose my flaws, and at that time, you shall perish alongside me." Jiang Feng communicated with his demon soul, showing no hint of deference. All right, I concede." The demon soul, sensing the situation, fell silent. As a remnant soul dwelling in Jiang Feng's spirit platform, it was exceedingly weak and could only observe its surroundings with its spiritual sense, unable to take any substantial actions. If its host were to perish, it too would fade away, which was an outcome the demon soul wished to avoid. Noticing that the elder's discussion had shifted away from him, Jiang Feng chose to remain silent. Stepping forward to stand beside Han Jingxiu, aligning himself with Han Qian'er. What more is there to discuss? The position of sect leader is undoubtedly of utmost importance. Since Elder Han is willing to abdicate, we must swiftly select a new leader, Grand Elder Xian Feng declared, his eyes radiating authority. Currently, he was the only one among them with mid-tier cultivation in the 5 elements realm, standing unrivaled. Second Elder Su Heling chimed in with a smile, "Elder Xian Feng, the position of sect leader is not simply a matter of agreement. We must adhere to the established protocols. Indeed, though you possess the highest cultivation, we cannot alter the traditions of our Biluo sect, unless designated by the former sect leader. One must be able to wield the treasured artifacts left behind by our ancestors to assume the role of sect leader, Third Elder Lu Yiyun added, her tone gentle, yet clearly opposing Grand Elder Xianfeng. Han Jingxiu, as the former sect leader, stroked his beard and chuckled. The three elders speak wisely. My cultivation has waned and is of little use now, but I see merit in each of you. If I were to designate one of you, the other two would likely be displeased. Therefore, I leave the decision to you. The ancestral treasures have lain dormant in the back mountains for many years. It is time they found a new master, haha. Remaining an observer in this power struggle was undoubtedly the best strategy. Although he had lost the honor of being sect leader and the privileges of freely utilizing elixirs and spirit stones, it was not a considerable loss, especially with a gifted disciple yet to fully mature. However, upon hearing the mention of the ancestral treasures, Xuanfeng's expression darkened. For no other reason than that after Han Jingxiu had departed, he had attempted to seize control of the treasures left by their ancestor, but had failed. The other two elders had not yet attempted it. Thus, he spoke up, the treasures left by our ancestor are of superior quality. As mid-tier cultivators, none of us can wield them, let alone you two, who are only at the initial stage of the five elements realm. If none of us can master the treasures, does that mean our Biluo sect will be without a sect leader indefinitely? This argument held considerable weight, and Su Heling and Lu Yun were not entirely confident either. Yet they seemed reluctant to concede. In a one-on-one duel, they were evidently no match for Xianfeng. Su Heling furrowed his brow in deep thought, while Lu Yun remained contemplative, leaving only Han Jingxiu to watch the unfolding drama with a smirk. Before long, Lu Yun suddenly spoke. What if we were to do this? Han Jingxiu, Xianfeng, and Su Heling all turned their attention to the enchanting elder. Lu Yun tentatively proposed. Since we have yet to select the disciples who will pay homage to the Six Immortal Alliance, we could use this as a wager. After a competition among the disciples, the victor will earn the opportunity to visit the Six Immortal Alliance, and that disciple's master shall become the sect leader. The Six Immortal Alliance was composed of the six great sects of the Immortal Path, following the battle between the immortals and demons. These sects had not only recruited disciples extensively in the human realm, but had also opened their doors to other immortal sections. Regardless of the size of the sect, each faction could send forth their most esteemed disciple to the Six Immortal Alliance to observe the splendor of the Immortal Path. At that time, the Alliance would assess each disciple's aptitude, bestowing resources and superior techniques to those deemed talented. The disciples would then have the choice to remain in the immortal sect or return to their own. This represented an opportunity for the immortal sects to recruit talents and for the younger generation of cultivators to ascend rapidly. Upon hearing Lu Yun's suggestion, the others fell into contemplation. Han Jingxiu understood that he had no chance. His eldest disciple, Li Chengkong, was merely at the initial stage of the three talents realm, while his daughter, Han Xianer, was at the peak of the two instruments realm. The newly accepted disciple, Feng Chou, despite his excellent talent, was only at the mid-tier of the mixed elements realm. However, Grand Elder Xianfeng had a mid-tier sword cultivator disciple, while Second Elder Su Heling also had a mid-tier body cultivator disciple. The third elder, Lu Yun, who proposed the contest to determine the sect leader, similarly had a mid-tier spell cultivator disciple. Soon, Grand Elder Xianfeng nodded. This suggestion is quite good. I agree. He had already attempted to wield the sect's treasured artifacts and failed. By changing the approach, he could still vie for the position. What was there to lose? Su Heling also seemed confident in his disciple, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us determine the sect leader based on our disciple's abilities, but afterwards, none of you are to renege on this arrangement. Of course, we shall not renege. Lu Yun nodded gently, her voice steady, her beautiful eyes seemingly imbued with a sense of confidence. Whoever reneges shall be the enemy of the entire sect. Xianfeng added, noting that his disciple, a swordsman who had fully absorbed his teachings, possessed a significant advantage in the realm of cultivators. After encountering Han Jingxiu's newly accepted disciples today, the three of them firmly concluded that Han Jingxiu would no longer have any connection to the position of the sect leader, thus dismissing him entirely from their thoughts. The subsequent discussions merely revolved around when to initiate the duels among the disciples, with none daring to engage the former sect leader in conversation. With a cold snort, Han Jingxiu turned away, his sleeves sweeping behind him, followed silently by Han Qianer and Jiang Feng as they exited the main hall. Father, please do not be angry. As soon as the senior brother returns, he will diligently cultivate and surely help you reclaim the position of sect leader. Han Qianer comforted him as they stepped out of the grand hall. Master, I will assist as well, Jiang Feng chimed in. Han Jingxiu shook his head, sighing. Qianer, I am well aware of Chengkong's situation. His chances are slim. Feng Chou, I appreciate your determination, yet your cultivation is still in its infancy. By the way, have you decided which of the three techniques you wish to practice? Jiang Feng smiled faintly, replying, I have made my choice. Master, please observe. As he spoke, he picked up a withered twig from the ground and began to silently recite the incantation for the sword control technique. In an instant, the dry branch began to dance in the wind. Though it appeared somewhat erratic and unstable, it undeniably floated in the air. A look of astonishment flickered in Han Jingxiu's eyes, which he quickly suppressed, while Han Qianer gasped in disbelief, her delicate lips trembling in surprise. Junior brother, how have you mastered object manipulation so swiftly? Chapter 23, The Demonic Aura. As Jiang Feng was about to respond, Han Jingxiu suddenly seized his arm and whispered, "Do not speak. Follow me." Without explaining to Han Qian'er, he hurriedly led Jiang Feng to the new disciples' quarters. Upon entering, just as he intended to close the door and set up a barrier, he noticed his daughter had followed them inside. Han Jingxiu said nothing further. Instead, he gestured with his fingers, casting a soundproofing spell around the three of them. Afterward, he could hardly contain his excitement as he asked Feng Chou, "Have you learned to manipulate objects?" Jiang Feng, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Manipulate objects? But master, I have been practicing sword control." At these words, Han Jingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain his exhilaration any longer. "Father, what is wrong?" Han Qian'er gently shook her father's sleeve, her voice filled with concern. "Hiki, ah-ha-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha-ha." Han Jingxiu burst into laughter, as if overwhelmed by joy, unbothered by the soundproof barrier protecting their conversation. "Just one night, and you can manipulate objects with sword control. Good disciple, excellent disciple. Is there truly any difference between manipulating objects and sword control? To learn a technique in just one night is indeed remarkable." Han Qian'er mused, her gaze lingering on her junior brother. Han Jingxiu regained his composure and added, "Feng Chou, you mentioned wanting to assist your master. Yet you are merely at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan realm. How can you help?" Jiang Feng opened his eyes wide and declared earnestly, "Master, if the disciples' duel is still some time away, I shall diligently cultivate and strive to achieve success before the contest begins." Seeing the boy's determined expression, Han Jingxiu felt a surge of encouragement. He had underestimated his disciple's talent. Could it be that he was not merely a 5-yang body, but rather a legendary pure yang body? Yet even a pure yang body only signifies rapid cultivation. How could one master sword control overnight? A prodigy, or perhaps this child is a vessel for another's spirit. But if it were a spirit possession, it would not make sense. For only high-level practitioners in the 7-star realm and above can perform such a feat, and after securing their possession, they would not remain in the Hunyuan realm. With these thoughts, Han Jingxiu cast aside his wild conjectures and smiled kindly. "Very well, disciple, focus on your cultivation. Should you require anything, consult your senior sister. I shall certainly procure abundant resources for you. Speaking of which, from the moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt a deep kinship, and upon learning of your background, I could not help but feel immense pity. As the saying goes, heroes often emerge from adversity. Though you have lost your family, I shall treat you as my own child, just as I do with Qian'er and Chen Kong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's tears flowed freely as he bowed deeply. His voice choked with emotion. "Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. You are my reborn parents." Han Jingxiu too shed a few tears, wiping them away with his sleeve, and spoke gently, Good child. Qian'er, quickly help your junior brother up." Understanding her father's gaze, Han Qian'er immediately reached out to assist the boy, tenderly saying, "Junior brother, rise. We are family now. Look at you, all grown up yet still crying." Feeling the softness of her arms wrapped around him and the sweet fragrance that enveloped him, Jiang Feng's cheeks flushed. He stood up and said, "Senior sister, aside from master, you are the best to me." After speaking, the boy shyly lowered his head. "Do you like your senior sister?" Han Qian'er teased, her smile playful as she wrapped one arm around his and gently stroked his head with the other. "Yes, of course, I like you," he replied, stealing a glance at Han Jingxiu, fearful of incurring his master's wrath. Unexpectedly, Han Jingxiu encouraged him with a smile. "Feng Chou, if you like your senior sister, then focus on your cultivation. When the time is right, I will select an auspicious day for your marriage." "Thank you, master." Jiang Feng joyfully bowed again, but was quickly supported by Han Jingxiu. "No need for excessive courtesy, child." After this heartwarming exchange, Han Jingxiu felt an unwavering conviction. This boy was undoubtedly gifted, yet inexperienced in the ways of the world. Perhaps he had read a few books, but he was evidently naive, having lost his family. A few kind words had made him weep like a child. "Junior brother Feng, you must work hard. Your senior sister, she likes you very much as well," Han Qian'er shyly added. Indeed, Jiang Feng looked at his senior sister with unwavering determination. "All right, Qian'er, take your junior brother around. Remember not to leave the sect. There are still some low-level demonic beasts in the mountains," Han Jingxiu instructed as he dispelled the soundproof barrier. Han Qian'er readily agreed, taking the boy's hand without a second thought as they exited the room. Watching his daughter and beloved disciple depart, Han Jingxiu's smile slowly faded. "The position of sect leader is mine. None shall take it from me," he silently vowed. As several elders vied for the position of sect leader, it was mostly for that inherited treasure. "Junior brother, do you have any more questions?" As they strolled along a path within the sect, Han Qian'er played with a wisp of her hair, responding to Jiang Feng's inquiries. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Feng asked with a smile, "But isn't that treasure uncontrollable? Isn't it rather petty for the elders to be fighting over something they cannot wield?" Who knows? Those elders have always been like this," Han Qian'er huffed, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Yet, she soon brightened and asked, "Junior brother, how did you cultivate so quickly? You have advanced from the early stage of the Hunyuan realm to the mid-stage in no time, and you learned sword control overnight. Please share your secrets with your senior sister." "I'm not certain. The cultivation method is what you taught me." Jiang Feng shook his head, looking bewildered. Then it seems you truly are a once-in-a-lifetime genius, Han Qian'er mused, momentarily lost in thought. What did you say, senior sister? Jiang Feng asked, confused. Nothing. Nothing at all. Han Qian'er quickly pointed towards the array of illusions outside the sect gate, attempting to change the subject. Shall we take a stroll outside the sect? That night, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, the 3 spirit stones in his hand dimming to blackened stones. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, puzzled. What troubles you, young one? Feel free to share with me. The voice of the demonic soul sounded languid, as if just awakening from slumber. Jiang Feng did not dispute. Communicating with his thoughts, I wonder why such a weak sect causes everyone to vie for the position of sect leader? It seems unreasonable to fight over a treasure that cannot be wielded. This, I'm not entirely certain, the demonic soul replied without hesitation. Then do not disturb me, Jiang Feng frowned slightly. The demonic soul chuckled heartily and continued. However, I can share another piece of information regarding that Lu Yun. Senior, your desires remain unchanged, Jiang Feng teased. No, it is not about her beauty. I can sense a demonic aura surrounding that woman. It is quite extraordinary. At this revelation, Jiang Feng and Apos' heart raced with alarm. Chapter 24. Losing control. Although the Bilo sect is but a minor sect, it is undeniably a part of the orthodox immortal path. What does it signify when an elder of such a sect harbors demonic energy? Senior, are you perhaps deceiving me? Jiang Feng pondered aloud. Deceive you? What benefit would I derive from that? The reason I'm informing you of this matter is to prevent you from inadvertently meeting your demise at that woman's hands. After all, if you were to perish, I wouldn't escape unscathed, the demonic soul said eerily. Jiang Feng remained silent, lost in thought. Lu Yun appeared graceful and dignified, seemingly the most amiable among the 3 elders. Little did he expect that she would conceal demonic energy within her. If cultivators wish to conceal their aura, it is exceedingly difficult for their peers of similar cultivation to detect it. Only someone like the Chaos Old Demon, who possesses formidable divine consciousness, could discern it. Likely due to his own demonic nature. With his current cultivation, there is little he can accomplish. It is best to hasten his cultivation. With this in mind, Jiang Feng ceased his idle thoughts and retrieved several spirit stones from his storage bag, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy while extracting the essence from the stones. Such rapid cultivation is unattainable for ordinary cultivators. Firstly, the meridian channels would be overburdened. Secondly, those with inferior constitutions would find their Dantian Qi akin to a leaky vessel, with most of the absorbed spiritual energy seeping away. However, Jiang Feng now possessed a pure yang body, rendering his Dantian Qi as impregnable as a fortress. Once spiritual energy entered, it would not leak, but rather gradually accumulate and solidify, awaiting the opportune moment to shatter the shackles of his cultivation. At this moment, it was already past midnight. Upon the cliff face above the main hall of the sect leader, there were 4 ethereal cave dwellings. 3 were occupied by the 3 elders, while the remaining 1 served as the sect leader's secluded cultivation chamber. The cave dwellings were perpetually concealed by formations, obscuring their interiors. Within one of these cave dwellings, 2 figures had been engaged in clandestine discussions for quite some time. Senior Brother Su, this plan has proceeded smoothly thus far. I trust you will honor your commitments once you ascend to the position of sect leader, a buxom beauty clad in a plain-colored dress said. Her words as placid as still water as she held a teacup. The second elder, Su Heling, pondered for a moment before smiling. Junior sister Lu, you claim to have no desire for the position of sect leader, but I find it difficult to believe. Do you truly only desire that sword? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun smiled faintly, a hint of allure inadvertently gracing her gentle face. Of course, senior brother, you are aware that I am a law cultivator, and thus naturally covetous of magical treasures. Furthermore, I am but a frail woman. If the position of sect leader were to fall into my hands, would I be able to safeguard it? Her words were logical and well-reasoned, prompting Su Heling to nod slightly. The sword left behind by the sect's founder was indeed a formidable magical treasure, but even the great elder Xian Feng, who cultivated the sword path, was unable to wield it. As a body cultivator, it was even less useful to him. For body cultivators, any magical treasures or artifacts were inconsequential. Therefore, obtaining the position of sect leader was sufficient. The sword was dispensable. With this in mind, Su Heling said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, junior sister, if I obtain the position of sect leader, that sword shall be yours, without any deceit." 3 days later, the sun shone brightly. Han Qian'er paced back and forth before the 3rd junior brother's room, her delicate brows furrowed and her face displaying a hint of worry. Her Feng Chou junior brother had not emerged from his room for 3 days. She had followed her father's instructions and secretly given Feng Chou the 50 spirit stones her father had provided. Subsequently, this young junior brother had secluded himself. Considering the importance her father placed on Feng Chou, coupled with the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within the room, Han Qian'er dared not intrude and could only wait outside. Shortly thereafter, Han Jingxiu emerged from the sect leader's hall, accompanied by Li Chengkong. The master and disciple had been discussing the allocation of disciple slots for paying respects to the immortal sect within the hall. Although Li Chengkong had stated that he would exert his utmost effort, Han Jingxiu clearly lacked confidence in this disciple. "Chinner, has your Fengqiu junior brother not emerged yet?" Han Jingxiu asked, his expression composed, but his tone revealing a hint of anxiety. After all, he had ventured across the vast ocean only to take in such a precious disciple. In the future, he would have to rely on him to turn the tables. If anything were to happen to this disciple, it would undoubtedly be adding insult to injury, given his current circumstances. Not yet. But there have been fluctuations of spiritual energy within the room. "Father, junior brother should be fine," Han Qian'er said hesitantly. Li Chengkong, however, was not concerned, but rather said with a hint of envy, "Junior sister, have you been waiting for him here all this time?" Han Qian'er glanced at him, merely nodding without uttering a word. Sensing his junior sister's estrangement, Li Chengkong felt somewhat disoriented, but he did not say much, simply standing silently, his expression unnatural. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the room before him, the hatred in his heart for Fengqiu surging once more. That brat. Han Qian'er paid no heed to his displeasure, and Han Jingxiu was equally unconcerned with the feelings of his eldest disciple. At this moment, he only hoped that his beloved disciple Fengqiu was safe and sound. Just then, a soft sound suddenly emanated from within the room before them, and the door was blasted open by a surge of spiritual energy. Han Jingxiu's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily focused his gaze. A youth emerged slowly from within the room. His raven black hair danced like silken ribbons in the wake of the spiritual energy fluctuations. Joy at the improvement in his cultivation shone in Jiang Feng's eyes. He wore the white robe that Han Qian'er had sent him previously, and coupled with his peerless handsome countenance, he no longer possessed the air of a farmer's son. All three present were filled with astonishment. "Junior brother Feng." Han Qian'er's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with infatuation. Li Chengkong's expression was one of shock. He had previously harbored resentment towards the youth, but now, faced with this figure resembling a celestial sovereign from the nine heavens, he could not muster a single ounce of hatred. Han Jingxiu alone remained relatively composed. He suppressed his excitement and merely stroked his beard, smiling. "Disciple, you have emerged from seclusion?" Jiang Feng hastily stepped forward, cupping his fist towards Han Jingxiu, and said in a clear voice, "Master, your disciple has not failed your expectations and is now at the Two Worlds realm." Han Jingxiu could not help but chuckle, openly praising him. "Good disciple, to have reached the Two Worlds realm so quickly, your master did not misjudge you. With such a rapidly progressing disciple." Han Jingxiu was overjoyed. He now felt that even without the position of sect leader, he could still snatch it back by relying on this disciple. The disciple slots for paying respects to the immortal sect were no longer important. However, to his surprise, the handsome youth continued, "Master, while cultivating, your disciple also improved his swordsmanship. I wonder if Master could bestow upon your disciple a sword?" Improved his swordsmanship? Even Han Jingxiu, who had witnessed many impossibilities from him, was now somewhat dumbfounded. Secluding himself for 3 days, cultivating from the mid-stage of the primordial chaos realm to the Two Worlds realm, and improving his swordsmanship in the process? What kind of freak could accomplish this? Han Jingxiu wore an expression of suspicion, but he also wished to see if this disciple was boasting. Thus, he flicked his finger, and an ancient bronze sword of low quality flew out from his sleeve. The ancient sword was originally only an inch in size, but after flying out, it rapidly grew larger against the wind, its 3-foot-long blade shimmering with a dim light. "Fengqiu, take this. If you have truly improved this low-grade magical artifact, the Azure Edge sword shall be bestowed upon you. Use your swordsmanship to control it and show me," Han Jingxiu said, tossing the ancient sword forward. However, before he could finish his sentence, this Four Symbols realm cultivator abruptly widened his eyes. Not for any other reason, but because the youth did not catch the Azure Edge sword with his hand, but rather pointed at it with a sword finger, and the Azure Edge sword floated steadily in the air. "Master, then your disciple shall make a fool of himself." Jiang Feng smiled slightly, then glanced triumphantly at Han Qian'er, urging his swordsmanship. Fine streams of spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, controlling the Azure Edge sword to fly up and down. Under the youth's control, this Azure Edge sword, which was not light in weight, was like a nimble bird, sometimes flying high into the sky and accidentally colliding with the sect's protective formation, sometimes flying above the sect leader's hall, circling around several stone beasts. That brat has only been a disciple for a short time. Why does his swordsmanship seem more proficient than mine? Li Chengkong stared blankly, clenching his fist slightly. Han Qian'er clapped her hands happily from the side, smiling brightly. "Junior brother is so amazing." Han Jingxiu frequently glanced at the flying sword, and then at the young man wielding it, feeling a surge of joy mingled with profound perplexity. Moments later, Jiang Feng commanded the flying sword to return. However, it began to tremble ominously. "Master, I can't control it." With the boy's exclamation, the azure sword shot through the air like a shooting star, crashing violently through the roof of the sect leader's hall. With a thunderous roar, a massive stone beast was cleaved in two, crashing down onto the eaves before tumbling further down. Chapter 25, Suppression. Han Jingxiu pointed languidly, and the stone beast, enveloped in spiritual energy, descended gently to the ground without disturbing the disciples in the sect square. The Qing Feng sword also settled steadily before Jiang Feng. At that moment, an individual descended from the summit of the Master S Hall, landing gracefully before the assembly. Xianfeng first cast a glance at the dilapidated stone beast above, then turned his attention to Han Jingxiu and his disciples, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Elder Han, are you venting your frustrations due to the loss of your position as the sect leader? Han Jingxiu snorted coldly, offering no reply. Just then, two more powerful auras swiftly descended from the upper cave. Su Helling's figure flickered in and out, now against the mountain wall, now atop the Master's hall. Before finally landing firmly before the crowd, Lu Yiyun descended gracefully, standing elegantly with a fan beneath her feet. What is the matter? The serene-faced female elder spoke with a gentle tone, causing everyone to instinctively quiet down. Han Jingxiu's mind raced as he chuckled. Nothing much. I was merely instructing Cheng Kong on refining his swordsmanship. He was careless and inadvertently damaged the hall. He understood that Feng Chao's prowess would inevitably be revealed. But the talent of this disciple in the sword path must not be disclosed just yet. Upon hearing Han Jingxiu's explanation, the three elders simultaneously turned their gazes toward Li Chengkong. Li Chengkong, under the scrutiny of the three fifth-level practitioners, faltered, feeling helpless and unsure of what to say. Clearly a practitioner of the three talents realm, yet not even proficient in swordsmanship, Han Jingxiu's prized disciple. Xianfeng did not conceal his scorn. Su Helling stood with hands clasped behind his back, chuckling. Chengkong, when I initially suggested you learn body refinement with me, you were unwilling. Do you now regret your decision? Li Chengkong's face flushed crimson as he wished to clarify that it was not his fault. However, Han Jingxiu interjected first. As elders, do you not feel shame in mocking my disciple? Only Lu Yiyun remained silent, glancing at Li Chengkong before shifting her gaze to Jiang Feng, clad in a white robe. In that instant, her eyes brightened. The sect leader's new disciple. Just days ago, he was merely at the Hunyuan realm, and now he has swiftly ascended to the two instruments realm? Truly a prodigious talent. This revelation captured the attention of all present. Xianfeng stared intently at the youth in white, disbelief etched across his features, while Su Helling narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man. They recalled Han Jingxiu mentioning that this youth had attained the Hunyuan realm merely by accidentally consuming a spiritual herb. Yet now his progress was astonishingly rapid. Something was clearly amiss. Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Han Jingxiu boldly proclaimed, "Indeed, my disciple Feng Chou is an unparalleled talent in cultivation. What, are you envious?" While he spoke thus, his heart sank. For he had not anticipated Feng Chou mastering swordsmanship so swiftly, nor did he foresee the mishap that led to the hall's damage, summoning the three elders. Cursing his ill luck, he noted the varying expressions on the faces of the three elders upon his admission. Lu Yiyun gazed at Jiang Feng, smiling gently. Elder Han is fortunate to have such a disciple. If his cultivation speed continues at this pace, it is merely a matter of time before he becomes a high-level practitioner. Her words served as a reminder to the other two elders, prompting them to temporarily set aside their envy. Xianfeng shifted his focus from the white-clad youth and suggested, "Let us not delay. There is no need for extended contemplation. The disciples eligible to pay respects at the Immortal Gate should be determined promptly. How about a contest among them shortly?" "I concur," Su Helling quickly added, though his gaze lingered on the young man. "Then let us gather the disciples. As in years past, to spar on the back mountain. The victor shall earn the opportunity to join the Six Immortals Alliance." Lu Yiyun smiled faintly, casting a glance at Han Jingxiu. In Han Jingxiu's eyes, Lu Yiyun's smile, though gentle, carried a heavy irony. He felt a surge of anger, knowing that the elders wished to deprive his beloved disciple of the time to cultivate. However, outnumbered 3-1 and aware of his own limitations as a fourth-level practitioner, he could only swallow his indignation. Very well, Su Helling chimed in. Xianfeng cast a deep look at Han Jingxiu's talented disciple before continuing. "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to summon the disciples." With those words, the three elders made their way to the sect square, leaving Han Jingxiu and his three disciples behind. How excessive. Though Han Jingxiu felt anger, he was also somewhat helpless. His greater concern was whether the three elders would resort to underhanded tactics once his disciple's talent was revealed. "Master, should we not go?" Han Qianer asked cautiously. "What are you talking about, junior sister?" "Of course we must go," Li Chengkong declared, clenching his fists. He looked to Han Jingxiu, full of conviction. "Master, do not worry. I have just broken through to the mid-stage of the three talents realm. I will surely triumph." Recently, Han Jingxiu had praised Feng Chou repeatedly, igniting a spark of motivation in him. After returning to the sect, he had secluded himself in cultivation and remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of the three talents realm. However, Han Jingxiu remained skeptical. The disciples of the three elders were formidable opponents, and Li Chengkong, having just reached mid-stage, would struggle against them. Just then, Jiang Feng interjected respectfully, "Master, this is a splendid opportunity to reclaim your position as sect leader. How could we possibly refrain from participating? I would sacrifice myself to repay your kindness." At that moment, Han Jingxiu felt deeply moved. This disciple not only possessed remarkable talent, but also exemplary character. Yet, with his gift now exposed, he wondered whether he could still grow safely. In a forest of towering trees, the winds must inevitably strike them down. "Very well. My disciples, let us proceed." After a moment of contemplation, Han Jingxiu nodded. Understood. The three disciples responded in unison, following Han Jingxiu toward the mountain gate. A moment later, within a gorge on the back mountain of the Biluo sect, a stream meandered through the gorge, leading to the mouth, which opened into a forest. Han Jingxiu and the three elders stood upon a massive slab of green stone, surveying the dozens of disciples below. The disciples naturally divided into 4 factions. Former sect leader Han Jingxiu had only 3 disciples, standing in a line. In contrast, the first elder, Xianfeng, commanded 7 disciples. Led by a proud young man with sword-like brows and bright eyes, wielding a low-grade treasure sword with an imposing presence. The second elder, Su Heling, had 5 disciples. With a towering, bare-chested giant at the forefront, his robust physique showcasing his strength at the 3 talents realm. The final group also consisted of 5 disciples. Led by a young woman dressed in a light purple gown, her delicate features marked by a calm demeanor, reminiscent of the third elder, Lu Yun. Aside from these 4 groups, the remaining disciples were engaged in menial tasks, as many had perished during the war between the immortals and demons. And 2 fifth-level elders had yet to return, leaving the sect severely weakened. Nevertheless, this did not deter the elders from vying for the position of sect leader. The disciple of the Grand Elder, known as Chun Zhili, wields his sword with unparalleled mastery, making him a formidable opponent. The shirtless one is the disciple of the second elder, Hua Gang, a mid-level practitioner of the San Kai realm. When he invokes the rock technique, he becomes impervious to blades and spears, demonstrating considerable prowess. As for the lady clad in purple, she is Cheng Su Ling, the disciple of the third elder, a practitioner of magical arts. Her storage pouch is filled with various low-level magical artifacts, which she wields with ease, allowing her to confront multiple adversaries simultaneously. However, should a magic practitioner find themselves bereft of protective artifacts, their vulnerability becomes quite pronounced. Han Xin'er quietly conveyed the strengths and capabilities of these elder disciples to her junior brother. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. With a single glance, he discerned the cultivation levels of these individuals, even perceiving the depths of their abilities, an advantage bestowed upon him by his past experiences. As you wish. Let us commence the duels one by one. Han Jingxiu remarked coldly, casting a displeased look at the elder disciples. His own students were not particularly outstanding. Although Feng Qiong exhibited great potential, he had yet to fully mature. The outcome of this contest was undoubtedly destined for defeat, leaving him to place his hopes solely on his eldest disciple, Li Chengkong. Hiki, we have already conferred. This time, let us employ a different method of competition. Xianfeng suddenly interjected with a smile. Chapter 26. The variables. Han Jingxiu's gaze swept anxiously among the 3 elders, his heart suddenly gripped by alarm. He spoke in a low voice. According to you, what manner of contest shall we engage in? Xianfeng chuckled, ignoring him entirely, and leaped forward. Standing before the assembly of disciples, he addressed the crowd with a resonant voice. Since the cataclysmic battle between the celestial and demonic realms, our disciples of the Biluozong have suffered grievously. The cruelty of the demonic cultivators is beyond comprehension. Henceforth, our contest of skill must not adhere to the old ways. If we do not adapt, we shall inevitably suffer when confronting the demonic forces. Listen well. This time, we shall not engage in the farcical one-on-one duels of the past. Instead, you shall arrange yourselves in formations here in the back mountains, either independently or in collaboration. During the contest, you must not harm fellow disciples. The objective is merely to seize other storage bags. Should one lose their storage bag, they are deemed defeated and must refrain from further engagement. Remember, ultimately, only one victor shall emerge. The disciples below chorused their agreement. Yet Li Chengkong and Han Xin'er wore expressions of shock. Upon hearing the revised rules for the contest, Han Jingxiu was rendered speechless. You all. He trembled, pointing at the 3 elders, unable to articulate his indignation. With only 3 disciples under his tutelage, the contest had now transformed into a free-for-all. And under the deliberate machinations of the 3 elders, his disciples were assuredly destined to be eliminated. Han Elder, we have already deliberated among ourselves. The arrow is nocked and must be released. If you have any objections, you could always withdraw your disciples, remarked Su Heling, squinting with his murky old eyes and smiling. Lu Yun simply observed Han Jingxiu with a knowing smile, saying nothing further. Clearly, the 3 elders had resolved to exclude him, the former sect master, from their plans. Han Jingxiu furrowed his brow in silence, his thoughts in disarray. Since the Celestial Demonic War, he had suffered the greatest losses among his disciples. In a bid to stabilize his position as sect master and acquire the treasured legacy and secrets of the sect, he had attempted to break through to the 6 Harmonies realm, only to find himself failing and falling back in rank. Now, targeted due to the exceptional talents of his disciples, he, at the 4 Symbols realm, found himself utterly powerless to alter the situation. Han Elder, it is too late for you to have second thoughts now. Xianfeng smirked, casting his gaze toward the disciples below. At that moment, some disciples had already engaged in combat, while others hesitated, testing the water. Noting that the disciples of the 3 embroiled in a fierce struggle, Li Changkong swung his, retreating into the woods. He had no choice but to implore, evidently acting on their I suspect that, clicking his tongue as he observed the, are we not allowed to escape when, if you wish to avoid injury, you will also willingly offer your story? Lu Yun seemed about to say so. The other three elders followed. We must set aside the contest. The other three elders, Jiang Feng and Han Qianer, fled swiftly. Despite his initial stage of the two instruments realm, Jiang Feng's agility surpassed that of Han Qianer, who was at the peak of the same realm, quickly leaving the pursuing two instruments realm cultivators behind. Junior brother, slow down. They have all been shaken off, Han Qian and Appos urged, trailing closely behind him, anxious not to be left behind. She knew her father held great importance for Feng Chao and silently resolved to ensure his safety, even if it meant surrendering her storage bag. Jiang Feng paused beneath a large tree, the voice of the demonic spirit echoing from his spiritual platform. Should I commend your cleverness or chastise your foolishness? By deliberately revealing your strength, you have drawn the attention of those elders, leading to your encirclement by three parties. Young man, you are still too inexperienced. Han Jingxiu has begun to harbor suspicions about me. Although he won't take any drastic actions, he will certainly control the resources available for my cultivation. If I wish to acquire sufficient resources for rapid advancement, I must take risks. I have already demonstrated my value. Now it is up to those elders to decide, Jiang Feng communicated through thought. Oh, so you intend to shift your allegiance to another? Based on who offers the most resources? Quite cunning indeed. At this juncture, the demonic spirit's tone shifted to one of urgency. Young man, your calculations have gone awry. It appears something has transpired within the Biluozong. Those four individuals are preoccupied and have no time to spare for you. Something has happened? What sort of incident? Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The demonic spirit focused intently, its voice turning cold. A conflict has erupted. In addition to those four, there is an aura of a cultivator at the Six Harmonies realm. No, it is nearing the Seven Stars realm. I warn you, if you do not flee now, it may soon be too late. At this warning, Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he ventured deeper into the woods. Questioning as he moved, sister, aside from the sect's entrance, is there another route down the mountain? Han Qianer followed closely behind, glancing back nervously. There is indeed a small path once we exit this forest, but we may encounter demonic beasts. Wait, junior brother. Why do you wish to descend the mountain? Jiang Feng did not respond immediately, lost in contemplation. Given the dense spiritual energy of this mountain, even if demonic beasts were present, they would likely not exceed the third tier. If an encounter were to occur, escape would be possible. However, before a cultivator at the Seven Stars realm, he would be as insignificant as an ant. Sister, please do not inquire further. It is a directive from our master prior to the contest, instructing us to descend the mountain quickly and to venture as far away as possible. Jiang Feng deflected her curiosity, using Han Jingxiu as a shield. To his surprise, Han Qianer appeared astonished, exclaiming, could it be that my father has engaged in combat with those elders? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. Sister, what makes you say that? Worry clouded Han Qianer's expression as she bit her lip. Feng Shitty. Given the gravity of the situation, there are certain truths I must reveal to you. Sister, please, go on, Jiang Feng urged, his gaze fixed on her, his tone earnest. Chapter 27. Desperate situation. You must find it peculiar, Han Qianer began, why my father so coveted the position of sect leader. In truth, the superior grade magical artifact is of little consequence. What truly matters is the cultivation inheritance of the sect's founder. Cultivation inheritance? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and understanding dawned. It would be foolish to scheme for the position of sect leader merely for an unmanageable artifact, but a cultivation inheritance was another matter entirely. He vividly recalled the wondrous sensation of receiving the 10 Directions realm cultivation inheritance in the Chaos Divine domain. Precisely, a cultivation inheritance. You are new to the immortal path and may not fully comprehend what I speak of, but it is the truth. The founder's cultivation inheritance is of the Seven Stars realm, and one must cultivate to the Six Harmonies realm to receive it. As Han Qianer spoke, she glanced back, seemingly wanting to assess the situation. Her father had confided these secrets and foretold a struggle with the elders, so she did not doubt Jiang Feng's words. So, Han Jingxiu was so eager to cultivate to the Six Harmonies realm, but inadvertently lost his cultivation level. Comprehending this, Jiang Feng said gravely, it seems they are fighting for the cultivation inheritance. But neither my father nor the elders have reached the Six Harmonies realm. Han Qianer said, perplexed. Enough chatter. Do you have a death wish? The demon soul was growing agitated, revealing his fear in the face of true danger. A coldness washed over Jiang Feng, and he communicated mentally. You once said that the way of the tyrant enhances cultivation through slaughter, correct? Do you intend to? The demon soul was unsure of his meaning. Jiang Feng ignored the demon soul and pointed urgently behind them. Senior sister. Father is coming. Hearing this, Han Qianer turned swiftly, but the dense forest revealed no sign of her father. Junior brother, are you mistaken? Ugh. A sharp pain seized her as she looked down at her abdomen. The blade of the azure edge sword, stained with blood, pierced through her. Why? Han Qianer struggled to look back, to see her junior brother's face. She could not comprehend why this fledgling disciple of the immortal path would kill her. Jiang Feng gave her no time to ponder, yanking the azure edge sword out with a wet thwack and then driving it in again. A beauty's life extinguished, she collapsed beneath the tree, her eyes fixed in a vacant stare, her crimson lips overflowing with blood. Alas, what a pity! The demon's soul sighed softly. Jiang Feng remained silent, merely sensing the surging murderous intent within him. After killing a two-forms realm peak cultivator, the murderous intent that had aided him in crossing the mixed origin realm threshold surged once more, directly impacting his spiritual platform. His azure cloud art was the kingly way of the sword, while this murderous intent was the tyrannical way of the sword taught by the demon soul. The two were both sword arts, yet incompatible. Thus, although his azure cloud art cultivation had reached the two-forms realm, the foundation of the murderous intent was only at the mixed origin realm. But now, having killed a two-forms realm peak cultivator, the murderous intent absorbed the vitality of the deceased, elevating it to the advanced stage of the mixed origin realm, just a step away from the two-forms realm. It felt as though there were two entirely distinct powers within him. One could progress gradually through cultivation, while the other only required slaughter, progressing faster the more one killed. Especially if the enemy's cultivation was higher. The lives of mortals were of little consequence. As the murderous intent surged, Jiang Feng's eyes turned slightly red. He took a deep breath, suppressing the restless bloodlust. It is time to depart. He gestured, and spiritual energy enveloped Han Qian'er's storage pouch, drawing it into his palm. Suddenly, the rustling of footsteps came from ahead. 3 two-forms realm disciples were in pursuit. What is happening? What has befallen Senior Sister Han? One of the male disciples, at the intermediate stage of the two-forms realm, wore a look of shock, his gaze fixed on Jiang Feng, who held the sword. Although they had been ordered to join in the siege of Han Jingxiu's disciples, they would never slaughter fellow disciples. The other two disciples, at the initial stage of the two-forms realm, also looked aghast. Han Qian'er was, after all, the daughter of the former sect leader. Her death here would inevitably bring repercussions. Jiang Feng's gaze turned abruptly sinister. Gripping his sword, he swept it forward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that belied his two-forms realm cultivation. The two initial stage two-forms realm disciples were still reeling from shock and had no chance to react. Jiang Feng's sword cleaved their heads from their shoulders. The intermediate stage disciple, though wary, had his right arm severed in Jiang Feng's sneak attack. You are insane. Slaughtering fellow disciples. You will suffer retribution. Seeing his two junior brothers slain before him, the disciple's eyes burned with fury, and he roared in defiance of his injuries. Jiang Feng seemed oblivious, his eyes faintly glowing red. Having killed two-forms realm cultivators, his murderous intent finally broke through the mixed origin realm, reaching the two-forms realm. Now, the kingly way and the tyrannical way within him advanced in tandem, granting him power akin to that of a three-talents realm cultivator. Oh, not slaughtering fellow disciples will ensure a favorable outcome? Jiang Feng sneered, attacking with his sword. The injured disciple parried hastily, but soon found himself in dire straits. This was not merely due to his injury, but also because Jiang Feng wielded the power of two-forms realm cultivators. Fighting him was like fighting two-forms realm cultivators, both seemingly battle-hardened and exceptionally skilled. With a wet thwack, the azure-edged sword pierced the disciple's chest, and the sword energy riddled his body with wounds. Watching the red light from the disciple's corpse flow into him, Jiang Feng took a deep, satisfied breath. He then employed a movement technique, his figure darting through the forest like a phantom. He soon emerged from the trees and fled down the winding mountain path. He encountered numerous demonic beasts along the way, but they were only at the 2nd or 3rd level. Drawing upon his past experience, Jiang Feng evaded them with ease. After descending the mountain, he ran tirelessly for dozens of miles, arriving at a lake. The lake water was a serene emerald green, like a vast mirror reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The shores were adorned with various exotic flowers and plants, their rich fragrance captivating. But Jiang Feng's eyes held wariness, and he halted his advance. In his experience, such stagnant environments were the most dangerous. Though his divine sense detected nothing, there could well be a terrifying presence lurking within. Boy, I have been cursed to follow you. I thought that by helping you obtain the 10 Directions realm cultivation, you could help me find a physical body, but you foolishly went to the battlefield to die. Now, I hoped you would grow and help me find a body, but you have fallen into this predicament. Alas, I am resigned to fate. As the demon soul's words faded, Jiang Feng sensed two powerful auras. A chill ran through him, and he frowned slightly. The divine sense of two-forms realm cultivators had a limited range. If he could sense them, it meant these experts had already discovered his presence. 2 beams of dark light landed first. Jiang Feng focused his gaze, a look of surprise on his face. One was the 3rd elder, Lu Yan, still at the 5 elements realm, having obtained no inheritance. The other was a tall, gaunt man clad in black robes. The man had double pupils and a sinister smile. One could tell at a glance that he was not a righteous cultivator. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6 harmonies realm, just a step away from the 7 stars realm. This disciple of yours is intriguing. All his fellow disciples are dead. Where do you intend to flee? The man gazed at Jiang Feng, his eyes gleaming with a sinister smile. Jiang Feng remained silent, his expression calm, though his heart was filled with anxiety. Was he to perish again before avenging his great grudge? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the lake. The tranquil waters rippled, and with a splash, a massive white serpent emerged from the depths. Chapter 28. The Art of Six Harmonies. The enormous white python lay by the lakeside, refraining from attacking anyone. Perched atop the serpent's head was a young man clad in white robes. At a casual glance, one might mistake him for an unsightly bump upon the beast. The young man leapt down from the python-esque crown, conjuring a folding fan from thin air. With a gentle flick of the fan, a confident smile graced his handsome features. "Ah, Qixia of the Chaos Demon Sect, so you have indeed hidden yourself here," he remarked, elegantly fanning himself. His words imbued with a nonchalant indifference. The man with dual pupils wore an expression of suspicion, his brow furrowed. "Lin Lingxiao, how did you come to be here?" Lin Lingxiao, the man in white, chuckled lightly as he closed his fan. "Our celestial sect has long been in pursuit of you remnants of the demon path. However, due to the significant contributions of the Biluo sect during the celestial demonic conflict, a direct search was rather difficult. Little did I expect that this would afford you, a demon, the opportunity to slip through our grasp." "Haraha." Qixia sneered continuously, his eyes flashing with a strange light as he fixed a menacing gaze upon Lin Lingxiao. "You are merely a practitioner of the Six Harmonies realm. That little snake is but a fifth-level demon beast, and you dare to obstruct me? It was only with the assistance of a high master from the celestial sect that we managed to prevail over the 6 demon sections. Now, you, having gained an advantage, wish to eradicate my sect entirely? Insolent wretch, I shall ensure your demise today." With a thunderous roar, a brilliant blue sword materialized in his grasp, shimmering like crystal and exuding formidable power. A high-grade magical artifact? Lin Lingxiao's expression grew solemn. He then murmured an incantation, and in an instant, radiant starlight enveloped him. Each strand of ethereal light representing a treasured artifact. Practitioner of the Six Harmonies realm. With a swift motion, the two engaged in fierce combat. Their energies colliding above the lake's surface, sending monstrous waves crashing forth from the once placid waters. Although Qixia wielded a powerful sword, it did not align with his demonic techniques, preventing him from unleashing its full potential. Nevertheless, Lin Lingxiao found himself struggling immensely against the onslaught. This was not merely due to the power of the artifact. As a practitioner of the Six Harmonies realm, he relied on mid-tier magical artifacts, which often bore slight damage from even a single strike. "Troublesome," he muttered under his breath, soaring into the air atop a vast mirror, before commanding a golden flying sword to cleave through the air toward his opponent. "Celestial sect trash dares to wield a sword?" Qixia mocked, effortlessly swatting the golden sword down with a flick of his blue blade. He then seized the fallen sword, using his demonic energy to forcibly corrupt its runes, attempting to sever the connection between the mid-grade artifact and Lin Lingxiao's consciousness. Witnessing Lin Lingxiao's plight, the massive python suddenly turned, plunging into the lake. Moments later, it surged forth from the water, aiming to attack the overconfident Qixia. As Jiang Feng observed the duel unfolding over the lake, he discreetly kept an eye on Lui Yun nearby. Noticing her intently watching the battle, he chose to remain silent and slowly adjusted his position. "Feng Chou, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Lui Yun suddenly inquired, a charming smile gracing her lips. With the attention of a practitioner of the 5 elements realm upon him, Jiang Feng abandoned any thoughts of escape and stood still, shaking his head slightly. Lui Yun glided toward him, her smile unwavering as she spoke. "Qixia has inherited the 7-star realm legacy. Although he has yet to break through completely, his current prowess far exceeds that of the Six Harmonies realm. He is certain to win." Jiang Feng maintained a calm demeanor, his voice low as he asked, "What of my master and the other 2 elders?" Lui Yun's expression faltered, and she sighed. "They are dead, as are the disciples. The Biluo sect has been annihilated." Fury ignited within Jiang Feng. "Elder Lu, why did you conspire with the demon path practitioners against them?" Lui Yun was rendered speechless, only able to exhale a sigh. "I acted out of necessity. Han Jingxiu should have taught you that in the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. Though I possess the cultivation of the 5 elements realm, I find it difficult to ensure my own safety." "Shameless, betraying your sect for your own safety," Jiang Feng rebuked vehemently. Lui Yun's cheeks flushed with anger. Clearly, being scorned by a mere disciple of the 2 instruments realm irked her. Yet, upon recalling the tragic fate of the Biluo sect's practitioners, she felt this indignation diminish. "You need not say more. You should know why Qixia has spared your life." She gazed at Jiang Feng, her expression still gentle. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng replied coldly, "Did you inform that demon about my rapid cultivation?" Lui Yun nodded slightly. "Indeed, upon learning that you had advanced from the primordial realm to the 2 instruments realm in such a short time. Qixia took a liking to your talent and chose not to kill you, instead allowing you to escape here. Forget it. I, Feng Chou, am a disciple of the Biluo sect. I will die as the spirit of the Biluo sect. I shall never ally with the demon path." The youth's eyes gleamed with determination, his words fervent, embodying a spirit unyielding to death. Lu Yun's expression turned to one of shock before her charming visage twisted into malice as she spoke each word deliberately. If you do not cherish your talent, then you shall meet your end here. As she spoke, she approached Jiang Feng, her luscious red lips forming an incantation. A wave of crimson energy emanating from her fingertips. Vile woman seeks her own death. Suddenly, a sharp cry resounded from above, and a silver spear streaked through the air, piercing Lu Yun's chest and pinning her to the ground with a resounding thud. Jiang Feng turned abruptly, and his gaze fell upon a woman clad in white armor gracefully descending from the sky. Her beauty was unparalleled, her features imbued with an air of heroism. Her long black hair tied into a high ponytail, complemented by her resplendent silver armor, resembling a goddess of battle. The mid-tier cultivation of the Six Harmonies realm. Jiang Feng's heart tightened, uncertain of the woman's identity. Pinned to the ground by the spear, Lu Yun, though gravely injured, was not yet dead. Blood gushed from her mouth as she glared at the imposing woman, her voice trembling. Why you? Who are you? The woman raised an eyebrow, lifting her chin with pride. Yun Qinghong of the Lingxiu sect. I am here on a mission to eradicate you remnants of the demon path. Lu Yun was rendered speechless, gasping for breath, the spear embedded in her chest evidently a mid-tier magical artifact. Not only gravely wounding her, but also obstructing the flow of her spiritual energy. Yun Qinghong paid her no heed and turned her gaze toward Jiang Feng. Her eyes filled with unmasked admiration. Junior brother, I heard your words earlier. Well done. Jiang Feng, taken aback, responded with a hint of trepidation. My sect has been annihilated, and I am powerless to intervene. I feel truly ashamed. Sister Yun, you ought not to commend me. Nonsense, Yun Qinghong replied, her smile warm. Given your current low cultivation, it is understandable that you cannot prevent such events. However, it is precisely because of this that your refusal to bow to the demon path is commendable. Yun Qinghong scrutinized the young man before her, noting his youthful appearance yet remarkable cultivation at the two instruments realm, along with his handsome countenance and graceful demeanor. She found herself nodding repeatedly in approval. Such a gem. And to still hold reverence for his masters, refusing to live a life of compromise, he is indeed fit to be a disciple of the celestial sect. Yun Qinghong wished to ask him further questions, but at that moment, two ethereal lights streaked through the air, one behind the other. Sister Yun, come help. I can't hold on. It was Lin Ling Xiao's voice. Were you not confident in handling this alone? Yun Qinghong's elegant features stiffened momentarily, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Turning back to Jiang Feng, she smiled and reassured him. Please wait here. Once we have dealt with the evil, we shall ensure justice for your Biluo sect. Thank you. Sister, Jiang Feng responded, bowing respectfully. Yun Qinghong did not retract her spear but instead raised her hand, producing a vibrant green sword that glimmered with a mystical aura. Clearly also a mid-tier magical artifact. A white lotus blossomed beneath her feet, propelling her swiftly into the sky, where she soon joined the fray against the two ethereal lights. As he beheld the three beams of mysterious light receding further into the distance, Jiang Feng averted his gaze, turning to the sight of Lu Yun, impaled to the ground by a long spear. Chapter 29. A theatrical performance. Ahem. Lu Yun coughed up a mouthful of blood, her exquisite face growing even paler. She gazed weakly at the youth, her eyes filled with complex emotions. When the demonic cultivator Chixi approached her, she had no choice, either cooperate with the demonic path or be eliminated. Yet, it seemed she could not escape death. Jiang Feng had no intention of conversing with the dying beauty. He approached Lu Yun, whose spiritual energy was sealed by the long spear artifact and who was severely injured. His condescending gaze held no trace of pity. Senior, you said you could help me conceal my murderous intent and techniques, correct? He inquired inwardly. The demonic soul remained silent for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, You don't intend to act now, do you? Although I can help you conceal your murderous intent and techniques, you still need a pretext. If those two Six Harmonies realm cultivators return, the demonic soul's words abruptly ceased. For Jiang Feng, wielding the azure-edged sword, had already severed Lu Yun's head with a single strike. The beautiful woman's voluptuous body, impaled by the long spear, trembled in convulsive spasms. Blood gushed from her pristine neck, staining a large patch of grass crimson. Her head, held aloft by Jiang Feng, featured wide, unseeing eyes, a testament to her disbelief at her abrupt demise. Simultaneously, a crimson aura surged from Lu Yun's corpse, swirling around Jiang Feng, its tendrils merging into his body. Relishing the nourishment from a five-elements realm cultivator's vitality, Jiang Feng shuddered in ecstasy, the two disparate chi oceans in his dantian undergoing a dramatic transformation. The crimson and white chi oceans, initially rooted in the two forms realm, witnessed the crimson chi ocean surge dramatically, far surpassing the white one after the complete absorption of the crimson light. Under the surge of murderous intent, his domineering cultivation soared to the three talents realm. Jiang Feng exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, the crimson glow around him gradually dissipating. He spared no further glance at Lu Yun's corpse, instead kneeling on the ground, uprooting grass and digging soil with his bare hands. Even as his white robes became soiled, his fingernails filled with black mud, and his fingers lacerated by sharp stones in the earth, he did not cease his labor. Afterward, he searched around, carrying back a boulder half his height and using the azure edge sword to carve out a circular stone slab, their back prompted by the demonic soul's warning. Jiang Feng felt the domineering cultivation he had just attained in the three talents realm vanish into thin air. Were he not to focus intently, even he would believe his demonic arts had dissipated. In an instant, he suppressed all emotions, his handsome face etched with sorrow, his starry eyes glistening with tears. Master Disciple has avenged you, he sobbed, erecting the stone slab in the dugout pit, securing it with mud. Then, with the azure edge sword, he painstakingly carved out a few crooked characters. To decipher them required careful attention. The grave of esteemed teacher Han Jingxiu. Jiang Feng placed Li Yin's head before the grave, kowtowing deeply and weeping uncontrollably. Suddenly, a soft sigh echoed from behind. Fellow disciple Feng Chou, my condolences. Yun Qinghong, clad in silver armor, stood behind the youth. Her tall figure like a jade tree from the lunar palace, her fair face bearing a hint of sorrow. 3 feet away, Lin Lingxiao, in white robes, stared blankly at the headless female corpse on the ground, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Hearing the woman's comforting words, Jiang Feng turned around in feigned surprise. Upon recognizing Yun Qinghong, he breathed a sigh of relief. So it's senior sister Yun, senior sister. How did you know my name? Noting the youth's wariness, Yun Qinghong explained softly, I overheard that poisonous woman earlier. I not only know your name, but also that your cultivation speed is exceptionally fast, which is why they valued you. Of course, I wasn't present when she said it. I heard it with my divine sense. I see Jiang Feng rose to his feet, turning his back to the two, and wept silently. Yun Qinghong felt deep sympathy for the youth's grief. She remained silent, her starry eyes lowered, unsure how to offer solace. Senior sister Yun, could you not be so sentimental? Lin Lingxiao muttered, earning a murderous glare from Yun Qinghong. He quickly cleared his throat and stepped forward, asking, You're Feng Chou, right? Can you tell us the specifics? How did that demonic cultivator infiltrate your Bailuo sect? Jiang Feng slowly turned around, his red, swollen eyes filled with both naivety and fortitude. He took a deep breath, disregarding the tears still streaming down his face, and began, I don't know about the demonic cultivator. Because my master's cultivation went awry, causing him to lose his realm, the sect's 3 elders forced him to relinquish his position as sect master. Coincidentally, the list of disciples to visit the 6 Immortals Alliance hadn't been finalized yet. After the elders' discussion, they decided the disciples would duel each other, and whoever's disciple won would become the sect master unexpectedly. Those 3 elders were despicable and shameless, changing the usual rules of dueling and ordering the disciples to engage in a mass brawl. They even besieged me, senior brother Li Qingkong, and senior sister Han Qianer. It was then that the demonic cultivator appeared, killing anyone he encountered. No one could stand against him. I watched helplessly as my fellow disciples were slaughtered, unable to do anything here. Jiang Feng covered his face again, weeping bitterly. Yun Qinghong's delicate brows furrowed slightly, intending to say something to comfort the youth. Lin Lingxiao also frowned, asking in a deep voice, and then, Jiang Feng took another deep breath and continued. I don't know why, but the demonic cultivator didn't kill me. I fled here, completely exhausted. I didn't expect third elder Li Yuyan and the demonic cultivator to appear simultaneously. She was colluding with the demonic path. She and the demonic cultivator murdered my master, killed many of my fellow disciples. At this, the youth's chest swelled with anger, and his murderous gaze shot toward the head before the stone tablet. Hearing the youth's words, Lin Lingxiao nodded slightly. It aligns. Yun Qinghong glanced at him reproachfully, chiding. I told you this fellow disciple Feng Chou couldn't be problematic. Do you believe it now? Lin Lingxiao waved his hand, remaining silent. Jiang Feng paused slightly, asking, Senior sister Yun, what is this senior brother saying? Before Yun Qinghong could speak, Lin Lingxiao chuckled. It's nothing. 2 of your fellow disciples survived and were rescued by one of my junior brothers. What you just said is similar to what they said. There are survivors. Jiang Feng was startled, secretly relieved he hadn't spoken nonsense. Then he asked hopefully, Really? May I ask who you rescued? One is called Chen Jili, and the other is Cheng Suling. Do you know their identities? Lin Lingxiao inquired. Jiang Feng nodded, saying indifferently, Chen Jili is the disciple of the first elder, and Cheng Suling is the disciple of the third elder. But I don't know if Cheng Suling knew her master was colluding with the demonic path. He hadn't been in the Bailuo sect for long. If he displayed too much concern for his fellow disciples, it would seem unnatural. As expected, Lin Lingxiao showed no suspicion, simply continuing, although Chen Jili didn't die, he was severely injured, and his foundation is ruined. Cheng Suling's injuries are lighter. She lost an arm. Jiang Feng remained silent for a moment, his expression despondent. I finally understand my master's words now. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. His words carried a sense of helplessness, but also a hint of resilience, revealing both the youth's confusion and passion. Yun Qinghong retrieved her long spear, the silver armor on her body gradually disappearing, revealing a white dress embroidered with cloud patterns. The change in attire transformed her sharp aura, and her heroic face became serene as water. She slowly stepped forward, saying softly, Feng Chou, come back with us. The Bailuo sect's affairs will be addressed. What about that demonic cultivator? Jiang Feng didn't answer, instead asking faintly, his appearance suggesting he was on the verge of collapse. The sect has been obliterated, and my esteemed master and fellow disciples have been slain. In the face of such calamity, which youth can withstand the burden? We inflicted grave injuries upon him, yet he still managed to flee. Previously, Lin Lingxiao, who had harbored doubts about the young man, felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly added, "But fear not, for our Six Immortals Alliance has already issued a decree for pursuit. No demonic cultivator shall escape." The Six Immortals Alliance? Are you from the Immortal Sect? Jiang Feng, momentarily taken aback, revealed a countenance that was both exhilarated and inquisitive. Chapter 30, Impressions of Others. Yun Qihong nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, Junior Brother Feng must have heard of our 6 factions of the Immortal Sect, right? My master has mentioned it. He also said that our Bai Luo sect suffered substantial losses during the War of Immortals and Demons, which is why he has come across the seas to recruit disciples." Jiang Feng wiped away his tears, looking at Yun Qihong with a glimmer of hope. "We are both disciples of the esteemed Lingxiu sect, and we have come here on a mission to eliminate the demonic cultivator Qixie. This Qixie is particularly cunning. He did not exert his full strength during the War of Immortals and Demons and fled at the first sign of danger. To our shock, he has become so deranged that he even exterminates entire families during his escape." Yun Qihong felt a heavy weight in her heart. Having shared a similar experience with this young man, coming back to her senses, she spoke again. "Junior Brother Feng, you currently have nowhere to go. Why not return with us?" Lin Lingxiao, standing nearby, remained silent, only gently fanning himself, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the boy whose sect had been annihilated. "I will kill that demonic cultivator to avenge my master." Jiang Feng did not respond verbally but clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. The fervor in the young man's words and demeanor undoubtedly made Yun Qihong regard him with greater esteem. The female cultivator of the Lingxiu sect, who had reached the 6th realm, immediately promised, "Junior Brother Feng, if you come back with us, I will ask the sect to take you in. With our Lingxiu sect's support, your cultivation will surely progress to new heights, and when you have achieved success, you can seek vengeance against that demonic cultivator." Seeing his senior sister's benevolence, Lin Lingxiao let out a resigned sigh and added, "Indeed, if you become a rogue cultivator, lacking resources for training, when will you be able to enhance your abilities? Only by becoming a disciple of our Lingxiu sect can you hope to make significant progress." After contemplating the two's advice for a moment, Jiang Feng finally nodded, saying, "Very well. I will return with you, and one day, I shall personally avenge my master." The conviction in the young man's words was palpable, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Justice will triumph over evil. Junior Brother Feng, you will certainly achieve this." Yun Qihong, who had also experienced the tragedy of her sect's destruction, was moved by his resolve, her emotions stirred. Observing both the senior sister and the young man bearing expressions of deep sorrow, Lin Lingxiao could not help but chuckle bitterly and remarked, "For cultivators, worldly affairs are but fleeting moments. Why bother?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Yun Qihong and the boy named Feng Qiu frowning at him. I was merely speaking casually. The demonic path deserves to be eradicated. Haha." In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed. The sky was overcast, and a continuous drizzle fell. In the dimness of the world, a massive folding fan soared through the air, sheltered beneath a layer of circular mystical light, keeping both the fan and the 3 standing above it dry from the rain. Lin Lingxiao stood at the front of the fan, frowning in silence. With thunder rumbling and rain pouring, visibility was poor, and he struggled to discern the route. Yun Qihong quietly stepped forward, not paying heed to Lin Lingxiao's worries, but instead sighed softly, "Though the War of Immortals and Demons has ended, those demonic ruffians have scattered like stars, wreaking havoc everywhere. Our sect has been destroyed, and I cannot imagine what atrocities those demonic cultivators who fled to the mortal realm might commit." After speaking, she turned to look at the young man who was meditating in the back. This boy, named Feng Qiu, seemed to have buried his hatred deep within. Yet he was relentlessly cultivating, clearly eager to avenge his master. "Senior sister, why do you lament again? I thought you were quite efficient when killing." Lin Lingxiao interjected, attempting to lift the somber mood. Yun Qihong immediately shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, "I only kill those who deserve it. Have you ever seen me indiscriminately slay innocents?" Lin Lingxiao nodded solemnly. "Indeed, it is a pity that during the War of Immortals and Demons, Master did not take you with him. Enough, I deeply regret that." Yun Qihong bit her lip, her chest heaving slightly. Her father was a mortal who, after a failed search for immortality across the seas, settled down in the ancient city of Penglai. Many years ago, a demonic cultivator led an invasion into Penglai, slaughtering countless people, including her parents. Back then, she had been saved by the timely arrival of immortal cultivators. Later learning that the demonic cultivator was none other than Xianyuan Shi, the leader of the Huangquan sect and a powerful cultivator of the Ninth Sun realm. Upon embarking on her path of immortality, Yun Qihong came to understand what a Ninth Sun realm cultivator truly represented. They were the pinnacle of existence in this realm, beyond her ability to contend with. Even when Xianyuan Shi invaded with his forces and was besieged by the immortal sect, he managed to escape unscathed, showcasing his unfathomable strength. However, during the War of Immortals and Demons, this Ninth Sun realm demon cultivator perished. Yun Qihong had inquired about this from her master, but still had not received a satisfactory answer. She remained unaware of who had slain Xin Yuanxi. This unresolved matter weighed heavily on her heart, as she had never witnessed her enemy's demise with her own eyes. The two disciples of the Bailuo sect had already returned with junior brother Li, one severely injured and another with a severed arm. It was uncertain whether they would recover, and even if they did, given their aptitude, they would likely only become cleaning disciples. As for this boy, with his rapid cultivation speed, would master take him in? Lin Lingxiao glanced back, observing the young man still quietly cultivating, ignoring their conversation. Yun Qihong steadied her thoughts and said, I will request master to accept him. If master refuses. After pondering for a moment, she shot Lin Lingxiao a sidelong glance and added, if master declines, you must also help plead for him. Do you understand? What does that have to do with me? Lin Lingxiao mused, feeling vexed. Listen, senior sister, you cannot project your unfulfilled desire for vengeance onto this young man just because you have not avenged yourself. Once we return, everything will be determined by master. This boy possesses such talent. Even if master does not formally accept him, he will likely be retained within the sect. So, do not fret. Upon hearing this, Yun Qihong contemplated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged behind the folding fan, continuously absorbing spiritual energy. Oblivious to the conversation between the two. Lacking spirit stones and elixirs, his cultivation at the second realm could not progress significantly in a short time. He could only consolidate his abilities. Yet, his arduous training would undoubtedly leave a profound impression on Yun Qihong and Lin Lingxiao, which was precisely his intent. At that moment, to others' eyes, he was a fervent young man, diligently cultivating to avenge his master. Senior, why do I always feel a sense of obstruction in my breath after reaching the complete mastery of the overbearing technique in the three talents realm? Jiang Feng communicated with the demonic soul in his mind. The demonic soul, usually rare in solemnity, replied, the balance of yin and yang dictates that I can only tell you this. If you wish to continue enhancing your overbearing cultivation, your royal path cultivation must not lag behind. Without the royal path to maintain balance, you shall be consumed by the demonic energy generated by overbearing. Killings can lead to a heart filled with demonic afflictions. The essence of demonic energy encompasses much. Slaughter, chaos, and the usurpation of others' destinies are all intertwined with the demonic. This is not merely an external evaluation. It stems from the innate nature of the predator. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Previously, he had never committed any evil deeds and thus had no understanding of how demonic energy was produced. Now he comprehended the reason. Then why did you initially advise me to focus on the overbearing path? Over time, would I not become a mindless demon? Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. The demonic soul responded in astonishment. How could that be? If that were the case, wouldn't all demonic cultivators be nothing but fools? If you focus on the overbearing path, the demonic energy would actually serve as an aid to your technique. The issue arises from your simultaneous training in the royal path technique, the Qin Yin Ju. Why did you not clarify this from the start? Regarding the deceptive practices of the chaos demon, Jiang Feng felt rather displeased. This ancient demon was intertwined with him, akin to two grasshoppers on the same string. Yet the demon spoke in a manner shrouded in ambiguity. He chuckled softly. After all, you have reconstructed a body of pure yang. I too wish to see if this form can accommodate two opposing schools of thought in martial arts. Chapter 31. Lingxiao Sect Jiang Feng. Unwilling to speculate further on the thoughts of the old demon, ceased communication with him and focused intently on consolidating his cultivation. Yun Qihong and Lin Lingxiao, on the other hand, engaged in a continuous flow of conversation, occasionally discussing trivial matters or indulging in minor quarrels, yet their camaraderie remained intact, indicating a strong bond as fellow disciples. The realm of Penglai was not entirely safe. Various predatory beasts lurked, ready to devour the unwary. This vast land far surpassed the mortal realm, and despite the formidable strength of the six righteous sects, complete control was unattainable. The six demonic sects from the west had previously launched a surprise attack, nearly leading to their defeat. High-level demon beasts often dominated certain regions, either residing in mountains or by the rivers and seas, while the desolate areas teemed with various mid- and low-level beasts. These creatures coexisted within Penglai but harbored a deep-seated animosity towards human cultivators. Thus, encounters with formidable beasts often resulted in arduous battles. Fortunately, both disciples of Lingxiao sect were well acquainted with the path back to their sect. Jiang Feng surmised that they each possessed artifacts capable of determining their sect's location. During his time as a disciple of Qinyan sect, he had owned a Hunyuan compass that guided him back to his sect. As Jiang Feng immersed himself in his cultivation, time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, the rain ceased and the skies cleared, solidifying his two-element realm cultivation. To conceal his true abilities, he utilized the foundational technique, Hunyuan Gong, bestowed upon him by Han Jingxiu, to absorb spiritual energy. This low-level technique naturally attracted no attention from the two sixth harmony realm cultivators. Junior brother Feng, you work too hard. Take a moment to rest. We are almost there. A melodious voice called out as Yun Qihong glanced at the boy, her gaze softening. Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes, having gleaned fragments of conversation between Yun Qihong and Lin Lingxiao through the reminders of the demonic soul. From their discussions of vengeance, he inferred that Yun Qinghong likely shared similar experiences, which explained her kindness towards him, although his newly reshaped visage was indeed rare in this world. Jiang Feng did not presume that a sixth harmony realm cultivator would regard him highly solely based on his appearance. Senior Sister Yun, Senior Brother Lin. Upon arriving at your Lingxiao sect, how should I address you? His expression turned cautious, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Reminiscent of a youth whose fervor had temporarily waned, replaced by anticipation and unease towards the unknown. Lingxiao sect was a prestigious sect, far surpassing ordinary sects. And such apprehension was only natural. Contemplating this, Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed with hope. Yun Qinghong smiled gently, her elongated phoenix eyes radiating warmth as she reassured him. Do not worry, we will handle everything. Just follow our lead. I say, Senior Sister, you've never shown me such tenderness. You often command me instead. Lin Lingxiao interjected, a hint of dissatisfaction evident as he pouted. Yun Qinghong shot him a reproachful glance and retorted, reflect on how I've treated you in the past. Now that you've reached the sixth harmony realm, must I still care for you like a child? How shameless. Lin Lingxiao fell silent, taken aback, and resumed his focus on guiding the folding fan forward. The fan sliced through the clouds, arriving at an extraordinarily picturesque celestial mountain. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the mountain in golden light. The mountain was lush with trees and vibrant flora, and streams interwove like a silvery river, while ethereal beasts darted about with incredible speed, leaving no trace. The fragrant flowers and fruits mingled with celestial clouds, creating an enchanting paradise. Atop the celestial mountain stood a towering stone, inscribed with the 3 characters of Lingxiao sect. A vast array of profound light enveloped the mountaintop, forming a protective barrier. The aura of the celestial sect is truly bothersome. Young one, to conceal my presence, I shall now remain hidden. I will alert you in times of peril, but refrain from conversing with me in the meantime. The voice of the demonic soul echoed in Jiang Feng's mind as he gazed in awe at the Lingxiao sect. He did not respond, merely displaying a look of wonder, playing the part of an innocent youth unacquainted with the world. The folding fan halted in midair, not yet at the mountain's summit. Lin Lingxiao turned to the boy and asked Yun Qinghong, Senior Sister, must all new disciples ascend on foot? We cannot allow this young one to enter the sect directly. Can we? After some contemplation, Yun Qinghong nodded. You are correct. Regardless of the circumstances, the rules set by our master must not be altered. We shall descend first. Understood. Lin Lingxiao's consciousness stirred, and the folding fan gracefully descended to the foot of the celestial mountain. Before them lay a broad path of azure stone, winding like a serpent towards the summit, stretching far into the distance. Yun Qinghong turned to the bewildered boy, her eyes filled with encouragement. Junior Brother Feng. Our sect has rules. All new disciples must ascend from here. Along the way, you will face 3 trials: aptitude, comprehension, and Senior Sister. Why are you being so explicit? Lin Lingxiao interjected, reminding her. Yun Qinghong appeared to recall something, leaving the last trial unspoken. Regaining her composure, she addressed the boy. Do not worry. Even if you struggle, I will come to your aid. Just do your best. Jiang Feng nodded earnestly, determination shining in his eyes. Senior Sister Yun. Senior Brother Lin, I will pass the trials and earn my place as a disciple of Lingxiao sect through my own efforts. With a firm declaration, he leaped from the folding fan and began to jog up the azure stone path. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Yun Qinghong sighed, shaking her head. She seemed to glimpse her own past when she had first entered Lingxiao sect. Senior Sister, do not fret too much. This boy possesses considerable talent. He should be able to pass the aptitude test. However, the comprehension aspect is uncertain. As for the final character test, it will reveal his true nature. If he harbors improper intentions, he certainly cannot be allowed to enter our Lingxiao sect, Lin Lingxiao remarked, viewing the boy named Feng Chou with a neutral perspective. Yun Qinghong nodded, diverting her gaze from the direction in which the boy had departed. Let us return and meet with our master. Lin Lingxiao recited an incantation, and the folding fan soared once again, heading for the summit of the celestial mountain. As they landed before the towering stone, they noticed the great array had opened a passage, revealing a girl in white garments eagerly waving from within. Senior Brother, Senior Sister, welcome back. The girl, no more than 16, was slender and delicate, her beauty striking, with skin as fair as porcelain. Her large, expressive eyes glimmered with an innocent brightness, reflecting her naivety. Upon seeing her, Lin Lingxiao frowned and reprimanded, "In Qi Kai, is this how you guard the array? Must you be so careless? What if a demon cultivator impersonates us, and you open the array without hesitation? You would not even know how you met your demise." The girl's face, once adorned with a smile, crumpled into a frown under the scolding. "Why must you speak so loudly?" Yun Qinghong, displeased, elbowed Lin Lingxiao and stepped forward with a smile to reassure, "Qi Kai, in the future, regardless of who arrives, you must first inquire clearly if they are fellow disciples. Verify their tokens or tokens of trust. Otherwise, do not open the array. Remember that." The girl nodded, her smile returning slightly. "Senior Sister Yun, how did your descent go? Did you capture that demon cultivator?" Her eagerness was palpable. Guarding the great array was exceedingly dull, and although several disciples shared the duty, each was responsible for their designated area and could not easily abandon their posts for idle chatter. You, a mere two-element realm, should refrain from prying into such matters, all right? Lin Lingxiao replied impatiently. Before he could finish, Yun Qinghong kicked him. You only know how to bully your junior sister. Is it so unforgivable that she mistakenly consumed one of your dust-repelling pills? Must you be so petty? Just wait. Once I receive the pills, I will return them to you double. Huh, senior sister. You said that. Don't forget. Lin Lingxiao immediately grinned mischievously, abandoning his earlier graceful demeanor. He stood with one hand clasped behind his back, the other gently swaying a diminutive magical fan as he ambled forward. Come, it is time to meet our master. You may leave. I have no desire to associate with fools. Yun Qinghong shot him a glare. Lin Lingxiao shrugged nonchalantly and continued on his way. Once only two young women remained at the mountain gate. Yun Qinghong pointed towards the stone steps below and whispered, Qian Kai, do you see that young man? The cultivators possessed keen senses, and even from a distance, the two could discern the youth ascending the steps. Yan Qian Kai nodded. I see him, senior sister. Who is he? Yun Qinghong replied. He might be our future junior brother. I am going to see our master. You keep an eye on him. If anything unusual occurs, remember to inform me using the communication talisman I taught you. Oh, understood, senior sister. Yan Qian Kai agreed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed down at the stone steps, not diverting her attention until Yun Qinghong departed. Who could he possibly be? Why is he so strikingly handsome? The astonishment in the girl's eyes lingered, leaving her momentarily spellbound. Chapter 32. The Sect of Law Cultivation in the Grand Hall of the Lingxiu Sect. An intoxicating aura of spiritual energy mingled with the fragrance of sandalwood, enveloping the space. 9 dragon-carved jade pillars radiated a mystical light, while the ceiling was adorned with a fist-sized luminous pearl, casting a soft glow reminiscent of moonlight. At the center of the hall stood a platform of considerable height, upon which rested the Master's throne, crafted from millennia-old cold jade, intricately carved with the image of a soaring phoenix, vivid and lifelike. At that moment, Lin Lingxiao stood alone at the foot of the platform, gently fanning himself. Seemingly at leisure, Yun Qinghong entered the hall, casting a glance at Lin Lingxiao before bowing respectfully towards the throne above. Disciple pays respects to the master. In an instant, a spectral figure of a woman appeared atop the cold jade throne. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her brows arched like the crescent moon, and her large, clear eyes sparkled like stars. Her lips were a rosy hue, giving her the appearance of being just over 20 years of age. Her long hair was styled elegantly with a jade hairpin, and she wore a flowing white robe, adorned with an embroidered black and white yin-yang symbol at her bosom, cinched at her slender waist with a satin ribbon. Despite her youthful appearance, her eyes, untouched by worldly concerns, seemed to perceive all, and her dignified, tranquil demeanor elicited an involuntary reverence. This was Su Zhiyun, the master of the Lingxiu sect, a practitioner of the Ninth Sun realm. Qinghong, Lingxiao has already informed me about the matters concerning the Biluo sect. This is not your fault. It is the cunning of that red evil. However, the decree for extermination from the Six Immortal Alliance has been issued, and those demonic rogues shall not escape. Su Zhiyun's voice carried a natural ethereality, crisp and melodious, akin to the song of celestial birds, inspiring an innate trust in all who heard it. Yun Qinghong nodded, relieved. If that is the case, I can rest easy. That demon is truly despicable, annihilating entire families without hesitation. If allowed to roam freely, who knows how many lives would be in peril? The celestial figure on the platform nodded gently. Demonic practitioners are inherently reckless and devoid of moral restraint. Yet, evil cannot triumph over righteousness. After this battle between immortals and demons, even if they are not all eradicated, they shall have to lie low for several centuries. Indeed, Master speaks wisely. Yun Qinghong responded. Yet she hesitated, unsure how to proceed with her thoughts. Observing her struggle, Lin Lingxiao snapped his fan shut and boldly interjected, Senior sister. Were you not intending to advocate for that lad? Why the hesitation? Yun Qinghong shot him a glare but could only clasp her hands and say, respectfully informing the master. Although the Biluo sect has been destroyed, 3 disciples managed to survive. I am already aware of this matter, and those 2 severely injured disciples are indeed pitiable. Once they recover, let them remain within the sect to serve. However, if they prefer to leave, we may offer them some medicinal pills for their journey. As for that talented disciple, Su Zhiyan paused, noticing Yun Qinghong's eager expression, before continuing, if he can pass the 3 trials. He may be accepted as an outer disciple, and we shall observe his progress before making any further decisions. Master, this child. Yun Qinghong wished to persuade Su Zhiyun to take in Feng Qiu, but the master subtly interjected, I am currently in seclusion. We shall discuss the matter of my disciples later. Should you feel compassion for this child, you may extend some assistance, but do not be too overt. Otherwise, the other disciples may harbor discontent. Understood. Yun Qinghong felt a measure of relief. At least the master was open to accepting a disciple. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such exceptional talent if that promising young man were to be relegated to mere outer disciple status. Qinghong, your training has reached a suitable level. It is time to focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the 7-star realm. After the battle, our sect's ranks have thinned, and once you ascend to a higher realm, I shall elevate you to the status of elder, Su Zhiyun instructed gently. Yes, disciple will not disappoint master, Yun Qihong replied solemnly, bowing deeply. In the 6 immortal sects, reaching the 7-star realm allowed one to ascend to elder status. Overseeing important sect locations such as the Alchemy Chamber, Artifact Repository, and Law Enforcement Hall. Each of these sites was closely associated with resources, and astute practitioners would find ample cultivation materials available. Disciples who ventured out on missions would return with a wealth of refining materials, as well as rare crystals and artifacts. For instance, if they hunted demon beasts for their claws, scales, or demon cores, they would submit their spoils upon returning to the sect, receiving spirit stones, medicinal pills, or artifacts in exchange. However, they were strictly prohibited from refining pills or crafting artifacts themselves. The reasons were threefold. The process was too conspicuous and would attract the attention of other practitioners. The success rate of refining was low, and both pill refining and artifact crafting required innate talent and years of experience. Hence, disciples wishing to procure the necessary cultivation materials must rely on the sect. If Yun Qihong were to cultivate to the 7-star realm and become an elder in charge of a key sect location, she would have the authority to oversee resource allocation, allowing her to cultivate her own disciples or utilize resources for herself, albeit discreetly. Now, you may withdraw, Su Zhiyun concluded. Yes, Yun Qihong and Lin Lingxiao bowed respectfully. The celestial figure atop the platform gradually faded from view, as if she had never existed. Upon witnessing this, Lin Lingxiao expressed his dissatisfaction. What does Master mean by this? She merely instructs you to focus on your cultivation and does not mention me at all. Does she favor you over me? Yun Qihong warned, be cautious with your words. The Master has the ability to manifest her presence. She may very well hear you, so tread carefully. Humph, I, Lin Lingxiao, am fearless. Even if the Master were present, I would dare to speak my mind, he declared, but as soon as he spoke, the throne atop the platform shimmered with ethereal light, prompting him to hastily retreat. Sighing at her wayward junior, Yun Qihong exited the grand hall, gazing over the expansive sect square. Disciples bustled about, some riding flying swords, others wielding long spears, while some donned colorful capes or adorned their wrists with glowing bracelets, and their boots shimmered with light. The Lingxiao sect stood as the largest sect within the 6 Immortal Alliance, a bastion of law cultivation. Unlike sword cultivators who wielded blades as their primary artifacts, or body cultivators who relied on their physique, law cultivators focused on the richness of spiritual energy. Only with ample reserves of such energy could they command multiple artifacts and magical treasures. Sword cultivators regarded their swords as their soul-bound treasures, while body cultivators considered their own bodies as their primary artifacts. In contrast, law cultivators had a broader selection of soul-bound artifacts, and the stronger the treasures they refined, the higher their cultivation level could ascend. Likewise, as their cultivation improved, their artifacts would also grow in power. The principal distinction between law cultivators and the other two paths lay in this. If a master perished, their treasures would be destroyed, while if a treasure were to be destroyed, it would severely wound the master. Nevertheless, a soul-bound artifact significantly bolstered a law cultivator's defense, preventing them from being easily vanquished by peers of the same realm. In combat, as long as they were not besieged, law cultivators could be quite formidable. Yun Qihong, a law cultivator who also studied martial arts and wielded various weapons, was particularly distinguished among her peers. Junior sister Yun, was your descent from the mountain smooth? A handsome young man flew in from the direction of the exchange pavilion, possessing sharp brows and phoenix-like eyes, his expression radiant and his demeanor remarkable. With cultivation at the pinnacle of the 5 elements realm, a flicker of displeasure crossed Yun Qihong's face before she replied, not particularly smooth. The Biluo sect was annihilated, and I returned with 3 surviving disciples. Do you have any matters to discuss, Murongshiti? I wish to check on the rescued disciples from the Biluo sect. Murongyi discerned her intent to dismiss him, but remained unfazed, smiling slightly. Junior sister Yun, I have recently experienced a profound clarity of heart, and I believe I may soon break through to the 6th harmony realm. What does that have to do with me? Yun Qihong retorted. Hiki. Murongyi smiled awkwardly and then said, Senior sister, we are already fated companions. But I have always felt unworthy of you due to my cultivation at the 5 elements realm. That is why I have been diligently training. Please refrain from speaking such words. The esteemed master and the elder only spoke in jest back then. Do not take it to heart. Yun Qihong raised an eyebrow at him, then leaped gracefully, a silver-white spear materializing beneath her feet, carrying her towards the spirit medicine pavilion. She intended to first assess the injuries of Chun Ji Li and Chung Su Ling, and afterward seek out Feng Chou outside the mountain gates. She was still quite concerned about whether the young man could safely navigate the 3 trials. She longed for him to remain, hoping that after achieving mastery, he could avenge his master with his own hands, a far better fate than her own wasted cultivation at the 6th harmony realm, while her foes had already perished. Regarding the demise of the Lord of the Yellow Spring sect, Yun Xinghong felt a mix of relief and confusion. She understood that at her 6th harmony level, she could not exact vengeance herself. Yet, the death of an adversary at the 9th Sun realm left her feeling hollow, as if she could not grasp the reality of it. Since the battle between immortals and demons, she had been inquiring about who had slain Xianyuan Shi, the lord of the Yellow Spring sect, but no one seemed to know. The fall of a 9th Sun cultivator, with no knowledge of the perpetrator, was indeed a peculiar affair. In her heart, Yun Xinghong vowed to uncover the truth behind this matter, to ascertain who had brought about Xianyuan Shi's death, indirectly avenging her parents. Meanwhile, on the stone steps outside the Lingxiu sect, a mud-stained youth in white was steadily ascending to a high platform. Chapter 33, Crossing 3 barriers. The stone steps stretched far from the mountain summit, and even with Jiang Feng's extraordinary physique, he felt a measure of exertion. This was due, of course, to the oppressive force emanating from the protective array above, amplifying the pressure on any climber. Jiang Feng understood this. He recognized it as a subtle trial set by Lingxiu sect. They referred to it as 3 barriers, but if one could not even reach the first, there was no hope of being accepted as a disciple. Upon reaching the expansive first platform, Jiang Feng's gaze settled upon a verdant stone tablet before him. The tablet was inscribed with a multitude of characters, and behind it, the steps leading to the summit were obstructed by a barrier of dark light. Without deactivating this barrier, it would be nearly impossible to ascend. Jiang Feng steadied his mind and focused on the fine print upon the tablet. Although the text was convoluted, its essence was clear. The visitor must drop a single drop of blood upon the stone. If the array's barrier opened, it indicated promising aptitude. If it did not, one was deemed unworthy of the celestial path and must retreat. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Feng retrieved his Qing Feng sword from his storage pouch, pricking the tip of his left index finger to draw blood, which he then allowed to fall upon the tablet. With his command over spiritual energy, he could have vaporized the sword, but he was acutely aware of Lingxiu sect's profound legacy and knew that he was being watched. Thus, every action he took needed to align with the information gathered by Yin Qihong and Lin Lingxiao. Moreover, Chen Zhili and Cheng Suling from Biluo sect were present. Aware that Han Jingxiu's newly accepted disciple, Feng Qiu, though exceptionally gifted, was but a novice on the celestial path, and they would undoubtedly seek to interrogate him. Mindful of these considerations, Jiang Feng proceeded cautiously. As his blood touched the stone tablet, the barrier before him vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed. Just as he prepared to continue, an unexpected event transpired. With a resounding crash, the green stone tablet toppled, shattering into a cloud of dust. Jiang Feng feigned shock, adopting an expression of dismay, as if he had inadvertently damaged a treasured artifact. At that moment, a wave of spiritual energy surged through the air, accompanied by an ancient voice. No blame here. Continue your ascent. The voice was imbued with astonishment, surprise, and deep curiosity. Jiang Feng bowed respectfully to the void, carefully scanning his surroundings before pressing onward. The pressure of spiritual energy intensified, weighing heavily upon him. Each step became increasingly arduous. And though his face betrayed the struggle, his spirit remained unyielded. The heaviness of his body could not suppress his determination as he climbed toward the summit, with the burden growing greater and his once handsome visage becoming somewhat grim. A voice of astonishment echoed through the void. As the unseen manipulator of the array had reached the limit of spiritual pressure, yet this youth persisted. Jiang Feng, unaware of the scrutiny, paused momentarily, laboriously lifting his foot once more, only to remain stationary for a time. Upon noticing that the youth could progress no further, the array's controller released a sound of amusement, subsequently easing the pressure, allowing Jiang Feng to move more fluidly, his pace gradually quickening. Before long, he arrived at the second platform leading to the summit. Here, a spiritual barrier stood as well, but instead of a stone tablet, a grand willow tree flourished. Jiang Feng found it curious that such a magnificent tree, typically visible from the base of the mountain, was only now revealed to him, indicating its extraordinary nature. Child, meditate beneath the tree, a voice from the void suddenly commanded. Startled, Jiang Feng nodded and settled cross-legged beneath the willow. As he contemplated, a radiant white light manifested before him. In this ethereal glow, he looked up to see the sun and moon sharing the sky, stars twinkling brilliantly, rendering day and night indistinguishable. Beyond this, the vast expanse of the world faded into nothingness. Gazing at the picturesque interplay of light, Jiang Feng pondered deeply. After a moment, he feigned enlightenment, murmuring, "The celestial path is boundless. Diverse paths converge, whether one trains the body, wields the sword, or refines treasures, as long as one harbors benevolence and upholds justice. A day will come when the sun and moon shine together." As his words fell, the sun and stars above burst forth with radiant brilliance, blindingly intense. Jiang Feng abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was still seated beneath the willow. The spiritual barrier of the second level had vanished. Rising with excitement, he hastened upward. Just tricks to deceive Na'vi children, he mused, suppressing feelings of disdain. What justice and benevolence? The authorities of the celestial sect would only impose such constraints on their disciples, much like he had once been. attaining immense cultivation, yet foolishly clinging to the ideals of the sect. Ultimately, what had it yielded him? Cultivators inherently defy the heavens. Great practitioners establish sects for their own convenience, seeking resources for cultivation to free up more time for their own ascension. Why would they concern themselves with notions of justice and benevolence? If they truly adhered to such principles, how could he, a practitioner of the 10th realm, have been besieged at the Wanjie Peak? Those sect leaders, all of the 9th Sun realm, had never experienced suppression. The emergence of a 10th realm cultivator was akin to a sword of doom hanging over their heads. How could they not fear? Thus, it was evident that cultivators were fundamentally self-serving. Yet, those powerful figures instructed their disciples against selfishness. How absurd. At that moment, Jiang Feng ascended the steps to the 3rd platform. This platform was remarkably simple, featuring merely a massive mirror at the entrance, blocking the path upward. The ancient frame, dark as the night, encased a reflective surface as clear as a pristine pool, showcasing the beauty of distant mountains. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Feng approached the mirror. As a disciple of Qingyun sect, he was well versed in the assessments of major sects. Qingyun sect also conducted similar entrance tests, albeit with a focus on sword intent and temperament in addition to aptitude. This final barrier would likely pertain to one's character, for no sect wishes to cultivate a wolf in sheep's clothing. With this thought, Jiang Feng steadied himself, standing before the mirror in silent contemplation. To his astonishment, the mirror flickered briefly before vanishing entirely. Aha! As Jiang Feng pondered this mystery, a warm laughter resonated through the void, followed by an ancient voice. Child, since I have overseen entrance assessments, you are the first such extraordinary individual I have encountered. A single drop of blood destroyed my spirit testing stone, allowing you to surpass the comprehension barrier in an instant, and the true-seeing mirror revealed not a trace of malice. Taken aback by this revelation, Jiang Feng clasped his hands together, bewildered. Senior, I did not intend to damage your artifact. Aha. No matter. Proceed, child. However, the commotion from the destruction of the spirit testing stone may have attracted several disciples. Do not be alarmed by their presence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Feng continued his ascent. Fortunately, the chaos old demon had concealed his overwhelming cultivation and the murderous intent of his demonic arts. Otherwise, he would have likely encountered trouble. Beginning with that band of marauders, Jiang Feng had taken many lives, and for a boy of merely a decade or so, how could the true-seeing mirror fail to detect even a hint of demonic energy? Yet, the chaos old demon, though a fragment of a remnant soul, was a being of ancient cultivation, possessing extraordinary abilities akin to those of a 10th realm practitioner. He typically resided within Jiang Feng's spiritual platform. If he chose to conceal himself, even Jiang Feng would be unable to locate the remnants of his soul, let alone external observers. With nimble steps, the youth ascended to the pinnacle, where a colossal green stone stood, inscribed with the 3 characters of Lingxiu sect. Enveloped in a vast barrier of dark light, with curiosity glimmering in Jiang Feng's eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, fully aware that within this obscuring formation, those inside could clearly perceive the scenes beyond. After cautiously making his way to the rear of the azure stone, he approached the mysterious light barrier. Before him, the formation emanated a ripple of spiritual energy, gradually revealing an opening approximately 10 feet in size. Chapter 34. Unfounded disgust. The young man swallowed hard, staring blankly at the opening before him. Moments later, a charming young girl emerged from the gap, her smile radiating kindness as she addressed him. You have successfully passed the entrance test. Why are you still dawdling? Come inside. Jiang Feng, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded and followed the girl into the grand formation. As he stepped into the array, the once hazy mountaintop became vividly clear, revealing the celestial pavilion shrouded in mist, the expansive sect plaza, and the multitude of disciples of varying cultivation levels gathered at the mountain gate. Countless gazes converged upon the young man, filled with skepticism, astonishment, or scrutiny, as if they sought to penetrate his very essence. Jiang Feng remained unperturbed within, though he feigned surprise, bowing his head respectfully to the surrounding disciples. Respected seniors, I am Feng Chou, here to pay my respects. The youth appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the weight of their stares, his hands trembling slightly as he performed the greeting. Feng Chou, was it you who caused the destruction of the spirit testing stone down the mountain? A voice cut through the murmurs. It was Morong Yi, who had just suffered at the hands of Yun Qinghong. He narrowed his eyes, disdain dripping from his words as he scrutinized the newcomer. Having learned that Yun Qinghong, Lin Lingxiao, and Li Mufeng had returned with 3 disciples of the Biluo sect, he knew Li Mufeng had brought back 2 injured, while this boy, Feng Chou, had chosen to take the entrance test independently. Without guidance, how could he possibly have known that entering required passing 3 trials? Morong Yi, harboring resentment towards Yun Qinghong, refrained from lashing out at her directly, for he had been infatuated with her for quite some time. Instead, he opted to vent his frustrations on this new disciple favored by her. In response, Feng Chou, feeling uneasy, clasped his hands and replied, in response to the senior, I merely followed the rules and dripped blood on the stone. I truly do not know why it was destroyed. Seeing the youth's evident nervousness and respectfulness, Morong Yi grew even bolder, coldly retorting. That testing stone had remained intact for a century. How could it crumble to dust from a mere drop of mortal blood? You have quite the audacity. Morong's words ring true. This boy must possess some sinister quality. Another disciple chimed in. I suspect he is a spy from the demonic path, attempting to infiltrate our Lingxiu sect to escape the pursuit of the Six Immortals Alliance. Perhaps he is merely a vessel for some ancient demonic being. They clamored for his capture, wanting to bring him to the law enforcement hall. As Murong Yi's words echoed, many disciples eagerly echoed his sentiments, their suggestions growing increasingly absurd. Clearly intent on suppressing the newcomer. Everyone, please hold on. Yin Qiankai, who had led the youth into the formation, hurriedly stepped in front of them, urgently stating, Sister Yin and Brother Lin have already verified his identity. He cannot be a practitioner of the demonic path. Please, everyone calm down. Since he has managed to reach the mountain gate, Elder Xuanji must surely know who he is. Elder Xuanji was the one who oversaw the entrance tests. Typically residing within the Spirit Pivot Pavilion, he had the ability to manipulate the entrance trials and the protective mountain formation, determining whether new disciples could successfully ascend the peak with a mere thought. Jiang Feng, tears welling in his eyes, implored, Respected seniors, my Biluo sect was recently annihilated by a demonic fiend. Why must I be wrongfully accused of being affiliated with the demonic path? Is there truly no one in the vast Lingxiu sect who can discern right from wrong? His face was animated, his words filled with sorrow, and his genuine fervor moved many disciples of Lingxiu, particularly the female disciples, who, having noted his celestial appearance, felt their hearts soften as they witnessed his earnestness. A beautiful woman, appearing to be in her 30s, sighed softly, indeed. Elder Xuanji is a practitioner of the Seven Stars realm. If he were of a sinister nature, how could the elder possibly fail to recognize it? As for what Lu said about the demonic possession, that is utterly absurd. Only high-level practitioners can possess others, and one must surpass the 3 talents realm to do so. Look at him. He is merely at the 2 instruments realm. How could that be plausible? Exactly. You only know how to bully new disciples. Especially you, Lu. Instead of focusing on your cultivation, you spout nonsense daily. Indeed. Just the other day, I saw him extorting spirit stones from new disciples. As Lu, the one who had spoken against the young man, found himself under fire from the crowd, he quickly waved his hands, stammering, I was merely speculating. I did not mean it seriously. Besides, when have I ever extorted spirit stones from new disciples? Though he protested, he was eager to escape the situation and hurriedly made his exit. In the silence that followed, a graceful yet composed female disciple stepped forward, declaring loudly, New disciple Feng Chou, come with me. Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude and prepared to follow her. Wait. Morongyi raised a hand, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Sister Nangong, there's no need to take him to the Xianling Pavilion. Our law enforcement hall is in need of disciples. Allow me to take him back. The Xianling Pavilion managed new disciples, conducting secondary tests to divide them into cleaning disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and disciples of the sect leader. Cleaning disciples, as the name suggests, were tasked with the sect's menial chores, leaving them little time for cultivation. And their allocation of spirit stones was minimal. These disciples were often of lesser talent, barely able to reach the 3 talents realm, and it would take them a significant amount of time. Outer disciples, conversely, were exempt from menial tasks and could claim low to mid-tier magical implements from the treasure repository. However, they received fewer spirit stones and had to frequently complete sect tasks to exchange for cultivation resources. Inner disciples were the prot-gs of the sect's elders, with each key area of the sect overseen by an elder, such as the Law Enforcement Hall or the Xianling Pavilion. Inner disciples were all elite, free from menial tasks, and only followed the commands of their respective masters, the elders, thus ensuring they lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. As for the disciples of the sect leader, they were even more esteemed and liberated. Possessing exceptional talent, they were groomed to become future leaders and elders. When they encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, they would descend the mountain for experience, enjoying superior resources compared to others, and were often seen with treasured artifacts rather than mere magical implements. Magical implements and artifacts were divided into 3 tiers, low, mid, and high. However, artifacts were considerably less powerful and more prone to damage, and they could not be refined into one's life source. Thus, even a low-tier magical artifact held greater value than a high-tier artifact. For while the latter might demonstrate superior power in the short term, it would falter during prolonged combat. Nangongyu furrowed her brow slightly. As a disciple of the Xianling Pavilion, she wielded mid-level cultivation in the 5 elements realm and felt no need to fear Morongyi. However, she also wished to avoid offending the disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, so she simply replied coolly, as you wish. Morongyi's smile grew ever more smug as he approached Jiang Feng, a chilling laughter escaping his lips. Feng Chou, I am Morongyi. I shall be your senior brother from now on. Greetings, senior brother Morong. Jiang Feng replied with a respectful demeanor, bowing. He could not fathom why this person bore animosity towards him, but he understood that with this person's current stance, should he go to the Law Enforcement Hall, he would undoubtedly face oppression. He needed a plan. As a new disciple, he could not outright refuse. He had to find another way. Hiki, come with me, Feng Chou. Mo Rong-yi clapped Jiang Feng's shoulder heavily, discreetly channeling his spiritual energy. Jiang Feng let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling as he collapsed to the ground. Mo Rong-yi's expression faltered, momentarily bewildered. The surrounding disciples cast curious glances, and some of the female disciples displayed unmistakable concern in their eyes. At that moment, a mysterious radiance soared from the direction of the spirit medicine pavilion. Atop a silver spear stood a female cultivator of the sixth harmonization realm. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, and her phoenix-like eyes radiated a chilling demeanor. It was none other than Yun Qinghong who had arrived. Chapter 35, The Fate of the New Disciples. What transpired? Yun Qinghong leaped down from her silver spear, first surveying the surrounding disciples, before turning her gaze towards the fallen youth and the astonished Mo Rong-yi. Sister Yin? I'm fine. Perhaps just fatigued from the climb. Jiang Feng struggled to rise. His weariness was genuine. He had indeed been utterly exhausted from the ascent, and his previous collapse was merely a ruse to delay his arrival at the law enforcement hall, hoping for some unforeseen circumstance. He did not anticipate Yun Qinghong's swift arrival. Before the gathered crowd, a charming female cultivator in her 30s stepped forward to lodge a complaint. Qinghong, you were absent earlier and failed to witness the grievances suffered by our junior, Feng Chou. He was nearly apprehended as a demonic spy for the law enforcement hall. Sister Nangong intended to take him to Xianling Pavilion for temporary shelter, yet Mo Rong insisted he was needed at the law enforcement hall. It was only after Mo Rong gave him a light path that he fell. Upon hearing this, Yun Qinghong frowned at Mo Rong-yi, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with displeasure. To be accepted as a disciple of the law enforcement hall should be quite an honor, no? I merely gave him a gentle tap. Who could have known he was so frail? Mo Rong-yi grew flustered under her gaze. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior. In terms of status, although he was a disciple of the elder of the law enforcement hall, second only to the sect leader, Yun Qinghong was a direct disciple of the sect leader. The elder's authority paled in comparison to that of the sect leader. Moreover, he had long desired to form a partnership with Yun Qinghong, naturally wishing to avoid leaving her with a negative impression. Feng Chou is under my care. He is a survivor from the Biluo sect, and his future shall be determined by me. Yun Qinghong cast a glance at Mo Rong-yi, then turned her attention to Sister Nangong from Xianling Pavilion. Nangong was a prudent and astute woman, averse to meddling in disputes. She nodded in agreement. Since Sister Yun has spoken, let her take responsibility for this new disciple. With that, she departed with several disciples from Xianling Pavilion. She had come to guide the new disciple to their pavilion, while most others had been drawn by the commotion caused by the damaged spirit testing stone. The destruction of the spirit testing stone was quite loud, resonating throughout the entire formation. And the news had first reached Elder Xuanji, followed by other disciples from Lingshu Pavilion. The disciples inquired amongst themselves, and within half a day, the news had spread widely. Some, uninterested in the commotion, continued their cultivation, while others engaged in sparring on the sect square, undeterred by the disruption. However, the majority found it difficult to resist the tedium of their training, and upon encountering something novel, they promptly gathered to observe. Feng Chou, come with me. Yun Qinghong disregarded the others and spoke calmly to Jiang Feng. All right, he replied, nodding with a hint of joy. This caused Mo Rong-yi's expression to darken. He had never witnessed Yun Qinghong show such concern for a disciple, especially a newcomer, a fair-skinned youth. An inexplicable feeling of unease welled within him, prompting an intensified dislike for this disciple named Feng Chou. Wait a moment, sister. What is it? Yun Qinghong still did not look at him. Suppressing his distaste for the youth, Mo Rong-yi maintained a neutral demeanor, neither angry nor pleased, and inquired, are you taking him away because the sect leader is to accept another disciple? Recently, the sect leader had taken in Yin Kankai, who was only at the two instruments realm, and it was rumored she had consumed a rare elixir to achieve even that. Yin Kankai exhibited little talent and was now merely guarding the mountain gate. Mo Rong-yi found it perplexing that the sect leader would choose her. However, the acceptance of such a disciple had already caused discontent among the other disciples. If one possesses outstanding talent, that is one thing. But a mediocre girl can also become a disciple of the sect leader. Mo Rong-yi, aware of the sentiments among the disciples, used the term another to express both his and their dissatisfaction. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding disciples cast inquisitive glances at Yun Qinghong, some already shaking their heads with disdain. We, as outer disciples, toil to complete our tasks to earn some cultivation resources, yet our talents are lacking, which is to be expected. However, for someone like Yin Kankai to be accepted as a disciple of the sect leader, is that not exceedingly unfair? Now, with Yun Qinghong bringing back this newcomer, it seemed he too might be taken in by the sect leader, thus escaping concerns over cultivation resources. How utterly ridiculous. The more you say this, the more I feel sympathy for the cleaning disciples, haha. Hearing the disciples' mocking remarks, Yun Qinghong furrowed her brow slightly. She held a strong sense of justice and valued fairness, yet she too was perplexed by her master's acceptance of Yin Kankai. Do not speak recklessly. The sect leader has not agreed to take Feng Chou as a disciple. To uphold the principle of fairness, Yun Qinghong felt compelled to clarify to the disciples. She surveyed the crowd, her expression serious, and declared, "The matter of the annihilation of the Biluo sect requires thorough investigation. The 3 disciples of the Biluo sect will temporarily remain as outer disciples, residing at the reflective cliff until their situation is clarified, at which point their fate shall be decided." Upon hearing her words, the disciples' suspicions gradually dissipated. They understood that Yun Qinghong was inherently just. Whenever there were matters that could not be resolved, they would seek her counsel, thus they held no doubts about her words. "Murong, do you have any further questions?" Yun Qinghong directed her gaze towards Murong Yi, her delicate face revealing an icy demeanor. Her disdain for this man intensified. It was not solely due to her master Su Zhiyun and the elder Xing's forced matchmaking, but also because of Murong Yi's unsavory character. Yun Qinghong's background had shaped her into a woman who loathed injustice and deceit, harboring a particular disdain for those who were duplicitous and cowardly. And no more. Murong Yi sensed her mood and dared not provoke her further. However, his expression shifted with evident resentment. "Feng disciple, let us depart." Yun Qinghong turned decisively, her skirt fluttering in the breeze. She seemed intent on walking rather than summoning her magical artifact. "Yes." Jiang Feng, beaming with youthful brightness, followed closely behind. As the two departed, Murong Yi's expression darkened like a gathering storm. His teeth clenched as he glared at the charming woman in her 30s, muttering, "Ji-Rong, what business is it of yours?" "Ah?" Ji-Rong fearlessly shot him a glance, hands on her hips. "I say, Murong, I am at least at the 6 Harmonies realm. You're so angry that you forget to address me as sister?" "Sister Ji, you are from the Spirit Healing Pavilion. Why do you meddle in this matter?" Despite his discontent, Murong Yi could not disregard the sect's rules. Ji-Rong lightly tucked her hair behind her ear, exuding an effortless allure that had captivated countless male disciples with wavering hearts. The injuries of those 2 disciples from the Biluo sect are severe. Were it not for our Spirit Healing Pavilion's assistance, how could they be saved? I also wish to see if that Feng Chou is injured. You nearly killed him with that slap. Naturally, I must inform Qinghong of the truth. Though the Spirit Healing Pavilion's influence was not on par with the law enforcement hall, it held significant weight within the sect. Moreover, Ji-Rong's good rapport with Yun Qinghong, coupled with her own prowess at the 6 Harmonies realm, warranted her addressing Yun Qinghong by name. Murong Yi realized he could not outwit this woman in a verbal spar. Clenching his fists, he finally suppressed his anger. "Let us go." With a command, the disciples of the law enforcement hall gathered around him, moving in the direction of their hall. "Humph." Ji-Rong rolled her eyes and promptly chased after Yun Qinghong. The remaining disciples, having lost interest in the spectacle, gradually dispersed. Yun Qinghong led Jiang Feng through the sect square, passing towering pavilions. She explained to Jiang Feng the significance of these key locations within the sect, such as the Law Enforcement Hall, which governed the sect's laws, the Exchange Pavilion, where one could barter for desired cultivation resources, and the Spirit Healing Pavilion, which tended to the injured. Murong Yi, a disciple of the esteemed Elder Xing Ku, who is a practitioner of the Bagua realm and oversees the Law Enforcement Hall, stands as the most influential figure after the sect master. The two traversed a narrow path leading to the back mountain, where Yun Qinghong tirelessly engaged Jiang Feng in discussions regarding various matters within the sect. Jiang Feng nodded, his expression tinged with confusion. "It seems that senior brother Murong harbors a deep aversion towards me, yet I have not wronged him in any way. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. It is I who have implicated you," Yun Qinghong replied succinctly, refraining from elaborating further. Contemplating silently, Jiang Feng began to piece together the possible reasons. Either Murong Yi held a grudge against Yun Qinghong, and by extension, resented him for being associated with her, or it stemmed from a matter of the heart. Recalling the discomfort that Murong Yi exhibited upon encountering Yun Qinghong, Jiang Feng quietly affirmed the latter hypothesis. Having once faced death, he had long since relinquished all distractions. With a calm analysis, he could perceive the truth of every situation with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, an aged chuckle echoed through the air, causing the two to halt in their tracks. Chapter 36. Self-identification. A shiver coursed through Jiang Feng's heart as he recalled the voice he had heard during the trial of the three gates. Yun Qinghong had already stepped forward, clasping her hands in greeting, saying, "Disciple pays respects to Master Xuanji." In the path ahead, an elderly man in a gray robe appeared as if conjured from the mists, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he stroked his beard while observing the two. Jiang Feng promptly followed suit, bowing slightly as he echoed, "Respects to you, Master Xuanji." Zhao Xuanji raised his hand slightly and smiled, saying, "Yun disciple, you may step back. I have matters to discuss with Feng Chou." He presided over the Spirit Pivot Pavilion, wielding control over the protective mountain array, and was keenly aware of all affairs within the sect's formation. Naturally, he knew the name of this newly inducted disciple, for it was through the array's assistance that he could teleport anywhere within the sect at will. A hint of concern flickered in Yun Qinghong's eyes as she inquired, "Master Xuanji, Feng Chou's talent is exceptional. I have already reported this to our master, who instructed me to look after him closely. May I ask what you wish to see him for?" In response, Zhao Xuanji let out a hearty laugh, shaking his head. "Oh, you child. Are you afraid I might harm him? Worry not. I simply wish to assess his talent. After all, the spirit testing stone has been damaged, and his potential remains a mystery. Is it merely an assessment of talent? Then I need not withdraw, right? Yun Qinghong interjected quickly. Once more, Jiang Feng felt the weight of Yun's concern for him. He found it puzzling. Did the immortal sect truly still harbor individuals as benevolent as he once was? Enough, enough. If you wish to stay, so be it. Zhao Xuanji did not shy away, sweeping his sleeve as a white jade pendant soared forth, gliding gently toward Jiang Feng. Feng Chou, grasp it tightly. Master, is this the Lingxi pendant? Yun Qinghong's eyes brightened as she softly inquired. The Lingxi pendant was an exceptionally rare high-grade treasure, though not the pinnacle among them. It possessed remarkable attributes. It could not only shield the wearer from lethal blows, but also facilitate swift recovery of injuries and spiritual energy. Zhao Xuanji nodded. Indeed, it is the Lingxi pendant. However, beyond its defensive capabilities, it possesses a unique function. It can connect to the 100 veins of the spirit platform, allowing for a more precise measurement of a cultivator's talent. After explaining the pendant, he turned to Jiang Feng, saying, Feng Chou, remember to hold it firmly. Jiang Feng nodded, then raised his hand to grasp the floating Lingxi pendant, gradually applying pressure. He was not apprehensive about his pure yang physique being revealed. On the contrary, with his identity clarified, the better his innate talent, the more favorable his position. The sect would not harbor undue suspicion toward a two-phase realm cultivator. And even if they sought to investigate his past, they would find no leads. The Bailuo sect had been annihilated, and the surviving Chen Ji Li and Cheng Su Ling were not well acquainted with him, knowing only that he was a disciple brought back by Han Jingxiu. As for Wudong village, it had long since become a desolate wasteland due to the marauders' flames and the fury of the Qing and Python, with most villagers having perished. Contemplating this, Jiang Feng suddenly felt that he should have silenced them all back then, but the unpredictability of fate had led him to Ling Xiu's sect. The mortal sect cultivators were exceedingly proud. Why would they investigate a low-tier cultivator in the mortal realm on his account? He was originally a disciple of Qing Yun's sect. Thus he was well-versed in the ways of these immortal cultivators and felt no worry. As he pondered, the Lingxi pendant in his hand began to emit a faint white light, which intensified gradually. As I suspected, most disciples within our sect possess clear yang or turbidine physiques. When encountering a 3 yang or 3 yin physique, the spirit testing stone becomes somewhat overwhelmed. When it assessed Qinghong, the stone even showed a slight crack, Zhao Xuanji remarked, nodding repeatedly, his smile growing more pronounced, seemingly pleased with the youth's qualifications. Yun's sister possesses a 5 yin physique. My master spoke of it. A 5 yin physique is bound to become a high-ranking cultivator, Jiang Feng exclaimed, admiration evident in his gaze toward Yun Qinghong. Yun Qinghong smiled modestly, replying, indeed, but although I possess a 5 yin physique, I am still far from the 7 stars realm. Is it not due to your impure heart? Qinghong, your enemies are dead. It is time to let go. Zhao Xuanji offered a timely reminder. Thank you for your guidance, master, Yun Qinghong said, lowering her head slightly. At that moment, the Lingxi pendant held tightly in Jiang Feng's grasp suddenly underwent a transformation. The white glow gradually receded, replaced by a radiant golden light, dazzling to behold. As if he were cradling a small golden crow in his hand. The blinding golden light compelled Yun Qinghong to squint one eye, straining to see ahead. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuanji's eyes widened, seemingly unperturbed by the brilliant glow, as if entranced in a profound shock. It is truly. His expression became dazed, and his aged voice murmured continuously, as if he wished to articulate something. The pendant is so hot. Jiang Feng gasped in astonishment, involuntarily releasing the Lingxi pendant and stepping back a couple of paces, as if startled. Feng Shidi, are you all right? Yun Qinghong quickly inquired, her phoenix-like eyes filled with concern. Jiang Feng shook his head. I am fine, sister. It merely burned me a little. He opened his right hand, revealing a golden mark imprinted in his palm, distinctly resembling the shape of the Lingxi pendant. What is happening? Jiang Feng questioned, perplexed. As a sword cultivator, he was not well versed in the intricacies of the law cultivator system. What did this imprint signify? Yun Qinghong, equally astonished, was rendered speechless. Feng Chou, this Lingxi pendant has acknowledged you as its master. It is now yours. Zhao Xuanji, being a cultivator of the 7 stars realm, had by now quelled his astonishment. Regaining his composure. Mine? But did you not say this was a defensive treasure? It is too precious. I cannot accept it, Jiang Feng hastily declined, clasping his hands in protest. Zhao Xuanji shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Even if I wished to reclaim it, I could not. Once a treasure recognizes its master, it coexists with them. You need not refuse. Then, without waiting for Jiang Feng to respond, he continued, Qinghong, did you not intend to take him to the contemplation cliff to reside? Remember, you must guide him diligently in his cultivation. This is good. You should also stay there. The 2 disciples from Bailuo sect are still injured. You must protect them well and ensure no one approaches, for they are the last remnants of Bailuo sect. This includes Feng Chou. You must safeguard all 3 of them. Seeing the usually jovial Master Xuanji now wear a serious expression, Yun Qinghong understood the weight of his words. Thus, she refrained from querying further and merely responded, understood. I will obey Master S orders. Go on, Zhao Xuanji nodded gently. Without a second thought, Yin Qihong summoned her silver spear, carrying the youth as they soared toward the contemplation cliff. Shortly after their departure, the voluptuous and alluring Ji Rong arrived. She glanced around and, upon seeing only Zhao Xuanji, immediately questioned, "Master Xuanji, did you not see a beam of golden light shoot up into the sky just now?" Zhao Xuanji coughed, admonishing, "What golden light? Why are you not at the spirit medicine pavilion? What brings you here?" Receiving no satisfactory answer, Ji Rong's displeasure grew, and she remarked, "The injuries of those 2 disciples from Bai Luo sect have stabilized. They will be sent to the contemplation cliff soon. I came to see if Feng Chou was hurt. Stop looking. Return now," Zhao Xuanji said with a dismissive wave, and with a flash, he vanished from sight. Immediately after, Ji Rong found herself in a different position as the formation transported her from the small path behind the mountain to the entrance of the spirit medicine pavilion. Realizing this, Ji Rong became infuriated, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "That old man. Is it because my master did not agree to be your partner back then? You consistently offer me a sour demeanor. How miserly of you." Chapter 37. The orphaned in the mist-shrouded mountains to the rear, a massive rock face jutted out, its surface as smooth as a mirror, a true marvel of nature. Above it, on the azure cliff, 3 large characters were inscribed, the Cliff of Reflection. This place remained within the protective formation of the Lingxiu sect, yet it lay far from the core of the sect, devoid of human presence. In the distance, a dark light soared from the front mountain, and upon a silver spear were Yun Qinghong and Jiang Feng. The silver spear halted before the cliff, and Yun Qinghong leaped onto the Cliff of Reflection, gently assisting the young man down. "Thank you, senior sister." Jiang Feng bowed respectfully, appearing both honored and astonished. Noticing his reaction, Yun Qinghong realized her excessive concern stemmed from sympathy. She sighed, endeavoring to cast aside old grievances. "The Cliff of Reflection is a place for disciples of the sect to face the wall in punishment. I have visited this place numerous times. Since the War of Immortals and Demons, those who returned alive have seldom erred. Initially, I intended for you to reside directly in the inner disciple quarters and seek my master's acceptance after her seclusion. However, upon witnessing the disciples' reactions today, I believe it would be better to take things slowly, otherwise, they would surely resent it." Leading the way, Yun Qinghong walked towards a cave at the base of the Cliff of Reflection. A sudden mountain breeze tousled her hair and skirt. Jiang Feng followed cautiously, contemplating before asking, "Senior sister Yun, I have always wanted to know, why are you so kind to me?" Turning back, Yun Qinghong smiled radiantly, her expression akin to the melting peak of an iceberg, revealing the warm slant of the sun beyond the mountains. Jiang Feng nodded, noncommittally. With a slight squint of her elegant phoenix eyes, she spoke bitterly, "I share a similar experience with you, yet I lack your fortitude. To be honest, when we were at the foot of Biluo sect, despite being merely at the 2nd realm, you stood undaunted before 5th realm cultivators. I truly admire your courage and your rare respect for your masters. However, while you still have the opportunity to avenge your enemies, I can no longer do so." Jiang Feng nodded slightly, understanding why Yun Qinghong regarded him with such esteem. Clearly, the persona he had crafted in front of others had played a significant role. In Yun Qinghong's eyes, he was a pitiable figure whose sect had been destroyed, and whose master had been slain, harboring deep grievances. Yet, that was merely an act. When he faced Lui Yun, his fear was not absent. The powerful demonic soul had already sensed the presence of other cultivators observing the scene and informed him, leading him to gamble his life. In a situation where there was no escape, gambling was necessary and indeed the only chance. Not every cultivator of the immortal sect possesses a heart of compassion, yet he had wagered wisely. Yun Qinghong was a righteous cultivator, who, coincidentally, had also experienced a similar ordeal of surviving the annihilation of her sect. This was a point he could exploit. As a disciple of the sect leader, Yun Qinghong possessed numerous advantages. "Senior sister, you are a cultivator of the 6th realm. How can you not take revenge?" Jiang Feng thought to himself, concern evident in his gaze. Yun Qinghong had already led him into the cave, which was pitch dark, with a cool breeze wafting through, accompanied by the faint sound of dripping water. "The 6th realm. What does it matter? Junior brother Feng, the higher your cultivation, the more you will understand that there are always greater beings beyond the heavens." Upon hearing her resigned words, Jiang Feng hastily replied, "Senior sister, my master once said that my cultivation speed surpasses that of others. You may share the names of your enemies with me, and once I have succeeded in my cultivation, I shall help you take revenge." Yun Qinghong paused, chuckling softly, "Very well. Once you become a great cultivator, I shall tell you." Her words were clearly playful. And after saying this, she laughed lightly. Jiang Feng also halted, gazing into the interior of the cave. The cave was tidy, furnished with a bed made of jade, stone tables, and stone chairs. Many words were carved into the walls, seemingly a form of cultivation technique. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like icicles, with water droplets falling steadily, pooling into a clear pond below. In addition to these, there were several enclosed stone chambers, and a cool breeze continuously blew from the depths of the cave, indicating that it could lead to another place. Our Lingxiu sect is the foremost sect among the immortal realms. Before the War of Immortals and Demons, there were numerous disciples. Mistakes were commonplace. The Cliff of Reflection was nearly overflowing. These stone chambers were created by disciples during their punishments, and now they serve as temporary quarters for the three of you. Yun Qihong gently traced the inscriptions on the cliff, recalling her own solitary experience of punishment. Though she had the companionship of two good junior brothers, this place for punishment is even more grand than the disciple quarters I resided in at Biluo sect. Jiang Feng nodded slightly, his star-like eyes dimming with a complex expression, a response typical for a young man. Seeing the boy's despondent demeanor, Yun Qihong felt an even deeper sense of empathy. When she first arrived at Lingxiu sect, had she not felt similarly restrained, always sensing that she was an outsider? Please rest for a while. I will check on the injuries of your two companions and bring them over shortly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. Yun Qihong was always efficient in her actions, saying little before departing the cave. After about a quarter of an hour, she returned, leading a man and a woman into the cave. The man was Qin Jilin, a disciple of Su Feng, while the woman was Qing Suling, a disciple of Lu Yiyun. At this moment, Qin Jilin's face was pale, appearing weak and far from the spirited demeanor he had shown during the disciple battles at Biluo sect. While Qing Suling exuded a frail aura, her right arm hanging limply, her delicate features marked by despair. The spirit medicine pavilion of Lingxiu sect was incredibly adept at treating severed limbs and grave injuries. Upon their arrival, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes and questioned, Sister Chung, did you know from the beginning that your master, Lu Yiyun, had colluded with the demonic path? Qing Suling had been asked this question many times by the cultivators of Lingxiu sect. Now, under scrutiny again, she instinctively denied, how could I have known? At that time, I had yet to utter a word before my master severed my arm. Cough, cough. I can attest to this, junior brother Feng. Sister Qing truly did not know the circumstances. She is innocent, Qin Jilin interjected, coughing as he defended his companion. Enough, enough. Fearing a quarrel would ensue, Yun Qihong quickly interrupted, you are all survivors of Biluo sect. There is no need for infighting. With that, she elegantly turned her wrist, producing a green jade bottle from her storage pouch. This bottle contains nourishing pills that can heal injuries and replenish energy. You may share it among yourselves. I am uninjured. Give it to them, Jiang Feng replied, lifting his chin with a nonchalant tone, displaying the arrogance of youth. Yun Qihong nodded slightly, her assessment of him increasing. He cared for his companions. Contemplating this, she took out a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to Jiang Feng, saying, these spirit stones shall serve you for your cultivation in the coming days. After some time, once you settle into the sect, you may retrieve spirit stones and pills from the medicine pavilion. Jiang Feng accepted the pouch of spirit stones, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. Both Qin Jilin and Qing Suling similarly bowed. The former expressed his thanks, while the latter could only nod slightly due to her incapacitated arm. Now that you have survived a great calamity, take time to rest. I will be nearby the cliff of reflection for the next few days. Call for me if you need anything. With that, Yun Qihong turned to leave, intending to allow the three orphans from Biluo sect to bond. As she exited the cave, she felt a twinge of concern and casually tossed out 4 array flags, which embedded into the stone crevices, forming a protective formation outside the cave. Satisfied with her preparations, she departed. Within the cavern, Qinjili coughed heavily several times before mustering a feeble smile and addressing his junior brother, Feng Cho. Feng, during our previous contest with Qing, we had no choice but to target you. Now that our Biluo Zong has been annihilated, leaving us in a precarious position, shall we not put aside our past grievances? Beside him, Qing Suling hastily added, indeed. Sister Yun is right, Biluo Zong now consists of only the 3 of us. As newcomers to the celestial realm, lacking a protector, we are inevitably subjected to oppression. If the 3 of us do not unite and collaborate, it may prove exceedingly difficult to find our footing within Lingxia Zong. Chapter 38, Passion and Indifference. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and spoke with a sense of relief. I certainly will not hold any grudges against my senior brothers and sisters. The pressing matter at hand is to diligently cultivate and seek vengeance against that fiendish thief. At these words, Qin Jili's expression shifted dramatically, his already pallid face becoming even more ashen. He had witnessed the power of that demon. Even the 3rd elder of the 5 elements realm, Lu Yiyun, had shown utmost respect in the presence of that fiend. The demon's cultivation was undoubtedly no less than that of the 6 harmonies realm. What, one might ask, is the significance of the 6 harmonies realm? It is important to note that the highest cultivation within the Biluo sect belonged to his master, Xian Feng, who had reached the pinnacle of the 5 elements realm after countless years of arduous practice. Thus, after being rescued to the Lingxiu sect, Qin Jili had resolved to merely survive within this great sect. He never anticipated that this newcomer to the Biluo sect, Feng Qiu, would exhibit such reverence for his masters and harbor intentions of avenging the sect. Beside them, Qing Suling softly interjected, Feng Qiu, my brother Chun has suffered severe injuries to his dantian, making further cultivation exceedingly difficult. Although my arm can be reattached, the severed meridians cannot be fully restored. To speak of vengeance at this time. Though she did not finish her sentence, the implication was clear. I understand. Jiang Feng sighed and chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he opened the pouch of spirit stones and poured its contents onto the stone table. There are over 60 low-grade spirit stones here. Let us divide them. With his back turned to the two, his tone was imbued with indifference. Chen Zhili and Cheng Su-ling exchanged glances, both perceiving the shame reflected in each other's eyes. A mere youth who had only been at the Bailuo sect for a short time still harbored thoughts of avenging it, while they, having grown up within the sect, lacked such resolve. After careful consideration, Chen Zhili murmured, "Feng Qiu, my current condition leaves me breathless. Even if I were to cultivate, it would be futile. Since you do not wish to keep the nourishing elixirs, I too shall not be overly greedy. I only require 10 spirit stones to exchange for some healing potions. I too only need 10 spirit stones, Feng Qiu. You may use the remaining stones for your cultivation." Cheng Su-ling shared a similar sentiment. Though her arm had been reattached, her meridians had not fully healed, and despite her talent, she lacked confidence in reaching the Six Harmonies realm. After all, having grown up in the Bailuo sect, her perception of peak power was limited to the few elders of the Five Elements realm. She could scarcely imagine the true might of a practitioner of the Six Harmonies realm. Jiang Feng did not decline, silently handing over 20 spirit stones to the two. And then, with the remaining 40 stones in hand, he entered a stone chamber within the cave without uttering a word. The stone door of the chamber bore inscribed runes capable of isolating both spirit energy and sound, and once the youth entered, the two outside could no longer sense his presence. Sighing, Chen Zhili sat on a stone bench, a look of despair etched upon his face as he lamented. I never imagined such calamity would befall the Bailuo sect. The war between the immortals and demons has come to an end. Yet we have been annihilated by fiendish cultivators. Beside him, Cheng Su-ling's expression was equally grim, tears streaming down her cheeks as she mourned. I still cannot comprehend why my master would conspire with demon cultivators. The sect leader, several elders, and our fellow disciples, they met such tragic fates. Overcome with emotion, she could no longer contain her grievances and began to sob softly. In times of adversity, true emotions are revealed, and shared suffering often fosters camaraderie. Chen Zhili, who had previously been at odds with Cheng Su-ling, now felt a sense of solidarity as they both faced their tribulations. Junior sister, our talents are not comparable to those of the immortal sect's disciples. Moreover, with my Dantian injured and your meridians damaged, I have inquired at the Spirit Healer Pavilion. And it appears we are destined to become sweeping disciples. However, it is better than having nowhere else to go. As for vengeance, the immortal sect has issued a manhunt. It is beyond our control. We must focus on finding peace here. Upon hearing this, Cheng Su-ling wiped her tears and nodded slightly. Yes, brother. You are right. For now, we must take care of ourselves. That alone preserves our sect's legacy. Though they spoke thus, both could not help but cast glances toward the stone chamber, feeling a sense of inferiority in comparison to the impassioned youth within who sought vengeance for their sect. Feng Qiu is young and unaware of the harsh realities. In time he will come to understand. Reflecting on our own youth, who among us was not filled with fervent ambition? I once aspired to cultivate to the Nine Suns realm and lead the Bailuo sect into the ranks of the 6 immortal alliances. Yet, years have passed, and I find myself unable to even enter the Four Symbols realm. Chen Zhili's timely jest broke the awkward atmosphere. Cheng Su-ling forced a bitter smile and replied, Indeed, I once vowed to reach the 10 Directions realm. In hindsight, it truly seems like a fool's dream. Haha. The two orphans of the Bailuo sect, devoid of their former rivalry, began to reminisce about amusing tales from their childhood in the stone chamber. Although their conversation was filled with jest, an unmistakable air of desolation permeated their laughter. They both worried about how they would survive in a great sect like Lingxiu without their masters to rely upon. Meanwhile, within the stone chamber, a luminous night pearl embedded in the ceiling illuminated the space, a remnant left by an unknown cultivator during their seclusion. Below, Jiang Feng sat cross-legged, eyes closed, with a multitude of spirit stones amassed before him. As he circulated his internal energy, the qi in his dantian surged, and with each breath, waves of spirit energy flowed into his body, purifying his meridians and permeating his limbs and bones. The azure spirit energy gathered around him like threads, emanating from both the stones before him and the external environment. The stone chamber, nestled within the mountains, was rich with spirit energy, particularly as it lay within the territory of the Lingxiu sect. However, anyone witnessing the ease with which the youth absorbed spirit energy would likely be left astounded. A cultivator's physique dictates the stability of their qi, the smoothness of their meridians, and the speed at which they can absorb spirit energy. The weaker the physique, the more challenging it is to retain spirit energy, akin to a leaky funnel. It can only drain away, never accumulating. Yet, Jiang Feng, possessing a pure young body, found his qi impenetrable, capable of absorbing as much as he could, which would then nourish his limbs and meridians, steadily and swiftly enhancing his cultivation. Cultivation was undoubtedly a monotonous endeavor, requiring repetitive breathing exercises and the circulation of internal energy, guiding the spirit energy through the meridians. Over time, the continuous influx of spirit energy could lead to a sense of swelling pain within the meridians, a common hindrance for those with weaker physiques. Nevertheless, owing to his pure young body and the scarcity of cultivation resources, Jiang Feng had never experienced such discomfort. Time seemed to lose meaning within the stone chamber. devoid of day or night, sun or stars, as Jiang Feng remained in a tranquil state, tirelessly cultivating. Gradually, the spirit stones began to dim, and the surrounding spirit energy diminished. With a sudden snap, Jiang Feng opened his eyes, a wave of spirit energy radiating from him, scattering the lifeless spirit stones around him, causing them to roll chaotically across the ground. The mid-stage pinnacle of the two instruments realm. Not bad, he mused. A smile of delight gracing his features as he retrieved the Qing Feng sword gifted by Han Jingxiu and began practicing his sword technique within the cave. Chapter 39. Oppression in the Grand Square of Lingxiu Sect. Qin Jilie, clad in the uniform black garb of the cleaning disciples, diligently wielded a broom. Methodically sweeping the fallen leaves and dust, he bowed his head, his former vigor from his time at Biluo Sect now a distant memory, replaced by an air of melancholy as he sighed repeatedly. It had been a month since he arrived at Lingxiu Sect. After spending approximately 10 days at the Reflective Cliff, he and Cheng Suling had nearly healed from their injuries. Instead of undergoing the usual 3 trials, they were directly brought by Yun Qinghong to the Xianling Pavilion for aptitude testing, where it became evident that their talents were rather mediocre. Although Cheng Suling's meridians were damaged, she could recuperate gradually and was fortunate enough to be accepted as an outer disciple. In contrast, Qin Jilie, having injured his Dantian, found himself unable to recover without rare medicinal herbs, relegating him to the role of a cleaning disciple. The vicissitudes of life often leave one disheartened. Even cultivators are not exempt from such misfortunes. Qin Jilie shook his head in lament, suddenly reminded of that young man. Until my departure with Sister Cheng, Feng Qiu remained sequestered, seemingly intent on avenging Biluo Sect, thus exerting himself with relentless diligence. A month has passed, yet I wonder how he fares. During his time at Biluo Sect, his master, Xian Feng, had remarked upon Feng Qiu's exceptional talent, noting that he had ascended swiftly from the Hunyuan realm to the Liangyu realm. This had prompted him and the disciples of 2 other elders to conspire against this young man, preventing Han Jingxiu from reclaiming the position of sect leader. In retrospect, what purpose did such scheming serve? Alas, having endured the calamity of sect annihilation, Qin Jilie had shed his sharp edges, adopting a more tranquil, albeit resigned, demeanor. He busily swept every corner of the sect square, harboring no reluctance nor feelings of grievance, as if he had accepted his fate. At that moment, a group of disciples, clad in varied attire, approached. Leading them was a male disciple in the garb of the law enforcement hall, wielding power at the 4 symbols realm. His features were unremarkable, yet his gaze bore a cunning glint, suggesting he was perpetually calculating the misfortunes of others. Beside him was Cheng Suling, dressed in a simple, pale garment. Now devoid of her former pride as a cultivator, she meekly trailed behind the 4 symbols realm disciple, occasionally uttering flattering remarks. The remaining disciples exhibited diverse clothing. Clearly all outer disciples, as neither outer disciples nor disciples of the sect leader wore standardized attire. Only those representing the law enforcement hall, the spirit medicine pavilion, and other significant sect positions, as well as the lowest-ranking cleaning disciples, donned uniforms. Of course, some eccentric yet formidable cultivators, like Ji Rong from the spirit medicine pavilion, defied convention. As the highest-ranking disciple in the art of healing, she was adept in both alchemy and treatment, also being a cultivator of the 6 harmonies realm. Such figures were not easily crossed, and no one dared to question her clothing, for one could never be certain of their own safety, nor whether they might one day require Ji Rong's healing. Is that not Qin Jilie, our junior disciple? The male disciple at the forefront, Lu Sun, approached with a smirk, his tone dripping with mockery. Upon hearing this, Qin Jilie felt a wave of dread wash over him. Hastily dropping his broom and cupping his hands in greeting, I pay my respects to senior brother Lu and all esteemed brothers. Lu Sun laughed heartily, draping an arm around Cheng Suling's delicate shoulders, his hand wandering over her soft form as he spoke in a sardonic tone. Did Qin Jilie engage in cleaning duties during his time at Biluo Sect? Never, Qin Jilie replied, glancing up momentarily before hastily lowering his gaze. Although Cheng Suling cast him a pleading look, and though he felt utterly humiliated, he was merely a disciple of the 3 talents realm, dependent on the goodwill of others. He had endured such ridicule numerous times over the past month. Initially, he had argued fiercely, even raising his voice to escalate the matter. Yet the disciples of the law enforcement hall never punished this insufferable Lu Sun, merely offering perfunctory admonishments, as Lu Sun was also one of their own. Subsequently, Lu Sun would only intensify his harassment, often bringing others to beat him mercilessly. Cheng Suling, too, had unwittingly drawn Lu Sun's attention. As a 3 talents realm outer female cultivator, she had no means to refuse his advances. Initially, she had dared to retort, but after several encounters with the law enforcement hall, she had resigned herself to the situation. No worries, you'll soon become accustomed to it. As cultivators, our lifespans are measured in centuries. If you can sweep for a century in Lingxiu Sect, consider it a blessing, Lu Sun said, smiling, his words laced with clear derision. Qin Jilie felt a surge of anger and retorted, Senior brother Lu, I believe that since my arrival at Lingxiu Sect, I have not wronged you nor engaged in any actions detrimental to the sect. Why do you persistently target me? When have I ever targeted you? Lu Sun feigned innocence, then turned to the disciples behind him, asking, do you think I have targeted him? No. Senior brother Lu is merely teaching you how to fulfill your duties as a cleaning disciple. How could he be targeting you? Exactly. You're fabricating accusations. Do you wish for a beating? The disciples clamored, their expressions fierce, yet all were at least 3 talents realm cultivators, with a few at the pinnacle of that realm, easily capable of overpowering Chen Julia, whose Dantian was damaged. Senior brothers. Cheng Suling quickly intervened, forcing a smile. Please, do not be angered. Brother Chun is already injured, and his spirits are low. His words lack consideration. Kindly let this matter go. Cheng Suling, originally a disciple of Lu Yiyun, hailed from a lineage of law cultivators. Although her strength was inferior to many of her peers at Lingxiu sect, she was well versed in the art of qi manipulation, and her striking appearance afforded her a degree of protection from harassment. In contrast, Chen Julia was a disciple of Xian Feng, who practiced the sword path. Thus he too was a sword cultivator. Had he been at Qin Yun's sect, he might have garnered more attention. However, in this law-focused Lingxiu sect, his status was even lower than that of an ordinary cleaning disciple. Oh, since Sister Cheng has interceded, I shall let him off this time. Lu Sun smirked, reaching out to grip Cheng Suling's slim waist, squeezing her tightly, causing her to stifle a soft groan, yet she dared not defy him. Witnessing his former fellow disciple being humiliated before his eyes, Chen Julia could no longer suppress the mounting fury he had endured for days. He cast aside the broom, glaring at Lu Sun and the other disciples, exclaiming, back at Biluo sect, we contended fiercely for a mere spot to pay homage to an immortal sect, only to find that the immortal sect is nothing more than a den of snakes and vermin. How ludicrous. What did you say? Clinging to the kindness of others while barely surviving. You dare to be so arrogant? How dare you slander our immortal sect? Brothers of the Law Enforcement Hall, deal with him. The disciples behind Lu Sun immediately erupted in outrage, their menacing demeanor making it difficult to discern their status as cultivators. Junior Brother Chun, you have incurred the wrath of the masses. Lu Sun narrowed his eyes, secretly pleased that Chen Julia had spoken so provocatively. He had received instructions from Murong Yi to specifically target a few disciples from Biluo sect, with Feng Qiu still at the reflective cliff and guarded by Sister Yun. He had no means to act against him, so he decided to make an example of Chen Julia. As for Cheng Suling, he thought with a smirk. With this notion in mind, Lu Sun subtly chanted a spell, and a brilliantly colored orb flew from his sleeve. A mid-grade magical artifact, the Hunyuan orb. Upon its release, the orb struck Chen Julia, propelling him backward, the formidable energy of the 4 symbols realm swirling around him, summoning a tempest. Chen Julia was hurled several paces before crashing to the ground, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood, his complexion ghastly. Brother Chun, Cheng Suling, alarmed and frightened, dared not approach to assist him. She could keenly sense the overwhelming power of the 4 symbols realm, augmented by the magical artifact, rivaling that of several elders from Biluo sect. You wretch, how dare you utter such audacious words to insult our immortal sect? This is far from over. Lu Sun spat disdainfully and casually gestured towards the Hunyuan pearl. Instantly, the pearl radiated a kaleidoscope of mystical light, and a chilling ice spike erupted from it, lunging menacingly towards the severely injured Chen Jili. Stop. At that moment, a sharp and resonant shout pierced the air, and the Qi Feng sword descended from above, cleaving the ice spike in half with a single stroke. The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards the agile youth who had leaped into the fray. Lu Sun let out a cold laugh and remarked, you little brat, you finally emerged from the cliff of reflection. Chapter 40. Theft. Jiang Feng stepped forward, first helping Chen Jili to his feet, then with a flick of his wrist, the Qi Feng sword soared back into his grasp. Why have you harmed my senior brother Chen? The youth glared fiercely at the gathered disciples. Lu Sun scrutinized him, scoffing. Does the law enforcement hall owe you an explanation? What are you anyway? When you first joined, you were so deferential, calling us senior brothers. Yet now, in such a short time, you think you're above us? With a slight tremor of the Qi Feng sword, a wisp of ethereal sword energy manifested. Despite being only at the mid-stage of the 2 instruments realm, Jiang Feng exhibited no fear in the face of Lu Sun, who was at the 4 symbols realm, along with several 3 talents realm disciples. I respected you out of courtesy, but now that you bully my senior brother Chen, why should I continue to show you respect? The youth stood tall like a jade tree in the Moon Palace, his low cultivation level overshadowed by his imposing presence, akin to a young Qilin bearing its claws at a pack of ferocious wolves. Feng Qiu, you need not go this far. I am but a cripple now. You still have a bright future ahead of you. Chen Jili stood behind the youth, his expression complex, deeply moved. If he had felt a distance from this youth before, witnessing his willingness to offend a law enforcement hall for the sake of their camaraderie had already made him regard the youth as one of his own. With his damaged Dantian, he could only serve as a menial disciple in Lingxiu sect for the rest of his life, destined to be bullied. In this formidable sect devoid of allies, he held no hope for assistance. Yet, this youth had stepped forward to protect him, igniting a flicker of hope amidst his despair. A mere spark, yet brilliantly luminous. Jiang Feng spoke in a deep voice, Senior Brother Chun, although our Biluo sect has been annihilated, our brotherhood remains. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. Ah, what a bond of brotherhood. But remember, this is Lingxiu sect, not your remote Biluo sect. To obstruct the law enforcement hall, you will certainly face consequences. Lu Sun sneered, grasping the Hunyuan pearl, silently chanting a spell. Beside him, Cheng Su-ling seemed moved by the youth's words. Gritting her teeth, she dashed from behind Lu Sun to stand beside Jiang Feng and Chen Zhili. Lu Sun was taken aback, his face darkening as he scolded, "You foolish girl, this is your own doing. Don't expect me to protect you from now on." Cheng Su-ling's delicate face bore a hint of fear, yet she resolutely declared, "I will stand with senior brother Chen and junior brother Feng." The three orphans of Bailuo's sect exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of unity and shared fate. To others, they now appeared as tightly knit comrades. "Huh. Then wait for it." Lu Sun's furious words fell as the Hunyuan pearl emitted a spectrum of mystical light, coiling toward the three like a serpent. "Senior brothers and sisters, retreat." Jiang Feng called out, wielding the Qi Feng sword and invoking the sword control technique. Instantly, a 3-foot sword energy surged forth from the sword's tip, clashing against the oncoming waves of mystical light. "Foolish swordsman, a 2 instruments realm cultivator seeking to clash with me, a 4 symbols realm expert? You are still too green." Remembering Murong Yi's orders, Lu Sun's eyes glinted with malice as he infused more spiritual energy into the Hunyuan pearl. With the full force of this mid-grade magical artifact, not even a 3 talents realm cultivator would escape unscathed, let alone a 2 instruments realm cultivator. With a thunderous explosion, a figure was sent flying, shocking the onlookers. This duel took an unexpected turn. The youth named Feng Chou remained unscathed, his clothes untouched, while Lu Sun lay wounded and bloodied, struggling to rise. How is this possible? Lu Sun stared blankly at the youth, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Lu Shixiang. The disciples of the law enforcement hall rushed forward to check on Lu Sun, while a few remained wary, eyeing the 3 orphans of Bailuo's sect, hesitant to approach. "Feng Chou, how could you be so powerful?" Cheng Su-ling gasped, astonished. As a 3 talents realm cultivator, she was easily suppressed by Lu Sun, which was why she had sought to appease him to avoid humiliation. Yet, the current situation shattered her understanding. Chen Zhili also wore a shocked expression, murmuring, "No wonder my master urged us to unite against you. Feng Chou, can you truly defeat an opponent of a higher realm?" Some formidable cultivators could indeed overcome adversaries of a higher tier, but that was often by mere luck. To defeat 1-2 realms higher was exceedingly rare. Yet here was a youth of the 2 instruments realm overcoming a 4 symbols realm adversary, emerging unscathed while the opponent lay gravely injured and unconscious. "Those who dare to harm the law enforcement hall shall face retribution." A voice laced with unyielding arrogance rang out as a bolt of lightning streaked from the sky, striking Jiang Feng directly. With a resounding thud, Jiang Feng staggered back a few steps but sustained no injury. Before him floated a pristine jade pendant. The high-grade magical artifact, Lingxi pendant, had saved its master. Unlike other magical artifacts, this defensive talisman did not require the cultivator to actively channel spiritual energy. It instinctively defended against external attacks when danger arose. Murong Yi's figure swooped down before the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly as he first glanced at the floating jade pendant, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng, coldly stating, "I see. Having just entered Lingxiu sect, you dare to steal a high-grade magical artifact?" Such audacity. He had unleashed a full-force strike with a mid-grade magical artifact, the Thunder Sword, yet had failed to kill the youth, thus recognizing the pendant's grade. "Senior brother Murong, I did not steal this pendant. It was a gift from Master Xianji," Jiang Feng replied calmly, maintaining his composure. "A gift from Master Xianji? Huh." Murong Yi scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. His gaze remained sharp. "You can't even lie properly. Master Xianji is a great cultivator of the 7 stars realm. Why would he give a high-grade magical artifact to a mere 2 instruments realm ant? If you are wise, hand over the pendant to me. Once at the law enforcement hall, I may consider reducing your punishment." Chen Zhili and Cheng Su-ling, having heard the whispers of power dynamics within Lingxiu sect, were well aware that Murong Yi was the favored disciple of the law enforcement hall's elder. The elder, with an 8 trigrams realm cultivation, was second only to the sect master, and the law enforcement hall acted without restraint, commanding authority over all but the sect master's disciples. Murong Yi was the most privileged disciple after the sect masteress own, often acting on behalf of the law enforcement hall, and none dared to challenge him. To provoke someone of such stature meant that even mid-level cultivators could not escape punishment, let alone these 3 low-level cultivators. Thus, Chen Zhili stepped forward, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture, and sincerely said, "Senior brother Murong, Feng Chou is no thief. He has been in seclusion at the Reflecting Cliff until recently. I can vouch for him." "Indeed, I can attest to that." Cheng Su-ling chimed in hastily. "So, you were saying I have slandered him? Get lost." Murong Yi abruptly waved his sleeve, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning that sent Chen Zhili and Cheng Su-ling flying. "Senior brothers and sisters." Jiang Feng turned to see the 2 grievously injured and bleeding. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Murong Yi, declaring, "Those who harm my comrades shall face my wrath." With that, he silently chanted a spell, and the Qi Feng sword surged once more with sword energy. Chapter 41. Sense of Justice. A humble ant, merely relying on its magical artifact, is now forced to recognize its own limitations. Morong Yi chanted an incantation, and in an instant, a thunderous sword burst forth from his sleeve, crackling ominously and radiating a formidable aura. Jiang Feng, undeterred, charged forward wielding his Qi Feng sword. With a deafening crash, the thunderbolt struck, sending Jiang Feng staggering back a full yard. Yet, thanks to the protection of his Lingxi pendant, he emerged unscathed. He advanced once more, only to be repelled several yards by another thunderous blow. This relentless cycle continued, and Jiang Feng's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of defiance. Ha ha. How amusing. What does possessing a superior artifact matter? Winning against Lu Xun was merely luck. You, a mere waste of the two-element realm, think you can defeat me? Morong Yi remained steadfast, controlling the thunderous sword to unleash continuous strikes upon the youth, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. In truth, he could have easily bested Jiang Feng by utilizing more magical artifacts, but he relished in overpowering the weak. The more the weak struggled, the more he reveled in his own strength. No matter how formidable you are, for harming my fellow disciples, I shall make you pay. Jiang Feng roared. His breath suddenly steadied, and his speed accelerated. As he leaped and dodged, he managed to evade a significant number of the thunderbolts. Morong Yi's eyes widened in surprise, though the expression quickly vanished. He recited another incantation, and a green disc sword from his sleeve, hovering midair and slowly rotating, exuding a bone-chilling wind. The other disciples had long since vacated the battlefield, yet even from a distance, they trembled uncontrollably. Is Morong Yi's primary artifact, the Thunder Sword, still insufficient to subdue that boy? Now he resorts to the Qi Feng disc as well. How can a mere two-element realm youth be so tenacious? Did you not hear, Morong Yi? That boy possesses a superior artifact. Look, it's that jade pendant. The disciples' gazes were drawn to the Lingxi pendant floating before Jiang Feng. Protected by the pendant, the icy winds from the Qi Feng disc could not harm him. Yet the pressure impeded his every movement. Just be a living target. Once the spiritual energy stored in that superior artifact is depleted, your fate is sealed. Morong Yi laughed heartily. With the aid of the Qi Feng disc, every strike of his thunderous sword could land upon the boy, and eventually, he would exhaust the pendant's power, leaving Jiang Feng vulnerable to a lethal blow. Before that, however, I shall make you pay, Jiang Feng roared. Advancing step by step against the onslaught of frigid winds and thunder, his footfalls sinking deeply into the ground. Nearby, beside a rock formation not far from the Sex Plaza, Zhao Xuanji stroked his beard, chuckling softly. What a fine talent. Exceptional aptitude, loyal in spirit, filled with vigor. Ha ha ha, splendid. My Lingxi pendant was not given in vain. Beside him, Ji Rong rolled her eyes, a mocking glimmer in her beautiful gaze. Old man, if you think that boy is so remarkable, why not intervene? Are you not concerned he might be harmed by Morong Yi? I shall naturally intervene at the critical moment. Zhao Xuanji nodded, his smile widening. He was the only elder in the sect without a personal disciple, although there were many disciples in the Lingshu Pavilion. None caught his eye until this boy, who could make the Lingxi pendant recognize him as its master, piqued his interest. Men fighting endlessly is utterly tiresome, Ji Rong yawned, glancing at the two figures in the sect's plaza. Yet her gaze lingered not on Morong Yi, but rather on the resilient youth. She had to admit, this boy was remarkably steadfast. Despite being merely at the two-element realm, he dared to confront a practitioner of the five elements realm, repeatedly knocked down, yet rising again. Gritting his teeth, even with his protective artifact, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his offensive momentum had significantly slowed, yet he refused to surrender. Foolish child. Ji Rong blinked, her alluring eyes shimmering as she spoke. Foolish, yet endearing, is it not? Zhao Xuanji sighed. If there were no such fools who stand firm at critical moments, how could our celestial sect triumph over the demonic path and stand resolute in this realm? His words carried a double meaning, praising the disciples who had perished on the battlefield and subtly chastising Ji Rong. Without these relentless fighters, there would be no celestial sect, no Lingyi Pavilion, and no opportunity for her to voice her opinions here. Oh, do you ever tire of lecturing me, old man? You seize every opportunity to scold me. Ji Rong responded playfully, her eyes radiating a captivating charm. Coupled with her mature and voluptuous figure, any man would be inclined to possess such a captivating woman. Not that she intended it, this allure naturally emanated from her. Zhao Xuanji did not look at her, his attention still fixated on the unfolding battle in the plaza. You possess a natural charm, a fivine physique. You ought to contemplate this. Otherwise, will you remain stagnant in the six harmony realm for eternity? His words were filled with concern. A gentle nudge from an elder to a younger. Ji Rong remained silent, merely biting her crimson lip. A practitioner in the five elements realm could maintain their youth. And she, with her fivine body and exceptional aptitude, still appeared youthful when cultivating to the five elements realm. However, unlike most practitioners who retained their youthful appearance, she had not. Instead, her beauty blossomed only as her physique matured, akin to a peony in full bloom, ripe and ready to fall. Such a situation was clearly amiss. An elder's examination of her physique and ancient text revealed that she was indeed a natural charm body. Those with such a constitution inevitably faced bottlenecks in their cultivation, needing to release their alluring aura to progress. Otherwise, not only would they struggle to advance, but they might also risk damaging their meridians. The consequences ranged from losing all progress to the brink of death. Ancient texts also indicated that this physique was coveted by the demonic sect's Hahuan sect as an ideal vessel for their nefarious practices, an endless source of allure. Though you possess remarkable medical skills, even a healer finds it difficult to heal themselves. Rong, you must understand. If your master has been unable to resolve this issue for so many years, it signifies her genuine inability to do so. Jia Xuanji continued, still not meeting her gaze. His tone dry. Ji Rong furrowed her brow slightly. Old man, why bring this up now? Do you have a solution for me? Jia Xuanji chuckled. What solution could I possibly offer? Just as the ancient texts suggest, you should seek a partner. As for candidates, how about that newcomer? Unruly old man. Ji Rong muttered under her breath, yet her attention was drawn back to the battle. At this moment, the youth appeared utterly exhausted, clutching his Qing Feng's sword, dragging his heavy feet as he approached Morong-yi. Morong-yi's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated the resolve of this two-element realm youth, who had been knocked down countless times yet continued to rise. Damn it, if it weren't for this superior artifact, you would have perished long ago. He spat, brandishing the thunderous sword that crackled with energy. Jiang Feng let out a cold laugh. Despite his fatigue, he surged forward once more. Morong-yi's fury ignited. I will kill you, no matter what. As his words fell, 8 bolts of thunder converged from all directions toward the youth, an awe-inspiring spectacle. With a resounding crash, Jiang Feng was sent flying, and at that moment, the Lingxi pendant dimmed, unable to withstand the full force of the attack. Cough. Jiang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, darkness clouding his vision, a sense of urgency swelling within him. Where are they? He understood that this struggle had persisted long enough. Elder Xuanji could appear anywhere at any moment, and he would surely intervene at the critical juncture to rescue him. If all else failed, there was still Yuanqing Hong. Yet now, no one was coming to his aid. At this moment, the demon's spirit lay concealed, rendering it impossible to provide him with accurate information. He could only deliberately delay time. In this conflict, he had successfully established his image as a person of deep loyalty and courage in the face of formidable adversaries before the disciples of Lingxiu sect. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this image would undoubtedly yield immense benefits, for the sect highly values such qualities. Disciples of this nature are willing to sacrifice themselves for the sect in critical moments, just as he had during his time in Qingyan sect. Once his image was solidified, all he needed to do was wait for rescue. After all, as a mere practitioner of the 2 instruments realm, it was a fool's errand to aspire to defeat one of the 5 elements realm. If he could harness the peak powers of the 3 talents realm, he might catch Morong-yi off guard, but that would ultimately be futile. Employing demonic techniques within Lingxiu sect would only lead to his demise, even if he were to eliminate Morong-yi. It would be a case of losing far more than he gained. As Jiang Feng contemplated these matters, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. In this moment, he could not suppress his anger as he murmured, "You harm my senior brothers and sisters. I shall never forgive you." The surrounding disciples did not underestimate this young man. They witnessed a sense of justice in him that they themselves lacked. Chapter 42. The envy-inducing youth. In a moment of bewilderment, the gazes of many disciples towards Jiang Feng became increasingly complex. The notion of having such a loyal and principled junior brother seemed rather appealing to some. For the sake of his seniors, he dared to confront a practitioner of the 5 elements realm. How noble. Others thought similarly. However, Morong-yi harbored no such sentiments. He only wished to eliminate this arrogant youth, to rid himself of this troublesome practitioner of the 2 instruments realm. Die, he roared, his handsome visage twisting into a grimace as the thunder sword in his hand erupted with blinding sparks, surging towards the fallen youth. As the overwhelming lightning approached, a moment of hesitation flickered in Jiang Feng's heart. Should he employ his killing path cultivation to evade this attack? Yet, at that instant of indecision, a silver spear descended from the heavens, shattering the torrential lightning into fragments. Yuanqing Hong gracefully landed, her flowing skirt resembling pure white clouds. Her noble phoenix eyes radiated a chilling glare, sweeping over all the disciples of the law enforcement hall present. Lu Sun, supported by his peers, had already regained consciousness. Upon meeting Yuanqing Hong's gaze, he hastily lowered his head, feeling guilty, yet he bore no overwhelming fear, for he knew others would bear the brunt of the pressure. Indeed, Morong-yi, also subjected to Yuanqing Hong's cold scrutiny, faltered. Suppressing his complex emotions, he was the first to speak. Sister Yuan, this person obstructs our law enforcement hall's duties and has stolen treasures from our sect. Why do you protect him? Yuanqing Hong disregarded his inquiry and instead approached the young man, helping him to his feet. Softly, she inquired, Junior Brother Feng, how are your injuries? Do you require me to escort you to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion? Jiang Feng gently shook his head. Sister, I am fine. But Senior Brother Chen and Senior Sister Cheng urgently need treatment. Please take them to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. I am deeply grateful. Upon hearing this, Yuanqing Hong glanced towards the distant Chen Zhili and Qing Su Ling. After assessing the unconscious duo with her spiritual sense, she reassured him, do not worry, Junior Brother. They're unharmed. I will have someone take them there immediately. Wait, they have insulted the disciples of Lingxiu sect, committing a heinous crime. I must first bring them to the law enforcement hall for punishment, Morong-yi declared, finally revealing a resolute attitude before Yuanqing Hong. He could not tolerate the kindness she showed to that Feng Qiu. As he had observed Lu Sun's oppression of Chun Jili, he was well aware of their conversation. Just then, a graceful figure floated over like a gentle breeze. Jiang Rong, the favored disciple of the elder from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Her alluring visage and voluptuous form captivating all. Ignoring Murong Yi entirely, Jiang Rong pointed at the two disciples and commanded, "You two, assist me in taking Chen Jili and Cheng Suling to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion." The two disciples, caught off guard, exchanged glances filled with hesitation. Directing their gazes towards Murong Yi, he frowned at Jiang Rong, his displeasure evident. "Sister Jiang, you must be aware of the rules of the Law Enforcement Hall. I know not of such matters. I only know that the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is for saving lives," Jiang Rong retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Her demeanor laced with playful indignation. She then turned to the two disciples, urging, "Why are you still dawdling? If you delay their treatment, you may as well forget about obtaining medicine from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion in the future." "Yes, sister." The two disciples exchanged glances, resigned to lowering their heads as they complied. One lifted Chen Jili with spiritual energy, while the other hesitated to carry Cheng Suling by hand. However, upon meeting Yun Qinghong's gaze, he promptly switched to using spiritual energy to lift her as well. "Qinghong, you continue to argue with them. I shall take my leave," Jiang Rong said with satisfaction, nodding at Yun Qinghong. Yun Qinghong replied with a slight nod. Jiang Feng also mustered the strength to express his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Jiang Rong flashed him a charming smile, her alluring demeanor evident as she said, "Have you forgotten my name? Remember it well, Junior Brother Feng. I am Jiang Rong. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek me at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion." "Thank you, Sister Jiang," Jiang Feng said with a respectful bow. Jiang Rong appreciated the youth's politeness, but as she surveyed her surroundings, she could not escape the lewd glances of many male disciples. Naturally alluring, she attracted unwanted attention. "Fools," she muttered, before commanding the two disciples to escort the injured away. Jiang Feng watched her retreating figure, a sense of confusion washing over him. Since passing through the trials to enter, he had sensed an indescribable charm emanating from this Jiang Rong. Their earlier eye contact had nearly ensnared his spirit, stirring unexpected and inappropriate thoughts akin to those felt in the presence of a female cultivator trained in the arts of the Joyful Union sect. Can a sect cultivate demonic techniques? Jiang Feng pondered. Yun Qinghong turned her gaze towards Murong Yi, her voice cold as ice. "Murong Junior Brother, I have tolerated you for long enough. If you continue to abuse your authority and bully your fellow disciples, I shall ensure you learn a lesson." Murong Yi's complexion paled slightly. It was the first time he had heard such words from Yun Qinghong. Typically, when she was annoyed with him, she would merely cast him a glance or ignore him altogether. Now, however, she had publicly scolded him over a mere youth. Jealousy and anger swirled within Murong Yi, making it hard for him to control his emotions. He avoided Yun Qinghong's gaze and clenched his fists, declaring, "Sister, why do you not see the truth? This little thief has stolen our sect's treasures. How could a disciple of the Biluo sect possess a superior grade artifact? It is my duty as the head of the Law Enforcement Hall to bring him back for questioning. Is that wrong?" Yun Qinghong furrowed her brow, her voice icy. "You're mistaken. That jade pendant was gifted to him by Master Xian Yuan. I was present at the time." "Sister, do you understand what you are saying? Why would Master Xian Yuan gift a superior grade artifact to a waste of the two instruments realm? Even if you wish to protect him, there is no need to elevate him so." Murong Yi could not suppress a mocking laugh, yet he maintained his gaze averted from Yun Qinghong, as anyone could see that his anger was directed not at her, but at that Feng Qiu. "If you do not believe me, go ask Master Xian Yuan yourself. I now warn you, do not lay a hand on the three of them. The Biluo sect has been destroyed, and these three disciples have barely escaped with their lives to seek refuge in our Lingxiu sect. Your constant oppression will only tarnish our sect's reputation," Yun Qinghong admonished sternly, her words silencing the surrounding disciples. Even the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall dared not confront the sect leader's disciples. Yet, Murong Yi was an exception. As the disciple of the Grand Elder Xing Ku, he had grown accustomed to acting with impunity within Lingxiu sect, only to find himself at a disadvantage with Yun Qinghong. At this moment, his loathing for the youth named Feng Qiu had reached an unbearable level, for no other reason than that, apart from Yun Qinghong. No other disciple had dared to make him feel uncomfortable. In this situation, a mere two instruments realm disciple daring to challenge his authority felt akin to a public slap to his face. How could he endure such humiliation? "Sister, regardless of your reasoning, I am determined to take him back today. The Law Enforcement Hall exists to uphold the sect's laws. How can we allow a thief to roam free? If we do, will not all disciples follow suit?" Murong Yi regained his composure, his words now more coherent. Indeed, Yun Qinghong's expression shifted, momentarily rendering her speechless. Although she carried the burden of familial vengeance, she was the sect leader's disciple, nurtured under Su Zhiyun's careful guidance, and was known for her aversion to evil. Yet, she did not take advantage of the weak. Her character was commendable. Thus, when faced with someone who could reason, Yun Qinghong would not initiate conflict. However, she understood that the Law Enforcement Hall was indeed upholding the sect's laws and bore no wrongdoing. After pondering for a moment, She stated solemnly, that artifact was indeed a gift from Master Xin Yuan. Can my words not serve as evidence? Morongyi slightly shook his head and remarked, even so. Setting aside the matter of the magical artifact, is it not a fact that he injured my disciples of the law enforcement hall relying on this treasure? Senior sister. Regardless of the circumstances, he must accompany me. If he is not punished, how will the disciples continue to fear the law enforcement hall? Yun Qinghong furrowed her brows, rendered speechless. Although she was the headmaster's disciple, she could not disregard the sect's loss. Senior sister Yun, do not concern yourself. I will accept the punishment. Jiang Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stepped forward with an air of integrity. Yet, the more he behaved thus, the more it pained Yun Qinghong's heart. No, you do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. If it comes to that, I will be unable to save you. Out of respect for the youth's spirit and empathy for his plight, Yun Qinghong directly obstructed him. This only further incensed Morongyi, who darkly stated, Senior sister Yun, are you not afraid that your inexplicable defense of him will chill the hearts of our junior brothers and sisters? Upon hearing this and witnessing the puzzled gazes of the surrounding disciples, Yun Qinghong felt a sense of difficulty rising within her. As the headmaster's disciple, she was even more bound to uphold justice. Hiki, nephew Murong, you are indeed quite formidable. When you can overpower someone, you resort to force. And when you cannot, you preach reason. You appear to be quite adept at playing the game, came a voice from behind, as the elder Zhao Xuanji had somehow appeared beside them. Chapter 43, Becoming a Disciple of the Lingshu Pavilion. Greetings, Master Su. All the disciples bowed respectfully, expressing their reverence to the elder of the Seven Stars realm. Zhao Su waved his hand dismissively and addressed Morongyi, saying, Nephew, I have no objections to your overseeing the law enforcement hall, but you cannot arbitrarily condemn my disciples. I witnessed the earlier incident. The law enforcement hall's members first humiliated Chen Zhilin, and Feng Qiu acted to protect his senior brother, engaging in a duel with Lu Sun. Upon closer examination, he bears no fault. If you insist on punishing him, I shall have to speak with Brother Shinku at the law enforcement hall. Upon hearing the words of the venerable elder, the crowd was taken aback, and the disciples could not help but murmur among themselves. Did Master Su just say Feng Qiu is his disciple? Is that true? But he has only been in the sect for a month, hiding on the reflective cliff. When did he become Master Su's disciple? Is that jade pendant truly a gift from Master Su? Listening to the disciples' discussions, Morongyi clenched his teeth in frustration. What merits does Feng Qiu possess? He is under the care of Yun Qinghong and now is being protected by an elder of the Seven Stars? This incited an inexplicable anger within him, causing him to view Feng Qiu as an eyesore, a thorn in his flesh, wishing to remove him at once. Yun Qinghong breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that with Elder Su present, the unfortunate youth would be safe for the time being. Jiang Feng, bewildered, asked, Master Su, when did I become your disciple? Upon hearing the youth's naive inquiry, Zhao Su was filled with irritation. He lamented that this straightforwardness was not always advantageous. He scolded, From this moment forth, you are my disciple. What? Do you refuse? Of course I am willing, Jiang Feng replied. You have gifted me a magical artifact and treated me with kindness. I am deeply grateful. It's just what? Zhao Su glared, barely suppressing his exasperation. He could not fathom why this fool hesitated before an opportunity presented by a Seven Stars realm cultivator. It's just, my master has only recently passed away, and I wish to observe a period of mourning before taking on a new master. Jiang Feng and Appo's expression turned sorrowful. In an instant, the plaza fell silent. Yun Qinghong's admiration for the youth deepened, her lips curving into a faint smile. Her fondness for him grew, to cherish one's fellow disciples and honor one's master, never forgetting one's original intent. This is how a disciple of the celestial realm should behave. Zhao Su, too, fell into contemplative silence, his aged eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. There was sentiment, there was satisfaction, and also esteem. So that is the case, he nodded. Then with a gentle smile said, Feng Qiu, for now, we shall set aside the formalities of master and disciple. You may come to reside in the Lingshu Pavilion. And when you are ready, you can formally accept me as your master. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Zhao Su, now pleased, stroked his beard and addressed the crowd. You may disperse. From this day forth, remember that Feng Qiu is my registered disciple, a member of the Lingshu Pavilion. And from now on, he's also an inner sect disciple. Under the pressure of the elder of the Seven Stars, the disciples present all bowed in compliance. Junior brother Feng Qiu, Jiang Feng, appearing reluctant to entangle himself with the law enforcement hall, offered a lukewarm salute. Thank you, brothers. Noticing Morongyi's lack of acknowledgement, Zhao Su squinted his old eyes and asked, Morong, do you have any objections? Morongyi clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and replied, Master Su, I have urgent matters at the law enforcement hall, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned away without looking back, and the disciples of the law enforcement hall hurriedly followed suit. What a spoiled child, Zhao Su sighed, then turned to Feng Qiu. Come along, Feng Qiu. Jiang Feng nodded, then turned to Yun Qinghong beside him and said, Sister, I sincerely thank you for today's events. I shall repay your kindness in the future. Yun Qinghong's mood brightened, her ordinarily cold demeanor breaking into a charming smile, as warm and enchanting as a spring breeze. We are now fellow disciples. Such formalities are unnecessary. Besides, you did nothing wrong. It was Morongi who was overly aggressive. I merely could not stand by and watch him bully a new disciple. But remember, if you err in the future, I will not hesitate to discipline you. Her words were devoid of seriousness, clearly meant in jest. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback before smiling and replying, "Very well, I shall remember your words, sister." With that, he turned and followed Zhao Su, step by step. Leaving the Sectes Plaza, Yun Qinghong watched the youth's retreating figure, unconsciously shaking her head with a light laugh. If only all disciples in the sect possessed his character. How wonderful it would be. In such a case, they would support one another, akin to siblings, together punishing wickedness and upholding righteousness. How beautiful it would be. Without infighting or personal grievances, the sect would flourish even more. Yun Qinghong returned to her senses, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. She understood that this was an impossible dream. Lingshu Pavilion. The pavilion stood 7 stories high, adorned with flying eaves and ample spiritual energy. Its formations enveloping an area of 100 feet. Without a token, no one could enter. This was the heart of the Lingxiu sect's formations. Each level, save for the ground floor where disciples resided, bore corresponding formation engravings and diagrams. Most formations utilized by cultivators worldwide had drawn inspiration from the Lingxiu sect, the foremost sect in the art of artifact forging and alchemy, encompassing all manner of marvels. Zhao Su led Jiang Feng into the formation, then tossed him a black token used to activate the formation, saying, "This token serves as proof of your status as a disciple of the Lingxiu Pavilion and can activate many of the sect's grand formations. Take good care of it." "Yes," Jiang Feng promptly replied, stowing the token in his storage pouch. He then gazed in awe at the Lingxiu Pavilion before him. As he followed Zhao Su into the hall, Jiang Feng casually inquired, "Master Su, earlier I saw Senior Sister Ji Rong directing disciples to transport the injured. Is that not the Spirit Medicine Pavilion?" "Indeed," Zhao Su confirmed. "That is the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, quite close to our Lingxiu Pavilion." "What? Have you taken notice of the young lady so soon?" "Young lady?" Jiang Feng responded, puzzled. Ji Rong was clearly a strikingly beautiful mature woman. How could she be referred to as a young girl? "Ah, it's a habit of mine. Having lived so long, I tend to address younger generations in such a manner. Do not be deceived by Ji Rong's appearance. She is of a similar age to Qi Hong. But due to certain reasons, her youthful appearance has been affected," Zhao Su explained casually. Jiang Feng did not inquire further about the reasons but silently committed them to memory. "Wait here," Zhao Su instructed before vanishing in a flash. Jiang Feng stood alone in the hall, his starry eyes scanning his surroundings. The floor beneath him was a massive bagua diagram, the hall furnished with a main seat and guest seats, and on either side were several pots of exotic flowers, their fragrances wafting through the air. On the left and right sides of the hall stood 2 tightly sealed stone chambers. The Lingxiu Pavilion was eerily quiet, devoid of any disciples. Just as Jiang Feng pondered this, footsteps echoed from the staircase. "Who are you?" A woman clad in a bagua robe descended the stairs, her eyes questioning, her exquisite features betraying a hint of confusion. Beneath the azure expanse, Jiang Feng gazed upward, his attention captured by a maiden whose raven tresses were gathered artfully, secured by a simple wooden hairpin. Her complexion possessed the ethereal quality of alabaster, and though not of surpassing beauty, her countenance held a captivating allure. A vivacious spark danced within her eyes, lending an air of playful intelligence to her demeanor. A flowing Taoist robe, though ample, could not conceal the graceful contours of her figure, adding a touch of worldly charm to her otherwise otherworldly presence. Her cultivation had reached the zenith of the 4 symbols realm. "Esteemed senior sister," Jiang Feng began, his voice imbued with respect, "my name is Feng Chou, a newly inducted disciple of the inner sect. Master Xuanji has brought me to the Spirit Pivot Pavilion. I humbly request your guidance and forbearance in the days to come." He offered a respectful bow, his demeanor reflecting impeccable manners. "You are Feng Chou?" The maiden and Apos' mellifluous voice rose in surprise. Disregarding decorum, she descended the stairs with haste, her movements causing a captivating undulation beneath her robe. Approaching the young man, her crimson lips trembled with anticipation, and her luminous eyes shone with an almost fervent light. "Are you the one who shattered the spirit stone during the talent assessment?" she inquired, her voice tinged with excitement. "Shattered? Alas, it was not my intention," Jiang Feng replied apologetically. The maiden circled him, her gaze filled with wonder. "Initially, I found my master's account hard to believe. However, witnessing your cultivation, I am compelled to accept it. A mere month ago, you were in the 2 forms realm, yet now you stand at the intermediate stage. Such rapid progress suggests you are either blessed with a pure young body or something akin to it." "A pure young body?" Jiang Feng feigned bewilderment. The maiden chuckled with delight. "In essence, it signifies accelerated cultivation. I am Ling Long. Pray, address me by my given name." "Greetings, senior sister Ling Long," Jiang Feng responded, bowing once more. "Enough with the formalities," Ling Long exclaimed, her enthusiasm undiminished. "Since you shall reside within the Spirit Pivot Pavilion, consider yourself among family." Her gaze remained fixed upon the youth, her radiant eyes seemingly attempting to unravel his very essence. Jiang Feng remained composed, though inwardly indifferent, feigning a semblance of discomfort. "Senior Sister Linglong, why do you regard me so intently?" he inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Linglong's gaze remained unwavering, her bright eyes conveying a sense of admiration, as if beholding a rare treasure. "I have always observed people in this manner," she replied, her eyes still gleaming. At that moment, a beam of clear light illuminated the hall as Zhao Xuanji materialized. Without a word, he delivered a sharp rap upon Linglong's head, scolding, "Foolish girl. Do not frighten my newly acquired disciple." Linglong clutched her head, her brow furrowed, and protested in a plaintive voice that smarted. Ignoring her complaints, Zhao Xuanji produced a pristine Taoist robe and a resplendent sword that shimmered with a white, arcane light. "A low-grade magic treasure. Master Xuanji, what is this?" Jiang Feng inquired, feigning astonishment. Zhao Xuanji chuckled. "The robe is, of course, the attire of our Spirit Pivot Pavilion. As for the sword, it is a low-grade magic treasure known as Swift Goose. Observing your practice of swordsmanship, I noted that your green-edged sword is merely a low-grade magic implement, woefully inadequate. A disciple of the Spirit Pivot Pavilion should not be so poorly equipped." With these words, he presented the robe and sword to the young man. Jiang Feng accepted the gifts, his delight not entirely feigned. The green-edged sword had sustained considerable damage during his duel with Murong Yi, leaving him without a suitable weapon. For a sword cultivator, the presence of a sword was paramount. "I express my gratitude, Master Xuanji," Jiang Feng said, his face beaming. "Why do you not address me as master?" Linglong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhao Xuanji explained, "You are unaware that Feng Chou was once a disciple of the Azure Ripple sect. His master was slain by demonic cultivators, and he is observing a period of mourning. For now, he is my disciple in name only." "That is quite commendable," Linglong remarked, casting another glance at the youth. His handsome features prompted her to linger her gaze. Zhao Xuanji continued, "Feng Chou, accompany your senior sister Linglong, and allow her to familiarize you with the surroundings of our Spirit Pivot Pavilion. Furthermore, the day for receiving Spirit Stones has arrived. Linglong, arrange accommodations for Feng Chou and escort him to the Magic Tool Repository to collect Spirit Stones and protective magic implements." Upon hearing this, Linglong furrowed her delicate brow and pouted. "Master, you have already bestowed upon him the Spirit Rhinoceros Pendant. What need has he for further protective implements?" She had noticed the mark of the Spirit Rhinoceros Pendant on the youth's palm. Confronted with his beloved disciple's sarcasm, Zhao Xuanji retorted, "Silly girl, were your talent as exceptional, I would bestow upon you my very own lifebound treasure." A lifebound treasure was intrinsically linked to the cultivator and Oppos' existence. However, the Spirit Radiance sect, a prominent sect specializing in magical arts, possessed a secret technique to separate a lifebound treasure from its owner, albeit at the cost of severe injury and diminished cultivation. Zhao Xuanji's words were merely a jest. Linglong did not take his words seriously and retorted, "So, master values talent above all else? In that case, senior sister Ji Rong's criticisms were accurate." "How did she criticize me?" "She called you a miserly old skinflint, though, of course, those were her words, not mine. Ji Rong is shielded by her master, so I dare not strike her. However, you are my disciple, and you dare speak to me in such a manner? You deserve a beating." Jiang Feng, observing the exchange between the master and disciple, found it tiresome. He chuckled, interrupting their bickering. The sound drew the attention of both Zhao Xuanji and Linglong. "What amuses you?" "Nothing of consequence. I merely find it intriguing that master and senior sister resemble family rather than master and disciple," Jiang Feng replied, feigning sincerity. However, he had successfully prevented their squabble from escalating. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhao Xuanji turned away and declared, "I am responsible for overseeing the sect's formations. Henceforth, direct your inquiries to your senior sister Linglong. Remember, avoid causing trouble for the enforcers of the law enforcement hall and refrain from creating any disturbances. I have no desire to provoke that old curmudgeon, Xing Ku." With these words, the elder's figure gradually faded, as if he had never been present. Jiang Feng adopted an expression of admiration and inquired, "Senior sister Linglong, what technique did Master Xuanji employ to appear and vanish without a trace, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations?" Linglong glanced upward, her proud chest slightly puffed, and scoffed, "He is not as remarkable as you believe. He merely utilizes teleportation arrays for swift travel. With a formation token, I too could accomplish the same. However, these are merely small-scale teleportation arrays that generate spiritual disturbances. To teleport imperceptibly throughout the sect, one requires the displacement token held by my master. This area is protected by layers of formations, rendering it inaccessible to anyone without a token." "Oh, so the stone gate is merely a facade, concealing a teleportation array," Jiang Feng murmured, nodding in understanding. Linglong beamed at his astonishment, waving the white token in her hand. She said with a smile, "See? With a token, you can teleport at will. However, this is only a small teleportation array, and there will be spiritual fluctuations. If you want to teleport freely within the sect without leaving a trace, you need the displacement token in my master's hand. This place is protected by layers of formations, and no one can come without a token. I see. So the stone gate is just a facade, actually a teleportation array. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Linglong handed him a white token and gestured towards the cave dwelling on the cliff, saying, "Feel free to choose any place you desire. My junior brothers are often preoccupied with the formations in the Lingshu Pavilion and seldom return. Once someone enters a cave, the formations will automatically seal it. So you need not worry about being disturbed during your cultivation. Alternatively, you may establish your own cave, provided you possess the capability to do so. Are there not many disciples of Master Xuanji?" Jiang Feng inquired, glancing at the few cave dwellings. The Lingshu Pavilion oversees the entire sect's formations, serving as the key to this grand immortal sect, making it quite significant. Linglong shook her head, then with a hint of pride gracing her delicate features, replied, "Not at all. There are more than 20, and they are all elite disciples, much like myself." "Then why are there only a few caves here?" Jiang Feng questioned. Linglong furrowed her brow and regarded him with a knowing look, responding matter-of-factly, "This area is designated for the male disciples, while another stone chamber serves as the residence for the female immortals. Naturally, we female disciples must reside separately. Otherwise, mingling with those foul men would diminish our celestial essence." Foul men? Female immortals? Jiang Feng found himself momentarily speechless. Chapter 45. The enchanting body once again. Using the token, Jiang Feng was transported back to the Lingshu Pavilion. Following Linglong, he exited the building and made his way directly to the artifact repository. As they passed the Lingyi Pavilion, he couldn't help but pause. Naturally, he had to inquire about the severely injured Chun Ji Li and Cheng Su Ling. How else could he maintain his image of deep loyalty and affection? Thus, he halted and gazed at the magnificent three-story pavilion with its soaring eaves and elegant architecture. Disciples were constantly entering and exiting the pavilion, many casting curious glances in his direction, seemingly quite concerned about him. "What are you doing?" Linglong also came to a halt, standing beside him. Jiang Feng spoke softly. "I wonder how Chen Shixiang and Cheng Shiji are faring since they were sent to Lingyi Pavilion. I think. That's simple. I can ask for you." Linglong cleared her throat and called out to the Lingyi Pavilion, "Sister Ji Rong." Her voice, though soft, formed an ethereal light that penetrated into the pavilion. Shortly after, a curvaceous figure clad in a red dress emerged from within. Although she was an inner sect disciple directly affiliated with the Lingyi Pavilion, her strong personality led her to avoid wearing the pavilion's attire, making her stand out prominently. "Linglong," Ji Rong responded joyfully, rushing down the steps of the Lingyi Pavilion to meet them. "Greetings, Sister Ji." Jiang Feng bowed politely. Ji Rong waved her hand dismissively, her enchanting gaze flitting between the two. "What brings you to me?" Jiang Feng candidly inquired. "Sister Ji, may I ask about the condition of Brother Chun and Sister Cheng?" Ji Rong regarded him for a moment, then nodded slightly. "They are both fine now. Remember, as long as there is breath, there is no one Ji Rong cannot save. Sister Ji's miraculous skill is truly admirable," Jiang Feng expressed with genuine delight. Ji Rong's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly pleased by the young man's words. Linglong glanced at Jiang Feng, then curiously at Ji Rong, saying, "It's rare to see you smile while listening to a man's words, Sister Ji." Enough. Ji Rong seemed to feel her thoughts exposed, casting a reproachful glance at Linglong, her tone slightly annoyed. "Is there anything else you need? I still have medicine to prepare." Linglong obediently fell silent, but Jiang Feng continued, "Sister Ji, after Brother Chun and Sister Cheng recover, please let me know. I fear that once they leave Lingyi Pavilion, they may encounter trouble from the law enforcement hall. And how do you intend to accommodate them?" Ji Rong nodded, acknowledging the young man's concerns while posing her own question. Given Morong Yi's intolerant nature, it is likely he would target disciples of the Bailuo sect. "I was thinking." Jiang Feng turned to Linglong. "I would like to bring Brother Chun and Sister Cheng to Lingshu Pavilion. I wonder if Uncle Xinyuan would agree." Upon hearing this, Linglong furrowed her brow in contemplation and replied, "I'm not sure. My master has an eccentric temperament, and he doesn't like too many disciples at Lingshu Pavilion." The implication was clear. Zhao Xinyuan might not accept Chen Ji Li and Cheng Su Ling. With their mediocre talents, one with a damaged dantian, unable to advance, and the other with impaired meridians, their chances of promotion were bleak. Such disciples were burdens in the sect, hardly more than sweepers, and receiving spirit stones each month was already a grace. "I see." Jiang Feng frowned slightly, remaining silent. In Ji Rong's eyes, the youth was striving for the well-being of his two companions, racking his brain for solutions for these burdens. Consequently, Ji Rong found herself with a rare fondness for this young man. Possessing a naturally enchanting physique, she often viewed men as lustful creatures. Most of the male disciples of Lingxiu sect were selfish and oppressive, much like Morong Yi. This young man, Jiang Feng, had already stood up to the law enforcement hall for the sake of his two companions, his loyalty and righteousness evident to all. To dare confront a five-elements realm disciple at the two instruments realm, even with protective artifacts, such courage and audacity were indeed rare. What if, since Chun Ji Li and Cheng Su Ling have no hope of becoming inner-sect disciples, they could stay at Lingyi Pavilion and assist me? Ji Rong snapped back to reality, offering her suggestion. She recognized that she was aiding this newcomer to Lingxiu sect, feeling that he was different from other disciples, though she could not pinpoint exactly how. Really? Jiang Feng's expression brightened, but he soon appeared somewhat apologetic. Will this cause you trouble, Sister Ji? After all, the three of us have already made enemies with the law enforcement hall. At the mention of the law enforcement hall, Ji Rong crossed her arms defiantly. Exuding an air of confidence, you need not worry. While the law enforcement hall may roam freely within the sect, I assure you, they cannot breach the doors of my Lingyi pavilion. Jiang Feng found himself captivated by her commanding presence, feeling a gentle tremor within. As if stirred by some potent energy, his inner beastly nature urging him to claim this woman for himself. In that fleeting moment, he relinquished his attempt to avert his gaze, pondering how a young man in his teens could possibly control himself when faced with a woman who seemed to embody the essence of the Hehuan sect's cultivation. Thus, he allowed his thoughts to drift, letting his gaze linger upon her exquisite figure, his handsome face betraying a look of infatuation. Observing the young man's expression, Ji Rong felt a tinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she bore no resentment, instead finding it quite natural. Entertained by the notion that no man could escape her allure. It's not as if I desire this, she mused helplessly, casting a playful glare at the youth before turning to depart. Hey, wait. Linglong nudged Jiang Feng, snapping him back to reality. What just happened? Jiang Feng inquired, feigning ignorance. Linglong blinked her bright eyes and said earnestly, you were just staring at Sister Ji, and you made her angry. She pointed to her own chest. How could I? Jiang Feng's gaze flickered, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It's not just you. Every man reacts this way around Sister Ji. They're either staring at her here or at her there. Linglong patted her chest and hips in succession, then continued, but you're not the worst. Some male disciples have even tried to force themselves upon Sister Ji. What? Isn't Sister Ji an inner disciple of Lingyi Pavilion? And she seems to hold a high position. Who would dare? Jiang Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. Linglong's eyes sparkled with gossip as she pulled Jiang Feng along, whispering, Sister Ji's physique is quite unique. Any man who sees her cannot resist her charm, which unfortunately attracts a few unscrupulous individuals. Moreover, due to her unique constitution, she cannot freely use spirit energy. Did you not notice this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng fell silent, deep in thought. Back at the sect square, when Ji Rong appeared and ordered two disciples to escort Chen Zhili and Cheng Suling away, she merely directed without intervening herself. Additionally, unlike other cultivators who flew using artifacts, she walked as a mortal would. Undoubtedly, Ji Rong held a high status. She did not regard even Morongi from the law enforcement hall with any seriousness. Sister Ji was at the Six Harmonies realm. Although she could not wield spirit energy at will, she was not someone to be easily bullied. The incident involved an outer sect disciple who, seeing that Sister Ji never displayed her cultivation and often traveled alone, harbored ill intentions. He followed her when she went out to save a disciple, intending to defile her outside the sect. Lastly, Jiang Feng inquired in a hushed tone. That disciple perished, slain by Sister Ji, Linglong replied, her voice laced with vindication. She continued, however, Sister Ji was also affected by her own constitution, sustaining considerable injuries. Since then, the sect leader has decreed that anyone showing disrespect towards Sister Ji shall be met with severe punishment. Having concluded her remarks, Linglong accompanied Jiang Feng on foot, greeting several familiar cultivators along the way, her face radiant with smiles. So it is a matter of constitution. What kind of constitution could endow a woman with such an alluring aura? Yet, she cannot recklessly wield spiritual energy. As Jiang Feng pondered this, his thoughts drifted to the chaos old demon. If that demonic soul were present, every question would find its answer. For the old demon had lived for countless years as an ancient cultivator. Chapter 46, The Libertine Unbeknownst to them. The two had arrived at the treasure repository of the Lingxiu sect. The repository was a multi-storied pavilion, divided into 6 levels. Through Linglong's explanations, Jiang Feng learned about the items housed on each floor. The first 3 levels contained low, medium, and high-grade magical tools, while the upper 3 levels housed low, medium, and high-grade magical treasures. Entry-level disciples could claim low-grade magical tools, choosing between offensive and defensive options. As for the magical treasures, they could only be obtained by completing corresponding sect tasks assigned at the Deacon Hall, or through substantial contributions to the sect, which would grant them rewards appropriate to their cultivation level. Low, medium, and high-grade spirit stones were stored in the underground chamber of the repository, and a portion would be distributed on designated days. Let us go, Linglong beckoned, leading Jiang Feng into the grand hall of the repository. What is the hold-up? Are you dissatisfied? All right. We are all fellow disciples here. Let us keep things civil. If you're not satisfied, come find me at the law enforcement hall. If you don't, you're just a coward. Disciples of the Lingxiu sect formed several long lines. Apart from the 2 lines of cleaning disciples and outer sect disciples, various disciples dressed in the attire of the law enforcement hall, Lingyi Pavilion, Deacon Hall, and Shinying Pavilion were present. They either engaged in jovial conversation or remained silent, some jostling and creating a bit of ruckus. Among them, the disciples from the law enforcement hall were the most arrogant, each bearing a haughty demeanor. exuding an air of superiority. At the front of each queue stood a disciple from the treasure repository, distributing spirit stones. They held ledgers in their hands, with bags of spirit stones stacked behind them, alongside magical tools carelessly piled like refuse. The magical tools that were scarce for smaller sects and loose cultivators were treated with such disregard here. Must we wait in such a long line? Jiang Feng felt a headache coming on. He thought it better to return to his cultivation, even though his supply of spirit stones was dwindling. Junior brother, remember, we of the Lingshu Pavilion do not need to queue, Linglong said with a mysterious smile, guiding him across the hall and directly up to the second floor. During this time, the queuing disciples naturally glanced at them, some with curiosity, others with confusion, and some with astonishment. The disciples recognized Linglong, with a few greeting her as senior sister, while the disciples from the law enforcement hall regarded them with ill-concealed hostility. Among them were those who had seen Jiang Feng at the sect square, while others had merely heard tales. They all knew the young man had offended Morongi, making him a common enemy of the law enforcement hall. Linglong led Jiang Feng to the second floor, which was remarkably spacious. Various mid-grade magical tools were displayed on jade tables, emanating a faint mystical glow, and towering cabinets surrounded the area, concealing an unknown number of magical tools within. Strangely, the place was deserted, yet faint snoring could be heard. Li Chia, Linglong called out into the empty hall, immediately silencing the snores. A figure materialized atop a jade table. The man exuded the aura of a peak 6th realm cultivator. He was handsome, with long hair cascading down, embodying an effortless charm as he lay on the table, yawning. Upon catching sight of Linglong, he mumbled indistinctly, "The spirit stones from Lingshu Pavilion will be delivered shortly." With that, he dozed off again, vanishing from sight. Linglong approached the vacant table and seized Li Chia by the ear. "Sleeping on the job again in your invisibility cloak. You truly are incorrigible," she scolded him. Disregarding her feminine image, Li Chia was yanked up by his ear, and in pain, he protested, "Why can't I sleep if you're not keeping me company?" "Shameless," Linglong retorted, her anger evident before softening her tone. "Just give me the spirit stones directly and fetch me a few magical tools. Is that all you want? Why not just ask someone else?" Li Chia freed himself from her grip, visibly displeased. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Feng standing nearby. "A new disciple, huh? TSK, a pretty boy? Linglong, no wonder you want to become my partner. It seems you have found a new love." His tone was flippant, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, devoid of any hint of anger, showcasing his easygoing nature. "Could you refrain from making baseless remarks?" Linglong sighed, feeling helpless against her amicable senior brother. Jiang Feng then bowed respectfully, "Greetings, senior brotherly. I am Feng Cho, brought here by senior sister Linglong to collect some spirit stones and magical tools. I apologize for the intrusion." "So, you're here to get acquainted with the new disciple?" Li Chia nodded, straightening his posture and clasping his hands behind his back. "Very well, you two wait here." With that, he turned and rummaged through several cabinets, picking up one item and discarding another, treating the magical tools as mere toys. He appeared less like a cultivator from a grand sect and more like an ordinary person from the streets. Linglong watched his retreating figure with a displeased huff, then whispered to Jiang Feng, "Li Chia went to the mortal realm to slay demons once, and upon his return, he was full of vulgarities. The junior sisters all say she trailed off, but Li Chia, busy with his tasks, yawned and interrupted. By the way, junior brother Feng Cho, have you ever been to the pleasure quarters in the mortal realm?" Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback before responding. "I am the son of a village farmer and have never visited such places, though I have heard of them." "What a pity. Never mind, if there is an opportunity, I'll take you there. With your pretty boy looks, the ladies will undoubtedly adore you. Who knows, we might not even have to spend any money," Li Chia said candidly. Linglong threw a magical tool at him casually. "You better not corrupt junior brother Feng." Before long, Li Chia tossed 2 bags over casually. Linglong caught them, examining their contents with her divine sense, nodding in satisfaction. "Junior brother, remember, our Lingshu Pavilion is a crucial area of the sect. The spirit stones will be sent to us. In the future, if no one comes to deliver the spirit stones on the designated day, just come to the treasure repository and find Li Chia," Linglong stated confidently. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Junior sister, it's only been a short time, yet your stature has grown." Li Chia's gaze fixed intently on the unmistakable curves beneath Linglong's robe, swallowing hard. With a sharp slap, Linglong pulled Jiang Feng away, leaving in annoyance. It was said that those closest to the water's edge get the first catch. And it seemed that junior sister Linglong might be taken by this new pretty boy. Li Chia covered his face, looking utterly forlorn, resembling a man whose bride had been stolen, devoid of the poise expected from a peak 6th realm cultivator. Moments later, he broke into a grin. "But it's fine, there are still junior sisters Qing Hong, Jirong, and Negong. He with so many beautiful sisters. Surely one will be willing to become my partner." As he recalled these sisters, each possessing their own charm, some cold, some alluring, some breathtaking. An infatuated smile graced Li Chia's handsome face. "Fool, hurry up and break through to the 7-star realm. What kind of women can't you have?" An elder's voice echoed down, voice filled with exasperation. "I was just trying not to put them under pressure," Li Chia mumbled, no longer daring to slack off. He earnestly began to tidy the disheveled cabinets, returning each magical tool to its rightful place. Chapter 47. The Importance of Cultivation. Jiang Feng followed Linglong out of the artifact repository. Although there were disciples from the law enforcement hall seeking trouble along the way, none dared to escalate the situation with Linglong present. They merely exchanged sarcastic remarks and left. Linglong observed this with sympathy for the young man. Junior brother, do not take it to heart. They are merely envious of you. My master treats you exceptionally well, taking you as a disciple and gifting you a fine artifact. Not just them, even I envy you. In time, they will cease their harassment, Linglong said softly, blinking her eyes. Jiang Feng nodded, revealing a bitter smile. Sister, the reason they trouble me is that I have offended the law enforcement hall and senior brother Murong. He then recounted the events that transpired in the sect square. Linglong, visibly angered, retorted, Murong, he has become increasingly audacious. Jiang Feng did not respond, but merely sighed softly, for he was not particularly troubled by the matter. He gazed at the imposing pavilions ahead and the bustling disciples within the sect, deep in thought. To overturn such a colossal entity was no simple task, let alone seek revenge against the cultivator of the Nanyang realm. As they pondered, the two had already returned to the Lingshu Pavilion. As an intersect disciple, Linglong was not lacking in spirit stones. She casually handed Jiang Feng 200 spirit stones, along with a dagger-like artifact and a protective mirror. Low-tier spirit stones were not particularly precious resources for cultivation. Most intersect disciples were mid-tier cultivators of the Four Symbols realm or above, and even those at the peak of the Three Talents realm had little need for them. However, Jiang Feng, a mid-tier cultivator of the Two Instruments realm, found them quite necessary. Linglong instructed Jiang Feng to wait in the hall of Lingshu Pavilion while she ascended to distribute spirit stones to her fellow disciples. Shortly after, she hurried back down. My master remarked that your swordsmanship is formidable, and it would be a pity to divert your focus to formations and artifacts. However, sword techniques are merely low-tier skills. Once you reach the Four Symbols realm, he will bestow upon you more powerful sword techniques. For now, you need not concern yourself with trivial matters, focus solely on your cultivation. My master is eager to see how a pure young body manifests, Linglong said, her eyes shimmering with admiration. It was indeed a tremendous fortune for a disciple to receive such assistance from the sect without engaging in any menial tasks, a privilege typically reserved for the sect leaders chosen. It was evident that Zhao Xuanji held this new disciple in high regard, especially considering the rarity of a pure yang body. Jiang Feng felt a sense of relief and approval. If Zhao Xuanji required him to study formations and artifacts, his cultivation speed would inevitably slow, and the advantages of his innate sword body would be diminished. His rapid advancement stemmed not only from being a pure young body, but also from his mastery of swordsmanship. If he were to shift focus, all his previous experience would be rendered useless. Since Master Xuanji values me so highly, I shall not disappoint him. Jiang Feng resolutely nodded. His display of righteousness and passion had not gone unnoticed and earned him the recognition of the Elder of the Seven Stars realm. Once a man of integrity, he now found himself willing to resort to any means for the sake of his cultivation. I truly envy you. Anyway, I must go inscribe formations now. Junior brother Feng, strive diligently in your cultivation. I am eager to see how far you can go, perhaps even reaching the Nanyang realm. Linglong gazed at Jiang Feng, her eyes filled with anticipation. Aside from the 6 sects of the Celestial Gate and the 6 demon sects, there were scarcely any cultivators of the Nanyang realm in the world. There could be reclusive Nanyang realm hermits, but they were exceedingly rare. Among the current sect leaders, only a few Nanyang realm cultivators had achieved their status through the inheritance of their sects, rather than through self-cultivation. When the Nanyang realm cultivators within the sect neared the end of their lifespans, they would seal their cultivation through secret arts. Once a new leader was chosen, that fortunate individual would inherit unparalleled cultivation, along with the responsibilities of the entire sect. I shall surely achieve it, Jiang Feng affirmed, his gaze unwavering, as if responding to her and also to himself. Within the grand hall of the law enforcement hall, the elder Xing Ku, with his white hair and beard, sat with an air of authority, his aged visage exuding an imposing presence. Murong knelt below, his handsome face marred by a sinister expression. Master, those from the Lingshu Pavilion and the Lingyi Pavilion have increasingly disregarded your authority. Recently, 3 new disciples have arrived at the sect, repeatedly violating regulations. I attempted to apprehend them, but was obstructed by Ji Rong and Sister Yun. Moreover, Master Xuanji intervened to protect them. Although I represent the law enforcement hall, I cannot offend the elders, and reluctantly allowed those 3 miscreants to escape. Yet, the more I reflect, the more regret I feel. The law enforcement hall should not fear the powerful. It is a fault of my inadequacy. His words were fervent, and he believed he had committed no transgressions. However, the elder Xing Ku merely responded with a slight, cold smile. Surely, there must be a reason for their protection of those 3 disciples? The elder, a PK Trigram's realm cultivator, spoke with a calm demeanor, revealing no sign of anger or joy. After a moment of contemplation, Murong continued, one of those 3 is named Feng Qiu. His talent is commendable, and he possesses striking looks. Hence, Master Xuanji wishes to take him as a disciple. and Sister Yun and Ji Rong have been deceived by his appearance. You need not elaborate. Although I have yet to step foot in the law enforcement hall, how could I be unaware of the sect's affairs? Xingke gazed at Murongyi, his tone laden with exasperation. Disciple, your priority now is not to trouble those minor characters, but to concentrate on your cultivation and reach the Six Harmonies realm as swiftly as possible. Ultimately, cultivation is of utmost importance. Only with elevated cultivation can you obtain what you desire. I have already facilitated your connection with the sect leader. Once you reach the Six Harmonies realm, regardless of whether Yin Qihong wishes it, she will become your partner. This cannot be reneged upon. At that time, treat her well. And together you shall govern the Lingxiu sect. Would that not be splendid? To neglect cultivation for trivial matters is utterly unworthy. Upon hearing this, excitement surged within Murongyi. He had cherished Yin Qihong since childhood, loving her as if she were his very life, regarding her as his most treasured possession. Should any male disciple dare to exchange sweet words with her, he would ensure that they vanished from the sect. The fact that Feng Qiu had received much attention from Yin Qihong infuriated him. However, after the elder's admonishment, Murongyi regained his composure. Once I reach the Six Harmonies realm, who could possibly prevent me from winning her heart? No matter how much Yin Qihong may despise him. He only needed to consummate their union. The law enforcement hall as the foremost power aside from the sect leader, and with him being the leading disciple. An alliance with the sect leader's first disciple was indeed a match made in heaven. With this thought, Murongyi's anger dissipated considerably, and a hint of smugness crept onto his lips. In the sect leader's hall, Lin Lingxiao sat comfortably in a chair, while Yin Kongkai served him tea. Yin Qihong paced restlessly, her delicate brows furrowed, displaying signs of agitation. Meanwhile, seated across from them, the sect leader's third disciple, Li Mufeng, looked on in confusion. Senior sister. What troubles you? Li Mufeng, handsome and clad in white, possessed clear, untainted eyes, exuding an air of earnestness. Having returned with the injured Qinjili and Cheng Suling during the hunt for demonic cultivators, he had not participated in the duel outside the Biluozong. Does it need saying? She must be worried that Murongyi will reach the Six Harmonies realm. After all, Master has promised to marry her to him, Lin Lingxiao remarked. Relishing the moment. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Yin Qihong was indeed incensed, her delicate fists clenched as if ready to strike. Startled, Lin Lingxiao hastily set down his teacup, encircling Yin Qiankai's waist with both hands, shielding her behind him. Upon meeting Yin Qiankai's innocent gaze, Yin Qihong snorted. Lowering her hands and resuming her restless pacing, Yin Qiankai wriggled free from Lin Lingxiao's grasp, her cheeks flushed as she cautioned, Senior brother Lin. Please do not provoke senior sister's ire. Adults are speaking. Children should not interject, Lin Lingxiao retorted, flipping his palm to reveal a small, white serpent resembling an earthworm. Now, be a dear and assist your senior brother in feeding the Bailin python. Oh, Yin Qiankai replied, taking the small serpent and stepping outside. The Bailin python, a formidable fifth-tier beast, displayed remarkable docility under the gentle command of Yin Qiankai, its tongue flicking in a manner reminiscent of speech. Senior sister, you needn't worry. Even if Murongyi truly reaches the sixth realm, he still has a long way to go. When the time comes, Senior brother Lin and I shall confront him in a contest of magic, declaring our affection for you as well. If he fails, he will naturally have no face to bring up this matter again. This way, we can avoid alarming our master and the Grand Elder. How splendid that would be. Li Mufeng clapped his hands, gazing expectantly at Yin Qihong. She halted, turning to face him, her eyes equally alight with enthusiasm. Chapter 48. An excellent notion if one could but seduce her. She approached and tousled Li Mufeng's hair, exclaiming with delight, My affection for you has not been in vain. You've proven most useful. Murongyi is consumed by vanity. He cannot refuse a challenge. Should he be defeated, I shall use this as a pretext to reject him. Li Mufeng, ever astute, responded with a smile, It is my pleasure to assist you, senior sister. Preposterous. Lin Lingxiao muttered dismissively. Yin Qihong immediately frowned. What is preposterous? Lin Lingxiao rose to his feet, strolling about while fanning himself with a folding fan, stating, Aside from that simpleton Murongyi, who would find a virago appealing. As he spoke, he reached the entrance to the sect leader's hall, and by the time Yin Qihong could react, he had vanished. That scoundrel, just wait until I get my hands on you. Yin Qihong glared in the direction of Lin Lingxiao's hasty retreat, her phoenix eyes nearly ablaze with fury. In truth, aside from this strategy, senior sister, were you to ascend to the Seven Stars realm with haste, you could reject Murongyi with impunity. After attaining the status of a high-level cultivator, even the sect master cannot interfere in your affairs, Li Mufeng added from the side. Yin Qihong's countenance shifted subtly, a hint of despondency creeping in. How I long to, but I. She did not utter the reason aloud. Yet Li Mufeng was privy to it. Yin Qihong harbored an unforgotten desire for vengeance, a veritable inner demon, obstructing her progress and hindering her ascent to the ranks of high-level cultivators. But the 6 demonic sects have already been vanquished, and her enemies are deceased. Upon whom shall she exact her retribution? Fear not, senior sister. Should Murongyi truly reach the Six Harmonies realm, we shall proceed according to our plan. As you harbor no affection for him, my second brother and I shall ensure he retreats in discomfiture, Li Mufeng gently consoled. Apart from Yin Xiekai, whom Su Jian had recently accepted as a disciple in an unprecedented move, the three of them were of similar age, having grown up together like true siblings. Naturally, he would not stand idly by while his eldest sister was forced to wed a man she did not love, leading to a life of despondency. Yun Xinghong nodded, inhaling deeply, and declared, I must suppress my inner demon and become a high-level cultivator. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. Spiritual Show Mountain remained impervious to seasonal changes, retaining its picturesque landscapes and intoxicatingly balmy breezes. Upon a cliff within the Spiritual Show sect, mist swirled, and at its summit were several cave dwellings fortified with arrays. Although the cave dwellings possessed arrays, none were sealed, save for one, which had remained tightly shut for fully half a year. This locale served as the residence for male disciples of the Spiritual Pivot Pavilion, accessible only via the teleportation array within the stone gate of the Spiritual Pivot Pavilion. A multitude of Spiritual Pivot Pavilion disciples congregated at the base of the cliff, gesticulating and pointing towards the sealed cave dwelling. Their interest stemmed not only from the extended duration of the occupant's seclusion, but also from the intermittent absorption of surrounding spiritual energy into the cave dwelling. As if it housed a monstrous beast, creating a disconcerting spectacle. Did senior sister Linglong not say that our new junior brother resided within? She also mentioned that this junior brother was only at the two forms realm, but possessed exceptional talent. After secluding himself for so long, could he have succumbed to cultivation deviation and perished within? Hold your tongue, do not tempt fate. The disciples chattered incessantly, engaging in endless speculation. Although they spent most of their time engraving or guarding arrays within the Spiritual Pivot Pavilion's towers, they would invariably pause here momentarily whenever they returned to replenish their spiritual energy or cultivate, curious to catch a glimpse of the junior brother who had been secluded for half a year. Very well, fellow disciples, if we do not return to guard the arrays, the master will be displeased. A man at the peak of the Six Harmonies realm interjected with a smile, quelling the clamor. Senior brother, we shall depart at once. I am truly intrigued. How can he endure seclusion for half a year without emerging? How does he restrain himself? Several disciples responded, and then, conversing amongst themselves, they stood in twos and threes upon a circular crystal stone at the cliff's edge, their figures vanishing one after another. They had utilized the teleportation array to return to the Spiritual Pivot Pavilion. The man at the peak of the Six Harmonies realm turned his gaze back towards the sealed cave dwelling, his half-closed eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. Within the cave dwelling, turbulent streams of spiritual energy, akin to raging hurricanes, gradually subsided. Dozens of small, fish-like flying swords ceaselessly orbited Jiang Feng, their sword intent permeating the entire cave dwelling. With a resounding whoosh, the swarm of flying swords darted forward in unison, like migratory birds, before abruptly reversing course, piercing towards the meditating Jiang Feng with the swiftness of a gale and the force of lightning. Swish, swish, swish. The flying swords penetrated his body without inflicting any harm, instead causing his aura to escalate steadily. Jiang Feng remained motionless, his long hair dancing wildly in response to the immense aura. After a prolonged period, his aura stabilized, and as the spiritual energy was drawn back into his body, the cave dwelling was once again devoid of turbulence. He opened his eyes, a sardonic grin playing upon his lips. At this moment, his sword cultivation, which he could display, had reached the peak of the Three Talents realm, in addition to his concealed killing path cultivation at the perfected Three Talents realm. The pure young body, with its robust meridians and perfected Qi, prevented leakage during cultivation, allowing for the condensation of spiritual energy into essence, resulting in an astonishing cultivation speed. Boy, do not become complacent too soon. To break through to the Four Symbols realm and become a mid-level cultivator, you still require external assistance. Without spiritual pills and elixirs, even a pure young body will require considerable time. You do not have that luxury. You must depart this place as soon as possible and seek out my legacy. Ever since Jiang Feng entered the cave dwelling and sealed the array, the demonic soul had become active once more. Although he was merely a remnant soul, incapable of any action, he possessed the divine sense of a 10 Directions realm cultivator, enabling him to detect divine sense probes below the 10 Directions realm. The array outside the cave dwelling could isolate divine sense detection, and any divine sense attempting to intrude would inevitably generate a disturbance. Clearly, the high-level cultivators of the Spiritual Show sect had no interest in the cave dwellings of low-level disciples, and no one would bother to spy on a secluded new disciple. It was only upon sensing the absence of divine sense probes that the demonic soul dared to act with such impunity. At present, I have become a conspicuous figure. If I were to depart rashly, not only would I attract the attention of the immortal sect, but even more only would not let me off easily. It is highly likely that I would be surrounded and killed by this man and his cohorts as soon as I stepped out, Jiang Feng analyzed calmly. His cultivation talent had been revealed to a considerable extent, but this was unavoidable. It was precisely through this talent and the displayed youthful ardor that he had obtained so many spiritual stones and so much cultivation time. If he had not revealed his talent and had instead presented himself as a cultivation wastrel, he would have been subjected to humiliation and would have become a menial disciple devoid of opportunities upon arriving at the Spiritual Show sect. Even with Yun Xinghong's assistance, he would not have fared well and would have been in an even more precarious situation. Without access to cultivation resources and attention, his cultivation would stagnate, and without strength, Murong-Yi could easily deal with him. Therefore, exposing his extraordinary talent was also part of his calculation. Regardless of the faction, geniuses are valued, but this also attracts envy. There are both advantages and disadvantages. The demonic soul yawned, somewhat displeased, and said, "As you wish. You may depart whenever you please. But should my legacy be seized by another, Jiang Feng remained silent for a moment, then inquired, "Senior, do you know what constitution Ji Rong of the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion possesses? Why does she seem to have cultivated the charming arts of the Joyous Union sect?" Hiss. "Brat, you have once again aroused my appetite." The demonic soul cursed, his tone sinister. "That girl is not only of the Five-Yin physique but also possesses a natural allure. If one were to seduce and replenish oneself with her essence, the benefits would be unimaginable." Natural allure, seduce, and replenish? Hearing the demonic soul's somewhat seductive words, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 49. Emergence from seclusion. The so-called demonic sect of Harmonious Embrace, in my eyes, is merely a rabble. When I once roamed the world with great vigor, those young practitioners of the demonic arts were still unaware of their insignificance. The soul of the old demon spoke with a sense of pride. Jiang Feng did not doubt this assertion. After all, if this ancient demon could leave behind the legacy of the 10 directions, he must have been a formidable figure in the demonic realm before his demise. Should I absorb his essence, what bounties might I reap? Jiang Feng inquired without hesitation. If there exists a shortcut, there is no need to adhere strictly to the rules. This has been the most significant change since his rebirth. The old demon chuckled darkly. How could you possibly absorb her? That girl is a cultivator of the 6th realm, though she possesses a naturally alluring body that cannot freely wield spiritual energy. Even in a severely injured state, she could still take your life. Do not concern yourself with that. I have my own methods. Just tell me, what benefits can she bring? Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. A naturally alluring female cultivator of the 6th realm can directly elevate male cultivators of the same rank to the pinnacle of the 6th realm. And there exists even the possibility of breaking through to the 7th-star realm. Such women are born to be cauldrons of refinement, tragically gifted. The demon's soul paused momentarily before continuing. If you can capture that girl for me to absorb, I shall impart to you some methods of absorption. As he spoke, he chanted incomprehensible incantations, sending a sinister technique into Jiang Feng's mind. Jiang Feng memorized it carefully. The technique felt exceedingly malevolent. Merely reciting a single incantation sent his mind into turmoil. The reason I could cultivate to the 10 directions was due to 2 divine arts, the art of Yin-Yang convergence, which grants tremendous benefits to dual cultivators, and the soul-capturing Heart Sutra, which enables one to seize the souls of cultivators and manipulate others for my own ends. Alas, now I am but a wisp of a remnant soul, retaining only the fundamentals of the art of Yin-Yang convergence, while the soul-capturing Heart Sutra has been entirely forgotten. However, if you were to discover my hidden treasures, you might still recover those 2 divine arts. And then you could be invincible in the world. The words of the demon's soul were laden with regret, unwilling to accept the reality of his diminished state. Jiang Feng remained silent, deep in thought. The so-called art of Yin-Yang convergence, despite being only a rudimentary understanding, possessed extraordinary applications for the absorption of essences. The Harmonious Embrace sex techniques would likely pale in comparison. Moreover, the soul-capturing Heart Sutra, which could seize the souls of others for manipulation, reminded Jiang Feng of the methods employed by the Yellow Spring sect to control corpses. The Yellow Spring sect's technique involved using remnants of souls to control the dead, resembling a mere shadow of the soul-capturing Heart Sutra. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that the current practitioners of the Harmonious Embrace sect and the Yellow Spring sect were descendants of the chaotic old demon. If this technique could indeed aid me, then the time for my predecessor to regain a corporeal form could be hastened, Jiang Feng stated calmly. The demon's soul scoffed. I am but a remnant soul. Once you reach your peak, you could easily extinguish me. What use is there in these discussions? Unfazed by the exposure of his thoughts, Jiang Feng retorted coldly, if that is the case, why do you still wish to assist me? Why? The demon's soul fell into a long silence. Lost in thought before murmuring, I only remember that before my fall, there were many unfinished tasks. I cannot bear the thought of it. After a few breaths, he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. If I could cultivate a peerless demon lord, turning this world upside down and annihilating those so-called righteous sects, would it not be delightful? Such is the nature of demons, madness, and recklessness. Jiang Feng was not surprised by this response. For a remnant soul to retain any memory and possess the divine awareness of the 10 directions was already remarkable. I have no interest in disturbing this world, but I can certainly slay cultivators of the righteous sections. He stood and gazed beyond the cave, his once youthful visage now bearing a trace of maturity with the passage of time. Outside the cave, a man at the pinnacle of the 6th realm prepared to depart, only to witness the tightly sealed array emanate a mysterious light, gradually opening. From within emerged a youth with a visage resembling a celestial being, tall and elegant. To be precise, he could no longer be considered merely a youth, yet his handsome features still bore a hint of youthful innocence. Are you the disciple Feng Chou? The man, amazed by the youth's bearing, stepped forward with a smile. Jiang Feng nodded, inquiring, "Which brother are you?" The man chuckled elegantly, "I am your senior brother." Chun Yufeng. "So it is Chun Yu brother." Jiang Feng quickly returned the gesture of respect. Chun Yufeng waved his hand, scrutinizing the young man before him, disciple Feng Chou. "You are truly a dragon among men. Not only do you possess an extraordinary demeanor, but your talents are exceptional. I heard from junior sister Ling Long that you were only at the mid-level of the two instruments realm before your seclusion. I never expected that within just 6 months you would achieve the perfection of the three talents realm. Such talent is indeed enviable." Jiang Feng hastily waved his hands, feeling bashful. "Senior brother, you flatter me. Junior sister Ling Long mentioned my special constitution, which is why I have such rapid progress. It is merely luck. Had another possessed this constitution, they might have cultivated even faster. Luck is but a manifestation of destiny and fortune, rare and difficult to attain." Chun Yufeng remarked with a sigh, raising his hand, disciple Feng Chou. "You have secluded yourself for so long. The junior brothers and sisters of the Ling Shu Pavilion have been eager to see you." Jiang Feng also gestured for him to go ahead, smiling, "It is I who should have considered this better. I should have greeted all the senior brothers and sisters before entering seclusion." The two approached the teleportation array at the cliff's edge. Jiang Feng first placed the white token given to him by Ling Long upon it, then invited Chun Yufeng to join him on the array. As a burst of mystical light flashed, their figures appeared in the great hall of the Ling Shu Pavilion. Ling Long sat leisurely in a chair, savoring a box of pastries. Upon seeing the teleportation array glow, she initially paid it little mind, but upon noticing the two figures emerge, her bright eyes widened, and she abandoned her pastry. "Brother Feng, you have emerged." She rushed forward in excitement, her flowing robe unable to conceal her ample figure. "Indeed, it has been a while. I apologize for causing concern to my sister." Jiang Feng smiled. "My heavens, the pinnacle of the three talents realm." Ling Long's eyes widened in astonishment upon realizing the cultivation level of her junior brother. Her gaze then shifted to one of exhilaration, fixating intently on Jiang Feng. That initial look akin to one beholding a treasure returning. Chun Yufeng chuckled, shaking his head. "Ling Long, look at him. With such talent and diligence, you, on the other hand, are so lazy. When will you reach the five elements realm? Do you wish to wait until you are old and gray?" Ling Long huffed, "Mind your own business. I can rely on beauty-enhancing pills just the same." Chun Yufeng disregarded her retort and turned back to Jiang Feng, asking, "Brother Feng, you are now but a step away from mid-level cultivator. What are your plans?" Jiang Feng nodded. "I regret to inform you, brother, that 6 months have passed without avenging my mentor's enmity. However, I cannot continue to disregard the face of Uncle Xuanji. I plan to formally seek him as my master. Yet, as my primary focus is on swordsmanship, I hold no position within the Ling Shu Pavilion. It would be inappropriate for me to receive cultivation resources as a disciple. So I intend to undertake some sect tasks in exchange for cultivation materials. Brother Feng, your integrity is truly admirable. However, since you are a disciple of the Ling Shu Pavilion, how could spiritual stones and cultivation materials be lacking in your share?" Chun Yufeng praised while also offering comfort. Ling Long nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master would not approve of this. With your rapid cultivation speed, how could he allow you to lack resources?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a sense of triumph internally, but outwardly replied, "Let us discuss this after my apprenticeship. By the way," with a delicate flourish of her slender hand, Ling Long produced a storage pouch. "Junior brother Feng, these are your spirit stones. During your retreat, I have gathered your share and placed it within." A hint of hesitation flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes. "Take it," Ling Long insisted, firmly thrusting the pouch into his grasp. Chun Yufeng also smiled and nodded in agreement. "Well then, I shall graciously accept," Jiang Feng replied with a nod. Chapter 50. A visit to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Many disciples of the Lingxiu sect are currently away. Some have been dispatched to hunt down demonic cultivators, while others are on missions for the sect. As a result, there are often injured members among them. After sustaining injuries, the disciples invariably come to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion for treatment, and some exchange spirit stones for healing elixirs to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Today, the pavilion sees few visitors. After treating a disciple gravely wounded by a beast, Ji Rong sits alone in the spacious apothecary, lost in contemplation. Her slender eyelashes flutter slightly with each blink, and her full, crimson lips part gently as her fingertips trace their contours. After a prolonged reverie, Ji Rong sighs softly, shifting her chin from her right hand to her left. She is still troubled by her naturally alluring physique. She understands that such a constitution serves as a natural cauldron, inadvertently accumulating primal yin and blocking her meridians. To advance further, she must find a partner to engage with, releasing the obstructive primal yin. Initially, she did not place much importance on her cultivation, focusing solely on the healing arts. However, this constitution is overwhelmingly domineering, practically compelling her to serve as a vessel for a man. Should she remain without a partner beyond a certain time frame, she risks succumbing to meridian blockage and death. Ji Rong excels in the healing arts, yet she cannot cure her ailment. Alas, without realizing it, she sighs once more. Naturally, she does not wish to die, yet she is uncertain how to choose a partner. As the foremost healer aside from the elders of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion and possessing a realm of sixth harmony, Ji-Rong carries a degree of pride. She looks down upon most male disciples within the sect. Murong-yi from the Law Enforcement Hall is merely at the five-element realm and is an incompetent stubborn. Li Chiye from the Artifact Repository, though at the peak of the sixth harmony realm, is far too frivolous. Chun Yufeng from the Spirit Pivot Pavilion is engrossed in artifact refinement and shows no interest in women. The remaining men are merely lecherous individuals infatuated with her figure. Only the two disciples of the sect master barely catch her eye. Lin Lingxiao, young yet at the sixth harmony realm, possesses decent looks, but alas, he is overly capricious and immature. As for Li Mufeng, he is also at the sixth harmony realm, handsome and composed, but regrettably too rigid and lacking in vivacity. After mentally sifting through all the males she can recall, Ji-Rong finds herself increasingly disheartened. None seem suitable. At that moment, her expression freezes, as the image of a young man unexpectedly surfaces in her mind. The boy possesses an unparalleled visage to protect two injured comrades. He dares to confront a cultivator of the five-element realm with his two instruments cultivation. Time and again he is knocked down, yet he rises again, unwavering in loyalty and courage. Snapping back to reality, Ji-Rong's cheeks flush, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He is still young. How could I entertain such thoughts about him? Just then, a female disciple clad in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion's attire approaches to report, "Senior sister." A disciple from the Spirit Pivot Pavilion named Feng Qiu seeks to meet Qinjili and Cheng Suling. He is waiting outside. He has emerged from seclusion? Ji-Rong's eyes brighten unconsciously, but she maintains her composure and replies, "Let him in. You go summon Qinjili and Cheng Suling to meet him." Yes. The female disciple agrees and departs gracefully. Ji-Rong feels an inexplicable joy, rising to her feet, glancing around before calmly sitting back down. In the great hall of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Jiang Feng bows respectfully to the long-absent Qinjili and Cheng Suling. "Senior brother and sister, how have you been?" Seeing the remarkable change in the young man's cultivation, Qinjili expresses his astonishment, smiling as he replies, "Thanks to you advocating for us, we have been able to remain hidden in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion until now." Cheng Suling, equally taken aback, cannot conceal her envy as she remarks, "Feng Shidi, I never imagined that just 6 months apart, you would have made such a breakthrough, nearly reaching the Four Symbols realm. This is due to the generous guidance of Elder Xuanji from the Spirit Pivot Pavilion. Otherwise, I would not possess such capabilities." Jiang Feng humbly deflects the praise. He then presents the storage bag given to him by Ling Long, extending it forward. "Senior brother and sister, I am on the verge of advancing to mid-level cultivator, and these hundreds of low-grade spirit stones are of no use to me. Please take them. Oh, and this artifact." As he speaks, he retrieves 2 artifacts given to him by Ling Long before his seclusion, generously offering them. This. Qinjili and Cheng Suling exchange glances, joy evident in their eyes. Although their talents are outstanding within the Biluo sect, they are merely average compared to disciples of the Immortal Gates. Moreover, due to their previous injuries, their cultivation has been further hindered. Now, being sheltered in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion is already a blessing. They would not dare to hope for more. Yet, this former comrade who has flourished and garnered attention from the Immortal sect has not forgotten them and extends such care. "Shidi, your kindness is beyond words." Qinjili receives the spirit stones and artifacts, his expression filled with emotion. Cheng Suling's expression is equally complex, though she says nothing. The gratitude reflected in her eyes speaks volumes. Seeing this, Jiang Feng merely smiles gently, saying, "Senior brother and sister, we are the last 3 remaining in the Biluo sect. We must look out for one another. If you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, feel free to seek me at the Spirit Pivot Pavilion." "All right. You take care too, Shidi." Cheng Suling quickly responds. Qinjili adds, "Should anything arise that you require our assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask." He understands that he may not be able to offer much aid, yet he wishes to express his good intentions. "Certainly." Jiang Feng nods slightly. Then bows, "I shall take my leave for now. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, Shidi." The two return his gesture, parting ways to resume their posts. As Jiang Feng prepares to turn away, a female disciple from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion approaches gracefully, softly calling out, "Feng Qiu Shidi, please wait. Does the senior sister seek me for something?" Jiang Feng inquires, not recognizing her. The female disciple first gazes at him appraisingly, a look of realization dawning in her eyes. Before smiling and nodding, "Senior sister Ji-Rong requests your presence for a discussion." Recalling the enchanting woman with a fine physique and naturally alluring form, Jiang Feng's heart stirs. Yet he maintains a calm demeanor as he nods in acknowledgement. The female disciple leads him to the apothecary, raising her hand with a gentle smile. "Feng Shidi, please." Steeling himself, Jiang Feng steps inside, secretly pondering why Ji-Rong has summoned him. This woman, with her unique constitution as a natural cauldron, is a master in the healing arts and has high-level mentors. She must be aware of his situation. What could she be contemplating? As he muses, Jiang Feng enters the apothecary. The vast room is filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs, with shelves lining 3 walls, while the entrance remains unobstructed. Some shelves emit faint wisps of spiritual energy, some are devoid of any aura, and others exude a dense black essence, clearly containing toxic substances. Such is the nature of medicinal materials, there is no need for surprise. Moreover, various exotic flowers and herbs are cultivated alongside the shelves: Chilean grass, flesh spirit mushroom, Chilean flower, each of immense value, requiring dozens of mid-grade spirit stones for exchange. Not to mention the flesh spirit mushroom, rich in spiritual energy and fragrant, far surpassing the one Jiang Feng consumed on Wudong Mountain in age. If he could obtain this mushroom now, consuming it would significantly shorten his advancement to the Four Symbols realm. Does Shidi seem to recognize these herbs? The voice of Ji Rong, dressed in a flowing red gown, emerges as she gracefully steps out from the inner sanctum of the apothecary. Her beauty is striking, her figure voluptuous, and her expression radiates warmth and kindness. Chapter 51. The quest for the five-colored glazed pill. With a respectful bow, Jiang Feng gestured towards the flesh spirit mushroom and remarked, "During my time at the Biro sect, I encountered similar spiritual herbs, though this particular specimen is significantly older." Upon hearing this, Ji Rong nodded slightly and replied softly, "These spiritual herbs are quite precious. They are primarily used by the alchemy chambers for refining pills. I shamelessly requested some to create healing medicine, which is why they are nurtured here." Jiang Feng nodded in understanding and then inquired, "May I ask, senior sister, why have you summoned me?" He did not consciously resist the allure of his innate charm. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently wandered to the graceful form of the woman before him, though he naturally displayed the youthful shyness and embarrassment of a young man. Ji Rong noticed the subtle shift in his demeanor. She remained neither angry nor pleased, merely stating, "Your senior brothers and sisters arrived at my Lingxiu sect in a severely injured state. I was the one who treated them. Initially, you feared they would be bullied by the law enforcement disciples, so I kept them here under my protection until now. Senior sister, I shall forever be grateful for your immense kindness," Jiang Feng promptly declared. Although he harbored little concern for Chen Jili and Cheng Suling's well-being within the Lingxiu sect, he played the role of a passionate and righteous character. Thus, he felt compelled to perform accordingly. "Indeed," Ji Rong said, her satisfaction evident as she smiled and added, "I have helped you, and naturally, I hope you will assist me in the future. However, I have yet to decide what I might ask of you." What a clever woman, Jiang Feng thought to himself, before expressing his stance. "Senior sister, should you require my assistance in the future, as long as it does not contravene my principles or moral path, I will not hesitate to face any challenge." "Very well, I shall remember your words. Do not forget our agreement," Ji Rong said, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, clearly pleased with their conversation. She was close friends with Ling Long from the Lingxiu Pavilion. While she delved into the study of medicine, Ling Long was fascinated by formations. The two often engaged in light-hearted gossip during their leisure time. Over the past 6 months, Ling Long had already informed Ji Rong of Jiang Feng's pure young constitution, thus she was well aware of the young man's boundless potential. "These spiritual herbs are nearing maturity. Once I refine the medicine, it may help Chen Jili and Cheng Suling restore their physical injuries," she mused, as she took a ladle from a bucket beside the herbs and carefully began to water them with the vibrant essence of spiritual dew. Leaning forward, she tended to the herbs as if caring for children. Her waist, bound by a ribbon, resembled a willow, while the curves beneath her red skirt were as enchanting as a full moon. Unintentionally, Jiang Feng's gaze was drawn to the woman's soft, voluptuous figure, revealing a primal yearning in his eyes. Her natural allure was akin to that of a legendary flower of passion, evoking desires. Suddenly, Ji Rong seemed to recall something. Turning abruptly, upon catching sight of the boy's entranced gaze, she felt a mix of embarrassment and pride in her allure, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. "What are you staring at?" she chided, her tone a blend of seduction and shyness. Even Ji Rong herself was unaware of how different her reaction was from usual. Had any other disciple offended her, she would have reacted with harsh words or even a slap. Jiang Feng, returning to his senses, felt his face flush with shame and candidly admitted, "I cannot quite explain it, but I feel that senior sister possesses a unique charm that draws my gaze. The last time before my retreat, I similarly intruded upon you, and Ling Long told me that you attract men due to some special reason." As he spoke, Jiang Feng vigorously shook his head, taking a deep breath before lowering his gaze. "It is my lack of composure that is to blame." To this, Ji Rong found herself surprisingly unoffended. After a moment of astonishment, she looked at the blushing, silent boy and suddenly laughed. "You are quite honest. Far better than those hypocrites who dare not speak their minds." "You flatter me, senior sister," Jiang Feng replied, still looking down. Ji Rong's spirits lifted considerably. She set down the ladle and walked a few steps to a chair, implying, "You are on the verge of a breakthrough and urgently require pills. What are your plans? What exactly does this woman intend?" Jiang Feng momentarily pondered, then responded sincerely, "I plan to visit the Elder Hall to undertake some sect missions in exchange for pills. However, I am uncertain about which pills are needed for breaking through to the Four Symbols realm and what precautions I should take. I intend to formally approach Elder Xuanji for guidance shortly." Hearing this, Ji Rong subtly shook her head, stating, "You are only at the Three Talents realm, and the tasks available to you will only be of a lower tier. The rewards for completing these tasks will be low-grade spirit stones or recuperation pills, which will be of little use to you. What you truly need is the five-colored glazed pill, This type of pill can expand your meridians and enhance your qi. Alternatively, the Heavenly Mechanism Transformation Pill can help you condense your spiritual energy, allowing for gradual accumulation and eventually a breakthrough in your cultivation. Jiang Feng humbly inquired, "May I ask, senior sister, how can I obtain these two types of pills?" Ji Rong chuckled and shook her head. The 5-colored glazed pill is not particularly rare. It is a reward for hunting 4th-level demon beasts. However, this pill has a significant resistance. Its effects are remarkable upon the first consumption, but it becomes ineffective after the second. As for the Heavenly Mechanism Transformation Pill, it is intended for nurturing the disciples of the sect's leaders or promising inner disciples. Perhaps a few elders may possess some. I prefer to rely on myself. I will head to the Elder Hall shortly to accept the task of hunting 4th-level demon beasts, Jiang Feng resolved after a moment of contemplation. Ji Rong nodded slightly, growing more fond of him, and continued, "Such tasks are specifically designed for disciples at the 3 Talents realm. Typically, several individuals venture down the mountain together. This not only provides experience but also allows for the acquisition of the 5-colored glazed pill for breaking through to the 4 Symbols realm. I went through the same process myself." "Oh, I see. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister," Jiang Feng said, enlightenment dawning upon him as he grasped the training path within the Lingxiu sect. The sect firmly controls the distribution of the 5-colored glazed pill. For disciples aspiring to reach the 4 Symbols realm, they either endure long, grueling periods of closed-door training or risk undertaking the task of hunting 4th-level demon beasts to exchange for the pill, thereby binding them closely to the sect. Regardless of whether you complete the task, remember to come find me upon your return, Ji Rong suddenly remarked, fixing her gaze on Jiang Feng. Startled, he inclined his head and replied, "Understood. I shall heed senior sister's command." Seeing his earnest demeanor, Ji Rong couldn't help but smile softly and waved her hand. "You may return now." "Yes," Jiang Feng respectfully acknowledged before exiting the medicinal chamber. After leaving the Lingyi Pavilion, he returned to the Lingxiu Pavilion to ask Ling Long to summon Zhao Xuanji. Upon hearing that Jiang Feng wished to formally apprentice under him, Zhao Xuanji was overjoyed. Jiang Feng served tea as a gesture of respect and performed the customary bow of master and disciple, explaining his intention to undertake the task of hunting 4th-level demon beasts to the Elder of the 7 Stars realm. "My disciple, I am heartened by your bravery. But you are new to the Lingxiu sect and have secluded yourself for half a year, rendering you unfamiliar with the other disciples. Such tasks require teamwork. Otherwise, how can you, at the peak of the 3 Talents realm, hunt a 4th-level demon beast? Even if you find companions, the venture is fraught with peril," Zhao Xuanji said, frowning as he sat in the Lingxiu Pavilion's hall, concerned for his soon-to-be traveling disciple. Jiang Feng replied confidently, "Master, I will be courteous and seek out several senior brothers and sisters to descend the mountain together. They will surely welcome me. As for danger, have you forgotten? I possess the spirit insight pendant you bestowed upon me. It can protect me." Zhao Xuanji fell silent for a moment before eventually nodding slightly. "Very well. It is good that you seek experience. However, remember to exercise caution. If you encounter difficulties, return immediately." "Understood." Chapter 52, Companionship at the Hall of Stewards. The exterior of the loft is adorned with sharp eaves and intricate angles, while the interior boasts a spacious and resplendent design. Within the grand hall, 3 plaques hang prominently, beneath which 3 cultivators tirelessly distribute tasks of varying levels, low, medium, and high. Unsurprisingly, the line for low-level tasks is the longest, extending almost beyond the hall's entrance. The flow of cultivators seeking medium-level tasks remains steady, while those pursuing high-level tasks are few and far between, typically comprising 3 or so, all of whom possess the formidable cultivation of the 6th realm. Among them are individuals like Li Qiye from the Artifact Repository, Li Mufeng, the 3rd disciple of the sect leader, and several unassuming inner disciples, whose powerful presence inevitably draws attention as they hastily come and go. "Among our esteemed seniors, who do you think will first cultivate to the 7 Stars realm?" inquired a female disciple in line for a medium-level task. Reaching the 7 Stars realm elevates one to the status of a high-ranking cultivator, earning the respect of elders within the sect. With choices to either guard the sect or retreat for secluded cultivation, resources for spiritual practice are abundant, and matters of discipleship and marriage can be decided at one's discretion, marking a significant elevation in status. Instantly, a male disciple chimed in, needless to say. "It's senior sister Yun Qihong. She is the most talented individual I have ever encountered. Though senior sister Yun is indeed gifted, I believe she falls slightly short compared to senior brother Li Qiye. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he has already reached the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Had he been more diligent, he might have attained the 7 Stars realm by now," retorted another female disciple. "Hey, have you all forgotten about senior brother Chanao? He dedicates himself to researching formations and only occasionally practices, yet he is also at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. I actually have greater faith in senior brother Li Mufeng. What about brother Lin Lingxiao?" The conversation intensified as more disciples joined in, passionately debating who among them was the most formidable cultivator, each fervently advocating for their revered seniors, almost forgetting their original purpose of collecting sect tasks. As Jiang Feng stepped into the Hall of Stewards, this was the scene that greeted him. Observing the fervent discussions amongst the disciples, he remained indifferent. Finding the spectacle rather tedious, he took his place at the rear of the line for medium-level tasks and waited in silence. The disciples moved efficiently, departing shortly after receiving their tasks, and Jiang Feng did not have to wait long. Here, the task details are recorded on this jade slip. Take it, said a young man in a gray-blue robe, possessing the cultivation of the fifth realm. With thick eyebrows and drooping starry eyes, his handsome features bore an air of ennui. After handing the jade slip to the disciple before him, he continued without lifting his gaze. Next, Jiang Feng stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands. Greetings, senior brother. I would like to undertake the task for the five-colored glazed pill. The five-colored glazed pill? The fifth realm cultivator raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. His interest piqued. He scrutinized Jiang Feng and remarked, "You appear unfamiliar. At such a young age, you've already reached the pinnacle of the three talents realm. May I ask your name and the name of your master?" With a smile, Jiang Feng replied, in response, "Senior brother. I am a disciple under Elder Xuanji of the Spirit Pivot Pavilion, named Feng Chou." Feng Chou. The fifth realm cultivator murmured the name, a look of realization dawning in his eyes, indicating he had heard of this individual before. At that moment, whispers began to circulate among some disciples nearby. He asked the Feng Chou who, half a year ago, faced off against Brother Morong at the fifth realm with only his two elements cultivation? Indeed. Though I was far away, I saw it clearly, it was him. Half a year ago, he was merely at the two elements. Now he has reached the pinnacle of the three talents? Is that even possible? Nothing surprising there. I've heard he possesses remarkable talent and has received significant support from Elder Xuanji. It's only natural he would have consumed numerous spiritual pills. Of course, Senior Sister Yun and Senior Brotherly have all taken spiritual pills. If one is utterly talentless, consuming them would yield no benefit. Amidst the murmurings, several disciples from the law enforcement hall discreetly withdrew, opting not to undertake any tasks, hurrying out of the Hall of Stewards. Listening to the discussions, the fifth realm cultivator burst into laughter, clasping his hands. "Ah, so it is the Feng Chou who dares to confront the law enforcement hall. My apologies. I am Xiao Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you today." Jiang Feng promptly returned the greeting. "I have the honor of meeting you, Senior Brother Xiao." The disciples in line voiced no complaints, instead watching curiously as the two conversed. Even the cultivator distributing low-level tasks, a fourth realm practitioner, turned to observe, while the one distributing high-level tasks, clad in blue, remained disinterested, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around him. Feng Chou, the task for the five-colored glazed pill is quite unusual. It requires at least 5 people to team up, as fourth-level demon beasts are not to be trifled with. Collaboration is essential for a successful hunt, Xiao Yu inquired politely. Recognizing the significance of a newcomer who had ascended from the two elements to the three talents realm in just half a year, he accorded Feng Chou due respect. Jiang Feng shook his head. "To be honest, senior brother, I have no companions." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed it to Jiang Feng, smiling. "No matter, recently, many disciples have taken on such tasks and are searching for partners in the sect square. If you take this jade slip, finding companions should not prove difficult. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Xiao Yu returned the gesture, then added amiably, "I wish you a swift and successful journey." "Thank you," Jiang Feng acknowledged before turning to depart the Hall of Stewards, under the watchful gazes of the many disciples. Remarkably, in just half a year, he has reached the pinnacle of the three talents. His talent seems to surpass even that of Senior Sister Yun. Though Senior Sister Yun possesses the cultivation of the sixth realm, his peak in the three talents does not guarantee success. Once he reaches the four symbols realm, he may find himself struggling. Regardless, his innate ability is indeed impressive. A disciple favored by Elder Xuanji cannot be mediocre. As the disciples exchanged opinions, their eyes remained fixed on the departing youth. Under the clear blue sky, Jiang Feng made his way from the Hall of Stewards directly to the sect square, where he soon discovered a multitude of disciples congregating. Most among them were at the pinnacle of the three talents realm, with a few at intermediate or advanced levels. The disciples formed small groups, discussing their plans for which treacherous mountains or perilous waters to venture into to hunt specific fourth-level demon beasts, while others debated which of their number to exclude, clearly indicating the varying strengths among practitioners. However, the jade slip detailing the task for the five-colored glazed pill was explicit. As long as they hunted down fourth-level demon beasts and returned with trophies such as fangs or claws, the entire team would be rewarded with the five-colored glazed pill. Thus, it presented a shortcut for weaker companions or friends to obtain valuable elixirs. By collaborating, a group of three talents realm cultivators could indeed hunt fourth-level demon beasts. Though challenging, it was still feasible, as long as they set up sufficient formations and employed various magical artifacts. Even a rugged and resilient fourth-level demon beast could fall into traps and be overwhelmed through combined efforts. Thus, a single cultivator at the pinnacle of the three talents realm could lead, supported by several others at the intermediate or advanced levels, though preparedness was key. Any lack of caution could lead to casualties. Jiang Feng surveyed the square, his expression unchanging. With his dual cultivation at the pinnacle of the three talents realm, combined with his low-level magical artifact, the stunning sword, and the superior artifact, the Lingxi pendant, along with his profound mastery of the Qingyan sword technique. He felt confident in tackling an ordinary 4th-level demon beast without difficulty. However, should he expose his combat prowess in such a manner, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the esteemed elder cultivators. While a rapid cultivation speed could be somewhat justified by one's physical constitution, how could a mere low-ranking disciple, newly entered into a grand sect, possess such formidable strength? Thus, Jiang Feng had no intention of descending the mountain alone. He scanned the crowd and then proceeded towards a trio of companions. Have you found companions for your journey, senior brothers and sisters? Jiang Feng inquired politely, holding the task jade slip containing the 5-colored glazed pill. Chapter 53, The Azure Qilin Among the 3 Individuals. The leader was a man at the pinnacle of the 3 talents realm, with a resolute countenance, towering stature, and piercing gaze. The other 2 were women. One possessed a pale complexion and exquisite features that imparted an air of ruthlessness. This woman had a graceful figure and was equally at the peak of the 3 talents realm, her icy eyes carrying a scrutinizing glint. The other woman, at a high level of the 3 talents realm, was strikingly beautiful with a slender form, her eyes resembling blooming peach blossoms, sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Jiang Feng. Your cultivation surpasses mine, so you cannot address me as senior sister, the lovely woman instinctively replied. The man at the pinnacle of the 3 talents realm maintained a stoic expression and said, now that we are gathered, junior brother, you may choose another team. Jiang Feng observed the 3 before him, remained silent, and slightly bowed his head, muttering, I beg your pardon. With that, he turned away and swiftly vanished into the crowd. At that moment, a disciple clad in the law enforcement hall's attire emerged from the throng and approached the trio. The disciple wore a cold smirk, standing beside the man at the pinnacle of the 3 talents realm, whispering, Zhao Tingfeng. Senior brother Lu Sun instructed you to bring along that lad you just encountered. Zhao Tingfeng's expression shifted, filled with confusion. Why? The disciple patted his shoulder with a mocking grin. Just do as instructed. Otherwise, even if you hunt down a level 4 beast, the 5-color glazed pill will remain out of your reach. Remember, you are to hunt the Azure Qilin on Qilin Mountain. Do not stray. With that, the disciple swaggered away. Zhao Tingfeng clenched his fists, remaining silent. The woman with the cold demeanor spoke softly, Senior brother Zhao, what shall we do? Why does the law enforcement hall want us to take that junior brother along? The beautiful woman wore a puzzled expression. You need not concern yourself with too much. Zhao Tingfeng took a deep breath, his demeanor cautious. We are merely outer disciples, unable to contend with the law enforcement hall. Let us comply with their demands, though it feels constraining. As long as we do not oppose them, they will not be excessively unreasonable, just as in previous instances. The icy-faced woman sighed. If this continues, even if we cultivate to the 4 symbols realm, we will still be under their thumb. We shall take it one step at a time. Zhao Tingfeng offered some words of comfort, then added, Qi Wan, go find that junior brother and inform him that we agree to let him join us. The beautiful woman nodded and hurried off to locate him. Zhao Tingfeng continued. We are uncertain if that person has offended the law enforcement hall. We do not know what will happen after we descend the mountain. Suhi, please notify Zheng and Zhou that they need not wade into this murky water. Suhi contemplated for a moment, her cold expression revealing helplessness, and she swiftly departed. Jiang Feng stood alone in a vacant area of the square, appearing to seek a suitable team, yet in truth, he had been discreetly observing the law enforcement hall's members. Those disciples were sneaky, frequently casting glances in his direction, clearly harboring ill intentions. Moroni truly refuses to let me go. The protection of Yun Qihong has granted me convenience, yet it has also drawn the attention of her admirers. He silently pondered his countermeasures. This, senior brother. The beautiful woman approached Jiang Feng with utmost respect, bowing gracefully. My brother sent me to inform you that he agrees for you to join us in descending the mountain to hunt beasts. Your brother? Jiang Feng inquired, his face reflecting confusion. Qiwan nodded. He is the large fellow who rejected you earlier, Zhao Tingfeng. I am Zhao Qiwan, and the other cold-faced senior sister is Suhi. Jiang Feng slightly inclined his head, but remained puzzled. Then why did he refuse earlier, only to agree now? This. Zhao Qiwan was startled, nearly revealing the truth. As an outer disciple, her cultivation resources came from her brother's generosity. This was her first time participating in a sect mission, so she was unaware of the various forces within the sect. Jiang Feng, however, had grasped the situation. He gently shook his head. You need not elaborate. I am not well acquainted with many people. Let us go together. Lead me to them. Before long, under Zhao Qingwan's guidance, Jiang Feng once again encountered Zhao Tingfeng at the pinnacle of the 3 talents realm, along with the icy-faced Suhi. Apologies for any offense earlier. Please forgive me. Junior brother, Zhao Tingfeng spoke courteously, though his expression remained impassive, clearly reluctant to take this young man down the mountain. Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly, it is of no consequence. The matter of the 5-color glazed pill is of great importance, and it is wise for senior brother Zhao to carefully select his companions. How did you come to know my surname is Zhao? Zhao Tingfeng questioned, perplexed. It was I who mentioned your names to him. Zhao Qiwan cautiously interjected, appearing unsure of her misstep. Zhao Tingfeng waved his hand dismissively, reassuring his sister, it is fine. Meanwhile, Suhi scrutinized Jiang Feng with keen eyes. May I ask your esteemed name, junior brother? Jiang Feng maintained his composure, replying indifferently, I dare not claim a grand name. I am surnamed Feng. With the single character Chiao. You are Feng Chiao? Zhao Qiwan exclaimed, her peach blossom-like eyes widening in surprise. Zhao Dingfeng cast a glance at her, worried for his sister's naivety. 6 months ago, you were merely at the Two Instruments realm, engaging in a battle with senior brother Morong of the Law Enforcement Hall in the Sect Square. After which you were taken in as a disciple by Elder Xian of the Ling Shu Pavilion. Is that true? Suhi's expression reflected shock, though her tone remained composed. As these were words she had heard from fellow cultivators within the sect. The three had not witnessed the event firsthand, but the commotion had attracted many hidden spectators. Given the significant disturbance it caused, meeting the astonished gazes of the trio, Jiang Feng slowly nodded. I was originally a disciple of the Bailuo sect, which was destroyed. Following that, I accompanied senior sister Yun Qinghong to join the Lingxiu sect. When the law enforcement hall bullied my fellow disciples, I fought desperately. Had it not been for Elder Xian's rescue, I would likely have been taken back to the law enforcement hall for punishment. After half a year of arduous cultivation, I have finally made some progress. Only half a year of cultivation. A complex expression flickered in Suhi's eyes, a blend of astonishment, envy, and jealousy. Now I understand. Zhao Dingfeng murmured, astonished by this individual's talent while also grasping why the law enforcement hall insisted on having him accompany them. In that moment, he felt a twinge of hesitation. The law enforcement hall was not someone he could offend, nor could he provoke the Ling Shu Pavilion. If anything were to happen to this gifted disciple of the Ling Shu Pavilion upon their return, would Elder Xian let them off the hook? Yet, recalling the threats from the law enforcement hall's disciples, Zhao Dingfeng gritted his teeth, suppressing his worries. What can I do regarding the power struggles between their factions? When the time comes, I shall place the blame squarely on the law enforcement hall. I doubt a 7-star realm elder would create trouble for us low-ranking disciples. With that thought, Zhao Dingfeng relaxed his expression and smiled. Junior brother Feng Chiao, time is of the essence. Do you have anything else to prepare? If not, we shall set off. Are we not 5? We are still 1 person short, Jiang Feng remarked in confusion. Zhao Dingfeng paused briefly before responding, the fewer the numbers, the greater the reward for the mission. Are you not at ease, junior brother Feng Chiao? Jiang Feng shook his head. That is not the case. I only wish to inquire, as the mission Jade slip stated that we may hunt any level 4 beast. What specific beast shall we pursue on this journey? Zhao Dingfeng hesitated for a moment, then contemplated. We are headed to Qilin Mountain to hunt the Azure Qilin. Very well, I have yet to encounter a level 4 beast. I hope senior brother will look after me during our expedition, Jiang Feng said politely. I have not encountered it either. However, the Jade slips contain extensive information on various, and there should be records of the Azure Qilin. Let us discuss how to confront it during our journey, Zhao Dingfeng remarked. Gesturing courteously, Jiang Feng reciprocated the gesture, and the 4 of them proceeded towards the gates of Lingxiazong. Chapter 54. Unexpected arrival upon reaching the mountain gate. The group presented their task Jade slips for inspection by the gatekeeper disciple. Jiang Feng immediately recognized this disciple as Yin Qian Kai, the one who had guided him through the formation upon his arrival at Lingxiu sect. Over the course of 6 months, the young woman appeared much more composed. Her cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the 2 instruments realm, just a step away from the 3 talents realm. She too recognized Jiang Feng. Her face brightening with a smile as she said, Feng Chiao, are you descending the mountain with them? Jiang Feng returned her smile, replying, indeed. I require the 5-colored glazed pill to break through to the 4 symbols realm, and hunting level 4 monsters necessitates collaboration with others. This time, I shall accompany brother Zhao Dingfeng. Upon hearing this, Yin Qian Kai nodded with a smile, turning to retrieve her token to activate the formation. Zhao Dingfeng, however, felt a sense of unease. This Yin Qian Kai, being a disciple of the sect leader, recognizes Feng Chiao, and now she remembers my name. If anything were to happen to Feng Chiao, would I not be implicated? The 4 of them exited the mountain gate and began their descent along the azure stone steps. Several disciples at the 2 instruments realm were tidying up the steps and greeted them with respectful bows. Zhao Dingfeng and Suhi paid little heed, while Jiang Feng acknowledged each one courteously, prompting the novice Zhao Qiwan to imitate him. The 3 barriers formation had not been activated, as 3 months prior. The cultivators who had gone to recruit disciples in the mortal realm had returned to the sect with a considerable number of new members. Under the testing of the 3 barriers formation, Lingxiu sect had nearly filled its ranks. Although the overall cultivation levels were not yet at their peak and required time to solidify, allowing the new disciples to mature. Once the number of disciples stabilized, the 3 barriers formation would be permanently closed, only to be reopened under exceptional circumstances. The quartet, all cultivators, were far from the frail mortals. Within less than an hour, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Dingfeng examined the jade slip and stated, Qilin Mountain lies to the west of the sect. At our pace, we shall reach it in 10 days. The coldly beautiful Sui remained silent but cast a casual glance at Jiang Feng. Shall we proceed then? Zhao Qiwan, embarking on her first mission to hunt level 4 monsters, clenched her delicate fists, visibly excited. Jiang Feng responded, please, lead the way. Zhao Dingfeng nodded, calling out, stay close. Let us depart. As the words left his lips, a wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. covering several paces in a single bound. I shall go ahead, Suhi remarked coldly, giving Jiang Feng a nod before gracefully leaping forward, her speed matching Zhao Tingfeng's. Zhao Qiwan followed without hesitation, albeit at a slightly slower pace, yet her strides were still impressive, her form ethereal as she moved. Only high-tier cultivators could soar through the air with vast spiritual energy, while mid-tier cultivators could fly with tools. Low-tier cultivators, lacking sufficient energy, relied solely on their physical strength and rudimentary techniques to enhance their speed. Jiang Feng, possessing dual pinnacle cultivation in the three talents realm and experience with flying tools, could certainly take to the skies if he expended more energy, but he deemed it unnecessary at present, remaining in the vicinity of Lingxiu sect. Drawing too much attention from the prominent cultivators within could lead to unwanted inquiries. Moreover, he needed to ascertain the intentions of the law enforcement hall. Let us proceed for now, once we are beyond the awareness of the Jiuyang realm cultivators. I can utilize the insights of the Chaos Old Demon to understand their movements better. With this thought, Jiang Feng took a swift step, disappearing like a nimble leopard. Once he caught up with the trio, he slowed his pace, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. For cultivators in the three talents realm, traversing mountains and rivers was as effortless as walking on flat ground. Under the refinement of spiritual energy, even without employing techniques, they moved gracefully. And with the use of evasion techniques, their speed could rival the wind. Although not as swift as flying tools, they were far superior to mere mortals. As they journeyed, the group discussed strategies for hunting the level 4 monster, the Azure Qilin. Qilin Mountain harbored many Azure Qilins, but they were solitary beasts, each nesting far apart. The Jade Slip detailed that as long as they did not invade their territories, even if they hunted their companions, the Azure Qilins would not take much notice. However, should they encroach upon their domain, they would face relentless attacks. Zhao Tingfeng led the way, his voice carried by the wind to the others. We should locate an Azure Qilin's lair, set up formations at the periphery, and then enter their territory to lure them into the trap for a coordinated strike. Aside from level 7 and above shape-shifting monsters, which possess intelligence comparable to human cultivators, most untransformed beasts fall prey to this method. However, there are variances in strength among monsters. Some smaller, swifter ones can often escape upon realizing they have entered a trap, while larger, stronger ones might break free with brute force. Yet, a level 4 Azure Qilin, despite its size, lacks sufficient power. A few cultivators in the three talents realm can temporarily restrain it within a formation. Zhao Qingwan, examining the Jade Slip, remarked, "There is a mutated Qilin King on Qilin Mountain, a level 6 beast. If we were to disturb it, fear not. Azure Qilins are cold-blooded and ruthless. As long as we do not intrude upon their territory, they will not meddle with our affairs," Zhao Tingfeng reassured her. Jiang Feng had remained aloof from the conversation, merely nodding in agreement when Zhao Tingfeng glanced his way. He had perused the records on the Jade Slip, finding no discrepancies in Zhao Tingfeng's statements. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with another concern. Where would the law enforcement hall disciples appear? As the sun rose and set, and day turned to night, the four traveled rapidly for 2 full days before finding a grove to rest. Let us take a break and replenish our spiritual energy. We are now far from the sect, and we know not what encounters await us on the road. Should we encounter monsters, we must be prepared. Zhao Tingfeng settled beneath a large tree, instructing his sister Zhao Qingwan. She nodded obediently, sitting beside her brother to meditate and recover her energy. The cold-eyed Sui vigilantly scanned their surroundings with her spiritual awareness before turning to the quietly standing Jiang Feng, her clear voice inquiring, "Aren't you going to rest?" Jiang Feng shook his head with a light smile, replying, "No need. You all recover first. I will keep watch. Once you are sufficiently restored, I will take my turn." Sui pondered for a moment before nodding, "Very well." She sat beside Zhao Tingfeng, slowly closing her eyes, though she remained alert in her awareness. This woman, quite cautious indeed. Jiang Feng paid her no mind, instead leaping onto a distant treetop to observe the environment, with the Lingxi pendant safeguarding him. This superior artifact served both as protection and a means for cultivators to swiftly restore their energy. The consumption thus far was negligible. The grove where the four found themselves was not densely wooded, which correspondingly meant no monsters were present, and no other spiritual auras lingered nearby. Several disciples from the law enforcement hall were in the vicinity, utilizing artifacts to conceal their presence. Suddenly, the voice of the demon soul echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. He paused briefly, mentally inquiring, "What levels are they?" The demon soul chuckled, "2 at the 4 symbols realm, 4 at the 3 talents realm. One of them is familiar to you, the one you injured, Lu Sun. Additionally, Yin Chi Hong is also present. She seems to be watching over you from the shadows. Could it be she has taken an interest in you?" Chuckling softly, Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head and remarking, "It must be Su Jian who sent her here. My affairs have already spread throughout the Lingxiu sect, inevitably attracting attention. Sigh. This complicates matters, making it unwise to act recklessly." He lowered his gaze to the 3 individuals beneath the tree, who were in the process of recovering their spiritual energy, and reluctantly suppressed the murderous intent that had just surged within him. Given the current circumstances, if he were to eliminate these 2 peak practitioners of the 3 talents realm, his mastery of the path of killing would undoubtedly ascend to the 4 symbols realm. At that point, He could effortlessly command his flying vessel and discreetly depart from the Lingxiu sect, embarking on a search for hidden treasures. However, with Yun Qinghong covertly monitoring the situation, such actions were no longer feasible. Chapter 55. The hunt 2 hours later. As night fell, Zhao Tingfeng and Zhao Qiwan had nearly regained their strength. Only then did Suhi feel reassured enough to retract her consciousness and focus on replenishing her spiritual energy. Zhao Tingfeng called out to Jiang Feng, perched atop a treetop. "Feng Chou, you've worked hard. Rest and recover quickly." Jiang Feng nodded, leaping down from the tree to feign meditation and recovery. "I truly wish to leave Lingxiu sect at once. The presence of the Jiuyang realm's consciousness is too overwhelming, making me hesitant to speak with you. It suffocates me. Every day, I see countless enchanting female cultivators before me but cannot act upon my desires. It drives me mad. How have you managed to endure? When all the sects are your enemies, hurry and settle these trifles so we can seek my hidden treasures." The devil soul complained. Jiang Feng remained silent, pretending to recuperate. As dawn approached, the group set off again. Following the map within the jade slip, Zhao Tingfeng led them directly towards Qilin Mountain. They advanced whenever their spiritual energy was abundant, pausing to recover when it dwindled. Thus, 10 days sped by, and the towering Qilin Mountain loomed near. At the mountain's base, Zhao Tingfeng halted the group. "From now on, we must be exceedingly cautious. Do not carelessly tread into the territory of demonic beasts. Qilin Mountain is home to dense forests where these creatures can hide, making them nearly impossible to spot with the naked eye. However, they lack the ability to conceal their aura, which often leads to their early discovery by cultivators." There were no paths in the mountains. The group climbed over stones and leaped between trees. Throughout the journey, Zhao Tingfeng vigilantly protected his sister, Zhao Qiwan, who, filled with curiosity and anxiety, dared not even breathe deeply. The icy beauty, Su He, remained exceedingly cautious, her piercing gaze frequently scanning their surroundings. Jiang Feng trailed behind the three, silent. The disciples from the law enforcement hall had followed them, with Yun Qihong remaining concealed, using her consciousness to track them from a distance. "But you must not ascend to the peak. There is a formidable creature there, a 6th-level demonic beast," the devil soul cautioned timely. Jiang Feng took note but did not engage further. Before long, Zhao Tingfeng halted abruptly on a massive rock. The other three followed suit, Jiang Feng perched on a treetop. Suhi settled beside a small stream, and Zhao Qingwan closely adhered to her brother, also landing on the stone. "There is the aura of a 4th-level demonic beast ahead, and it seems somewhat weak, as though it is injured," Zhao Tingfeng observed calmly. Suhi closed her cold eyes, briefly attuning herself to the surroundings before opening them again. Indeed, it appears that there are no cultivators in this mountain, likely due to a conflict among its kind. "If that is the case, then heaven is aiding us," Zhao Tingfeng remarked, a glimmer of a smile breaking through his resolute expression. He glanced at his sister and Suhi before turning to Jiang Feng. "Let us set up a formation here. Feng Chou, shall we advance together to lure the demonic beast?" Jiang Feng immediately acquiesced. "As you say, senior brother Zhao. Typically, perilous tasks fell to male cultivators, though there were formidable women like Yun Qihong who would not be outdone." After their discussion concluded, Suhi and Zhao Qingwan retrieved formation flags, encircling an area of several dozen yards to establish the binding dragon formation, placing the flags discreetly and infusing them with spiritual energy. Women are often meticulous in their endeavors. In addition to the binding dragon formation, the two ladies also set up 2 auxiliary formations, creating a triple-layered setup sufficient to momentarily restrain a 4th-level cultivator. Of course, the cost was their complete depletion of spiritual energy, requiring the use of spirit stones for recovery. Jiang Feng and Zhao Tingfeng patiently awaited their recuperation. Once the 2 women had sufficiently restored their energy, the 2 men would proceed to lure the demonic beast into the formation to confront it together. An hour swiftly passed, and both women fully replenished their expended spiritual energy. "Let us move," Zhao Tingfeng declared, leaping forward first, with Jiang Feng close behind. Qilin Mountain was vast, far exceeding ordinary peaks. The terrain was either a sea of trees or steep cliffs and massive stones. The azure Qilin favored the wooded areas, and despite its massive size, it could scale rocky cliffs with its sharp claws. This mountain had originally been nameless, but as more azure Qilins migrated here, it came to be known as Qilin Mountain, a habitat well suited for their survival. After leaping several miles through the woods, Zhao Tingfeng suddenly froze, a wave of fear washing over him. Before he could utter a word, Jiang Feng abruptly pushed him aside, sending him crashing into a large tree. Zhao Tingfeng steadied himself and looked up to see a massive beast where he had stood moments before. The creature boasted 2 horns, a face resembling a mountain lord, and legs akin to those of a bull, its entire body covered in azure scales, with blood-red eyes radiating an aura of lethal intent. It was a 4th-level demonic beast, the Azure Qilin. With a deafening roar, the Azure Qilin jolted Zhao Tingfeng from his fear. Jiang Feng, wielding the sword of the surging phoenix, struck its antlers and shouted, "Quickly, flee!" Zhao Tingfeng nodded, hastily retreating, his heart still racing with trepidation. As he leaped back, he cast a glance at the struggle between man and beast, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. This Feng Chou truly valued camaraderie as the rumor suggested. Despite the initial circumstances, he had selflessly come to his aid. Zhao Tingfeng, typically cold-hearted, found himself unexpectedly saved by an inner sect disciple he had treated with indifference. Feng Cho, fall back, he called amidst their escape. The Azure Qilin's furious roar rendered all else irrelevant. He activated his evasion technique, fleeing desperately until he reached the formation they had set up. Seeing Zhao Tingfeng's dazed expression, Zhao Qingwan, standing at the formation's center, voiced her concern. Brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhao Tingfeng swallowed a medicinal pill, replenishing the spiritual energy expended in his escape, his heart still pounding. I'm fine, he repeated, somewhat shaken. Sui blinked her icy eyes and asked, what of Feng Cho? Zhao Tingfeng's expression darkened. Feng Cho saved me, blocking the Azure Qilin. I do not know his current state. However, we must prepare ourselves. I have trespassed into the Azure Qilin's territory. It will follow the aura I left behind. He saved you? Sui inquired, taken aback. Zhao Qiwan, too, felt a mix of emotions as she gazed ahead silently. Brother, Su's sister, should we not have brought him along? Perhaps we should not have heeded the law enforcement hall's words. Her thoughts were more innocent. Their interactions along the way made her perceive Feng Cho from Lingshu Pavilion as a not-so-terrible person. Now, upon hearing of his selfless act to save her brother and his unknown fate, she felt a pang of guilt. As the three conversed, they heard furious roars approaching from ahead, two auras racing towards them. It is Feng Cho. Zhao Tingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he called out, Feng Cho, this way. The two women, too, became animated, bracing the formation and awaiting the Azure Qilin's entry into their trap. Jiang Feng nimbly dodged the Azure Qilin's relentless lunges, his peak cultivation at the dual three realms granting him both speed and agility. Although the Azure Qilin was a fourth-level beast, its weakened condition rendered it incapable of executing its innate powers, failing to catch him. With a whoosh, Jiang Feng leaped into the binding dragon formation, then swiftly jumped out again. The Azure Qilin pursued him, leaping into the formation as well, but when it attempted to leap again, it collided with a barrier of spiritual energy, its enormous body crashing to the ground, dislodging numerous stones. Kill it! Zhao Tingfeng let out a sharp cry, swiftly drawing forth a gleaming golden long knife, silently invoking an incantation. In an instant, the radiant blade emitted a brilliant glow as it surged into the grand formation, delivering a decisive strike upon the head of the Azure Qilin. Chapter 56. The Awakening Heart. The golden blade had yet to cleave the Azure Qilin's skull when it was expelled from the grand formation, causing the creature to let out a monstrous roar. Its colossal form violently collided with the dragon-binding array, causing the entire formation to flicker ominously. Sui initially intended to launch an attack, but upon witnessing the array's imminent collapse, she could only recite incantations, channeling spiritual energy into the array to sustain it. However, the enraged Azure Qilin unleashed an extraordinary force, crashing into the array with such ferocity that it seemed on the brink of destruction. Quickly, Qingwan, assist! Zhao Tingfeng shouted. Zhao Qingwan forced herself to remain calm and began channeling her energy into the heart of the formation. Brother Zhao, allow me to confront it. Jiang Feng silently chanted an incantation, and the soaring Jinghong sword ascended, its blade gleaming with a fierce light, darting into the formation to carve deep gashes into the Azure Qilin's flesh. That sword could breach the Qilin's defenses. It was indeed a low-tier magical artifact. Swordsmanship. He had been cultivating the way of the sword. Zhao Tingfeng and Sui exchanged astonished glances. Yet, in Zhao Qingwan's eyes, her surprise did not stem from the man's technique or the artifact he wielded, but rather from the unwavering determination he exuded, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Undeterred by the chaos surrounding him, Jiang Feng focused intently on maneuvering the Jinghong sword through the array, its sharp blade weaving through the air above the Azure Qilin, inflicting grievous wounds upon the already injured fourth-tier beast. Roar. In agony, the Azure Qilin's massive body erupted with blood, its ferocity intensifying as it relentlessly rammed its horns against the dragon-binding array. Despite the presence of dual auxiliary formations and the vigilant efforts of Su He and Zhao Qingwan, the array flickered perilously, teetering on the edge of collapse. Seeing this, Zhao Tingfeng hastily joined the ranks of those defending the array, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into it, desperately stabilizing the formation. Yet he knew that even this would not withstand several more assaults from the Azure Qilin. It's all due to the absence of one person. What shall we do? Sui expressed her frustration. She was vexed that they had heeded the law enforcement hall's orders to hunt the Azure Qilin, yet felt powerless against their commands. As outer sect disciples, they had no choice but to comply unconditionally. Failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. If the fourth-tier beast escaped, it would not hesitate to tear them apart. Hold on just a little longer. Zhao Tingfeng roared, his energy continuously flowing into the dragon-binding array, a staggering toll on his reserves. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. Zhao Qingwan bit her lip, her complexion pale, clearly nearing her limits. Aware that Yin Qinghong was nearby, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. He summoned the Jinghong sword back to him, silently reciting incantations, causing the blade to radiate a blinding white light. Everyone, just a little longer. Swordsmanship, he bellowed, channeling the peak power of the Three Talents realm as he swung his sword forward with tremendous force. Boom. Like thunder erupting from the ground, the energy surged. And within the array, the Azure Qilin let out a wretched cry. unable to evade as its forelimbs were severed by the sword's light. Its massive form collapsed like a mountain, now only able to struggle with its two robust hind legs. With this blow, the Azure Qilin could no longer assault the formation. Glaring with its blood-red eyes, exhaling frosty breath, and letting out a low, desperate growl. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Tingfeng, Zhao Qiwan, and Sui felt the immense pressure ease as joy filled their eyes at Jiang Feng's stunning strike. Yet, Jiang Feng's expression darkened as he uttered, "I have exhausted my spiritual energy. Quickly, while it cannot break the array, slay it." The three nodded in agreement, no longer maintaining the formation, each showcasing their abilities to attack the helpless Azure Qilin within the array. Before long, the already wounded Azure Qilin let out a final roar, its breath fading. Its body was battered and torn, its azure scales scattered, leaving behind a colossal carcass, its eyes wide open, filled with an unmistakable resentment. As the beast perished, its spiritual energy dissipated, and its once formidable scales transformed into ordinary, defenseless remnants. Zhao Tingfeng maneuvered the golden blade over the beast's body, and with a simple gesture, the Qilin's tooth, heart, eye, and a glowing red orb detached from the corpse, hovering before the four of them. The Qilin's tooth serves as proof of our hunt for the fourth-tier beast. The heart can be exchanged for mid-grade spirit stones and elixirs to solidify our four symbols realm cultivation. The eye can also be traded for a mid-grade magical artifact. And as for this Qilin orb, Zhao Tingfeng held the glowing orb, momentarily speechless. All magical beasts possess demon cores, and the Azure Qilin was unique. Its core was the Qilin orb, which contained the essence of the beast. It could be used in potions or consumed directly to enhance a cultivator's power. However, for them, returning with the Qilin tooth as proof would allow them to claim the sect's mission rewards and obtain the 5-colored glazed pill. The 5-colored glazed pill could facilitate a direct breakthrough to the four symbols realm, far surpassing the Qilin orb's effects. Moreover, consuming the Qilin orb could potentially expose them to the beast's essence, risking a descent into madness. Hence, the Qilin orb held little value for them. In the hands of an alchemist, it would merely be a material. Jiang Feng's thought stirred, and he spoke up, "Brother Zhao, you may take the Qilin heart, and I do not require the rewards. I only wish for this Qilin orb." At his words, Zhao Tingfeng and Su He exchanged astonished glances, their expressions dumbfounded. While Zhao Qingwan's gaze remained pure, seemingly indifferent to the treasures. "Feng Chou, are you certain?" Zhao Tingfeng swallowed hard, a hint of excitement in his voice. Once they claimed the 5-colored glazed pill, they would surely ascend to the four symbols realm, rendering lower-grade spirit stones worthless. The Qilin heart could fetch mid-grade spirit stones at the exchange pavilion, while the eye could be traded for a mid-grade magical artifact. Such precious items would pave the way for cultivators reaching the four symbols realm. How could he so easily forego them? Unlike Zhao Tingfeng's confusion, the icy beauty Sui possessed greater insight. She regarded Jiang Feng, her voice melodious as she remarked, "Feng Chou is a disciple of the Spirit Pivot Pavilion, favored by Master Xuanji. He will not lack for mid-grade spirit stones. As for magical artifacts, though he wields a low-grade artifact, they are far more durable than ordinary ones." Upon hearing Sui's words, Zhao Tingfeng suddenly understood, immediately tossing the glowing orb forward with a smile. "In my joy, I nearly overlooked this. It is thanks to you, Feng Chou, that we were able to avert disaster." "Thank you." Jiang Feng accepted the Qilin orb, swiftly storing it in his spatial pouch, and smiled. "I should be the one thanking you. I have few acquaintances in the sect, and I am deeply grateful that you have welcomed me." After this battle, the strikingly beautiful Zhao Qingwan could no longer tear her gaze from Jiang Feng. Even the usually aloof Sui displayed a hint of fondness, her demeanor far less reserved than upon their initial meeting. The group opened up, packing away the formation flags, settling down to recover their spiritual energy before returning. Fourth-tier magical beasts proved significantly more formidable than their lower-tier counterparts. Even with the triple formation, the risk was still considerable. Upon returning, they would need to inform their fellow disciples in the Three Talents realm to exercise caution during their descent. Zhao Tingfeng sat cross-legged, a sense of survival evident in his words. Beside him, Sui gathered her disheveled hair, a smile gracing her usually icy features. "Thinking back to our encounter with that third-tier beast, the blood demon frog, you claimed that magical beasts were nothing to fear. I only said that to encourage my fellow disciples." Zhao Tingfeng's resolute visage flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Feng chuckled and replied, "Brother Zhao. Sister Su, it seems you have ventured down the mountain together on numerous occasions." "Indeed, Sister Su and I have an interesting story. We became acquainted through a rather amusing encounter. One time, my sister Qingwan misbehaved, and while I was reprimanding her, Sister Su mistook my actions for bullying. Consequently, we engaged in a spirited dispute, and that is how we met." "Haha, Qingwan, why don't you recount the tale to Brother Feng Chou?" Zhao Tingfeng said with a hearty laugh. The group turned their attention to Zhao Qiwan, only to find her gazing intently at Jiang Feng, her beautiful eyes wide open in a silent daze. Qingwan. Zhao Tingfeng nudged his sister, his eyes flitting towards Jiang Feng before he teasingly remarked, "What is the matter? Do you have something to share with Brother Feng Chou?" And no, not at all. Under the intense scrutiny of the three, especially the bewildered gaze of the young man, Zhao Qingwan's cheeks flushed deeply, and she hastily lowered her head. Chapter 57. The catcher in the rye. That girl. Zhao Tingfeng chuckled, paying her no mind. In his heart, he already regarded Feng Chou of the Spirit Pivot Pavilion as one of his own. Feng Chou had first saved him, then severely injured Azure Qilin, indirectly rescuing them all. Moreover, his demeanor was courteous and his bearing extraordinary. If his younger sister, Qi Wan, could become a Taoist partner with such a man, Zhao Tingfeng would naturally offer his full support. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. And it would be far better for his sister to find a good match than to remain by his side. Overcome with shyness, Zhao Qinwan could no longer sit still. Brother, you should focus on replenishing your spiritual energy. I'll stand guard nearby, she said, fleeing as if escaping. Jiang Feng watched the departing figure, a smile playing on his lips. This did not escape the notice of Zhao Tingfeng and Suhi. Suhi, understanding perfectly, immediately inquired, junior brother Feng Chou, do you have a Taoist partner? Jiang Feng was taken aback, turning his head to reply. No, I do not. Zhao Tingfeng was overjoyed, saying with a hearty laugh. Junior brother Feng Chou, you may not know, but Qi Wan. The three of them began to discuss Zhao Qi Wan, their words filled with matchmaking intentions. In the nearby woods, Zhao Qi wanted behind a tree, secretly listening to their conversation. Her fingers repeatedly clenched and unclenched, her fair face flushed with a rosy hue. Honestly, brother, how could you make decisions for me without my consent? And senior sister Su is being too direct. Her jade face was flushed, and she lightly bit her vermilion lips, deeply concerned about their discussion. However, senior brother Feng Chou is indeed a man of remarkable talent, and his strength is formidable, and he is also an inner disciple of the Spirit Pivot Pavilion. Recalling the young man's awe-inspiring feat of injuring a fourth-level demon beast with a single sword strike, Zhao Qingwan's beautiful face revealed an expression of adoration. The corpse of Azure Qilin remained where it lay. The three had ceased their conversation and were now holding spirit stones, sitting cross-legged to replenish their spiritual energy. Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes, saying in a deep voice, Senior brother Zhao, senior sister Su, someone is coming. Zhao Tingfeng and Sui opened their eyes in succession, their divine senses indeed detecting several auras of cultivation. Heh, it seems you've accomplished your mission quite well. Lu Xun, in the Four Realm, was the first to emerge from the forest, a smile on his face as he looked at the three behind him. For disciples in the Three Realms stared coldly at Jiang Feng, the Hall of Law Enforcement. Sui murmured, a hint of caution appearing on her icy face. Zhao Tingfeng was startled, anxiously exclaiming, Where's my sister? Hearing this, Lu Xun curled his lips and gestured behind him. A man and a woman emerged from the forest. The woman was none other than Zhao Qi-Wan, tightly bound by a magical rope, her spiritual energy sealed, unable to even make a sound. She could only look at her brother with a terrified expression. Beside her was a man with upturned eyebrows and eyes that sparkled with cold light. Although handsome, his face carried a hint of sinister cruelty, and his cultivation was at the peak of the Four Realm. With such cultivation, capturing Zhao Qi-Wan, who was in the Three Realm, was an easy task. What do you want? Zhao Tingfeng asked, gazing at his sister with concern, forcing himself to remain calm. Lu Xun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Zhao Tingfeng, how dare you disobey the orders of the Hall of Law Enforcement? Are you tired of living? Zhao Tingfeng's face stiffened, and he glanced at Jiang Feng with some embarrassment, forcing himself to say, Senior brother Lu, we listened to you and brought junior brother Feng Chou down the mountain. Please, show mercy and let us go. With his sister in the hands of others. Zhao Tingfeng could not care less about any kindness. He could only say this. Jiang Feng opportunely revealed a bewildered expression, as if struck by a blow. Looking at Zhao Tingfeng in disbelief. Seeing this, Lu Xun sneered, You deliberately took detours along the way, thinking I wouldn't notice? If I didn't have a magical treasure in hand, you might have actually slipped away. Let them go, Jiang Feng said suddenly, his face gloomy. You little brat. Are you ordering me? Lu Xun narrowed his eyes. Half a year ago, he had been injured by Jiang Feng using the spiritual rhinoceros jade pendant in the Sex Plaza. And he had harbored resentment ever since. Jiang Feng ignored Zhao Tingfeng's and Suhi's surprised gazes, taking a few steps forward and saying in a cold voice, Release the three of them, and I will let you do as you please. Junior brother Feng Chou. The shame on Zhao Tingfeng's face deepened. Suhi, with her icy countenance, also looked over with a complicated expression, momentarily speechless. Zhao Qi-Wan, restrained by the magical artifact, filled her eyes with tears. Shaking her head at Jiang Feng, how could there be such a kind person in the world? The thought arose in all three of their minds simultaneously. Jiang Feng seemed oblivious, continuing, I, Feng Chou, always keep my word. As long as you let them leave, I will offer no resistance. You know I have the spiritual rhinoceros jade pendant. If I resist, you may not be able to capture me. Hearing this, Lu Xun frowned slightly, pondering carefully. Although he had brought a magical treasure this time that could contend with the spiritual rhinoceros jade pendant, this brat was now at the peak of the Three Realm. And with the protection of the spiritual rhinoceros jade pendant, killing him would inevitably take some effort. It would be better to agree first, kill him, and then chase after them to eliminate all those outer sect disciples. Having made up his mind, Lu Xun turned to the gloomy man and said, Senior brother Tianhen, release the junior sister. The gloomy man in the peak of the Four Realms said nothing, obediently untying the rope. After Zhao Qi-Wan was freed, she hurriedly ran over, and Zhao Tingfeng grabbed her, protecting her behind him. You may leave, Jiang Feng said, standing tall like a jade tree in the lunar palace. His tone indifferent. But you. Zhao Dingfeng was extremely ashamed, not daring to look Jiang Feng in the eye. Senior brother Feng Chou. Zhao Qiwan called out, her eyes filled with tears. Go. Jiang Feng did not look at them, but suddenly shouted. Alas. Zhao Dingfeng pulled his sister along. And the two of them quickly descended the mountain along the path they had come. Suhi's icy eyes carried a look of gravity. She sighed and cupped her fist towards Jiang Feng, saying, Thank you. Afterward, she quickly left with Zhao Dingfeng. Lu Sun on the opposite side clapped his hands and laughed loudly. What a loyal and righteous junior brother, Feng Chou. You were willing to go this far for 3 fellow disciples who are not too familiar with you? Even I, as your senior brother, am a little reluctant to lay a hand on you. Jiang Feng glanced at him, his face indifferent, and said, What exactly do you want? What do you think? You offended senior brother Morong, so we naturally have to take you to the Hall of Law Enforcement. Senior brother Tianhen, bind him. The gloomy man named Tianhen immediately chanted an incantation, and the magical rope in his hand danced in the air like a flying serpent. Seeing this, Lu Sun said to Jiang Feng, Remember your words. I have already let those 3 go. If you dare to resist, then I will chase after them and kill them. What kind of person do you take Feng Chou for? Jiang Feng said disdainfully. He watched the rope flying towards him, not moving at all. Just as the rope was about to bind him, a ray of light flashed across the sky, and the familiar silver spear fell, firmly nailing the rope to the ground. Everyone was shocked, looking towards the sky. Lu Sun and the 4 disciples of the Hall of Law Enforcement in the 3 realm could not help but tremble. In the mountain mist, a tall woman with a ponytail descended from the clouds, graceful as a celestial being. She wore snow-white protective silver armor, her slanting eyebrows sharp, her phoenix eyes cold, and countless mid-grade magical artifacts, such as sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, floated around her, carrying the formidable pressure of the 6th realm. Descending upon the mountain like a female guardian deity. Senior sister Yun. Jiang Feng revealed a look of surprise. Yun Xinghong first swept her cold gaze over Lu Sun and the other disciples of the Hall of Law Enforcement, and then said to Jiang Feng with some helplessness, Junior brother Feng, why are you so naive? They have been plotting to kill you all along. If you surrender, wouldn't you die without knowing why? Hearing this, Jiang Feng revealed a look of astonishment, saying, Really? Although I have offended the Hall of Law Enforcement, we are all fellow disciples. Would they be so ruthless? Moreover, are they not fearful of the penalties imposed by the sect? Punishments? Have you forgotten that they are members of the Law Enforcement Hall? Alas, you are too naive. Yun Xinghong sighed and turned to the members of the Law Enforcement Hall, exclaiming, as disciples of the immortal sect, How can you act with such malice? Your crimes are unforgivable. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun was so frightened that he fell to his knees, pleading, Sister Yun, this is not my doing. You know that Brother Murong is always resolute. When he instructs us to act, we dare not refuse. I implore you. Show mercy and spare us. He understood that this esteemed disciple of the sect was known for her righteous indignation and decisive actions. If he did not plead for mercy, he might find himself in grave peril. Aside from the somber-faced Tianhen, the other 4 disciples also knelt in supplication, shifting all blame onto Morongyi. Observing this, Yun Xinghong furrowed her brow slightly. Upon reflection, she realized they truly had no means to defy Morongyi. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, I shall spare your lives for now. While death may be averted, you shall not escape lesser punishment. As her words fell, a binding rope of celestial origin flew from her sleeve, securely tying together the 4 disciples and Lu Sun. It turned out that the peak-level Tianhen, who had not sought mercy, suddenly halted, intending to flee into the woods. Such audacity, Yun Xinghong was not one to be trifled with. She promptly commanded several flying swords and daggers, forcing Tianhen back. Subsequently, another binding rope flew from her sleeve, binding Tianhen separately. Once the celestial binding rope was unleashed, the spiritual energy of the cultivators was restrained, rendering them as powerless as ordinary mortals. Of course, higher-tier cultivators would not be ensnared by such artifacts, and mid-tier cultivators could eventually break free given time, but at present, Yun Xinghong had indeed captured 6 members of the Law Enforcement Hall single-handedly. The prowess of the Lingxi sect's 6th realm cultivators was indeed formidable. Bound by the celestial rope, Tianhen coldly smiled and spoke ominously. Yun Xinghong, I am the most favored disciple of our master in the Law Enforcement Hall, second only to Brother Murong. Are you not afraid of retribution from my master for your actions? Amidst the cacophony, Yun Xinghong retorted with a frigid sneer, Indeed, I am cognizant. Junior brother Tianhen is not only blessed with the Triong physique, but also cursed with the innate demonic body, a being of ruthless and sanguinary disposition. Is it not precisely because of your merciless proclivity for slaughter that the Grand Elder elevated you to the position of Law Enforcement Hall Guardian? One can only hope he assists you in managing the monthly eruptions of demonic energy. Otherwise, your demise is but a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Tianhen's countenance darkened, his gaze turning glacial. His pallid face resembled that of a netherworld specter. Such matters are of no concern to you, Yun Xinghong. Senior brother Morong holds you in high regard, hence his constant deference. However, in my eyes, Tianhen, you are of no consequence. You merely benefited from fortune's capricious whims. Ascending to the position of sect leader's disciple. The future trajectory of the sect remains uncertain. Let us observe how events unfold. Let us indeed observe. Yun Chi Hong dismissed his words entirely, turning instead towards Jiang Feng. In a resonant voice, she declared, "Let us return, junior brother Feng. Senior sister, earlier." 3 individuals descended the mountain. I wonder if you happen to notice them? Perhaps we could escort them back, as they lack the ability to traverse the skies via artifacts. And the journey on foot would prove excessively time-consuming. Jiang Feng's visage was etched with entreaty. "Alas, you simpleton," Yun Chi Hong muttered under her breath. A mixture of exasperation and affection in her tone. "Those 3 abandoned you in your hour of peril, and yet you still concern yourself with their well-being?" Despite her internal monologue, Yun Chi Hong refrained from further commentary. Instead, she incanted a spell, conjuring a mirror of white jade. The mirror expanded in response, attaining a circumference of several zhang. With a subtle wave of her hand, she used her spiritual energy to levitate the bound members of the law enforcement hall, positioning them upon the mirror's surface. Just as she prepared to ascend the mirror alongside Jiang Feng, the entirety of Kirin Mountain convulsed violently. Rumble. Rocks cascaded down, accompanied by a series of enraged roars that sent shivers down the spine. Disaster. It is the Kirin King. Yun Chi Hong's expression grew solemn. She promptly summoned her silver spear and soared into the air, addressing Jiang Feng, "Await me here. I must first repel it. The surrounding area is riddled with Qin Kirin nests. Do not stray." With these words, she vanished in a flash of motion. Jiang Feng gazed in the direction of Yun Chi Hong's departure, a glint of frigidity flickering within his starry eyes. He slowly turned his gaze towards the magical artifact mirror before him, towards the members of the law enforcement hall whose cultivations were sealed. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated from the mountain summit, the cry of the Kirin King. Roar, 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 roar. A succession of roars echoed from various points within the mountain, as if in response to the Kirin King. The tremors intensified, as if the colossal Kirin Mountain were on the verge of collapse, as if the very heavens were about to fall. Zhao Tingfeng, clutching his younger sister Zhao Qi-Wan, with Su Eiqi close behind, bounded downwards. They were still some distance from the mountain's base when the earth-shattering roars brought them to an abrupt halt. The Kirin King on the summit is enraged. What could have transpired? Zhao Tingfeng's face registered bewilderment. Qin Kirin are notoriously cold-blooded beasts. They remain indifferent even when their own kind are slain before their very eyes, provided one does not encroach upon their territory. Yet now, under the Kirin King's instigation, the entire Kirin Mountain's Qin Kirin are in a state of agitation. It is fortunate that we descended early, otherwise. Sui's words trailed off, the iciness in her gaze giving way to a tinge of sorrow. She recalled the Spirit Pivot Pavilion disciple who had selflessly risked his life to save them. Senior brother Feng Chou. Senior brother Feng Chou is still above. He remained behind because of us. We must save him. We must rescue him. Zhao Qingwan's fair face was etched with urgency, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her nascent affections compelled her to be deeply concerned for the man's safety. But, given the current circumstances, we are powerless. Zhao Tingfeng lowered his head in shame, lamenting his inadequate cultivation, which prevented him from rescuing the man who had shown him kindness. So he sighed softly, deeply moved. Within the Spirit Radiant sect, she had never encountered such a disciple, one who was selfless, devoted, and righteous. I shall go myself. Zhao Qi-Wan abruptly wrenched her hand from her brother's grasp and darted towards the mountain. Qi-Wan. Zhao Tingfeng cried out, his heart filled with anxiety. He hastily pursued his sister. But before he could catch up, a rampaging Qin Kirin emerged from the nearby forest, blocking his path. Beware. Sui pulled him backward. Fortunately, the berserk Qin Kirin did not discriminate between friend and foe. It merely charged forward, oblivious to their presence. However, this brief obstruction caused the two to lose sight of Zhao Qi-Wan. Alas, Zhao Tingfeng was both angered and worried by his sister's sudden recklessness. An increasing number of rampaging Qin Kirin appeared, forcing the two to dodge and weave, their situation growing increasingly dire. They had no choice but to retreat towards the mountain's base. Jiang Feng observed the Qin Kirin charging towards him from afar. With a leap, he evaded the impact. The Qin Kirin sped past, its rage blinding it to the presence of cultivators. The members of the law enforcement hall, paralyzed on the magical artifact mirror, were filled with terror. Lu Sun exclaimed, Junior brother Feng Chou, quickly, release us first. We can settle our differences later. We must now unite to confront the demon beasts. Jiang Feng ignored his pleas, his eyes flashing with white light as he silently surveyed his surroundings with his divine sense. Seeing his inaction, Tian Hin, a cultivator at the peak of the Four Symbols realm, grew increasingly displeased. His eyes narrowed, his face grew even more somber, and he coldly rebuked. Hurry. If we are injured by the Qin Kirin, do you think the law enforcement hall will spare you? My status as a guardian is unique. If I were to suffer harm, you would undoubtedly face death. Zhao Xuanji will be unable to protect you. Jiang Feng remained silent, his expression calm as he slowly approached the group, the astonishing rainbow sword materializing in his hand. Tian Hin sneered, it seems you possess some sense after all. I perceive that your cultivation is not insignificant. Once we return to the sect, I shall bring you to meet senior brother Morong. If you offer him an apology, vow to never see Yun Qinghong again, perhaps he will spare you. With the law enforcement hall's protection, you. Thwack. His words were cut short. His head had been severed and sent spiraling through the air, landing with a thud beneath a tree. Jiang Feng's gaze remained utterly indifferent as he flicked the blood from his treasured sword. With a kick, he sent Tianhen's headless corpse tumbling aside. The head is the nexus of the 6 Yang meridians. With the head severed by the astonishing rainbow sword, both body and soul are extinguished. Only high-level cultivators can actively separate their nascent souls from their bodies and seize the bodies of others. You have slain senior brother Tianhen. Lu Xun's face turned ashen. He could never have imagined that Jiang Feng would dare to commit murder. No, he could not fathom that this youth, who possessed a sense of justice and valued the bonds between fellow disciples, would actually kill, as a lackey of the law enforcement hall. He quickly realized the consequences of Tianhen's death. Grand Elder Xing Ke's fury would be unleashed, and they would all be implicated. It is over. It is over. We are all doomed. Lu Xun trembled uncontrollably, muttering like a madman. The remaining 4 Three Talents Realm disciples were also quivering, their expressions filled with despair. Senior brother Tianhen is dead. Will the Grand Elder not demand that we pay for his life? Why? Why did he kill senior brother Tianhen? What shall we do? Jiang Feng ignored the law enforcement hall disciples' lamentations. He merely stood silently with his eyes closed. A vast surge of blood energy emanated from Tianhen's corpse, flowing into his body. Within his dantian, the domineering cultivation, saturated with murderous intent, began to ascend from the peak of the 3 Talents realm, breaking through the shackles and reaching the initial stage of the 4 Symbols realm in a matter of moments. Magnificent. Bathed in the boundless bloody light, Jiang Feng trembled, his face contorted with madness as he murmured in a drunken stupor. The blood energy gained from slaying a cultivator at the peak of the 4 Symbols realm had greatly enhanced his domineering cultivation. The sensation of power in his grasp caused the demonic energy born of slaughter to surge once more, nearly overwhelming his spiritual altar. However, he soon regained his composure through sheer willpower. A practitioner of the demonic path. He is a practitioner of the demonic path. Sister Yun, come quickly. Lu Xun's eyes widened in terror as he let out a frantic scream, prompting the other disciples to join in a chorus of fear and chaos. The noise Jiang Feng let out a cold laugh, casually casting aside the extraordinary sword in his hand. The blade spiraled like a hawk, swiftly severing the heads of the 5 individuals before him. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, the 5 corpses still bound by the immortal binding rope. A scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. 5 beams of blood light surged forth from the bodies, merging into Jiang Feng's form, causing his domineering cultivation to surge immensely. The vitality of 4 practitioners at the 3 Talents realm and 1 at the 4 Symbols realm propelled his dominance to an intermediate stage within the 4 Symbols realm. With no time to consolidate his cultivation, Jiang Feng's consciousness stirred, and he directed his sword towards the left side of the woods. Immediately, a furious roar erupted as a green qilin charged out from the forest, racing directly towards Jiang Feng. Unfazed, Jiang Feng soared through the air using his 4 Symbols realm cultivation, evading the qilin's onslaught, while continuously harassing it, exhausting its pursuit. The commotion attracted numerous green qilin, which trampled the headless corpses into fragments. Jiang Feng retrieved the qilin tablet, radiating a crimson star-like glow, and without hesitation, consumed it. A ripple of energy surged through his peak 3 Talents realm cultivation, his energy sea roiling, yet he still required a slight push to break through. Brother Fengqiu. The woman's call jolted Jiang Feng back to reality. He furrowed his brows and turned to see Zhao Qiwan returning. Chapter 59. Alas, fortitude prevails. Elder Brother Feng. I am relieved to see you unscathed. Zhao Qingwan's comely face radiated elation, her cheeks still glistening with the vestiges of tears, driven by her nascent affection. She had braved the peril of the qilin stampede, returning to his side. However, her joy swiftly morphed into trepidation as several azure qilin, unable to reach Jiang Feng soaring through the firmament, redirected their fury toward the maiden, a mere intermediate of the 3 Talents realm. Save me, elder brother. Seeing the behemoths charging menacingly, Zhao Qingwan, with no means of escape, cried out in terror. Jiang Feng, poised in the heavens, executed a daring maneuver, forcefully launching the swift plumed sword beneath his feet forward. With a resounding whoosh, the lesser-grade magical artifact darted forth like a rabbit, its spiritual energy palpable. Heading straight for the maiden, Zhao Qiwan envisioned the man, valiant and imposing, cleaving through the azure qilin with his sword. Surely, she mused, this strike would severely wound the rampaging beasts. With expectant eyes, she watched the blade approach, dreaming of its power. Thwack the swift plume sword pierced her chest, extinguishing Zhao Qingwan's life. A faint wisp of blood essence rose from her profusely bleeding form, surging into the man hovering above. Why? The maiden's body slumped to the ground, her eyes filled with bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to why she had been slain. In the next instant, the frenzied azure qilin trampled her into a bloody mire. Why? Hey, you were doomed anyway. I couldn't afford to squander your 3 Talents realm cultivation. Jiang Feng, having absorbed the blood essence, remained unsatisfied. The essence of a 3 Talents realm cultivator offered scant benefit to his domineering 4 Symbols realm intermediate cultivation, proving almost negligible. Below, the azure qilin continued their chaotic rampage. The Qilin King's roar echoed ceaselessly from the mountain's apex. Jiang Feng, his gaze icy, swiftly locked onto an injured Azure Qilin amidst the tumult. Gripping his sword, he plunged into the fray. With condensed spiritual energy, the swift plume sword exuded a chilling aura. Empowered by his four symbols realm intermediate cultivation and augmented by demonic energy, he unleashed a strike that pierced the Azure Qilin's abdomen. The pitiful beast, already wounded, succumbed to the full force of a four symbols realm cultivator's assault, collapsing lifelessly without even a whimper. The massive corpse of the level 4 demon beast, teeming with potent blood essence, stirred Jiang Feng's cultivation once more, igniting a terrifying impulse to obliterate all living beings on the mountain. Who? Jiang Feng suppressed the surging demonic energy, his eyes reverting from crimson to their natural hue. He extracted the Qilin tablet from the Azure Qilin's corpse, consuming it without hesitation. Instantly, the regal cultivation of the three talents realm pinnacle fluctuated violently, breaking through to the four symbols realm. Unlike the demonic energy released during the breakthrough of his domineering cultivation, the regal cultivation breakthrough caused the surrounding spiritual energy to converge upon him, forming a terrifying vortex. The Azure Qilin across the mountain took notice, roaring and charging toward him. Yun Qinghong has returned. The demonic soul suddenly warned. Jiang Feng remained silent. Rolling his body across the Azure Qilin's corpse, his robes instantly stained crimson with blood. His face streaked with blood and tears, he stood beside the carcass, wielding his sword to fend off the encroaching beasts. Newly entered into the four symbols realm, his attacks were feeble, inflicting minimal damage on the behemoths, leaving him in dire straits. With a resounding thud, a silver spear pierced the ground, impaling an Azure Qilin, its lifeblood extinguished. Yun Qinghong landed beside Jiang Feng. Seeing him covered in blood and bearing a sorrowful countenance, she inquired with concern, "Junior brother Feng, are you unharmed?" Gasping for breath, Jiang Feng's eyes betrayed his terror. I am unharmed. But they're all dead." "What?" Yun Qinghong exclaimed, her expression aghast. Her six harmonies realm divine since enveloped the surroundings, revealing countless enraged Azure Qilin and scattered remnants of limbs. What has transpired here? Even this usually composed sect leader disciple found herself facing an immensely daunting predicament. Jiang Feng shuddered, seemingly recalling a horrific event, and stammered, "After you departed, senior sister, we were surrounded by Azure Qilin. To fend off the demon beasts, I released the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Senior brother Tianhen was particularly formidable, easily repelling many Qilin. However, after slaying one, he suddenly went berserk, launching a massacre. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were caught off guard and slain by him." Berserk? Could his innate demonic constitution have flared up? Yun Qinghong frowned, her brow furrowed. Jiang Feng said in terror. "Senior brother Tianen stayed at the time. Gave me the same feeling as the demonic cultivator who annihilated our Bai Luo sect." At that moment, the surrounding Azure Qilin charged once more. Yun Qinghong, growing impatient after slaying several, seized Jiang Feng, mounted her silver spear, and soared into the sky. Roar! Roar! The Azure Qilin below roared in fury, yet they were helpless. Clumsy and flightless, they could only watch the pair ascend into the heavens. Gazing down at the raging Qilin horde, Yun Qinghong frowned. "I never imagined this descent would end this way. Where's Tianhen? And how did you survive?" Jiang Feng, perched on the silver spear, wore a pallid expression. I'm unworthy to be a disciple of the immortal sect," he answered evasively. Yun Qinghong turned back, her brow furrowed, and asked in a somber tone, "What has happened?" "After Tianhen slew the Azure Qilin, I feared the demonic energy emanating from him, so I hid inside the Qilin's corpse. I watched him slaughter the disciples of the law enforcement hall. I dared not stop him. I could do nothing, just as when the sect was destroyed." Wah! Jiang Feng's face was streaked with blood and tears, and he wept bitterly. Seeing his sorrowful state, Yun Qinghong's suspicions dissipated. "Junior brother Feng, this is not your fault." She reached out and gently stroked Jiang Feng's head, her eyes filled with pity. Jiang Feng shook his head, evading her touch, and sobbed. "I loathe the people of the law enforcement hall. I thought it would be best if they died. But when they truly perished before my eyes, it reminded me of the destruction of the sect. Why am I so weak? I consumed 2 Qilin tablets, and my cultivation broke through to the four symbols realm, yet I cannot defeat even a single Azure Qilin. If not for senior sister's arrival, I would have been doomed. You have saved me twice already. Am I destined to be this useless forever?" Hearing his lament, Yun Qinghong fell silent. She had been about to inquire about his cultivation, but understood why he was at the four symbols realm upon hearing his words. However, she was more moved by Jiang Feng's words. "No. As long as you cultivate diligently, one day you will become powerful. You can avenge yourself and slay the demonic cultivator who destroyed your sect." Yun Qinghong's eyes were filled with sorrow as she offered solace. Yet, she was more concerned about the aftermath. Tianhen was the beloved disciple of the law enforcement hall's grand elder, Xing Ku, and the most valued disciple besides Morongyi. He had gone mad and slain the members of the law enforcement hall, and now his whereabouts were unknown. Would Grand Elder Xing Ku shoulder the blame? Would Tianhen secretly return to the Spirit Peak sect, and, with the Grand Elder's aid, shift the blame for the disciples' deaths to others? Right. There are still 2 others. Yun Qinghong pondered, searching the mountain before swiftly finding Zhao Tingfeng and Suhi. The pair were anxiously awaiting at the foot of the mountain. The silver spear landed, and Yun Qihong and the blood-soaked Jiang Feng stood before them. "Greetings, senior sister Yun." Zhao Tingfeng and Suhi bowed simultaneously. Their eyes filled with awe. To the outer sect disciples, the highly cultivated sect leader disciple was an insurmountable mountain. Yun Qihong felt a heavy heart as she raised her hand, saying, "Junior brothers and sisters need not be overly formal. Are you aware of what transpired on the mountain?" Zhao Tingfeng cast a glance at Jiang Feng, who was covered in blood and appeared lost, and urgently replied, "I am unaware. I wish to ask my senior sister if she has seen my younger sister, Zhao Qiwan." "Your sister?" Yun Qihong was momentarily perplexed. Suhi, standing beside her, elucidated. "It's like this, senior sister Yun. At that time, we collaborated with junior brother Feng Qiu to slay a blue Qilin, when suddenly, the disciples of the enforcement hall appeared. As she spoke, a hint of guilt flickered in her eyes, for despite everything, the three of them had indeed abandoned their companion. Yun Qihong regarded the two with a furrowed brow and nodded. "I am aware of that. Did you not leave?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingfeng hastily interjected. "The Qilin beast tide erupted, and my sister Qiwan, concerned for junior brother Feng Qiu's safety, ventured back up the mountain alone." "Is that so? But I have not encountered her." A shadow of worry crossed Yun Qinghong's countenance. "Feng Qiu, have you seen my sister?" Zhao Tingfeng questioned with increasing urgency, stepping closer to Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with hope. Jiang Feng, his bloodied face reflecting confusion, gently shook his head. "I have not seen her either."